I'm here.
And he's like, and
How you
so
living?
he's like, what happened? And I was like,
What up, big dumb?
now I know I'm going to the box. And it's winter. I'm gonna be fucking cold. So I was like, dude, listen,
I'm at 100.
running next to me, and I'm not living like that. I don't respect that. So I did what I had to do. And he's like, are you AB? Like thinking I was an Aryan brother or something.
I'm at the maximum amount
so
you can be.
No, man, I'm a neutral. So
I'm at the maximum amount you can be.
Like, they were like, that's what's up. You see what I'm saying? Like the warden kind of like you're hearing them be like, yeah, bro.
What was?
Like they knew this dude, so
why should I join your server?
And everybody knew him. So when and like everybody knew about the fight because everybody knew of him and how he was, and then nobody really knew of me. It was just like the white boy that beat Dirt's ass. You know what I mean? So I get into confinement. I'm in my cell. And they bring him from medical into the confinement room. And right when he gets in, like the officers, I guess, had like said some shit to other inmates or whatever. And so when he walks in, they're like, "Oh, you let that white boy beat your ass." So now they're like screwing the whole situation up again. So I'm like, man, like I'm gonna do 50, 60 days in the box. I think it's 30, and I sat in there for a little while too. Go to DR for it. But now I'm gonna get out. And I'm gonna have to go right back in because there's no way this dude is gonna let this be known. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I think I did like I forget how many days, but I was back in confinement, and that is when I saw how the officers really are. And like when I saw that is really when I was like, I laid down that night after all that shit had happened, what they did, and I was just like, bro, like I could not go home. And it doesn't have to be like a gang thing or anything like that. Like they were literally killing people there. Like it's in the paper and everything. And
instigating situation.
They were definitely that. But what they did was they targeted the gunners. So when you go to confinement and you go for gunning, they put a 1-9 on your door. And they do that for like each charge. And they have your charges when you're being released, your picture is all on your door, right? Two sellers got the pictures on it. So like they would see the 1-9 on the each door and they would like instigate and talk shit and be like, the officers would do that and sell them out. And then one day, like there's a captain in Florida who's usually in charge of like 10 officers. They're like the upper dudes in the system, right? They wear white shirts. So I guess the gunner had said something to one of the officers when they were messing with him, right? And the captain came in, and he literally just walked in the middle of the dorm, and there's all cells going down here, and then there's a top tier where they go up top. So there's 2 levels. And he stood in the middle of the dorm. First he told us all to get off our windows, and then he just said, if y'all want to gun my white women, get your ass on the door. Like he was begging somebody to like say, fuck you, sorry, or fuck you, Cap, you know what I'm saying? And there's always one motherfucker in there that'll be that dude. Like, no matter what. So this dude was like, fuck you, and he starts selling them out through the door, right? So the captain and like 3 officers go over to this dude's cell. Now they open his flat. He's still talking shit, and they're supposed to turn on like back then it was a handheld and when an inmate was bucking, they call it bucking when you're kicking the door, screaming.
Look at this move.
So they would turn the camera on, and they would have to record what was going down as they extracted the inmate from the cell to make sure that they didn't break the law. So what they do is they would literally have the camera guy would be behind 2 other officers. They go over to the door with the camera off, talk a bunch of shit to this inmate, get him going crazy, and then boom, they turn the camera on and they're like, inmate, stop bucking, stop. Like they make it seem like he just started to go crazy for no fucking reason, and they're trying to get him to calm down. So they sprayed this dude through the food flap with Black Jesus is what it was back then. I think they took it out, but it was like a strong ass OC spray. Like if we sprayed it in the front parking lot or like 50 yards away, like we would be like choking. That's how powerful it was. Like we in confinement, it would come through the vents in the cell. So if dude upstairs got sprayed, the air, the return vent would bring it into all the other cells. So you're literally like 10 cells away and you have to take your shirt off and you wet it a little bit and you like mask your face to kind of stop from the shit getting in your nose. So this dude's in the cell. After they spray you, they're supposed to take you out and put you in a shower because that shit's that powerful. Like it needs to get off you. So they didn't do that with him, man. They just left him in there for like an hour. And that stuff not only gets on your eyes, it gets on anything it touches. So like your hands will be burning just from getting the residue on you. And he was literally like screaming for his mom. Like that's how much like he was like going through it. And that's really when I was like, because these are hard, like these aren't no bitches, you know what I'm saying? When you hear a grown man and know like there's nothing he can do to control this situation, it's totally out of his hands. Like he is literally at the mercy of whatever they want to do to him. So they did that. He's screaming. He finally like calmed down from screaming, but he couldn't breathe. So that's probably why he couldn't scream. And they ended up having to go in on a stretcher and get him out of there. And the dude ended up dying like a couple of days later or some shit. I don't know if that was true because that's through like, the inmate telephone type shit.
So what was the black stuff? What was
Black
the name of it?
Jesus.
It's called Black Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big OC mace.
OC
But the
mace.
shit shoots like a fucking fire. Like it shoots like
So it's
like
one
a
of those big
hose.
cans with a trigger on it.
Yeah.
And it was black?
Like a trigger like that. They would put it on their belt, you know what I mean, and walk around with it. But yeah, it was. I think they took it out of the prison system because of just how like ruthless and like the people that had asthma.
Black label pepper spray. Black Jesus. Fuck, man.
I don't know if that was the real name. I think it was though, but that's what everybody.
It's a good name for it.
Yeah, no, for real, right?
Just to make you see Jesus.
Yeah. And that's like really, man, like where I was like, that was the first time ever in my life I was like, man, I need to change my life. Because I'm in there and I'm in the dorm and I'm going to like get on the phone and you look around and there's dudes that have been in there for 22 years who haven't gotten on the phone or talked to anybody in like 15 years. Haven't had because their family died or they were pieces of shit and walked around. But the majority of people, a lot of that goes on in prison. Like through my life, I don't know about like you or anything, but like my parents would always tell me shit when I was younger, right? Like, you don't want to be a drug dealer. And I was like, yes, I do. And now I'm in prison because of it. So it's like, I was like, I heard all that shit when I was young, but I just thought I was different. I was unique. I wasn't going to get caught or whatever. And now I'm sitting in prison with old guys, like, in their 60s that got life and never getting out, never seen the daylight. And they're telling me like, man, if you keep doing what you've been doing, you're going to be me. And that was really where I could see it. I could see like I could always tell myself, man, I got 10 more years to keep getting in trouble. But then it got to the point where like I was worried about the charge that I was going to get because the violence and the crime just keeps getting bigger on the street. Like, it starts from selling pills to robbing pharmacies to writing scripts, to, a bunch of different levels, and then you're robbing people, so now they could have a gun. So you never know. Like I lived for the day, you know what I mean? And it was then that I was like, man, like I really need to get my shit together. And I didn't know how to do it. You know what I mean? I'd been like so caught up in the game for so long that like I didn't really want to work a normal job because I would always tell myself, why am I going to go work for $400 a week when I could make $500? And that's what kept me in it. But when they put that database into effect, and I went to prison again, that was really like, I was like, man, like, I want to do something different in my life. I don't want my legacy to be like a fucking low-level drug dealer, you know what I mean? Still doing the same shit.
Yeah. So, like, after you went to confinement, after beating up that dude who was jacking up on the lady, Gunner, after you beat up the Gunner, and they try to instigate, obviously, like, if you're going to get out, it's going to be conflict for you guys again. What happens when you guys get out?
So we both got released the same time, right? It was like me, him, and two other guys. So we have our shit. We go out to the bubble where the doors open and they tell us what dorm we're going to. So like he didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. We walked out of the door confinement to go to our dorms, and I just stepped off over to him and I'm like, bro, listen, I'm done with that shit. If you're done with it, we're good. But if you want to run it back, we can run it back. But we might as well just do it here because we're not gonna, we're going right back here.
Right.
So he was like, no, it's straight. But still, even then, like when I went back into the dorm and got in the groove of that dorm and like started knowing people and shit, like, but when that was going on, I was still like, this dude could come stab me when I'm sleeping. It's nothing for him to leave his dorm and sneak off into my dorm because the guards don't really give a fuck. You know what I mean? So it was like probably a couple weeks where
there's nothing in between you and them when you're sleeping.
So like you're sleeping as close to you are right now, and that's how it is.
But there's like no doors on your bunk.
Not in an open bay. In a cell, you can have doors in a cell. It's called a T-bay. There you can have doors, but not in an open bay. Even when you have a door, they make shit to pop the lock. So you can get a soda can and take off the thing under the lip, and you can use that to pop your door. Or like there's other shit too, but. So you're not safe, like, and I'm not a small dude. I was even bigger than that. I worked out all the time, kept up top shape, ready at any time to go. And like I'm worried, you know what I mean? So I know like now I'm in a place where like I graduated to the next level of problems, and I didn't gangbang and I was in there. After I fought that dude. And I got out of confinement. I was on the yard and everything. All the white boys that are in like Unforgiven. I think there was some AB there and some other skinheads. They were like, "Yo, what's up, bro? You want to probate? Like probate to get into the gang. You have to do like certain shit to get in." And I was just, I didn't like disrespect them because at the same time, like I didn't know what was gonna happen with the dude, and I'm new in this prison, so I need to make some friends. In case, like, people are going to try to stab me or whatever. But nothing ended up happening. I ended up getting moved over to the work camp. But I didn't go outside the gate. I didn't have a gate pass. So, I mean, that was like a work camp, which is kind of different. It's kind of more laid back, but the same shit was going on, just not on the same level. You know what I mean? It was kind of more like chill.
It's crazy how people in prison are just reduced to like the most primitive form of humans. Like jacking off on the girls walking down the hall. That's fucking crazy. It's like monkeys at a zoo. It's what they do.
Bro, I was so disgusted with it. Like, I had no idea that shit was like going on. And then when you see it, it's like the way I look at it is he's raping that chick, and we're all watching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was so like. We were on the yard one time, bro, and they have gun towers in the prison yard, like where the gate is, so they can see the whole prison and the yard. So there's all these inmates on the yard, right? And if you look up in the prison tower, there's windows where the officers are. So there's this group of dudes that's over to the side where the picnic table is, like there's like a blind spot where the officer on the yard couldn't see them. And they're jacking off to the person in the gun tower, except that gun tower, nobody went up in it because it was under construction. They were gunning a mop, turned upside down, leaned on the window. They thought it was a chick. So they're gunning a fucking mop. If that gives you any idea. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, if that gives you any idea of what type of people. And that was a big reason too why I didn't want to go back. It was because it was getting to the point where there's like so much disrespect, like you're just crammed in there with everybody. You can't get away from anybody, and you're around 100 different personalities, from gunners to freaking murderers. And I was just like, man, like I could probably do more time, but I can't do it with these people. And I know if I come back, I'm gonna be doing it. And it just got worse too as time goes on, because in there everybody's doing 2G and K2, so. Like they're literally strung out in prison, and now you got all that bullshit that comes with drugs and that lifestyle going on, right? So it was an epidemic. Like people are dying.
It's really set up like the police are bad. Most people I talk to they say they have like
just to try to get a point out. At this point, it's like
just because of all the shit they're exposed to.
Yeah, well, yeah, you are.
so if you're going to the whole thing, it's
bullshit. shit.
There's 10 million. There's 10
So
million
much
arrests a
fucking.
year.
I seen a dude in prison, right? His arm was like sitting up like this, and he couldn't hold it down, so he was walking around everywhere. In his armpit was a freaking thing like a softball, and it was red and blue and shit. He had like either Mercer or Staph or whatever. It could have been a spider bite. So he goes to medical to be like, hey, I can't put my arm down. And they're like, here's 3 ibuprofen, go back to the zone, you'll be okay. And that's their medical, like, that's all they do. They're Tylenol or ibuprofen for everything. Unless you are, like, literally, like, you know, you're about to die. And they're gonna, like, they're medical, like, and that's scary too, man. You never know, like, you get hit by a ground with food switcher everywhere. I mean, they're planting shit in there, and next thing you know,
That's why Sam Harris has to be like, I think slavery was bad. I'm just saying that. And here's
all
some
that shit,
statistics
man.
that everyone should know.
I think it was just all of it combined.
That's what it is. News.
I
We live in a country
wanted
where
to change, you know what I mean? I just didn't really like know how. I didn't know like
mostly I never trust.
what did they tell you?
Now I'm pretty convinced
They
people
say
like
we're on
I didn't even know when I was
it's just propaganda. It's much
like my classification all told me like 3 weeks prior, but it was just like, hey, here's where you go. You gotta go report when you get out to the state of Florida. And you get a food stamp card. And I don't know. I didn't get. I got picked up. Usually they'll get people a bus ticket. It used to be 100.
A bus ticket and $50.
Yeah, after like 10 years.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see you back.
Yeah. We'll see you in 48 hours.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got out and I wanted to do the right thing. I like still was still fucking up a little bit. Drugs and so on, not wanting to work a full-time job because I couldn't find one. And if I did, it was like McDonald's.
I'm like, dude, you guys are having the same conversation in their house right now. People in New York are these fucking idiots down there. They have no idea.
I ended up.
There's a lot of money looking at McDonald's now.
Nowadays. So I tried to change
change
at that point, but I was still like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And my grandma that raised me, that guy in my 70s. And so I was at work one day. I'm working at the gym now, so I'm starting to like make that transition into I had met a good girl, so that helped a lot. I've never been I'm at the gym, I'm leaving, I'm going home. My grandfather calls me. He's like, hey, go to St. Joe's. So all this time, like that I was doing the pills and everything, my grandma had like anxiety because my dad died, so she buried both of her kids, and they were like in their 20s. So she already had like anxiety, and then she had fibromyalgia, so she was on the pills for her own shit. I think along the line, like even though like she didn't do crazy shit, but she was addicted.
It showed the part where his dad was in office.
So she ended up getting put on oxygen because of like, that shit slows down the respiratory, so you shortness of breath and shit like that. So they put her on the oxygen. They put the thing in the garage of my grandparents' house and they run the cable into the living room, and she can walk into it. Still use it. And she was trying to quit smoking, but I guess she lit a cigarette. So she lit a cigarette and oxygen caught and burned her, literally engulfed her. And my grandpa's in the front room, so you can't hear her screaming because she's literally on fire and you can't breathe. So like I think that went on for a couple of minutes, and then he finally went out and saw her. Did what he had to do to get her to the. They ended up very close to the burning. And she had like 3rd-degree burns all over. She was like in a coma whenever they did that. And she had a demon on it, so it wasn't like there was nothing we could do to give her back her quality of life. You know what I mean? So yeah, so and she I think had a demon on there because like she had both the kids, and then she had raised me and like Ohio and fucking demon and shit. So I think she was just Like she told my grandfather, if anything ever comes down to it, don't say
That's a tough one. That's a catch-22. It's like a retarded guy in office. Do you criticize him on stuff every single
that
day?
happened, and then I kind of was like, fuck
What do
it.
you want, a retarded guy or like a lead network of like people like just out to dock?
And the girl I was with like stayed with me, and she was
Oh
like,
yeah, no, but in the movie there's a part where they run that ad.
so over time, man, I just like finally started to like understand like what life is. You know what I mean? I never had like responsibilities. I never showed up where I said I was going to show up. You know what I mean? I was always like, I was just like holidays with Pops, and I was like, dude, Christmas was like 2 months ago. Like, I was so in like a fog. I don't even know how I'm alive. Honestly. Like, the shit that not only I put in my body, but just being in my life.
Really weapons there, the news kind of flubbed that one pretty fucking hard. Yeah, we don't know things. We got lied to. Every pretty much around every president.
Having a good woman in my life, I think, was like one of the catalysts for me making changes, because I don't have anything.
That's totally off.
I don't have anything really other than still life. I know that married. So she kind of like, I guess I was like just ready to change too, but I wanted to do something more with my life. And then I started doing personal training, and I was really good at that. I started bonuses with and then the shit happened to my grandma. I was working with I was just ready to kill myself. It was exciting. And then, so I stopped working at this one gym, and that's when I moved to do this. And work in this gym, I started opening the gym with him, and I did exactly what he said. I didn't do anything so when this was going on, the Department of Labor sued him because he did this to other people. So there was going to be like an investigation on it. And I was calling him on the phone because I couldn't get him to give me the checks. And then he finally just said, like, I'm going to give you a check. And he wouldn't even do it. He got somebody else done it.
Where's this guy now?
He ended up losing the gym because he's a fucking I don't want to, his name's Joe. So, but anyways, I recorded all his phone calls, and I did an episode on my channel and told the whole story. And then, after I did that, yeah, exactly. So, and then that's when I found out about the YouTube.
So like this guy just
on break at work, and I was watching YouTube, and some writers like all these people on
basically the guy was
I watched their channels go from like 10,000 subscribers to 100,000, 200, 300,000, and now they're like making a living, eating the whole thing, just from telling like their life, what they went through. So I saw all that going on YouTube, and I was like, I can do that. A lot of good stories. I know a lot of people that have been in trouble, so it's pretty easy to find people, right? So as I'm watching YouTube, like there was like, there's a lot of drama in the prison drama. So I never saw a channel, man, where somebody like went on, told all their stories, and then like used that, turned it into a positive, and then would help people. Like where I was confused. What am I going to do with my life? I don't see it. So on my stuff, like I do like stuff like that, but when I do interviews with people, I'm telling them, not just work. And then, like, yeah, I made $50,000 selling pills, but that was one month. I made a lot of money, but I didn't have shit to show for that. When you're making a lot of money, you spend a lot of money. And then when you get high, you really spend a lot of money on shit that you don't even know. I would wake up and like not even know. So I wanted to make my channel different, obviously, and I just wanted to spread the message that people can change. I didn't think I could, you know what I mean?
Canceled right away. No, you got
I've been with nothing. You know
That's
what I
how it
mean?
started.
I've been not knowing where I was going to sleep at night. Like, that's where it got to. And then having a family even makes that more. So I wanted to help people is why I started, and I also want to be able to this is like a side hustle or for myself and hopefully something out of it. And if not, I'll just
pictures and tapes.
Yeah, man, some of the most interesting people that have been on the show that have been in prison. So,
Oh, they got Jimmy Kimmel.
people that have had a lot of times reflect. You know what I mean? They have nothing to distract themselves with except look inward. You know what I mean? Reflect on their own lives. That's why people that say it and that, and straight up the most fascinating people.
Why they always put strong white men in blackface?
I think it makes you appreciate smaller things.
What do you think? I don't know like how bad the opioid epidemic is right now. Like, since Purdue was shut down, like what the statistics are. What do you think the answer is to stop all of the overdoses? And obviously, you can't make this stuff illegal. If it stays legal and it's still prescribed, people who cancer or whatever it is. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, man, I definitely triggered the negative fact test.
To stop all the deaths and all the overdoses.
Negative fact is definitely firing up right now. Yeah.
It's been going on since
I know stuff. It's like, my bad, guys. There's mistakes made. It's
I think
like,
now it's just
it
on the
reminds me
other
of being back
it's
in
more accessible.
It's like, yeah, these
I
guys
think they're
have
trying
strong
to not
emotional
make it
reactions.
as accessible as it used to
No
be
nuance.
because
There's like,
there was a point where my grandma couldn't even get a prescription filled because of
calling the negative
all
facts.
the corruption and all the people dying and all the doctors
They share all of share
they're
quality.
under watching. And now a normal person that really needs to
It's a type of thinking that you just put any kind of filter on. Something happens, you're just like,
that they can't get it because they're all being like we were prescribed the most opiates at one time in the whole world, like, from other countries. Like our country gets the most pills. So when that started happening and people are dying, then I guess I don't know who's in charge of it, but they were like, all right, we need to crack down. So they cracked down on Purdue and all those other manufacturers, and then that's when I think the fentanyl really started. And now
What is it, 100 times more potent?
yeah, like if you get it on your skin, there's a video of a cop arresting the dude. He's from the top of the and there's an actual video. You can watch the guy standing up, and the other cop's like, "Oh, you all right?" And the guy's just like, "You saw that? That's crazy."
He dies?
Well, he didn't die, but he would have if they didn't hit him with marketing. You know it's bad when all the cops.
I don't care about that stuff.
That should tell you the level of
I didn't know that. I didn't know that video existed.
Yeah, it's like
Ladies and gentlemen,
I forget where, but I went.
it went viral.
Well, I mean, the fentanyl thing's crazy, especially because it's like cocaine.
Yeah, well,
Like there's 3 people that were just partying in LA like a month ago or whatever, and 4 people, and 2 or 3 of them died, and the one lady she lived, but she's on life support, she barely survived.
Yo, what's going on, Big Pimp? Doug, I'm here.
Now they're coming over 100.
I was just fucking talking to you. Yo!
Stop, bro. Is this the... Like, can we see your setup? Wait, tell me this. Wait, can we see your setup, bro? All your laptops?
Yeah, how'd you find out about me?
No, I spoke to you before. Do you remember Cody?
I talked to a lot of people. How'd you find out about me?
No, we spoke to you before, bro. You're showing us your setup on like 30 laptops. It's pretty sick. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, it's I don't know the answer.
No, like
I would imagine.
We've spoken to you like multiple times before, like months ago.
I know that.
Like we know about your challenge for like lifetime, like streaming always live.
Yeah, word dog. Okay, here it is, really quickly.
Say that like this could ruin. This could
I told him, look at this.
destroy
His room is
This is
awesome.
what happens. Like,
He's got like
make them watch a video or something. Like this is what happens when you take them for 4 days and then you don't take them for another 4 days. You detox, you fucking get the shakes or whatever it is. Like,
he's got
at least like scare the shit out of people before they decide what they don't know.
What up, Tim?
Oh no, it's fucking Jerry Gillis. I love the video. Oh, he's right in this funny.
Just to give you an idea on why I don't think it's I will go to a doctor.
I do karaoke, yeah, fuck yeah.
I told him, look at his photograph.
And I'll go into the doctor and say, hey, I'm an addict and I can't get narcotics because I'll fucking.
I have bots.
And he'll, at the end of the visit, we'll talk and he'll be like, okay, so you had anxiety, what's wrong? And I'm just like, oh, so if
Okay,
that right there shows you, like,
it's muscle, baby.
I think it's the medical community that is all this.
Alright, I'm showing up what I can. Yeah, there you go, big dog.
You had more laptops last time, bro.
Dude, they're right there. I showed
Done
them.
by Alex Gibney.
No, I like all the phones. Yeah, last time you showed us everything, bro.
Okay, that's fine. It's 3:19 in the morning, so I'm a little tired.
Yeah, he's fucking.
How are you?
Yeah, that's like what I would like to get into.
I'm good, bro. I just woke up at 5:19 a.m.
Okay, very cool.
Crime of the century.
Well,
Are you still living with the Packies?
doing what I can to live.
It's a good documentary. That gives you like the.
No, you know those people you live with, are they Muslim?
Yeah, Alex
They're
Gibney's
not
in that
Pakistani. They're not Muslim either.
Yeah, but if
They're not
you
Muslim
are,
either.
Where are
you
they
should
from,
be able to
India?
go to the doctor.
No,
Yo, you in the military, Rabbi?
No.
You in the military?
no, too many questions. Do you have any questions? Go to the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'll answer your question.
Yo, why do you have ego now, bro? I thought we were friends.
Dude, it's 3:19 and 3:20 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm just chilling.
Bro, come on.
What
Yeah,
it
but
does is
chill, so we're gonna see your record.
Okay, cool.
you take a painkiller, the Suboxone catches.
Apologies if I come off with an ego. I have the biggest ego on earth, but I'm tired. It's early. It's really late, so
So if you take a pill when you're on
I'm gonna be going to bed soon.
it puts you into immediate withdrawal. If it crosses the
Like, that's our show, it's all the same.
like having that is like it'll put you in. I don't know what causes it exactly.
Well, like, so he's always live on Twitch. He keeps like 100 accounts and like in like 100 different Discord accounts, always live on like every show.
And then it was meant
It's
to
like
be
it's like a little.
Any money?
Yeah, it's like a challenge where he's just live 24/7 for the past 7 years or so.
But people
I
are
don't know how long you've been live for.
3.5 years.
they'll find a way to get on. There's people that are shit sticking it up there. It's
I
like,
know.
Like, all those laptops stuff they all bought. Like, what do the bots do? Rabbi, like on the laptops?
They spam people on Blue Sky.
Right.
like I really want to.
On Twitter.
Fentanyl. Where did
Blue
fentanyl-
Sky.
What year did that come on?
Have you ever had fentanyl before, Rabbi?
It was
Tons.
around when I was doing shit back in the day. But
There seems to be watching a TV show about it.
I've had surgeries, and they give it to you after surgeries.
Told me he never leaves his room.
That's incorrect. I leave my room every single day.
I never actually.
Really?
Yeah.
The toilet or something.
I know.
I go to the bathroom, I go outside, I stream as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, I've streamed in Los Angeles, I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Now, what stations
What about Northwest? How far Northwest?
And even with that,
Like Santa Clarita.
Figure out, bro.
Oh, Northwest,
Have you gone any further than that?
Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Wow.
Alright, let's say you're in there right now. How far northeast? What
people
about?
are using that, bro.
Like generally,
So when
I don't have a map, but like around Santa Clarita or Visalia or
What about Southwest? How far you been?
to the ocean.
So right now,
To like San Diego.
fentanyl so prominent everywhere. It's on everything. Like, people are lacing their animals with fentanyl. So you don't know what's it's like playing Russian roulette. You know what I'm saying? And now the drug addicts are addicted to the fentanyl.
I lose track at 42. I fucked tons of chicks.
Straight fentanyl.
Yeah, or those. A lot of it's in there.
Could you imagine, like, that's the drug you're doing? Like, the drug idea is so strong, I have to cut it to parallel.
Right?
It's the next level.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of them don't even cut it. It's just so now you're.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I generate income from my previous work.
The hyperbaric chamber is like an oxygen chamber.
What is that?
It's like, you sit in it like anxiety and stuff like that.
Like what it does.
Recording my presence, looking
And
like
what it does, like, after
the way his own ball works is like clicks on it. It's so bad.
doing those things, and what it does is hyper oxygenate all the cells in the body. It makes them it supercharges like repair of all your cells. And, like, all tissue, everything.
Like I tell you, this guy's
I've never did it.
They're about to.
But I've seen LeBron have one, and he goes in it like in the playoffs. NBA playoffs, he goes and sometimes he'll have like games every other day.
Doesn't the Florida Saints guys do that?
I'm sure it is. No doubt. The crazy thing is when I called the Traces, I think it was like one dealer in the US who sells them. I called him. Hey, can I get one of those LeBron James hyperbaric? He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I have a prescription though. I'm like, okay.
So you gotta go to a
It's funny
doctor.
what we're talking about. I gotta go get a script. I gotta go.
It's all connected.
Yeah. It's made by Purdue.
It's made by Purdue.
And they're like, it's time to go to work. It's like, I'm not leaving my chamber.
Yeah.
Well, cool, bro. I was the other real big. Well, what? Tell me. So, like, what kind of people are you interviewing on the chat?
So I interviewed, a guy that had a life sentence for weed. He did like 20-something years. I interviewed a gang member that was stabbing everybody he saw in prison. And then I've also interviewed a dude that was paying rent and getting his shit took and getting his ass beat and tortured every day. So I try to bring on a wide variety of people. At first, I was kind of like,
God, you getting asked. You guys getting murdered.
oh no, I never had that.
Oh,
Getting his ass beat.
okay.
And they, in there, bro, like, depending on where you're at, you can literally be tortured. Like legit camps in Florida now, prisons, and there are literally 5 dudes that hold an inmate down and the other doing stuff. That's the kind of torture. I mean, not like, somebody just punches you in the shit. Like, you have to fight one of them, and then when you're done, the next one comes in, and you gotta fight him. And you call it like lining it up, where they'll line like 10 dudes up, and you just gotta fight everyone. But eventually, you can't do that. You don't care who you are. So you end up getting stomped into the ground. And some people that have that happen never fight back or never do anything. And when you do that, now you just told everybody, basically do whatever the fuck you want because they're just so scared. And then you have other people that happens to and they fight back. And that's what it takes. You gotta fight back because then they see, like they call it a TOH, it's like a test of heart. So they're kind of testing you to see, like, are you really about that life? Are you gonna make it through this? And then when you do, they're like, oh, well, that's what's up. But I didn't get that shit. Like, I'm not that type of dude. Like, we fight, I'm not talking. You know what I mean? And so, so that goes on all the time. And then I bring the guy that I brought on, he was getting beat up for like taking shit and stuff like that. They call it a jizzle in Florida. And like when I first went to prison and I saw that happen, because I never really had that happen to me,
being able to mindfully handle things that can be psychologically
or whatever, but
like, you know, you don't
like I
know
fought,
if
but
some
no
guy
one ever
here
took it to
starts
that
like
level
fingering
and
your
tried
butthole
me.
around saying like,
You know
hey,
what I
dude,
mean?
it's mind over matter.
But
So like, sure,
I
if
bring
you're like,
people on that
say
has
like,
had
you know,
that
some
happen
kid was
because
coming
the
doing that finger
majority
fucking,
of people
that's happened a
that
lot.
go to prison end up becoming victims.
Just come here and finger your
Whether
butthole.
it's in people are taking your money, they're taking
There's a
your
whole show of
canteen,
this guy named
they're
the
washing
East Area
clothes,
Radius.
like boxers type
It's
clothes
at
washing,
Oswald's
or
wife wrote
you're doing dishes after they eat at
caught this guy.
night. You know,
There's a cold kid.
a lot of people there that go there, they get caught
Like
up in either they join a gang, and that shit comes with the gang, because now you got gang members that are above you. You get money. Now you got 5 other gang members that 4 of them don't. Now you're feeding them, and it's like kind of like a hierarchy, I guess. But in Florida, man, it's just like white, you're the outcast, and if you're not in a gang, you're definitely the outcast. So I get it. It can be done. Yeah.
It's scary hearing this kind of shit, man. Especially from our when you hear statistics like the United States is the number one country in the world, the highest yeah,
It's a dead end cycle. I know a lot of people right now, man. They're never gonna like see like they have this saying, you either go to jail or you die, or you go on to the bitter end. Meaning, like, you're okay with how fucking bad your life is, because but you just can't see it any other way, because you're like, when you can't stop taking something to act normal or you'll be sick, everything else doesn't matter anymore. Because if you're sick, you can't do anything. So that becomes, you become a slave. And I think that's kind of like what Purdue wanted, and I think that's why their shit got, eventually got caught up, and everybody found out what they were doing, because they were paying those FDA people sign off on their shit, knowing, telling people this is a short-term solution. When really they knew the whole fucking time. Once we got them, they were fucked.
right. How do we make higher doses?
How do we give out? I don't know. I don't see it changing anytime soon. It's just, you probably know somebody that's
lots of people, man. Tons of people, way too many people. It's crazy.
I look back at people I like went to school with, man. It's like,
I've heard so many fucking stories. It's fucking frightening. Especially when I was younger in high school too. Yeah. I knew so many people that were caught up in that shit, dying all the time. Now I'm lucky I never got caught up in it. I'm just lucky.
That's what I always because my mom was a drug addict. She would get drunk around me when I was a kid. Her boyfriend had been to prison 7 times. So I'm seeing all this go on, you know what I mean? But watching her get drunk and her get high, I was like, man, I don't want nothing to do with that. And I never drank alcohol. And then, one day, you're in school, and like, you got some shit, and you start doing it. And even then, I think it's just like a gene in me, you know what I mean? Like a predisposition. I kind of saw it more in the beginning of my life, because I would get addicted to shit. If I played paintball, I need to have 5 friends that play with me, and build a fucking field out there. I took everything like to the extreme.
I have that same.
Like addicted person.
Oh yeah. So we gotta be careful. Right. Addicted to video games, one of the worst things too. God damn, Warzone, Fortnite, fucking PG. I've been on PGA 2K.
I only played Warzone.
This
I've never played Warzone. I tried Call of Duty. I tried Call of Duty. I just never get good at it. Yeah. Video game things like once you get shit out, you suck.
Typically, when you're trying to mitigate
And like,
just to get rid of it,
I want what I want.
Yeah, exactly. Right now. Well, cool, bro. Tell everyone listening and/or watching where they can find your content.
So you can go on YouTube, type in DOC TV,
And then the other parts of you are set up values of things that you actually want in your life. Then when you get to the point, you're able to sit there and diffuse yourself from your thoughts.
Yeah, man.
I love your videos, man. They're really cool. I saw you went on you went on Matt's show. That was really cool. Matt's another guy similar to you. He got out of prison with nothing, and then he just turned this YouTube channel into opened up all these opportunities for him. And
I met Matt from YouTube. That's funny.
oh, really?
Like the first month I had a channel, I had watched him on like Dateline or one of those fucking shows like 10 years earlier. And then I have a channel now, and I'm like, man, I want to reach out to some people that got some crazy talent.
Yeah.
And I just stumbled on one of his videos. I was like, man, this dude looks familiar. He looks younger though. Yeah. He had like plastic
Tons of plastic.
I was like, damn.
$10,000 on his hairline.
No, right? That shit look good.
It does. It's fucking better than mine.
No, right? Me too. Yeah, so I met him and we kind of like connected. Like we kind of hit it off now. We're like super nice.
Yeah, he's super.
I think he kind of thought when he met me, I was kind of like flaky because maybe my channel, everyone when they first started YouTube, like, this is for the rest of my life, and they get so addicted to it, and then they don't go. And they kind of fall out. Really, for me, man, my channel is just steadily growing. I think I'm at 3,500 subscribers. Yours is like the biggest channel.
That's the goal right now, man.
Hell yeah.
I hope so, man. I love it, man. I love doing YouTube. I love all the editing and not knowing. I didn't know how to do it.
Just use the internet for a thing that actually feels. So you're trying to help.
I don't see that changing unless
I'd like to, bro. Like I said, I'm not even mad.
Yeah, well, once you start trying to make more and more stuff, it makes sense to get help with things that people find a way to be good at doing graphics design and that way you can make more stuff. Like that's what I think Matt has like a team. Matt's got more people working for him than I have helping me.
I know, and I even texted the other day. I'm like, what about this sound?
Yeah, Matt's killing it, man. Matt's doing a great job. I love it. I love seeing like how far he's made. I saw him like he literally got out of like the week he got out of whatever the halfway house. Yeah. The same week he came in here and it's like right now he's fucking doing people flying into Europe to do TV shows and it's crazy how much he's doing. But it's hard too. You gotta have the he's got like he's able to like put in the time to call his probation officer and get all these documents to travel. And he has to jump through so many hoops just to do this stuff.
That's what kept me from going on his channel, man. His probation officer wouldn't have him in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we had to like go to change probation officers.
Yeah. And they got his bank account locked down. So he's got restitution. He's got $11 million restitution he has to pay back to the Wells Fargo. It's comical, man. It's fucking comical. Like they're gonna make him drag that ball chain forever.
I know, man, and that's crazy, bro. I feel like once you do your business things, like you should be done, man. Like now you get 20 years and you fucking 80 years probation. Where's your life?
Are you still on probation? No. Okay, that's good. Well, thanks for coming on, man. I really enjoyed this conversation.
I
really fucking fascinating stories you have, man.
I really appreciate you having me on too, man.
Yeah, I learned that kind of.
Salute to both of you guys.
Absolutely, man. Thanks again. All right. Goodbye, world.
So hard. I would feel shitty and be like, I would concoct this whole thing where I'm like, this clearly isn't for me. I gotta get out of it. Oh, yeah, quit the fuck out. I mean, some things are good. That's the other thing. There's some things that are genuinely good. Like, I was definitely in a marriage that wasn't working for me overall. That was something I quit. That I was gonna throw that under the bus too. What? First marriage. That was genuinely my fault, dude. Again, that was another thing where you were talking about like pre-imagined situations. It would be like, gotta have sex for 3 days. I'm like, I want to be fucking celibate. Oh my god. You start being like, you imagine if you fucking pussy.
What's up, world? We're back again with America's favorite con man, Matthew B. On this episode, we talk about Matt's latest documentary about to be released in Europe, where they create the Con Man Olympics. And Matt actually represents the USA. We're very proud of Matt for that. Matt also gives his take on the current trial getting started with Elizabeth Holmes and her company Theranos, in which she defrauded investors, committed wire fraud and conspiracy to commit fraud. Matt makes his predictions on what the outcome of that trial is going to be. And also towards the end of the conversation, we get into the latest developments of the Gabby Petito murder investigation. It's crazy out there in Florida right now. You got hurricanes everywhere, murderers on the run. Luckily, we have Matt Cox here to keep us entertained through all of that. So, without further ado, please welcome a man who needs to know his production, especially to the FBI, Matthew D. Cox.
How could you? Yeah, man. Damn, it sucks just to think about it. The Queen, my bad.
All right, what's going on?
What do you mean? I don't know.
We're back. Why won't? Welcome back to the show, Matt Cox, the FBI's most wanted con man.
Still not.
Still not.
Top 10. America's most wanted top 10.
How you been, man? How's life going, bud?
Probably could just jerk off and forget about this, or just like figure out ways to cultivate sex in a marriage without just sit there and make my head in this imagined scenario where I just become voluntarily celibate in a relationship and then act as if that's the reality of inhabiting. Which are I start taking these wild drastic actions that just fuck stuff up more because it's not based in reality. The other person's just looking at you like,
why would you what's going on? There's a series called Psychology of Athletes.
here's how it feels. Here's me.
So, bro, I get Amsterdam, right? And like,
So it's like, let's be
with the girlfriend, like, no, I'm saying I'm dating this chick, and then as soon as I get back, boom. Honestly, I never do that. The answer that I typically give is so ridiculous. It's not you. Yeah, it's the whole, it's not you, it's me, it's,
I try to be a nice guy, but yeah, sometimes my fucking ego possesses me.
Well, I've never broken up. She breaks that with me. She breaks up with me every 3 or 4 months, and it goes 3 days, maybe 4 days, and then she starts texting me. This is killing me, and I can't stop thinking about you. And of course I was and it goes back and forth, and then she comes over, and then she comes back and forth, comes over for 3 or 4 weeks, and then it's like, can we start seeing this again on this many days? And you see the best back together. It'll be fun. 3 months later, boom, same thing. It's never going to work. It's too different. We're totally different people. We have no same comments. We don't argue. It's just not going to work. Like, I'm always like, look, if you're banging somebody else, like, tell me that. Tell me you're nailing somebody else, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, we are done. But it's never that. Tell me,
Why would that be the thing that you need to hear?
well, I mean, because I think that would be, it would be a nice, clean cut. Like, okay, this is clearly not working. You're nailing some other guy. You're done. But simply saying, we get along, I'm in love with you, I love your sex, I love being around you, I love talking to you, I have fun when I'm with you, but it's never going to work. So,
The words don't match the action.
like, tell me I'm 34, right now I'm 52, she's 34, like, there's 18, totally different. Like, 18 years different. Like, tell me I'm too old for you. She's like, you're not too old for you. She's like, I don't look 34, and you don't look 52. She's like, we basically look like we're the same. We both look like we're in our 40s. And she's like, it's not that. I'm like, okay, well, tell me it's like, give me a reason that makes sense. And she's like, I just can't. I'm like, tell me you're not in love. Hey, look, I'm not in love with you. Like, I'm just not in love with you. Like, you know how you know. It's like, look, I tried. I like you. You're cool. I like hanging out with you, but it's just never gonna become love for you. Like, tell me that. Like, I get that. You know, I could be like, yeah, it makes you be in love with you. She's like, it's not that. Like, the internet, you know, like, it's like all the time, all this, like that. Like, it's just not gonna work. Okay, you know, all right, and that's what it was this time. So it's just done. And only this time I knew it was serious. Because this, I told you, this is so stupid. I know it's stupid. And I've heard people say, when I was locked up, like I've heard people say stuff like this on TV, and I always thought, that's gotta be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. This is how I knew that was what she was serious this time. She, within a day, changed her relationship status on Facebook. Like real. It's real. Like, because you gotta think, before we would not see each other for whatever, 4 or 5 days or a week, and then we would just not sleeping together. She never changed, never once. This time, within a day, boom, done. It's like,
I think it's so funny how people in their 50s act the way we used to act. When we were in high school, we probably worried about like social status, or being single,
it's all you're married.
relationship, or
You
whatever.
don't even know what I'm going through. You're married. It's over. Like, you don't even remember what it was like to be pathetic and feel insecure. And like, where's that to you? You're like, you don't need her. Yes, I do. I'm always saying, you don't need her when you've got some shit. You're always the guy who's like, fuck her. Yeah, because you're living with someone. You've got her locked down. It's over. You're all good. It becomes fuck her. But when it's you, it's like,
But it's so weird. Like, why can't you just be happy playing the field, doing your work, and just banging random broads?
I'm 52. It's almost over. Like, my best years are they're gone.
You're not good in solitary. You need someone.
Absolutely. I need a someone. I need someone who's going to be down with me for the whole thing. That's what I need. You know?
Yeah.
And the worst thing is too, like, it's I know, like, part of it, I get it, because, like, she didn't want to move in, and so I knew when we first met, and she did want to move in, and she didn't want to move in, and I always knew that was an issue. But as we started talking, I started realizing the major issue. It's hard to fight. Like, I'm very easy to get along with. I almost never draw a line with someone. I never have 100% opinions. This is the way like, I'm totally okay if we don't agree on the same subject. I'm pretty easygoing. You want to do this? Okay, well, I want to do this, but if this is important to you, then it's important to me, and I want to do it. Like, I'm available almost all the time if I work for myself. So all of these things make me a guy that's difficult to not get along with, and not
Probably drive some women crazy.
right. It makes her nuts. I'm always available. I'm always this. I don't. So I guess in her mind, maybe she's just like, maybe she's just not interested. I don't fight or argue with her. Or, maybe she needs. I keep telling her, I say, look, I get it. You want a guy that drives a forklift that will come home drunk. You'll have to.
She wants change.
Right. You're gonna have to check it off a few of those boxes. Keep going. Couple DUIs.
3 for 3, 6-3.
Every 3 months, you got to get them out of jail.
6-3.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. 6'3". Yeah. So yeah. And I even said that one time. Tell me that I'm too short. Tell me that. Like, this is how comical it is when we're arguing. When every time we break up, this is how I go. Tell me that. Like, I'll make. And she's like, it's not that. I'm like, tell me that it's, and she's anything other than this ridiculously stupid one.
What do you think it really is? What do you think it really is?
I think she's just not loving. But I'm easy to go along with. I'm fun to be around. I'm funny. I'm nice. Like, the last time she broke up and got back together with me, here's what she said. After we broke up for a few days, then we started sleeping together again. She's coming over 3-4 days a week now. And then, so after a month or so, this was how we got back together.
And it's the best part of the day.
She said,
Fucking sick.
I would be stupid not to do
They'll
it.
freak out.
You're a great
It's
guy.
only like 2 or 3
That would
episodes
be
in. He's already
stupid
had
for us
like
not
chest
to
pains,
do it. I don't know
today.
what I was thinking.
He's got
It's just stupid for me not to do it.
work at Wingstop.
But that's not
Like college football.
because you're a kind of a cat. And you're easy to go along with, and you're a nice guy, and you're funny. That would be stupid for me not to do it. Well, you should really just want to be with me. Like, and so what happens is 3 months later,
It's like an old SUV.
I just think she's
So
just
these
not
we
in
can watch it. These
You
are
know,
like,
that's
oh,
probably
it's an
it
SUV.
probably is a gift, right? And she just doesn't want to say because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. And I even said that, like, look, you're not going to hurt my feelings, okay? It's impossible for you to hurt my
But
feelings.
why can't you just take this input and just even that too? Like, you just
I love her. You know, I like, you know, those pathetic guys, those pathetic women that, like, you know, he's beat every night. God, but I love him. Yeah, that's how I feel when I say that. But, you know, because I get it, because, you know, I love being around her, seeing her, being around her, and, you know, but whatever. I mean, it's fun. So
I always
She'll be back in 3 weeks.
it's one of the worst things that human beings have to do. The same thing.
Did you ever see that Neighbors Next Door ad? No, dude, it's the funniest fucking thing.
And I always
There's
wonder
ads
if,
for
like,
people who
down the road
different communities.
to whether it's
You go and, like,
some sort of
hey, I saw a guy.
some sort of technological enhancement, like the Neuralink, where we'll have the ability to flip a switch and just turn off the remote.
what was that movie? Was it Reliquary for a Dream? I forget what. Requiem for a Dream. So it was where he they removed the memory of the girl. I don't know if it's the same movie. Yeah, it was Jim Carrey, and he was in love with this chick, and he goes to remove the memory of a person. Really? Right. So,
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was.
right, and so Jim Carrey's kind of going a little crazy because he feels like something's missing, but doesn't know what it is. And the guy they actually mail out his card to all your friends and family and explain this is what do not mention this person to them. And then somebody at some point, I think, shows them the card.
And it is like, just
And then, like, the doctor and he tries to say, I want to know what's happening to you, where is she, what's going on, the whole thing. I need that doctor. Yeah, you have it. I mean, what if you could do? I mean,
Sometime in the future, there's gotta be a way for you to do it out. Like, you don't, not really, like, really though. Oh, it is Jared Leto? Yep. Jared Leto.
No, this is no. Okay, then it's the wrong movie. This was Jim Carrey. This guy, right? Are you sure? I'm sure it was Jim Carrey, and they removed it. Well, it was obviously like a whole movie.
It's hard to get really that movie wrong. It sounds like a story you're talking about.
It's funny how people do think that
Really? What is it?
like you hundreds of thousands of years of like evolution and like, you know, biological traits.
Can you pull up
Just
on
like
there?
yeah, a couple of books and a couple of people on TV.
There's gonna be a way for, like, not to delete the memory, just to delete the emotion. Because, you know, just make it, then you're basically a robot. You're not a robot. It's an emotion. Right, but if it's an emotion that's going to benefit you to turn off and you're suffering and depression, what emotion is that? Love? Instead of drinking alcohol and taking popping pills, trying to bury the emotion, you just flip a switch and you can just get rid of the negative feelings and maybe reverse it into a positive feeling.
I got it. It's called Eternal Sunshine. Eternal Sunshine. Oh wait, of the spotless mind. Eternal Sunshine of the spotless mind. Can you touch me up? Sure. So maybe it's I don't know. It's amazing. Yeah, and so like he's programmed to forget her.
He saw your ass and was like,
Good job.
hang out with some of that heart-shaped hind. But it's like,
Okay.
So yeah, so I go to Amsterdam.
Yeah, why'd you go to Amsterdam?
Okay, I went to Amsterdam because there's a documentary company that contacted me. They contacted me like a year ago, and then there was this COVID thing. I was like in the middle of the thing, and they were trying to work out how to get over it. I literally, so they're doing a
6-part series on the psychology of honor. They're doing like one on a guy from like Germany, one from a guy from France, one guy from the UK, one guy from whatever, and then I'm the guy they chose from like the United States.
So you're representing the United States
As the United States best con.
in the Continental Olympics. You represent the United States.
I mean, you think they get Belfort or something? Yeah, I ended. What they said was that I was extremely forthcoming and willing to talk.
No, he's immediately disqualified.
Why?
You're like New Yorkers? No, because he's a fucking New Yorker. He's Italian New York guy. First of all, he's Italian, so he's automatically pervert.
Wow.
And his subscribers hitting hard, like Cuomo.
So
Perverted, he's just Italian. He's not horny, he's just Italian. So he just got that. I don't know. He's a salesman. Yeah. But there's a difference between a guy like him and a guy like me. There's a very, very obvious talking to a guy like him. He's just one of those, like, he just reminds me of every high energy sales hustler guy. He's a hustler, right? He's not you're more of like a, but you're more of like you're thought out. Everything you did was well planned out, well thought out.
he was bringing companies public. I mean,
He was thought out.
He was thought out. Like he was,
No, but not to the level that you were doing. You were literally a little more one-on-one.
but I hear what you're saying.
But he was creating and manufacturing identifications. He was buying social security numbers. A little more
He was really kind of working in a gray area that was it was all seemingly legit, and he was really just cooking the book. So I get it. He wasn't like running like scams, and it was still a scam. It just was more of a cooking the book type of deal. And he's doing it all in his name. So yeah, I totally get. Okay, I definitely see. Definitely mine was 100% in the gray or in the red.
Right. Yours was from start to finish,
Like
fraud.
it was out because of the total scam. Right. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So they wanted to talk to me. So they flew me out there. First of all, I had to get my judge to sign I had to apply in front of the judge to have permission to apply for my passport and leave the country. Not an easy task. I was $600. Two of my charges are passport fraud. One is
How the fuck did you pass this test?
you go in and say like I know how this sounds, but I need a passport. And look, my argument to my attorney that put in the motion to the judge, I was like, listen, I can answer. I said, I feel like you know, I don't need permission. Like, I can get a passport. He's like, nah,
Don't go there.
that's not an argument. I'm not even, please don't get it. And I'm like, all right, I'm just saying. So I think that's part of the argument. It's like, look, Your Honor, I'm trying to do the right thing.
Showing up in good faith.
Right. Like, don't make me go the other way. No. So anyway, she went by him. She said, look, this is living, this is the thing, blah, blah, blah. And they said, okay. And he said, okay, fine. So my two charges, one was applying for a passport, like fraudulently applying for a passport. And the other one was use of a fraudulent. So first you applied for several, and then when you got them, you used them. Like you didn't just get the thing. We went out of the country, back and forth several times. So he said, okay, I'll let him get the passport, and yes, he can leave. So he got the passport. You know, the lines to apply for passports, you could get one. 20 days if you pay to extra. I got one a couple years ago. It was like less than a week. Yeah, it was like 8 weeks behind. It took like between 6 and 8 weeks to get mine. So I get it. I go to Amsterdam. I get there. They put me up in a great hotel. I was there 8 days. Put me up in a great hotel. I walked around the city. You know, I had a couple days here and there to myself. A few hours here, a few hours there. Like that would have been awesome to do with the kids. Did I tell you that?
exactly what's the thought? Meaning,
What?
my own
Did I tell you that about the guy?
That's
No.
what I mean. Why? So they got genuinely
Go ahead.
don't like it.
Okay, so
The thing
I
is to
go
sit
into
with a
with
bunch
my
of people
mask
and
on, by the
make
way.
noise
When I
at
get to
once,
the airport,
I
Tampa
think it's
International
actually really
Airport,
fun. I
I'm
agree.
there,
Well, I think it's something
standing in line, and somebody came, one of the sales people come up to me. They say something to me, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah. I said, well, which line do I need to be in? Is this international, right? Like, and they're like, yeah. I was like, okay, cool. And these two guys turn around. They're from Slovakia. This is a little. So they turn around, and the guys, they look at me, and the one guy goes, "You're on a something, right?" And I went, "Yeah, how'd you know that?" And he goes, "Well, I recognize you." I went, "I got a mask on." And he goes, "No, I recognize your voice." And he said, "Yeah, but shoot." And I go, "Danny," I knew immediately. And I go, "Danny," and the other guy goes, "Yeah, concrete, with the K, they spell it." I say, "Yeah." And his butt, I said, that's what he said. I could lie. I'm not going to say jerk off. Yeah, they had a few tweets. Yeah, he's always in a ring. This, he's that. I go, and yeah, just keep watching. I look at it. I said, you still watch it, don't you? He goes, he's got good gas. He's not bad. I mean, so anyway, he said that, and then he was like, here we go. And he goes, and I went, and I was like, what? And so he starts telling me about how he thinks this whole thing is all, and there are those conspiracy guys, and I get it, and there is some of that. First of all, thank you, Matt, for getting this podcast demonetized by YouTube. I just realized that too when I said it. So anyway, he goes on and on about this whole thing, right? No, I mean, he's right. He's right. I don't doubt for a second. Yeah. So he goes on and on about it. And he's like, and I was like, look, take down my email, send me stuff, information, it seemed like a nice guy. He's from Slovakia, both of them. He was going back there, he was like giving up his U.S. citizenship. Like, he got super upset with the United States.
Really?
Oh, yeah, he was all upset.
Was he wearing a Make America Great Again hat?
No, but he was just upset. To me, I'm not going to Slovakia. That's not U.S. citizen. No matter how upset. So, yeah, he's upset. He had a whole thing. And he wanted to talk.
What was he saying? Why did he say he was saying?
I didn't really get into it because we're in line and we're moving forward. And I'm trying to get on the phone and trying to get people on. Right. And look, people believe that they're going to, what I'm saying? I mean, who am I to say, like, 10 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? So, but the point is, he's super upset about it. So anyway, that's one guy, or those are two guys, but he was the person. Then I get to Amsterdam, and I forget the plug. I can't find the plug that's right on the wall. Yeah. So I had a whole issue with my plug. So I go to one place and I go to another place. I end up in a supermarket because I also forgot deodorant. So I'm walking around buying this stuff that I forgot. I go and get the deodorant, and this guy walks by me in the supermarket. He walks by me and looks at me. Keep walking. Looking at my deodorant. And as I walk by, he goes, "Hey man," I said, "Yeah, what's up?" And he goes, "I love your podcast, bro." And I go, "Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?" And he goes, "Yeah, man, I've watched a bunch. I watched you on Concrete with that jerk Danny." No, he didn't say that. No, he said, "Yeah, but I watched you on the other one, the Concrete with the two guys." And I said, "Danny and Hat Rack." He goes, "Yeah." And he said, Patrick, that David, I watched that one. He started naming off. I was like, "Why is that?" And I said, "I've got a channel. Did you subscribe?" And he goes, I knew you did it right then. I was like, "All right, I'm doing the right thing." Yeah. So that was in Amsterdam. That's pretty cool. But like that was cool. Yeah, that was all. How did it make you feel? I felt great. I was like, this may be some drugs. Yeah. You gotta tear Matt. Yeah. You know why? All because my buddy Treon said, "Get in touch with this guy, dude." Really? Because my only option was for sure. Yeah, it's just kind of crazy that it's like, I want to do a true crime. I don't know how to do it. Like, I don't know. I was already kind of watching videos, and I didn't quite know, and it just happened to be it was wrong. Like the reason he wanted me to contact me, for real estate. I was like, oh, the other thing, like you got a story, you could put the interview features. And I was like,
I watched it for like an hour. This is fucking awesome. It was like
anyway, so yeah, that was pretty cool. So anyway, I go to this store, or go to the shop. It turns out that I thought they kept pitching this thing as a documentary. It's a documentary. Documentaries are typically low budget, right? So relatively good. Right. I mean, there are other ones, right? There are the ones that remake. But when I think of documentaries, I typically think about like I almost got away with it, or what's one of the best ones is Locked Up Abroad. That's a pretty good, was it Netflix or something? Because Netflix, they're doing great. Like they're really doing good too. This one was like crazy, like cartoon animation. Well, so anyway, so I get there. It said, "Oh, there's gonna be some B-roll and some and that." And it's like I felt like, okay, this is so I get there. This is like did I see you? You did. Oh, that's right. It's fucking crazy. But you know those red cameras? Those red ones, like how much are those? The cheapest ones, 2,000. Like they got like every other camera I'm looking at, red. I mean, they've got it's just they rebuilt all of these sets for the main set that they have. Like they have this huge set that they're using, which is like a museum. It's super ultra modern. They rebuilt all of these rooms and museum inside of their studios. We call it like a bouncy lot. I don't know. It's like a huge building and it's got like rooms inside of all these sets. And yeah, that sounds big. Right away, I start realizing, oh, this is way big. And then I'm like, hey, so are you doing the enactment? They're like, yeah. Like, who did you just explain me? They pull up the pictures of the guy, and I'm like, really? That's really nice. You have a picture of him? No, I don't. Yeah. Could you imagine scouting the guy, scouting the actors, getting them to do auditions? They were like, he's your height, he's your size. This is, you know, this is talking about body, hairline, yeah, it's like only hairline. So anyway, I go there, I do that. So we spent like 4 or 5 days shooting. I was interviewed by all these different psychologists, took all these tests. Then I fly back, went to Atlanta. There's a bomb scare in Atlanta, so it's like 4 hours in Atlanta. I finally get on the plane. I don't know what that's what I think. That's what we're doing. When I get to the United States. So when I went into Amsterdam, by the way, I walk up to passport control. I show him my passport. The guy looks at the passport and he looked at it and said, "Where are you staying?" And I went, "Oh man, I don't know. Hold on." I start looking through my paperwork, and he goes, "What are you here? Business?" I go, "Oh, business." He goes, "What's the name of the company?" And I went,
They think they're trying to reason. They're like, this is all bullshit, dude. Like,
I don't know. I'm looking. He's sitting there. Yeah, he is. Yeah. I'm like, that was easy. Done. We get to the United States after standing in line. Coming in. I get in them. Walk through passport. There's 6 or 7 people in front of me. Like, they walk up. They flash their passport.
That's like a one-time sign is. There's no like debate. It's just like matter. It's like, what is the organ? You can have that. It's like the pro-election. It's like you can have that. It's like, what is the organization doing? It's like, of course. Where's the money? We're pro-life. Definitely pro-life.
Puts the passport way over here. Like I was gonna smack it. Just like I'm gonna smack it. I was standing right. Where am I going? And I was like, huh. And then he starts kind of, you know, looking through the. He's got the computer, but he's going down in the screen. Right? He's like not scanning, but whatever. He's click. He's going on and going. I mean, it's a lot. He's sitting there and he looks at me and I go, fine now. thinking, good. You know, and I said, how bad is it? And he goes, well, it is what it is. And I was like, I don't like saying politely, we definitely have to talk to somebody. I'll tell you that. And as I go, I was like, no, I'm fucking I'm missing it, but I'm sitting there. All of a sudden, the guy walking down, I see him walking. The guy takes my passport, puts it in this clear plastic bag with a zipper, zips it up, and hands it to this guy, who walked right up, grabbed it, and goes, "You're gonna call me." And I'm like, how does he know my name? I'm like, oh, okay. So I follow him, and I have to sit down for about 5 minutes while these guys are talking, and then finally they call me up, and I walk up. I walk up, and the guy's like, and I went, no. I said, I'm not sure. I said, he said, you know. And I went, well, I mean, I assuming I'm a felon. I'm here. And I looked at her and I went, I thought, okay, you know, it was funny before, like, because I know I'm good. And he goes, you have anything? What? Now I'm thinking, and I went, yeah, I mean, he said, how does it be in the United States? I went, well, I have permission. I didn't leave without permission. And he goes, you do shit. How many people do it? And I went, do you have anything? I said, yeah. I have a travel permit from my station officer. And I said, I have a motion from my judge that says I'm allowed to leave. And he looks at all manufactured on Photoshop.
Yeah, right.
Oh, he sat there and he goes, he said, oh, no, it's real estate. It's just real estate. Like, what is it? He said, he said, there's I forget, it wasn't a red note. He didn't say red note. He said something else with Interpol. He said, there's an Interpol such and such on the right. And I said, still, and he went, I mean, no, but there was. He said, he said, like, what did you do? I said, well, I was on the run for like 3 years. He goes, oh, okay. And I said, I have multiple passports. And I go, but that one's good. And he goes, okay. And so we had this like 15-minute conversation. And I'm like, oh, I mean, honestly, okay, so scan this and subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe to the podcast. Hey, can you do me a favor real quick before I go?
So I leave, then there was the bomb scare. Yeah, it was funny. Wow. It was funny. Like, I really felt like I was going to say, are you sweating? Nervous? I wasn't nervous until he started doing. Once I thought, okay, well, maybe I didn't really think about it. I just thought, like, I knew there had been what's called a red notice on me at one time. And all that means is like arresting them and holding this person, not don't detain him, like hold him. And don't notify, because they have other notices, like, look, let them in, but notify them. But it wasn't bad. For me, it was like, no. But so I thought it might be that. But when they said federal probation and then he was like, but when she gave him my probation officer, she was giving me travel before. And nobody. He asked for it. I was like, oh, thank God I put that thing out. Yeah. What? Nice. Got it. Thank God I bought the motion too. And
is this the first time you left the country since you were released? Well, I went to Puerto Rico. We need a passport for right. But they never asked me for anything.
Right.
I wonder what they're seeing. Oh, wow. I'd love to see, like, because he doesn't know exactly what you did. He didn't, but he sees something. He saw something big. He only saw flashing red lights. Warning, warning. He only seemed like he knew it was financial fraud. I wonder if they see like a dollar number or something. Or just charges, maybe charges. Like, I don't know. And by that point, I am concerned. Like, at that point, he's not kind of laughing it off. I was laughing it off because I know I'm good. Right. Then he starts, like, you know, it made me feel like I was doing something wrong. Like, I started feeling, like, no, I know I'm not. Like, I started feeling like I'm doing something wrong. So that must be the best part of those guys' jobs. make people sweat? No, just like meeting people like you, like seeing those like interesting people come through, with crazy backgrounds or something crazy on Interpol and watch list or whatever. That must be like this. Come home, they got a cool to do that. Yeah, someone from work. Did anything new happen at work today, honey? Yeah, you know what's it's funny because whenever I meet somebody, I feel like it's and every once in a while, something comes and I realize like when I get that shocked look on their face or that what I realize
it's a fair thing to be like, now you see him. It's like, all right,
right.
turn it off now. I say, turn it off.
For me, it's like normal. And then suddenly they're like, ooh, what?
I mean, there was a period of TV where, like, anytime a black dude was on, I'd be like, what's up, motherfucker?
I try and slim it down as quickly as possible. And then they're like, and then instead of being like, oh, wow, that's interesting. Now they're like, oh, like this, how did you do that? And then I realized, oh, yeah. Okay.
It's also like, I don't know,
this guy works in the warehouse. So the company that choose documentaries, is there like 6-part series? Yes. Do you know where it's going to be published, where it's sold? Yeah, it's like, I want to say, like 4 different networks in throughout Europe. Apparently they launched off like these 2 countries that are and then one network is Prime Plus. So if you're in the United States, you're Prime. I guess you can get so many channels of Prime, and one of them is like Discovery 2. It's like all documentaries. Oh, I'm sorry, Amazon. What did I just say? Amazon. I'm sorry, it's Amazon. So it's on Amazon Prime. Yeah. So Amazon Prime, and they put you and so you end up having like Discovery 2, which is like all documentaries.
Internet channels that come on
and I think it comes out in December. Oh wow, it's quick. Right, but I don't think mine's done. I think they edited like 3 of them. Right. So we should have a watch party. So the 2 male doctors are pretty cool, right? The female doctor, the psychiatrist. Like she didn't want that. She immediately stopped this whole Nancy Grace hit me like I walked in the room, like, and she just had this. I could just tell.
That's true.
And as we talk, and I realize I'm trying to be nice and funny and joke around, charismatic or whatever, charming. I'm working, trying to work on you superficially charming, absolutely charming. Yeah, it's not working. And then at one point, you know how to do it? What happens is, at one point she starts in with, as she gets asking questions, she suddenly says, "Are you involved? What if you single mother?" And I went, "Oh, she said that?" Yeah, and I went, no, but she just, like, everything she was asking was normal. And then suddenly, boom. So anyway, she says something about mothers or women or single, and I went, and she goes, "Well, I understand you involved several female and I went, "Wait, no," I said, there were people involved in my crime. I said, a few of them happened to be single mothers. But I said, but I didn't involve them. Yeah. And I was like, she's like, well, you were dating them, right? I was like, well, I dated a few women, but most women in their 30s, they go, in the U.S., you're 30 years old and you're single, you probably have a kid. And she goes, not all of them have a kid. I said, yeah, I understand not all of them. But 80 or 90% of them. And she went, she said, well, that's I think it was, I was just like, where we go? She's kind of argumentative, and I was like, okay, so I said, listen, let me say something. I said, she's like, why would they want to be involved in this? And I said, because I was making money, and I was dating them. I go, and I'm not running a charity here. I'm not just giving you money. And they start saying, hey, can I do something? Can I get involved? And so if I happen to say, well, I mean,
you could do this, or you could do this, and that was we would share in the profit, or you make 50,000 or 100,000 or whatever, but you got to do this and this. Because otherwise, I said, I don't need them. So I said, I'm not going to say, hey, I'm dating you, here's 50 grand. If you're saying I want to make some money, and I say, okay, well, here's what I'm doing. You can do this, and they say, absolutely, I want that. Then that's great. I said, now you're making it seem like I targeted them. I said, which I absolutely did. And she's like, well, that's what, what she basically starts making it sound like that's what it is, or so that's not what it is. I don't know where you're getting this. I mean, these women came up with this whole scheme to get a lesser sentence, and I explained how that whole thing kind of took off. And I said, but you know what? I said, just to wrap this up real quick, I go, if that's what, I said, if you want to wrap this line of fucking up real quick, absolutely. I targeted single mothers. I forced them to help me with their crimes. I sent them all to prison. I said, I left them with nothing. I said, is that what you want? I said, that's what you want, that's what you want. Good. So it was something along those lines where I just snapped, and she was like, and then we went on, and it was just like I'm, and this is, and I said, you know the worst thing about this whole line of questioning is? I said,
Really? You really went that far to say that for her?
well, because, like, well, the issue is, look, you're accusing me of taking part in the Kennedy assassination. And then if I say, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't help kill John F. Kennedy. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. Like, you know what they may say, oh, you're unwilling to take responsibility. Yes, just like I'm unwilling to take responsibility for the bombing of Pearl Harbor, or the invasion of Iraq, or whatever, all these other things that I had nothing to do with. Like, it's hard to say that's not true without then they just spin it, and then you look like, oh, you're down. And I said, look, I'm willing to own up to everything I've ever done. I said, if I did that, I said, I'd be laughing about it. I'd say, yeah, that's what I did. Fuck them. I said, but I didn't. I said, so I'm not willing to live under that yoke. And that was it. And she went, well, and they kept going. That shit hated my guts. Like, I know she just disliked me. And, I tried to be nice to her, and everything was, she just seemed like she had a little twist.
Was that the interview when you sent me a photo in that psychiatrist's office?
Yes. It's on the sound.
Again, maybe that's legitimate. So maybe it's social security disease now. Who knows? But
you really triggered me on that.
She was super free, like she can't. What a horrible, like, I mean, no, you can't. You feel horrible for any guy that dates her because of psychiatrist. So no matter what, she can spin it and tweak it, and this is like, I can't argue with it. The worst thing is that dating a chick,
or the worst thing is dumb guys.
Right.
Or maybe it could be the best thing.
Or a smart guy, and she's smart. Even worse, because you can't even fall back and be stupid.
Just like you, that's classes.
Yeah, that is
she's as bad as a psychiatrist.
You get into all people's thing
like she seemed a child in that. And she was talking, there was nothing I could do. This woman, I walked in, like the whole room was closed, and it was like she knew everything about me. She was taking me and categorized me and said, okay, boom. You sit down, she's like, like, what are you talking about? How did you know that? How did you know that? Was she like super smart? Like anything you say, she just puts it this way. Because that dude finally just said, I get it.
I wonder if the lady in
she was single. She was single. She wasn't a single mother because I even mentioned she was. We were talking about dating. She's like, we don't have to date. The both of them are single mothers, but I'm not trying to just I'm not trying to discriminate. Thank you. I'm telling them I'm losing. So, I said, I mean, what do I care? I like kids. They have kid fun. So as we're talking, I said, let's face it. I said, she goes, well, you could date. She started going on and on. I said, well, let's face it. I said, something like, he's not going to date me. She goes, oh, no, I wouldn't date him. And I was thinking, like I walked into that. Like that wasn't, you didn't have to say that. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, Jesus.
You were down.
Was that filmed for the show? Or yeah, the whole thing. They said they had you doing all these texts. Like I'm answering. Yeah, it was all messed up. Yeah. But this thing was nice. This is a good show. Like, and they had a budget. Like, everything was top notch. It's not like you can say, this here, no.
Did you hear about the new CBS show they just announced called The Activist? It's a CBS. I guess they've already produced it, but it's a new show they're getting ready to release called The Activist, and it's a game show, it's a competition show for activists. So for activists for social justice or climate change, and they compete.
It's a game show?
Not a game show, it's like a competition show. Kind of like
American
So they follow you around for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Like the cooking show where they compete, or like Survivor. I don't know. We'd have to watch the trailer. But I could just, I was. How long it takes those shows to develop? They're just now announcing it. They must have come up with the idea during the whole George Floyd riots. You know what I mean? They had some fucking executive meeting at CBS.
Let's jump on this. How can we make money?
You want to hear a crazy show?
Activism, but people are going to get bored. I was just listening to Tim Dillon use his podcast and talks about it for an extensive amount of time. And he goes off on it. It's the funniest thing. Oh my God, it's I can't even imagine what people are.
You know what the funny thing is like every time I'll hear about some show like that, I'm like, that's never gonna happen. And then it runs 8 years or something. Like, do you remember ER? Yeah. Like I remember ER was coming out, and I was like, that's what like nobody wants to. I was just talking about emergency rooms, people getting, but like it's too much stress. Nobody wants to watch that. You know, like years or something, outrageous. Like the cops, like I can't. So I'm sitting here thinking that sounds stupid. They'll probably do anything else.
Yeah, I don't even watch any shows. I mean, there were like cable network shows I watched.
Those are good shows. I don't watch.
They're the only concept. I watch cable network. Other than that, it's Netflix or like Amazon documentaries. I watch a ton of documentaries.
Well, watch maybe. I don't know. I do like that. Definitely watch a lot of it.
Why World War II?
I like watching this stuff sometimes. The new ones when they put them in color.
That whole series.
Those are sick.
I've watched that whole series like 3 times.
Which
Those
one?
are really cool.
It's
They
take World War II in color.
Really?
Take all the old black and white footage and put it in color.
Oh,
And it's pretty gnarly.
is that new?
It's the same story.
I just started watching this new 9/11 documentary.
I've seen it. There's even one on what's the artist?
Bob Ross. I just watched that.
Did you? Somebody
Yeah,
told me it was good.
it was good. It was pretty good. Really? I should watch it. It's almost a little like what's the Tiger guy? Tiger. Joe Exotic. It has a little Joe Exotic spin to it because like these people he gets involved with, they try to take all his copyrighted name and his work and shit, and he leaves it to his son. His heritage is but it's a pretty good show. You should watch it. If you like, you would really like it.
Wasn't he like North? Yeah, he was in Florida. Yeah, I think he was in North around Jacksonville.
There's like these other prisoners making flowers and you know what I mean? But the guy who's selling the books and TV shows shows, fucking screws the other guys over.
They would cut it, like cut off one of his fucking.
Skills now? Damn it. I'm gonna start doing
They
both.
would just get.
That was pretty cool though.
Yeah, why
He
would
was
you
a
just like
super
taking chances
helpful,
whether or not you get it?
super chill guy.
Was that taken as like a weakened version of? I guess it was a weakened version of what I was telling you.
Who's the info
It seemed like
person?
they were like, yeah, you're probably
It reminds you of Billy Mays.
Billy Mays.
Yeah, Billy Mays was not laid back at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, but he was like super nice and happy, friendly marketing show because there was this other painter in Europe or something who had the show before that. He was like,
There's a good chance that's one of the
Bob's like, I'm gonna do a show and be the opposite. I'm gonna be a nice guy. I'm fucking all the women want to watch the show.
Can you imagine some methed out Nazi doing art?
That's what this guy was like, bro.
True, yeah. India, Africa, China, all that. China, you can't
How
just.
rough. When did he first come on the scene? I don't know. I mean, that was way before my time.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
So like the whole
Like sterilized. Yeah, I don't know. It's still.
Yeah, or roughly around the same time, but he didn't.
No,
No, he wasn't really like
two kids. Like,
No?
yeah,
that.
yeah.
He was really like.
Did he have his own like TV show?
No, he had his own show.
His own show, right? Not quite. Are you still doing art?
Again, I don't think I was at a friend's house recently. He was getting like breaking shit up like that.
Because you don't care. Well, when I send it to you, when I email, I texted it to you. You don't watch it. Stop. He looks at me as, oh, cock. I don't need him.
I'm raised kid. No time for nothing.
Your wife's raising a kid. You've got a full-time nanny. You come home and you, oh, listen, I have a buddy. He literally, his wife makes him spend an hour with his daughter every day. 1 hour, that's it. And he'll call me. Like, listen, bro. It's like, I'm almost done with it. I got like 15 more minutes. And she's like, get off the phone. He's like, all right, 1 minute. And that's like an hour. I mean, she's like 4 months old. She can't even hold her hand up. And what are we gonna do? What bond? She doesn't even know me. She doesn't know who I am. Like, true. Like, I mean, can I come back when she's 7? Like, okay, maybe we have something to talk. It's horrible, and it's horrible. I mean, I hear you. I see. Look on your face. Oh, yeah, it's horrible.
My wife knows. A lot of even moms would just like have children, young toddlers, too old. It's like
They want to have a kid, but they don't want to be a mother.
it's fucking sad. It's with the world, I guess. And that is probably
Maybe.
Just
Somebody's
an
on
idea
case in
to
point.
do a show from the hotel. It's just
Look at you. He's got a job.
there might be like one mom.
All right.
They're aggressive as fuck. There's so many. There's so many moms. I gotta step up.
Domestic violence. I had,
I mean, I'm not getting flagged
not
at the
great
airport.
parents.
What? I'm not getting flagged at the airport.
I had a great mother. She just got stuck with this guy. My father.
Did you ever meet your dad?
Yeah, he was there the whole time I was
Oh, was he?
Yeah. It's just, you
He
know how
wasn't that great.
there are people that will tell you he was a phenomenal person, an amazing person, you know, and then there's this thing. You know, it's just like growing up, you know, he's an alcoholic and screaming matching alcoholic binges and throwing bottles and calling, you know, your kids names, and you know, it's you know what I'm saying? Like my mom, like she's got 4 kids, like what's she gonna do? How's she gonna support 4 kids? You know, and he was just bullied, you know, he's an insult. But you talk to any of the people that worked with him, and they'll tell you he's amazing. He was amazing. What did he do? He was a State Farm manager, so he would hire you to become a State Farm agent. And you're showing up driving a 10-year-old Volkswagen Beetle that's rusted out, and 2 years later, you're living in a $300,000 or $400,000 house, driving a $90,000 Mercedes, and going on, you know, a month's vacation every year, and just kicking it. And they were they told him, so, and so they were like, you know, those ones, they're everywhere. No, yes, he lived in Peterborough. I grew up in Peterborough. So, but I mean, he had like 25 agents, and they all, his agents were like always, they had this thing called like the Millionaires Club. Like they were always in the top, at the top of the whole country. Like, they're always winning the trip. So they'll tell you, he changed my life. He was amazing. He was an amazing salesperson, amazing motivator, amazing this, amazing, and he was. But, you know, when he came home, but when he came home, you know, it was a different story. Or he was great, and he was great for a year, and then he'd go on a 3-week drunk, prison. Listen, he got so bad at State Farm, stuck him in multiple rehabs. Had our whole family go to, like Al-Anon, you know what Al-Anon is? So you have AA, and then for the family of people in AA, you have Al-Anon. So our whole family is like, now my dad's got 45 days in this, you know, whatever, this rehab. And now somehow or another, I just got sentenced to 45 days where I got to come twice a week and hold hands with all these people and talk about how horrible their alcoholic parents. It's like, how did I get stuck with this? He's got the problem. I don't have a problem. But yeah, and that's just, that's the whole thing. It's like you can be amazing in one aspect of your life and just complete shit in another. No. Think about it. No, I mean actually. But,
I think that some of the most successful, the fact of the matter is one of the most successful and money creative people have drugs and alcohol problems. Take it back more on these emails. Thank you for listening. I had to cancel. A lot of balance. A lot of people balance. Reschedule it just to see September. But yeah, had to reschedule it.
And it's funny growing up, like some of those people are American alcoholics. Oh, without a doubt. You know, I agree. I know a bunch of guys that are great. I know a bunch of guys that have drug problems that I think are great people. I was just thinking, like my parents were getting a fight and they were threatening my mom, threatening to leave my dad.
It's August 22nd at the movie Showcase. I'm doing me and man.
You know, and like my brothers and sisters.
Maybe Thursday we gotta figure that out. But 21st, 22nd, the Goobies. Shows for no
I was like the only one out of them. Like, let's go. I'm done with this dude. Like, what is with you guys? Really? Oh yeah, I was like, I remember one time my dad drove up. My mom was like, gonna leave. Like, I'm leaving. I'm taking the kids. And he drove us into like the project, like a really run down area with houses. And there's like houses, like cars on concrete blocks and tracks and like the rough looking area. And we're driving, my dad goes, your mother leaves me, we can afford 2 houses like this. This is the kind of neighborhood we'll be growing up in. Like, we're like, this is wow, he's selling. Oh, he's really, I mean, you'll all have to make the decision. I remember my mom said, oh, George, don't tell them that. And he said, your mother will have, you will all have to make the decision on who you want to live with. And I before who you want to live with? And I said, Mom. I was like 8 years old, 9 years old, and I'm like, Mom, I want to live with Mom. Mom. Like the look on his
Mom.
The look on his face was like, the words were still lingering in the air. Like, it was like, yeah, good. No. He died. So he died at 2014, and my mom died last year. I've been wanting to do like on my channel. I want to do a video. People leave. Did you ever see the videos where I mimic my mom's voice? Where I do the whole, you know.
Yeah, I've heard you on here. You've done it on here, yeah. But you called your mom on this podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had her on the phone a couple times. So sweet. Rest in peace.
Yeah. You know, so I want to do a video on my thing because I got guys leaving comments in the comment section saying, "Wow, you got to do another video on your mom," and then people will leave comments on the mom videos. Like new subscribers will go back and start watching all my stuff, and you'll look at the mom videos like, "Bro, your mom's awesome." You gotta do, and it's like that's been going on for over a month now. And I'm sitting there thinking, I need to do a video, but like for a month, like I couldn't cheer up. I do stuff. And but you know, honestly, like I got out of prison, like I was just desperate, like wanted to get out of prison because my mom's 17 years, like, and she's old, she had a couple strokes. Like I want to get out. I want to at least get out and her see me free. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want her to die thinking I'm in prison. Like, I want to be able to get out and see that where she's doing the right thing. So, I'm going to see her 3 days a week, in the morning. I get breakfast with her three mornings a week, and then I would have dinner with her once a week. So I go get her, like,
You like the picture.
No, honestly, my sister. Like, my sister would see her every day. Sometimes twice a day. My sister handled all, and like, anytime anything, that's a lot. Oh, bro, my sister
Still practice 3 times a week.
I mean, yeah, but that's
a great son.
But that's also the reason I didn't, like, people are like, oh, why did you get a job doing it? Really? Because I work at FedEx. I can't see my mother 3 days a week. I can't have, like, I can't say, hey, look, my mom, she's home in the middle of the day. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, or 1 o'clock in the day, and you're saying, hey, Mom, she's FaceTime. And I was like, hey, so, that kind of stuff, like, so, my sister's a ugly, like, but, I was trying to do what I could. But
do you think that's why you're such a good son, because your sister was setting such a high bar?
I was just shit of a fucking so, because I got out and I went to see my mother after she came to see me in prison every 2 weeks. And every 2 weeks she saw me for 12 years. And so I got out and I go see her. She would during the until she had a stroke, and then when she had a stroke, she would make my brother take her, or she would make one of her nurses take. Oh, actually, she's a fucking gangster. She wasn't fucking around. And if somebody couldn't do it, she said, "Well, then I'll pay somebody. We're going." You don't do it. Well, then I'll sleep in the car. And they said, and we have to wait in that area, and and they go, I'm sorry to sit down in my chair. I'll wait. Well, and then what if this, what if that? Well, what if they won't let you bring your chair in? Remember that one time they wouldn't let you bring your chair in? Right, no, use their chair. And she's just like,
how old was she when she passed?
91. So, so I would go there and we would go for what we eat. She would eat breakfast, whatever. She saw the commercial. Remember I said she saw the commercial? Yeah, that was good. So then I would walk her around. So I remember it was on a So on that Friday, I went there and we walked around the whole compound. Like, when I say walk around, I pushed her and her nurse. Super sweet, she loves it. So we would walk around the whole compound. And I remember we walked around once, and then for some reason I went, let's see another one. And like I said, it's hot. I'm ready to go. So we go and then we go back, and we get her out of the chair. She sits down on her bed. And as soon as she sat down, she went, rocked a little bit. And Celine goes, "Are you dizzy? Miss Cox, are you dizzy?" You know, she goes, "I think she's dizzy." And I went, "Yes." I said, "Mom, are you dizzy?" And she looked up at me, and her face slumped, and her eyes shifted to the side. And she just leaned in me. And I was like, she had a stroke. So we laid her down real quick, took her vital signs. Bro, heart like a bull, like a just fine. Heart's fine, but she's good. So we call my sister. What do we do? You want to call 911? So we call 911. They come and get her. She's in the hospital within 15, 20 minutes. The hospital's right down the street. So bring her to the hospital. They say we can give her a drug. Maybe it breaks it up. They give her the drug. Now what do you do? We're like, no. Like, you can give her like at this point, barely communicate. She can't swallow. So, you know, she had I forget what they call it, but there's a form where it says, like, do not resuscitate and do not do anything that will continue my life if I can't feed myself. And so if I can't feed myself and do certain things that you don't do no procedures that will extend. So that's a feedback. Like there's all these things. Well, we put her upstairs and I asked her, you are like, no, she has 24 hours. We'll bring her. They're like, we can bring her to hospice. Like, she has 24 hours. She loves her nurse. She had a great nurse. So they bring her back. And hospice comes in and they just monitor her. Does it make sense? Like they're not there. They come in once a day, call a couple times a day, and they come in. And hospice is amazing. Like if you've never been through it, like some people will tell you, "Oh, it's horrible situation." I don't know anybody's had a bad experience. Like they're awesome. So they come in, what's going on? They talk to her, or they try and talk to her. They basically give her entertainment. But she can't eat. She can't feed herself. So basically, you're waiting. And you're just waiting, talking to her, and they give her pain medication. And so after a few days, she kind of slipped into, like she just was sleeping. You could wake her up, but even then, it's like she's woken up and she could maybe pump her hand or something. So then, like the last 3 days, like I was there like the whole time, so literally like that, so it was like a week. So it was actually one the following Thursday, and I was there. Like I think I left, other than going home to go sleep and come back, I left one time to do a Zoom call. And so it was me, my sister, my brother, and for a week, like her family came in, like this is it. Keep in mind too, she's been in hospital before, and after 2 weeks, she just got better. Wow. She had a massive stroke. I mean, listen, she's a Viking. Like she's a gangster, bro. Like suddenly she just one day sitting up and saying, "I want to play bridge. What's going on? Why am I not at home?" And you're like, "What's going on? Like we're playing in a funeral. Oh what are you doing?" And she's like, "I want to be in my apartment." You're like, so I remember my brother-in-law was funny. He goes, "Look, after they have hospice come in, they give us all a big call. You know what? She's a fucking mess. Crying. She loves my mom. Crying and like my sister, everybody's upset and everything was sitting there. And my brother-in-law says, "Can I say something?" He said, "I just want everybody here to know there's a good chance that we can out in the town and ask them to be taken for a walk. I'm just saying, she's a pipe. We all know that. Bro, we first out. Like, it was so, bro, he's like, so, I know you're upset. This doesn't necessarily mean we've been through this before." Well, they had. I wasn't there. So, yeah, so I was there all the whole time, held her hand, and finally, her breast gets, basically starts turning blue. Her breast gets further and further apart to the point where, she stops for some minutes. And then you think, take deep breath. From a legal perspective, it's like
How does that work
Bro,
contract
that's
wise? Where you
the
able
point
to
where
just
it's
wait?
like, that's the point where it's like a minute,
It's like,
minute,
does it?
where
Do
you're
they
like,
understand?
you know it's coming. I remember I walked outside the sister, she was on the phone, someone came to me, and we walked back in, sat down, she took the last breath, I grabbed her hand, took the last breath, minute and a half later, maybe 2-3 minutes later, to be honest, her nurse, Celine, goes up, listens to her chest, bursts into tears, runs out of the room. And she's never breathed again. But here's the thing, like I was upset about it, but it was the best. Look, like my mom said, you know, life's dangerous. Nobody gets out. Like, you're gonna die. In the game of life, 91 died surrounded by her family. I mean, she fucking won, bro. Like, it doesn't get better than that. Of all the possible scenarios, that's the best you can hope for. So, really thought I was going to be a piece of it. Told the story a few times. I think I told it once about it. But yeah, that was it. So it was, you know, a week later, we had the celebration of life or whatever. And then like a week later, she was later with my dad. My dad was in the Korean War, so they put her on the that was it. So I got to get up.
That one was like, I kind of felt bad because it was like,
that's
That's
right.
most mothers
Listen, and I was thinking, if I hadn't gone to prison, I never would have done that. Because I wouldn't have felt obligated and I had a completely different frame of mind. I would have been like, well, I'm living my life, man. I'm living this life. Then you go to prison and you get your priorities straight and you realize. Like, I think she missed maybe 2 or 3 weeks when she had this stroke. So like it was like a month and a half, like she missed a week since, and then it was they had him in.
That's awesome. I wonder what it must be like to see your son.
That guy's kind of fraud. I didn't want to say it, but it's like, I watched that and I was like, I think this is fraud.
Oh yeah, they got these rules.
Especially when you're there's so much like reflection that you must do.
But I mean, honestly, like you know how they the whole nature versus nurture. Like you know, but to be honest, like it's in my opinion, I've heard doctors and you know, geneticists and say it's really you'd be shocked how much nature is. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of nature. Like it's more nature than it's not just like 80-20. Like you could be the perfect parent to this child and still it's just a cycle. It's out of the box. Yeah, there's just nothing you could possibly do.
It's also crazy for some kids, like young kids come out. Like if you have 2 kids, one will be like completely calm, you know, and relaxed. The next one will be completely fucking bouncing off the wall, psychopath.
You know, they straight out of the box. They have all those twin studies where they got like twins or triplets that were all separated and moved around the country, and then they find them and they're there's like 3 women and all of them. And like one of them was raised in a family of like doctors. One of them was raised basically like in a trailer park where their whole family was drug out and they were in prison. And one of them was like how did all of them manage to get through school and become like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's all these, there's these guys that like, boom, these two male twins separated. One was raised in foster care. The other one was raised with parents that were millionaires. They both end up owning businesses that are similar and they're doing basically the same level. They are married, they have a couple of kids, like they both teach, like Like
chill,
his
bro.
all these studies.
I dropped
Right.
8 pounds this week. You know, really just thanks to this absolute unit, dude. I was
You know,
It's like when I first had my dog as a puppy, we used to take it to start grocery during the day.
I was Mr. Cool that night.
It's an Australian
What's your
Shepherd.
dude? Whenever you big dog like that, you have to be it's tough to like
So we took it there,
and then also be like, no,
it's got all the other cameras.
What happened?
It's got all the other dogs in a corner, running around touching them.
Yeah, so they call my mom and they say, you gotta come pick him up, you can't come here anymore. And they said, we put him with the small dogs, he's cornered them all and hurts them in a circle. We put him with the big dogs, he does the same shit. Nobody wants him.
Yeah, but when my little teacup Yorkie comes around, the Yorkie herds the sheepdog all around the pool.
That's like a fly buzzing on the couch.
My friend Tracy's dog does the same thing. He's constantly nudging me, trying. I'm like, stop it! Yeah, constantly heard me and she's
Same here. Yeah, people, dogs, animals,
I was looking for that. I was thinking this because when they started, I thought it.
Oh yeah, it's just what it made me think of.
What are your brothers and sisters? I mean, my brother works like he's a manager at like a recreation center. My sister is she managed my brother-in-law's law firm and raised three boys. My brother has 4 brothers.
So no cons artists.
No, they're all adopted.
Really?
All 3 of my siblings were
I don't have
adopted.
any biological.
No. All 3 of them were adopted. My mother went in for a hysterectomy at the age of 40. The doctor opened her up. Her ovaries were spongy. He was like, did you get her pregnant? And they were like, no, she can't have kids. They were like, he was like, give her a pregnancy test. Because her ovaries were spongy. Like this. So they went and they tested, came back, boom, she's pregnant. That's so what? Stitched her up, she woke up. My dad's there, and he says, had the surgery done, and he said, she's pregnant. What are you talking about?
And came back
In
up.
which case, like, even if
Wow.
someone
Miracle
Sim
baby.
City, I'd be like, why the fuck would you put it there?
Like she's been told she was barren. She was aborted.
That's late.
Keep in mind, keep in mind, she's been trying to have kids since they got married in their early 20s. They ended up adopting 3 kids. That was right, and then they were because well, I wasn't even like she can't have kids. Really. So.
That is pretty cool.
Is that the
You like that?
segue?
You like that segue?
It was forced, but it was good. Maybe Elizabeth.
I was wondering where that was going. That could have went anywhere.
Like, maybe we were separated.
You and Elizabeth were separated at first.
You know, it's funny. Yeah. Like you were telling me about this whole time, like she's supposed to have been going to trouble. It's been years, right? How many been a couple of years?
Yeah, so it's been, I don't know, but I think it's close to 5 years. Yeah.
Now she's trying to, and I remember I told her she was trying to say like she was trying to do like was it that she was a narcissist or something? She was trying to blame it on some kind of psychological problem and say like of course not happening. What else? You can't.
Well, I heard that she had some sort of like Me Too defense. That she was being
Well, no, now.
sexually manipulated by Sonny, her partner.
But that's what you said. That's what you said. That's her new defense. It's you watch the
I listened to the podcast.
Oh yeah, I've listened to 3 documentaries. Some of them are short. Some are like 15 minutes. And then there's one that's like 10 minutes. Like it's so over the top. Like there's so many interviews with people that work for her. When she's coming to them and telling them, "You're going to do this," or "You're going to say, oh, stop putting those in," or you know, any of these that are negative, you know, we send them off and retest them. It's like she's running this whole scam. So if anybody doesn't know about the scam, is that she went to what, Berkeley? For like for like a year or something, or 2 semesters or whatever. So for like a year, she went to like Berkeley and dropped out because she was going to come up with, she wanted to come up with, first it started off with a pump that would constantly give you medication based on your blood. Like it would constantly see how much, let's say insulin you need, constantly monitor and that sort of thing. And then it turned into, or any type of medication, and then it turned turned into, she wanted to come up with a machine that you, with just a pinprick of blood, it would do like 140 tests.
Right.
And it was small and compact. You could do it in your local Walgreens, and you wouldn't need all these expensive tests. And so I would tell you what kind of cancer you had, or if you had smallpox, or whatever. So, and so she started this company called Theranos, and she immediately, like, she got like $1 million from like a neighbor or something. And then she got another investor, and then another one, and then she started doing some advertising, and then she did this. Next thing you know, she got into like some women's magazine, and next thing you know, she's giving them millions and millions of dollars. And she had met a guy. She's gone to China, I think, and met this guy, who's Indian. Happened to meet him on some kind of thing. Met him, and now he ended up coming to the United States, helping her open this company. Then they started dating.
Yeah. These are your successful investments.
Right, and not her. Like, you know, like to me, I thought I think she's super attractive. So, you know, she's plain, but I think she's not unattractive.
She's not unattractive.
So, she's not, look, in comparison to Sunny, she's a 10. Yeah. She's a dime piece.
You're not really. I've seen other people do some
Check this out.
Right.
For 20 million, you think? Well, yeah, you know, basically, you just have to. Anyway, so, you know, so they end up starting this company. He comes in, and she's like a little tyrant. She was a little tyrant, supposedly. And he's threatening people, and signing non-disclosure agreements, and threatening lawsuits. But they started getting all these big names on the board. Because if you can say, hey, Bill Clinton is on the board and there's money, right, it's easier. Like, oh, well, how do I know this is for real? Well, Bill Clinton thinks it's for real.
One of the main problems was a lot of the money they were spending a significant amount of money on advertising and not actually not actually on the product itself. They're spending their money getting their name out there and creating a big name in the media.
But they are still putting money into it. The problem, they're still dumping money into it, but you do understand that, like, you can't do what she's saying you can do. Even the machines they finally came up with, out of 140 some odd tests, like, it could do like 18. And even then, half of those were in.
They could do those from one drop of blood, right?
Right, and a lot of those they were still sending out. A lot of them they were taking full blood, whatever, vials and sending them off. Like, the whole point is that they get Walgreens for 140 million.
Something like that.
Here's the thing too, like, we're not even telling you what like, they're like, how does this work and that work? And they're like, oh, she's like, oh, basically, and she gives a basic, a very broad, basic explanation that kind of seems like it works. If you don't really know what you're talking about, but if there's a biologist
there was even some lady, in the podcast I heard, even just some lady who, you know, lived by herself on a single income. And I guess she had this in retirement saved up, and she invested $100,000 of her own retirement into the company.
That's just left and right. That's what just happened. So then eventually it collapsed. Eventually the whole thing finally comes down to it. We can't provide the machines. We don't have machines. They can't do what we said. But we've been saying they can do it. We can't hit them. Even the ones we've come up with, they're like twice as big as the ones we've been showing you. They only do like 15 or 18 tests out of 140. It's just not working, and so the whole thing starts to collapse. And then there's an investigation.
I just can't get past the fucking fake ass voice.
Yeah, she starts to weird voice. She starts mimicking. She's mimicking.
She's trying to mimic Steve Jobs turtleneck.
Turtleneck.
And Zuckerberg with his voice. EDI or something.
And every once in a while, she would flip. Like they have her on recording, where slip or something comes right back into it.
Because you would think she'd be more likable and innocent, more feminine, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not be like, hey guys, I'm innocent.
She's taking her to trial.
Oh, they're in the jury right now.
Oh yeah.
She's done. Like I'll bet you they went to her and they asked her to plead.
That's your cue, Ryan. What?
You could fix it.
What was I gonna say?
Oh yeah.
I'll bet you. I was gonna say. That's the wrong one.
Yeah, bro, you better fix
So
it.
they're picking. Yeah, this is the Wall Street Journal. Elizabeth Hughes Theranos trial and pictures out of the court. So they're picking a jury, and I heard that they have to have a lot of trouble whittling down the jury because they're asking them if they're winning up. You know anything about Elizabeth? A lot of them know about her. Sort yeah, I know she was turtlenecks and changed her voice. Okay, you can just follow. Right. You want to find an unbiased jury. So,
That's everything.
everybody knows the story.
Well, I mean, look, you mentioned they probably went to her and offered her 20 years. That's probably what happened. They probably came to her and said, look, now, in her mind,
And her husband, you know who the guy
she's going to prison.
She just had
How
a
much do
baby.
you get?
I think she gets 30 to 40 years.
Really?
It's a ton of, I mean, these are people's retirement funds. These are people, she lied for years.
It's like Madoff.
She threatened, worse than Madoff. She's
Worse
threatening
than Madoff?
people are leaving. People are saying, this is what's happening. You're lying about this. These tests. And she's telling them, we're going to sue you. We're going to, like, I mean, one of the guys committed suicide. One guy that had to do a deposition, she's pressuring him to not say what he has to. If he's being honest, I have to explain that you're fudging all of these numbers. Like, and so what happens is they put so much pressure on him. He's so afraid to testify. Doesn't want to lie. He goes home and kills himself. There's an older. I think they were going to fire him too. I think he'd been fired. They were going to fire him, and they said he was saying like, if I tell the truth, she's going to ruin my life, and he just committed suicide. So, right. I mean, it's like this chick has been blatantly forging documents, forging test results, threatening anybody who dares to try and expose her. And then they probably went to her and said, look, we'll give you a 20-year deal. Like, that's a gift. But to her, in her position where she's living in a multi-million-dollar house,
She's living in a $124 million house. The guy she's with now, he's like an heir to some big hotel empire, and they just had a baby.
so she's setting herself up for
Like she said, so you get baby.
Oh, absolutely.
She's that bad of a sociopath.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, they probably offered her 20 years, and in her mind, she's thinking, I can't do 20 years. Now, if she had already been, if she's been being held in the Marshall holdover for a couple of years, instead of being let out on bond, she would have gotten her head right. Like, in her position, she can't fathom being in prison. Like, to her, that's hell, and she'll never survive it. But if she'd actually been held for a year or so, she'd realize, like, right now, her expectations of life is so high, she can't imagine it. But if she had got them knocked down, like, look, she'll be suicidal in prison. But after a couple of years, she'll start to realize her expectations of life will come down. She'll start to appreciate.
You know, they don't treat all of these people connect with all of the lobbyists and politicians she probably knows. You don't think
That she rip off? Nobody's coming to her defense.
there's still people. There's not still people. There's got to still be people on the side. Especially
Anybody
she
she
knew
knew
her
on
husband, how wealthy he is.
Yeah, they got money.
We got a lot of fucking money, Matt. There's got to be a way for them to slip through this.
Oh yeah, there's a possibility.
We need to come back here after she gets sentenced. I'm telling you, she's getting a minimum of 20 years.
Get the
She
right-
goes to trial movie, she's getting 30.
Get the right lawyers and the right jury.
She may get more. She should hold guilty to 20 years. Take 20 on a on a wire fraud.
You're taking over 30.
I'm saying over 30.
I'm taking the under.
Wow.
I'm saying she does.
No, but
I'm saying
offer 20, if she gets convicted,
I'm saying under.
there's no way. No way. How much loss is there?
How much restitution? Go to the next slide, Brian.
What do you think?
Trial of Elizabeth Holmes, founder of the blood testing company Theranos, who was accused of defrauding patients and investors, began opening statements under oath at federal courthouse. One time, Silicon Valley superstar has inspired movies and podcasts.
Oh, it's got to be hundreds. It's got to be half a billion.
37-year founder of Theranos faces wire fraud and conspiracy for black turtlenecks and baritone voice. She has masked Northwest burgers and stayed most times. She's also walking around with a show her walking through
It is her only charges. You have to wire fraud 20 years. So if she had said, I'll plead guilty to one count of wire fraud. Like if I plead guilty, typically if you plead guilty, they will consolidate all your charges. So I get the max. You can do the max. I barely have made hundreds of millions of dollars of loss. I'll get the max. It's 20 years. No. In her mind, I'm going to trial and I'm going to blame everything on Sonny. And they're going to, you're fucking nuts. Nobody's going to buy this battered shit.
Well, it's her. She's in a California court. Miss Holmes' mother and constant companion has firmly held hands with her daughter while entering court. The defense attorney described her the jurors as a public servant who instilled in her daughter
She's going to sell it, man. It's going to be mushroom and cocaine cowboys.
That's her. Oh no, I said that.
Started. You got to watch it though, so you got to see the lawyers these cartel guys hire, bro. And they get off on everything.
We know a lawyer who represents the cartel guys.
This guy reminds me of Bjorn too.
Really?
But he's like next level. So
We gotta get Bjorn back on this fucking
You're saying one of the Colombian or whatever drug dealers, I thought. The drug pilot? No. This was like a Spanish guy.
Yeah, George Valdez. Yes.
His son. He was an accountant.
Yeah, he was the accountant.
Yeah.
You gotta watch the new one. He started out doing the accounting, bro, and he made crazy. You gotta watch the new one. It's pretty cool. I think George Valdez is in the new one.
Yeah, he is.
Is he really?
I saw him and I was like,
I gotta watch it.
Yeah. So, and I saw, but after I watched for a little bit, like I watched like 10 or 15 minutes. I forget what happened. Somebody called or something.
Yeah, but you gotta watch when they start
trial, bro. So they hire like the craziest, most expensive lawyers, and then there's like a whole deal at the end where like the lawyers got paid by drug money, like millions of dollars. So they try to get the money. Lawyers are like, oh, you're not allowed to take this money or whatever. And I think that's actually what one guy ended up down the road getting caught for finally was he paid one of his lawyers one time with a check. And that charge. The whole conspiracy charge. They'd be everything. So, were there any cops? Because I was cops that were indicted. Oh yeah, they came out with it. You'll like this part. The lawyers pre-trial, all of the people who were testifying, there's like 100 people. A list of them they printed in the New York Times in the paper with everybody's name. So all do that in that prison time now. I mean, they're not supposed to.
That's just like a murder.
They say basically they put a kill list. That's what they say. So you put out a kill list. They said, look, we're looking at we're trying to track these people down. We're ting to talk to them. If you can find them, please help us.
So they got found. So involved in that whole thing, I was locked up with. And there was a thing that I actually read. There was a book called Making Jack Falcone. So, in that book, and a lot of it was a fictitious FBI. Like it wasn't a real person.
There was an actual like big time that's in this whole documentary about Willie.
Right.
Is it really?
It's about Sal and Willie.
Edie was friends with Willie.
The whole thing's about Willie Falcone. So this is an FBI agent pretending to be a guy named Jack Falcone. He infiltrates, but in the infiltration, and when you read the book, there's a guy who keeps, there's all these murders. And at one point, one of the guys goes to kill a lawyer. It's like killing all these lawyers. Like, so not the FBI murderer who's out there, one murderer. And he goes in and kills this lawyer. He's killed him. So he kills this one lawyer, him and another guy, and when they were leaving, the secretary's there. Like she sees the whole thing. And the other guy's going, let's kill her. And the other guy's going, no, they argue. No, don't kill her, don't kill her. Really. And it finally comes down to it where the guy's like, well, he's like, listen. You want to hold the killer? And he says, and he tells her, listen, this is a guy in prison that I knew named Gordon. He's the one who wouldn't kill her. And he says, and he got 40 years. And he testified against everybody. And still ended up with 40 years. So that's how bad. He's got like 12 fucking lawyers that killed him. And then anyway, he ended up telling him, and he tells her, he says, listen, and this time and this, you know, you've never seen this? He's like, because I will, and if I don't come back to come up there, I'll have something. Like, I know who you are. Because you got her at like license or something. And he said, you know what? She said, I am not talking to you guys. The guys, some guys came in here and killed them. I couldn't recognize them. I don't know who they are. I don't know. She said, he was like, what it was really after this. I'm not a lawyer. And he didn't have a hit out on me. Oh, that's what I'm saying. So I'll kill a couple lawyers and they do kill somebody sees it take their driver's license. Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty common. But yeah, you know us, so we know you. Take your license. I want to say this happened in Miami. Is it like Miami or because the Jack Falcone thing happened in New York, but they were talking about how all these guys are connected with murdering all these lawyers. And as I'm reading the book, Jack Falcone, Gordo's in the music. He's like, you know, as I'm reading, like somebody saw it and said, "Hey, you know, Gordo's in this book." I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I wanted to. He's like, "Yes, yeah." I'm like, "Yeah."
So Elizabeth Holmes, anyway, we were talking about her. Yeah, Billy, that's the rich, her partner accompanied her to trial, 29-year-old hotel heir. Once worked at LinkedIn and Luminar Technology, and the father of the infant son. How long? Lloyd, how long? Is that plane fucking fixed? Well, I'm playing flying 10 feet above our building right now. We all know we're doing a podcast. How long was she trying to resurrect? David. Oh, I mean, she's like every time. You know what we're doing. Come in me. Every single. And I wonder if he was just, you think he was just because you know he could do way better. Listen, he's got to be getting something. Listen, he's probably the best girlfriend I had. Oh, this chick, he's like, because think about it, she's not going to argue. She needs you. Even the prisoners are there for a long enough time. I think she's got this guy low key. Whatever it is, definitely, she's got him low key. What's his angle? His angle is she probably thinks like Sonny's like the guy's dad is a San Diego hotel provider who joined the Theranos founder in court during jury selection. He's donned a ball cap and introduced himself to reporters as suspected.
I got a podcast recommended.
Interested speculation. She's got a lot of rich people around her now. I can't imagine she still has money, though, right? She still has money. Yeah, she's got money. How do you have money after?
Well, she got this.
She hasn't been. They hasn't gone to court. I know, but you would think they would seize everything.
She's got it.
She's got money.
They're saying, look, she's got fans, women, blonde hair women wearing black clothing.
Wouldn't it be amazing if like half the crowd were all women with blonde hair wearing turtlenecks?
She's all just like fangirls. She's just like fangirls.
She's got like a fan club and they all have their like, she's got it at this point. She's got to be like, this is nuts. Like even I think this is nuts, and I'm crazy.
Where's her trial at? State.
California, Northern California. You know her mom has to know. Like this didn't slip up. Like she's already got to know. Like she's been lying her whole life. Like,
I've got a feeling her mom's trying not to fall for this.
Oh, listen, I read that. So when I was doing the Marcus Springer story, when I was doing the Marcus Springer story, I read all these books on him.
He's the pathological liar.
Yes. So I read all these books on sociopathy, and they have all these different examples. It's who, like, literally had gotten a hammer. This is when he was like 7 or 8 years old, and the family had gone to some lake, and he went down, and they could he took diving in it, and he went down by the lake, and they could they said, but it wasn't like a and we would listen to it for, for a while. We thought maybe he was something free, and he put stuff on the hammer, but there was nothing down there. So we'll find like her husband went down and he was snatching fraud. And I mean blowing apart. Like it was like an egg, smacked like guts and blood, every single shit. He's been doing it like there were hundreds of them. Yeah. Blood everywhere. She said then later, I read a book about during the search while I was like, and she was explaining like the psychiatrist that wrote this book is explaining like at some point this guy goes and gets a job like graduated college. Like he's never had real friends. He's never he's always like the mother was explaining like he's never had a connection with anybody. He's always used people. He's always used lie and do whatever he had to do to get what he wanted and not own up to anything. Like his parents are just like disgusted and terrified. He goes to college, like they were, they knew this is our son and we love him, but we don't like him. And so at one point he gets a job, and he immediately gets some job in some corporation, starts moving up the ladder, basically like just fucking over it. Like everybody, he's very quickly the CEO of the company, the owner of the company. He finds out he's got a daughter, and he immediately hooks up with the daughter, and they end up getting married. And his mother actually goes to him and says, the day of the wedding, or a few days before the wedding, she says, she's a wonderful girl. And he's like, yeah, I know. And she's like,
way back when they talked about like intergenerational PTSD, where like if your grandparents experience trauma, you can get like subconscious flashes of trauma, like trauma and stuff.
And she said like it was like a moment where they both kind of admitted, I know this, and like they never really had that. And she said at that moment, she said I desperately wanted to go to this girl and say,
So it's like, exactly. So it's like the racial take technology gets like drastically updated. So imagine if like my parents had done that, and like here's all of our racial wisdom. Still, you go to public platform.
I read
By
that.
the time that child was like 2, close of age, it was like
The mother
20,
just
their
described
takes on it will always be like wildly outdated and strange.
So, I mean, so what I'm saying is
like that out there.
right, but that's what I'm saying is like, so I'm saying you know the mother, like Shrinker's parents, his whole life he's been lying. Like they've all known it his whole life. There have been all of these signs his whole life. Like you've got a couple of brothers, you got 3 boys, 2 of them are normal, and you got this side. Like he's doing shit, but these two, even if they're lunatics, they're not like this. This is just this mother has got to be like, oh yeah, like she's fucking disturbed.
What about this new kid, Steven Laundry? Is that his name? Steven Laundry?
Is that the one with his girlfriend, the guy who was
hiking
hiking?
and his girlfriend disappeared.
Did they find the body?
Yeah, they found it. They don't know if it's her though. They haven't confirmed it. They said every time they said it.
How did you like dead blondes are out in the desert?
Yeah.
Like where'd they find it?
They found a bunch of different people. They found 2 different people that they think he might have killed also. Yeah.
Where?
They found 2 in the same area.
They were,
Near an area like a restaurant or a bar they went to.
I mean, how many cross-country tours is this, or trips is this guy taking with girlfriends?
Well,
He
the
does
funny
it all
thing
the
is,
time.
they have a YouTube channel where they travel the world. Hey,
I
pull up
didn't
their
know
YouTube channel.
That's nuts.
They have a YouTube channel.
I mean, I saw the videos, and I video with the cops where he'd been scratched. He's like, yeah, we got no fire. But I was like, you know, like they got into an argument, but she was still alive.
Yeah, you watch the video of him getting pulled over.
You see what
She's like a psycho.
that's what when I was watching, I was like, yeah, she's crazy, but like he's trying to downplay, like, yeah, it was 2 minutes. I know. We both, you know, so it's like, I'm like, okay, this is like a good news, like right up until.
Theory is what I heard is she's all distraught.
Were they? I thought were they together? I thought it was just the 2 of them.
Yeah, but there's 2 others.
He said, "Oh, by the way, this is where I dumped the body," and that was an accident.
There's 3 identical women. She's from. Look at my blog. And then they pulled him out of the van, and his story was to the T almost exactly the same. So they either, they had a pretty well rehearsed story,
Or that's just what.
or that's what
And then
actually
it
happened.
later sparked into, I'm done with this chick this time. Oh, we're at mile marker 32.
What happened?
Getting close to the grave, to the burial.
Yeah.
I gotta choke this chick out. I mean, you think that's like, it's like,
He's on the land now. He's from Vero Beach, Florida, where his parents live. It's literally directly across the state from us, exactly 2.5 hours. I surf there all the time, exactly where they live. They live on Wabasso.
search warrant where they were searching. Yeah, it was today. They were there for like 2 hours. There was a search warrant where they went in the house. Well, I think the parents let them in, and they were bringing out boxes. Or they were bringing in boxes loading them up. Yeah. So I think the parents are cooperating. Like, look,
But they're not.
we got a crazy one. We've known it for a while. Like he was probably smashing fucking cross.
Well, I heard his mom told him to, like, the night before he went out, she, like, packed all his shit up all.
After he came back without her.
I think, like, after they found the body, after he knew they were coming.
Well, he's been gone for a week. He just found the body yesterday.
Where was the body?
In Utah. Near Salt Lake City. The last place they were seen was coming out of a hotel in near Salt Lake City. This is their YouTube channel. Nomadic Static. And look, they posted this video a month ago. It's got 3.5 million views. It's all from the girl.
So he's banking too.
The girl who died or is missing, she got like over 600,000 Instagram followers in the past 5 days.
Well, interaction.
And they got 60,000 YouTube subscribers in the past week too.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Speaking of somebody who stepped their game up,
Yeah.
bro,
crazy fucking story.
I don't get it. Like I don't understand. I'm like I'll commit crime. Like I get monetary gain. I get that, but the desire to murder someone. Like I've hated people. Like I've been furious with someone. But I'm not like plotting their death, or I'm not thinking I'm gonna choke you to death. Like, and there's people that do it once, and then they're like, "That was easy. This was good stuff. I gotta get me another one." I mean, it's like, what are you doing, bro? You're gonna. How many people have you dated and dropped off in Utah?
You know, there's a psychiatry center in South Florida. I want to say Bradenton, Minnesota, and it's an entire sort of like the University of Psychiatry that specializes in psychopath and well, I have one a guy that actually did a book on that, a guy that came from there, how he's coming on, and basically it's their life to study people who are serial killers. So then you run into this tribe of dudes that were looking like heinous murders. And to be rowdy, dude, obviously, throw shit at you. You know, I think that shit like that's gotta be, you gotta come like that out of the box.
I think those guys. Well, I think sometimes there's probably just one of. I also there's also say this as typically like you can create like a psycho or a sociopath. Like someone can be created with antisocial disorder if there's some kind of traumatic event in childhood will cause that. You know, and others say that they're just born. Like there's a case for both. You know, so I think you could probably be somewhat created. Yeah, but I'll bet like that guy, I'll bet you he'll be either amazingly boring and clinical, or he'll be like crazy fucking boring. Like he's got to have some, like he's bet some bucks, he's bet some nuts. Yeah, that guy's met some people that he's like, oh.
Well, I don't know if he's met a lot of people that he's studied. A lot of them are people that have already died or Jack the Ripper. But I'm sure there are some that he has.
Yeah, that's a talk.
Oh, that's what you see. It's like these tall, slender, fucking athletic.
Actually, took her head off.
Yeah.
I put her head on my head more than a hat a little bit. And then I took, it's like,
Ted Bundy.
why?
We talked about the Ted Bundy.
Yeah, that was nuts. Yeah, he was.
And they were getting rocked by everybody until the Spanish came. The Spanish, fucked around.
Boy, he was talking at the end,
North
right?
America. Horses
It wasn't
whatever.
nothing.
Yeah, so these different tribes got horses, and I think the Apache were punching them. Apache weren't sure what to do. So Apache were just crossing horses. Yeah, they were punching horses. They're chopping them up. That was good eating for a little while.
Well, Matt, I think he's hit a wall, brother.
All right. I'm
just
2 hours.
Is it 2 hours?
Yeah.
What's coming up next, man?
For me? You know what? I hit, speaking of hitting the wall, I hit like, so I was getting like 3,000 new subscribers every month on my YouTube. In the last month or so, it's dropped down to like less than that, like 900, 900. Like, the closer I get to 35,000 subscribers, like, I'm like, man, I can't break this thing. I mean, at one point I was getting 3,000 a month for several months, and I don't know what happened. And yet I'm putting out more content than ever.
Are you really? How often do you put out videos?
Every day.
Every day?
All last week we put out a video for 6 days straight.
Every day, bro.
And then this week we're putting out on Sunday. We're doing Sunday. Well, no, we did Sunday. We're doing Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then, and I think Colby's my video editor. He's breaking up this one video I did with this guy for like 2 hours. He's breaking that thing up into 5, and I think he's gonna release that every single day.
Oh, so you're doing the Vlad TV thing where you do a long podcast and you only release sections.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to get something to work to hit. Like every, look, like I get a ton of people that, like, in the comments. I don't have a comment section here. I don't know how you can't. It is a section. You can't look in that. Like, to feel good about yourself, you cannot read the
You read my comments?
every once in a while, like maybe every once in a while.
You want a good laugh, read.
Oh, bro. Like, I don't. You have almost 500,000 subscribers. People hate your guys.
Yeah.
They say. I mean,
They really say horrible things? What do they say?
about you?
Yeah, I haven't read them in a long time.
Bro, you give a couple good ones. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean there's? I mean, obviously, that they're not good. They dislike you the most. Bro. Yeah. The most. Like,
I've seen some pretty good ones though. On the last 2 podcasts that you did, there were some pretty good ones.
that.
Yeah. I remember I sent you a couple screenshots. Oh, the last time I dug your comments, it was pretty positive. But I haven't been in those times.
A lot of them are with
I've been staying away.
the interruption, these guys.
Yeah, what? Really? That kind of really
Look, what am I supposed to say? I don't want to say it. I mean, they're all stupid. They're they can't follow a conversation.
True.
They're I mean, it's on and on. I mean,
it's all true. We are stupid. We can't follow a conversation. We're fucking retards.
they go on. I mean, I listen to them.
Then why are they watching?
So mine is like completely. Like, I probably get
they're genuinely lucky.
but for every 20, I do get one guy who's like, this scumbag. Like, I'm like, well, did you at least subscribe?
Yeah, right.
Please share the video.
Please put
Scumbags, low life. I'm like, yes, I understand.
That's the guy who's already
Share the video.
subscribed.
Right. Like, so I, but for the most part, mine's positive, and I get a ton of like likes. Like, there's always like, I think there's maybe 3 guys that as soon as they, Cost just posted dislike, and then that's it. Leave a mean comment, just like there's like 2 or 3 guys, and then there's like 350, like 500.
Like, as much as the comments are can be such a cesspool, so negative, I do love it.
Some of the insults.
Well, once you dive, the thing about it is once you actually dive into it, it's hard to get out of it.
Yeah, you know what I can lose an hour. I can lose an hour.
Oh, easily. And it's like the greatest thing about those comments is it's like a whole separate organism from the video or the content. So you have the video, you dive into the comments, and it's like a whole other world. You know what I mean? It's such a cool thing.
I love it when they argue.
Oh, yeah.
There's just 17, 18, 20, 30 different comments back and forth. The guys, and it's like, nice.
And it's one of the greatest things about YouTube is that when you see the video, you know you get this great fucking addition of the comment section. You see something like, I know someone said something funny about this. You immediately slow down and you want to see it. And it's like a competition. It's like a writing competition. So you can come up with the funniest or most clever take on what just happened. And then that person gets attention. They get upvotes, you know what I mean? So they get people to go to their channel or whatever. So it's cool. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. What do you mean, up what?
So comments get upvotes.
A comment, you can click like or dislike.
Yeah, right. I see that.
So upvotes to the top there. The top comments, big stuff there.
Oh, okay.
Most
So
popular comment.
within the comments section.
Exactly.
Well, I thought you meant going
So
to
then people see, this guy fucking like comment with 100 likes on it. He's not going.
right. He's funny. Something's good. Right. Yeah. Okay.
They're great. So I fucking love it.
What else? He's gonna get? He'll have
Diving
50,
into like
50 comments now. We love you, dude.
no, they'll be like
We hate you, you fucking rat. So rat.
right.
Parlay loves, Matt. What do we gotta do? Subscribe to Matt's YouTube channel.
5%. No, I mean, I have a YouTube channel. Like, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I need to get over 35,000. 50,000. And I can actually start taking. But, it's like, Zach does the podcast with me. And, so we do that. We interview. You ought to interview Josh. Did I say you Josh's? I interviewed Josh. Josh is the guy that runs a YouTube channel called. We'll talk about it after the show. Oh, okay. Cool. Anyway, he's got a great crime story. Super cool. I'll do it. I sent you this stuff. Anything I send you, you don't look at anything I send you. Right? You're nothing. Well, he's a big shot. He's a big shot. He gets it. And he's like, oh, it's not true. What are these peasants?
Matt, thank you. Thank you for being on the show. Appreciate it. Everyone else appreciates it.
And I stopped and got you Starbucks. I got Starbucks. You got you. I'm not bad, guy.
Is there?
I'm not bad. All right. Are we done?
Goodbye, world. See ya.
That's how much good, you probably think you live in solid universe, you don't understand anything about so, knowing all that, ideas are the same kind of thing. We're living in kind of like not a simulation, but more of an electromagnetic field that we kind of perceive as solid. It's just like, I listened to a chapter, I basically know verbatim what the heck of that place. You want to derail my awesome Comanche talk? No, I'm not derailing. It's too late. We're talking audio movies. I kind of forget the Comanche talk. I had some other good points. It's in the field. It's in the ether. You have to have the channel. Any idea you ever have?
Hello, world. Today, my guest is Seth Ferranti. Seth spent 21 years in federal prison after being convicted of LSD. He initially faked his suicide to evade law enforcement, and he ended up on the U.S. Marshals' top 15 most wanted list before he was eventually arrested. Being a first-time nonviolent drug offender, the severity of his sentence garnished national attention and was covered extensively by the Washington Post, the Rolling Stone, Vice, and many other news publications. Hope that intro wets your whistle, folks. Without further ado, please welcome Seth Ferranti.
So you're saying if I were ever to risk the worst torture?
All right, boom. Seth Ferranti, welcome to the show. So the short synopsis of your story is you were a teenage LSD kingpin, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, more or less.
So what, you can probably tell it better than I do, so people who are watching over I'm just giving you a quick background.
I mean, basically, like around 13, I started getting into drugs, I started getting counterculture, mostly psychedelics and weed. And, like most people, when you start using, you look for, especially when you're young, like you're looking for a way to pay for it. So, I was the type of person, all my friends tried weed, all my friends wanted LSD. So, I was kind of the boy of the interest one, so I would find the connects, I would find the people to go to. And I would go and try it, at first just get free drugs. But eventually after doing that for a couple of years, 15 or 16, I was like, maybe I can make money. So, better contacts. I started following the Grateful Dead, like the late 80s.
What year was this? Or late 80s?
Yeah. Like around 87, 88, when I was 16, 17 years old, I was in high school, on the Grateful Dead, got an LSD connect. Like, actually, down here at Fort Myers, I got a weed connect out of Fort Myers, weed connect in Dallas, I got a connect in Kentucky. Once I was getting stuff out of California, like going to California from the triangle, doing some great things in San Francisco. And, yeah, first it was just high school. It's a big high school, 4,000 people. Sister high school, like 4,000 people. So doing hand, retail sales. But then as all those kids, this is in Northern Virginia, as all those kids went off to college, they went to college, and then college they'd be like, hey, can you bring stuff up? And then instead of just one, friend, it was like, they had so it was just like, about 89, just my network just started expanding. And really, I only had like a 9-month run where I would say like I was a real big drug dealer. Not even big in the big scheme of things. That was like probably Escobar, but for a teenager, I was 19. I was probably making like 25, 30 grand a month. It was probably like that's even better. And not like I was getting loud, but I was getting like 10,000 hits of acid, 100 sheets. And I would probably go through like 100 pounds this Ricky was actually Ricky. So it was totally different game now. But I would get like 100 pounds of Ricky, like that for 2-3 months. In the fall, you could get good weed like from Northern California, like what they would call outdoor now. But back then, like we called it airbud. So I would get that at Kentucky, Southern Kentucky, and Northern California. But you can only get that in the fall because these like little small farmers would grow like 25 pounds. So by December, all that stuff would be gone.
So was weed the best drug to make money off of? Did you make the most profit off of weed? Or why did you choose weed?
I always tell people, I never consider myself a criminal. I consider myself an outlaw because I broke laws that were wrong. So, I sold weed. Because, to me, weed and psychedelics are the righteous drugs. So I never fucked with that. I never did drugs. I was never interested because people are always jonesing. It's like a bad drug. Addicts, people steal stuff. So I was never into that. I was into what I consider righteous drugs and all.
Just because if you were mainly into talking weed, because that's what I was you as a person.
Yeah, and also, because I like to read it. I didn't think it should be illegal. I was like, what? It's a fucking fun. It's fucking drug. You know what I'm saying? It's been around. Yeah, it's been around.
So cocaine, not in the form that you buy, dude.
Cocaine's
kind of before you pour the gasoline on it.
Yeah, but definitely weed. I would make a lot of money back then. I can make like $1,000 a pound. I would get this pot out of like Dallas, Texas. I would get like $400 a pound, and I could take it up to the East Coast. Back when I first ounces were probably going like, you can maybe 50, 60, 40, and after that big pot was like 50,
and how old were you when you went to that busting?
I was 20.
You were only 20 years old when you got busted. And how long?
25 years. Well, I got sentenced 25 years. I was 21 years. So I went in in 1993 and I got out in 2015. I was refused just for 2 years too. So, I caught my case summer 1991. Got indicted. And I didn't like where I was looking at. We were talking about street trial, facing 20 to life. That was like kind of the beginning of the war on drugs, 1991. And I was actually in the first wave of kind of the psychedelics and these guys. And they made those laws in 1988. It was all for the African American guys in the city. Right. So they were cracking all those dudes in the head. In like 20, 30 years for like 5 grams of crack. That's why they made those laws. But then when they got some criticism, I think they've been doing that for about 2 years. They started getting criticized. And especially, I'm in Northern Virginia, so we're right outside of DC. So that's, it's kind of like, all the politics and stuff. So, I almost felt like when my case happened, it was like, they were like, look, these plus white guys too. I was in that first wave of like, when they came out to the suburbs. When they just started handling us. But, they were trying, like, I was looking at 20 to life. They were like, back in the feds too, because if you know anything about the feds got like a 99%. Yeah. Most people in the feds, like, he's guilty, but even more people in the feds, like, cooperate.
Those people cooperate, right?
Yeah. That's the only way to do shit right? So they were pressing me to cooperate. But, I was like the situation. I didn't want to put somebody else in a fucked up situation like I was in. I didn't want to do 20 to life. And I had a little bit of money. I didn't have a lot of money, but I had a little bit of money. I was making like 25, 30,000 a month. I had a little bit of money for it, so I basically took off. I was like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I took off and I was for 2 years. So I didn't get caught in sentences.
Wow. On the run for 2 years then? What was it like when you first found out that you were in trouble or you had the feds on
it was a shock. Basically, basically I was you know, I grew up in so I was basically a white middle class kid in the military brat. So I just didn't think I could face that, especially for what I was doing. You know, violent and I said I didn't fuck with what I considered the bad one. I wasn't a violent person, you know, so I was like surprised. I was like, fuck, could I be facing 20 years for LSD? Really not even a lot. You know, and it's new, right? I mean, there's dudes bringing like tons of marijuana into this stuff, right? You know what I mean? And like, I need an LSD scene. It's a great for good. I mean, the chemists, I mean, they make like hundreds of grams of LSD. Like each Straight for Dead show, they would slide 25 grams of LSD into each show. You know, and I was getting like one gram. You know, basically a month. One gram is like 100 pieces, like 10,000 trips. Wow. So I was getting like a gram a month. You know, each Straight for Dead show, they were flying in 25 grams. So I was like, you know, yeah, in high school, you know, freshman, sophomore in college. I had the money, I was friends. You know, yeah, I mean, we're all kids. But you know, the big scheme of things, so, yeah, I was fucked up, man. When that shit happened, I couldn't believe it. You know, it was kind of like really big shock to me. And it was also even more to me. It was like it was like a betrayal to me, you know, because I grew up, you know, I was American. You know, I was like, man, this is my country. You know, I believe all the bullshit, man, the free, home of the brave, you know, capitalism, you can do anything you wanted. And then, like, they're going to come and hammer me, and I'm like, damn. I'm like, fucking, you know, I didn't go to war or nothing, you know. Free anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I went to war and fought for the country, you know, but I would have called me, I would have. You know, it's just, it was my time. You know, but I was like a red-blooded American dude. And, you know, I thought, I was like, damn, I won't fucking country doing shit. You know, for some fucking weed and LSD, for some shit that should be legal. So that's really how I felt. That's like really my motivation. You know, now I can say now, you know, whatever, 30 years later, I mean, I feel justified in my actions, but, you know, maybe I was a man ahead of my time, like whatever, but, I mean, that was like my whole thing. You know, yeah, I'm not saying I like music. I like music. I like money. You know, I like being a rock star. You know, I like seeing that recognition. You know, being a man. I like all that. You know, but I have like an underlying thing. All my friends smoke weed. You know, not all my friends, even my people. You party, man. You fucking do shit. That's what you do, especially, you know, whatever you want to say, white America, whatever America, college America. I mean, that's what people do. You know, and I saw myself as like a facilitator of that whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing started with when there was like watching the Little Vice clip. There was like some kid who was running through the woods naked on LSD and grabbed the cop's gun and shot him.
Yeah,
that was like cataclysmic.
Yeah, so there was this you know, they got this area in Fairfax County called Clifton. And it's like all like $1 million houses. You know, this is like that thing. They're all like on 5 or 6 acres. And, you know, sometimes like every time like any place in the suburbs, you know, when you go out of town, people throw parties. You know, so they used to parties out there. A lot of land. Anything like stages out for bands, anything like skateboard ramps. They like literally use skateboard ramps on, you know, and have skate shows and all types of stuff. So they were having this big party out there. And, you know, eventually, like all parties, you know, there's a cops got called. And there was this one kid. I never met the kid. I don't know who he was, but, you know, 15-year-old kid. But, he was 15-year-old kid. He was tripping on acid. He was like basically the cop came and like he freaked out and he was running through the woods naked. And, you know, this cop chased him down, you know, tackled him or whatever, grabbed him, and I just freaked out. Grabbed the cop's gun and, you know, he shot him. But it was like, basically, like, you shot him in the arm, man. So, I mean, it could have been, I'm not downplaying anything. I mean, it could have been more serious when you shot him. But he shot him in the arm, so basically, like, flesh wound or whatever. But, not like you said, that was a battle. Yeah. And my face, I was like, LSD. I was like, LSD became, that's what I brought into it. That
Kid told you your name.
well, he didn't know my name. If you're American, in terms of like, and you know, this is how it functions. The feds, it's like dominant. Yeah, although you kind of do. You say something that happens to you. He got it from him. It's like dominant. That's how the feds keep them. They won't threaten, right? Especially, back then, they weren't threatened. Middle class kids. Telling them they're going to jail for 10 life. They play it up. They say, like, oh, yeah, you're going to bring up in this with fucking Big Bubba. What do you think's going to fucking happen? Yeah, they're going to sell it to you. Yeah, man. You know that, and like I say, I'm not saying whatever, you break the law, you caught, you got to do time, but, the older I've gotten, I look at how the system is, the war, drugs, all that. I mean, everybody can say that is the war, but it's more than the war on drugs. You gotta look at the way law enforcement operates. You gotta look at the way, the things they say. I mean, really, if you think about it, some of those dudes are just doing their jobs, and they're fighting decent dudes, and they fight that motherfuckers off the whatever. But the whole concept, that whole war on drugs and law enforcement, forcing people to inform, on their friends, become an outcast or whatever. I mean, I'm not even gonna say take it to like, it's not like we were the mafia. So it's not like anybody was, fearing for their lives because they see it. But I'm saying that's like, traumatic to put somebody, like anything that's to do, anything goes to potential life. The big brother can be your shoulder. You're fucking like an 18-year-old fucking like, fucking tired of the party. So, at the time when all that shit happened, and my first 5 years in prison, I was pretty now I look at it, the years and I got older, I just look at it more like from like a situation. The system is what is fucked up. Make people have to make those choices.
What was the story leading up to your final arrest? Tell the story of how you were on the run and you had to do some research and figure out how to figure out and you tried to eventually.
Yeah, well, the fake identity started basically the fake identity was because I was on the East Coast, I had a bunch of buddies in Morgantown, and so the guy you could just go there. You need a fake ID for cars on Main Street, so you would just go down and in somebody's room, and they would like have all the photography stuff, everything set up, where they could process it, computer stuff, and print it out. And that's when I first started doing fake IDs. So I had a bunch of I was 17, 18, 19. I was at 80, so I knew it was right now. But if you're my TV and sent them without the sent them less. Just sniffing close.
It's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough. So that was kind of like my first experience with IDs. So then when I talked to the case, I started deciding like, I've been like that 4 days straight. It's justice. You should know. I was in the American Secret.
Yeah, like holograms and shit. But was it like that back then?
Yeah, they had like holograms. It would be like, it would just be like pressed or something. So it would try to emulate the hologram. It would be like pressed on
Can't blame them. That was the best. True.
So I started.
It's the best.
I was like, man, I gotta find a real ID.
But no, that's how we get on.
I've actually read this book that they made into a movie. They made a movie So I actually read that book, and I read other stuff like that. And I was kind of interested in stuff like that. You know, for I wouldn't say from like a criminal perspective, but more like from the scholarly or academic perspective. You know, I always was confused. I was interested in basically like how people would like. And I don't even want to say fraud, but just how people would not like in a fraud. Just how people would like get that's all. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And some of these companies, and these like subversive books. Like probably one of the most famous books a lot of people have heard of is these companies sold in the mid-90s, she was like, I hate waiting. He was like, I'm waiting patiently. I was in the shower saying that to myself. I don't know what made me laugh. That's probably the most famous. But these companies, all they sold was like these subversive, underground books. It's all protected by the Consumer Rights. So I'm not really sure if these companies dude, that's fucking on. I'm telling you, man. I'm sorry that it bothers me. They have like you can get a catalog, and they have like your whole section. Breathe through my nose at nighttime. In order to do it, you gotta take free coffee. Dude, I say first I'm sorry, take like an edgy comment headshots and like all these books like tape over like coffee. That's all that I can say. They have this series called that was the better one. They have like books like Overstory, yes, like verifying documents. Gets blocked out at nighttime. And you just wake up and you're just like, that's the type of deal just some weird guy. I like to read, I like to research. I like to read, I like to get as much knowledge as I can about it. But then I like to make my own plans. You know, the whole based off. So far, I think I gave myself 15%. Sometimes you read one of these books and there might be like one thing you do if you're I actually because a lot of these there might be one insight that the author gives you because that's just actually the style of thing I've ever done. I did that when I basically wrote that was like I did so I'm telling you, I'm gonna get myself down. I think like 50% instruction. Have the ear, nose, and throat guy put it on record, and then other guy will have the rest of the right up last night. You want to do it yourself? Yeah, I mean, I could do it myself, but at this point, it's like I'll get the 50. Just I would do this. What I learned from these books is you want to find a candidate. You think you need before you fight. You need to have like a beer before you write your book, like heal yourself as a brain. One guy actually like find somebody who was born in one state and died in another state. Just like back then, even though they probably had the technology, but they didn't have the money to cross-reference all these records. So let's say like you were born in Tampa Bay. Ran the team out the next season, like 2 seasons. Yeah, they call it just like the vital health record inspirational because in the video just fucked off. At least he still can play. He couldn't become the seat. He could have. But if you die in one, but he like played. You got to give him a fucking break. He used to play. They don't do it on the same level as his head down against Ohio State. And then he went definitely more radio-esque across the radio. So once I found this out, so they were like, scour the get up by like 40 and then put him in at the end, and like everyone hoist him on the shoulders. And I was with there's no he didn't play. He led the team out the next season. So he won't just jogging down. Like, yeah, this is what he did. Especially back then. It was a miracle that they got fucked. The Seattle channel kind of wrote that. Yeah, especially because then you rewatch it, he like hobbles out fucked up, and then it just gets smoked. Yeah, it's gonna fuck up on the CX at one point. Yeah, before you were fired, you didn't get shit. If you were getting fucking hobbled up, podcast my ass off too.
You Hawkins down.
Huh.
I had to do
Really?
this whole thing. I would never let him do
Yeah, so things are different back then. You know?
He's
So,
dead, right?
you weren't kid under 5 because you didn't have any other records of vital statistics.
Man. But
So I would look for the obituaries. On the obituary, I'm looking for this candidate, and then from the obituary, you basically you'll get a lot of information to use
shit like that. There was also guys like Peanuts.
from the obituary. I would get to order some of these death certificates. You need to know their name, place of death,
And then she had 3 kids.
right? So I can find somebody there, I get those 3 things. I ordered the death certificate. Then with the obituary and the death certificate, I can get the 5 things that I need
So they would have like white
with the
trash.
birth certificate. You get the birth certificate,
You got like rock name. You know what I mean? Like, so they would just give you a name and do something fun. They just name you. Like, some lady got abducted and then had diarrhea the whole way. Because they fed her
like I said, these are just the vital, statistics or whatever. So like, basically, you write a letter, you know, you get your mail drops, you know, like a PO box or something like that. You know, you send them money over, you know, like $10.
So it was just like crazy words, steak, fart, boner. And you just like, well, it was like being Irish and being like John.
Right. And once you got that obituary, you find the candidate, you get death certificate,
Diarrhea, and then you're a chief, and you're like, all right,
the birth certificate, you see
super crazy man. I'm
I can get that birth certificate. And you know, now this is like whatever.
He was talking
I'm like,
Oh, he was like all
and a lot of times,
He was
maybe the
yeah, he
older
was
you
saying,
get,
he's like, you gotta do
it's
it.
harder to do. It's probably harder to do now than
myself.
that I can do.
Dude, this one
Back then, you
is,
didn't
it's awesome. Breathe. I can't recommend it enough. They, really the inside of your
back
nose
then,
is made up.
you
It's the same type of
I
skin as your dick. So it expands and contracts. But when you're aroused, that's why women's typically their nostrils flare.
Yeah.
If a woman gets like kind of turned on her nose, exactly, dude. Stop.
So once I got the birth certificate, I was
You're gonna get a
told
boner.
then I could
It's
go
made
in.
out of. It's literally made out of dick skin. So your
EG&G,
nose like contracts and expands with
a
your.
lot of times, if you just get the walker's license or the driver's license, all you
I'm talking about
need
the inner stuff.
is like an address. You know,
It's the same type of material as
It's what your eyelids made out of. That feels like dick skin.
right? If you get the driver's license, you can do to verify social security.
eyelids are all mosaic.
This is what I used to do to verify social security number.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm going for it. I'm going to. I'm gonna get it pre-checked out. Because I know I got 80% no problem with getting from like pocket on 70. I also do it again and put my finger on my
It has like your first 2 numbers and your social security number. And each state has like, you know,
He's like, yo, I got this.
whatever. Key middle numbers go by the year, but it's not like if you're born in 71, but it's all up done by a chart. It's all like four charts in the book. So the last 4 numbers are random. So what I would do is, depending on where the person is, I would plug the determine some of the charts. And then, like I do W2 form,
Just stand there and straight through your hands into the fucking face.
and you can
When you
get
cry, you have to cry.
W2 forms from like
You have to cry.
any business, wholesale, like a box. Like it's government printed, you know, like I mean I don't know what it is now, but back then you kind of things like but back then it was like you know, like
The carbon copy.
so you know you could just type it right on, type right on, and then I'm going up on
tried out.
even though the social security is taken the social security number would not stand up. But a lot of times it's just driver's license. That social security more like if you look at things that you try to look at.
Playing CYO. That might be some of the best ones I can play.
It's the funny Catholic League CYO. All the kids that weren't good enough to play on the team, but we're all dickheads and friends.
We have a guy on here who used to do the same thing for bank fraud. He would convince homeless guys to pay them for all of their information, their social security number, for all of that stuff. Give him like $20. He'd spend like $100 to get 5 soaps.
I know now a lot of people that people take their tax notes. It's just like a security number for their business.
EIN number, yeah.
Yeah. So you can buy it.
This dude was a homeschooler. I don't know what the fuck his parents were thinking. They entered him into the
Exxon.
They're not hard to look up. You can like Sunbiz, Florida like business directory. You can just type in your name, you can find a list of businesses and you can find all their names.
Most
see what's going on. I'm not saying he came in with like a doctor's nerd walk here. I was like, what the fuck is this? It was like a hit list was made. This was like an extreme bully situation. He knew he was on a baseball team. So he was like, football, like he'd be on first base.
Yeah, he has the biggest reward. Yeah, but
So how many of these fake IDs did you create? 25.
In elementary school and middle school, they wrote
you know, my adventure plan is
really?
to get like a $1 million.
That counts as like top 5 on the list.
It's fuck off. You know, I was a military, but I lived in Germany for 2 years ago. I lived in Germany for 2 years ago. I lived in England for 3 years. So I was familiar with this. You know what I'm saying? So like I was gonna be like, I don't know, a lot of stuff with being in drugs, like with anything in life, like you just get used to this lifestyle, you know, and it's just yeah, I never got that.
The next one in the school newsletter, it was like bullying.
Right. So what did happen? What happened? You know, you had all these IDs. You were basically you knew the feds were on you. Didn't you have like your phone tapped? Didn't you and your friends have like your phones tapped? You knew they were like following you, right? And you were like knowing where you were at, tracking where you were at.
Yeah, well, not at first. I mean, you know, for 2 years, almost even for 2 years. So like the first 6 months, like I'm paranoid. Like I think like the Fed got that power, you know, because when you go through a situation like that, especially as you went, and basically you know all your friends tell on you, and you're just like you think the Feds are like unimportant, right? But in reality, right, they're not unimportant. All their information is giving to people to do that. You know what I'm saying? So at first, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they can't tap people's phones and all that, but that with me, like, you know, that was like maybe like a U.S. market was like caught on my trail, you know, they were tracking my music, but that was like you know, so for the first 6 months, I would say I was pretty paranoid because I thought that I'll be powered. Plus, I was fucked up. You know, I always tell people it's like, you know, there's this Jimmy Hendrix saying, you know, Catholic living saying, slipping the sea eventually. And that was kind of like my story. You know, I made myself into this, like, you know, wanted to be a rock star or whatever, but it was all based, you know, on my ability to move and LSD, you know, and that foundation was like ripped out from under by the feds. I was fucked up. I didn't know who I was, you know, so, you know, it's all this shit, and then, you know, I take off, I can't even read my real name. So that first 6 months, you know, a lot of paranoia, a lot of, you know, you're just like questioning, who the fuck am I? What am I doing? You know, just the right thing, but, you know, at the same time, I fucking all crazy to, you know, switch on your friends and do something right, you know, it's like, fuck. You know, after 6 months, about 6 months, I said, I'm major fast. First, I was out in Hollywood, you know, having a million acres of 6 months, I was back in Dallas, Texas, with
Dude, there's a show. It's on FX. It's on Hulu now. Fucking it's hilarious. It's so funny. But this dude is an energy.
Dallas.
So he.
That's
Russell
so
Wilson classic. This one guy that just looks like a dork
He
from
was
an
like
office.
so
But like he gets his powers.
But
He
he
brings
down
you.
there was like
So
back
like,
then
it'd
was
be
like
like, dilly dilly. How was your weekend?
so it was like you really could make a lot of money. So I was kind of selling weed to like this neighbor's restaurant and stuff. And I was kind of selling weed to like the
Let's start a
restaurant.
fight and then sit in the room next door and just be like, yes, he's like all negative energy. And I was like, man, dude, it's definitely just an energy vampire.
So one of the things was like,
Just
hey, dude,
start
I'm
a
gonna
fight,
go home.
leave, sit there and hear
It's
screams.
hard.
Be like, yes.
So,
What's so funny is that back then too, I just wasn't like I would start a fight and just ruthlessly crush people and be like, that was awesome. And that was so funny. They freaked out. Like, hey, not a shred of being like, is this okay? It was just kind of like, it's
I
great.
didn't even sell
I
all
can't
weed.
believe I got those guys to fight there. So then he started calling this person's house and being
I
like,
make connections,
where's your
and
son?
then that was kind of how I made my money in the first place. I was like, buy something somewhere at a low cost, and I would pay someone else and sell it for a high cost. I mean, that's a basic thing. So once I found this out, I was like, fuck it, I was back on. You know, I could have a market. I started doing that. Kind of got myself a mojo back. You know, and basically, I had like another little run. You know, like another little run. You know, probably took me like 6 to 9 months to build up my clientele where I was making good money, and then I had about probably another 9 months on. Before the Fed got me. And how that happened,
I was thinking about what a dickhead I was.
I was up to the same
dishes, and I was like, I had like a vivid memory of reading. I remember reading the science book and seeing Homo sapiens, and I was like, really? Oh my god. Oh my god, she's gonna say Homo in school.
And so we were actually going out partying the street. And this place is called Kid Charles. It's like Main Street on downtown. So he needed to go make a drop with one of his guys. You know, CGI Friday. So we go to make a drop, but you know, the kitchen is so busy. You know, it's like on Friday night, we can't get off the line. So he doesn't make the drop. You know, and it's not even a lot of week. So, you know, I don't know this. You know, I gotta make the drop. I was having fun today. I was doing the dishes at 34, and I was like, that was hilarious. And you know, we're about to go out and party and everything for money, and I don't think that we actually fifth grade, we had somebody come in to give us like a sim set class time type thing. And I remember writing a question, so he would have to sing it. I wrote a question, I said, and this is another fucking, you know, thing of bad luck.
Now,
So it just so happened, like we were in the Burger King for 14 years, but you know when people do drug deals, they
and I was like,
so
yes. And he was like, I had this same character, dude. I had to be like, yes, I read it. And he was like, do you really want to know that answer? I was like, yes.
and just so happened, this Burger King
They're called
got
homosexuals.
robbed the week before.
I had to like stay here and like,
And they see us out in the fucking back of the truck,
how about that?
and they fucking call the cops on us, and they fucking smell weed.
Which is so funny because that dude obviously knew I was
You know, I'm thinking,
they just had to watch a fifth grader pretend to be like, yes.
and we found that, so they arrested us both, brought us in, printed us,
Yes.
and still I'm good because it's not my car.
Do you really want to do the attention?
I'm the free guy, and it's his weed, so I mean, you gotta take it, I mean, it's fine.
Dude, that's crazy.
You know, because like
Seriously,
maybe
we go
talking
down
about
to that. We're just trying to make someone say gay.
right?
And be like,
When I was a fugitive, I watched all those
That was
shows,
my
like
whole agenda for the day. I'm teaching you to say gay.
all the fucking shows. Because I was interested, like, you become more interested in
funny
it.
in school, dude.
Oh, of course. I was studying. I was like, how do they find people? You know, like, how long does it take? You know, from watching these shows, I'd seen like serial killers. It took them like 90 days to match a person. Like fucking serial killers, right? So I was like, who the fuck am I? I'm like a little fucking LSD dealer, non-violent, you know, fucking from the suburbs. Like, who the fuck is fucking about me? But I had no idea. I was top 50 U.S. markets. Yeah, 15 fugitives, dude. Like, for whatever fucking, right? So they mess out my fucking prints in like 3 days, and they got the fucking, they released me. They released me, like, my card, my views. So they released me, but they ran my prints. They messed up my prints, and they're like, oh, you not fucking so fucking, the fucking, fugitive task force is like fucking on my tail. And this dude, it's like his real name. Like, he has family in St. Louis, so they're like all his grandparents and his fucking mom and shit. And he's all like freaking out, and then he starts fucking cooperating. And that was when it was like when we were doing like the 7 days, and we were like tracking because they were trying to see, because you know I had some leads, I was selling leads, and I quickly got busted. I had leave, and I was trying to, you know, I knew I got arrested, but I had no idea they were gonna match my prints, and the fugitive task force was looking for me. But still, I'm still like, I need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because they're gonna match my prints up in like fucking 60, 90 days, and they're gonna find out who I am. So I'm trying to fucking leave this region, and I'm gonna fucking take the money, and I'm gonna go fucking, you know, just basically go somewhere where nobody knows me and hide out. Because I didn't have the opportunity to do that.
That when you tried to take his death?
Oh no, let's put that part to we go back to that. That was when I left. So when I left in 91, right, that was like, I told you I was doing everything we could. I was coming up with a fake ID plan, right? And then this was like my grand plan, right? I was going to take ID. I knew if I was gone, like after 7 years, I just disappeared. Like after 7 years, like you could just destroy it. You were dead. Like you just disappeared without a trace. Nobody found your body or nothing. Like in 7 years, you were dead. So that was like my grand plan. So I was like, how the fuck can Seth Rogen go away and touch he said that to his mom. His mom's like, he sounds like his daddy now. He's in bed. She was like going around like my son's about to beat Tyson's ass. So like everybody at work what I did
and she died. And he won. He just
I got the fake ID, and I was ready to go, and I had a little bit of money, but you know, when I
great.
had
I mean,
a full
but I immediately watched the fight. Terrifying. Yeah, well, Tyson apparently, you know, he didn't train as hard. He was like, it was supposed to be a tune-up fight. He was just a tune-up fight for his
never find my body.
mom.
7 years after playing
And he got fucking sick. It was the first time anybody knocked
that's all I'm
him down.
doing.
He was also in the ring after that. How you feeling?
Some whole big plan. There's this place in Northern Virginia. It's called Sweet Falls. It's a national park, and it's like a lot of cliffs, and it's like rapids, and it's kind of famous among kayakers because they got like all class 5 rapids, and like all the superstar kayakers like the kayaking, and class 5 is like it's like a black diamond. Yeah, basically. Like double black diamond. Yeah, so basically, like if you fall in the water, there's so many rocks and the river's so moves so much, it's so rapid that
not unconscious.
Yeah, so from being in that area in Northern Virginia, going to high school there, I just remember, I was always a big sports guy, so I remember, back then it was youth. Every day I was like, watching the coach and before the sports section was the metro section. So sometimes you might catch the headline in the metro section. And I remember people always committed suicide. They would fall. So they would jump in the water and just smash against the rocks and go. So it was like a suicide.
5 yards, 10 yards away, just like kind of moving back and forth, like screaming at him till just.
So I remember this, right? So then when all this comes about,
pick up Temple, and I'm like running, but like walking fast, looking backwards. I'm like, yeah, bit by a fucking something in your ankle.
7 years.
And as soon as I put Temple down in the house, he just started eating.
So that's my whole plan, right? So I make this whole plan, I do a suicide mode, I put my car there, I That scares a little, you know, it's a little setting on the side of the bush, you know, like it's, you know, it's like my clothes, my wallet, you know, I don't know what it was. Leading up to this for like 2 weeks, I was even like dropping this to people. You know, people that I knew, people that actually, I was on the cliff. I know it's not necessarily and I waited until some people came out, some joggers. I went up there and I went, "Hey, Joe." There's a big couple days. Phil had to do that once. Till we got in a fight in the front yard with another cat. So it was like, 5, 6 in the morning. You just hear two cats screaming. Phil ran down in his plane tightness. People like walking out to the newspaper. Just as white till using a fish rod. When that first happened, I was down in LA, in Hollywood, and I was right by the door and just started whipping. It's a strong tradition. Like the first one, too. If your cat's in play, you gotta jump in, dude. But it's ready to strangle suicide. Yeah, man. It was so good. My plan's gonna work. It's people playing like through a chain link fence and staring down my dog. I love it. Like I'm saying, I mean, I was a smart kid for 20, but still I'm like 20, so I'm like incredibly naive in a lot of things. But, people got it. Hellish. That's all assholes scared around the old fucking going down, right? So then I kept reading the fucking things, right? And then, there's like a ton of them. There's like a little alley that makes a bunch of yards and kind of scoots around. But I saw that possum running across the street, and I was like, like calls to suicide. Oh, King murdered one. It was eating. It was in his parents' garden. But it turns out possums mostly. It's like crazy because I'm like literally mostly eat like the driving down like that's when they had news stands. So if you go to news stands, it's like the newspapers. So he would the possums go to his garden. So I'm like literally going down there. I'm like running to the news stand. In a cage. They wanted to kill it. So he caught it in a trap and then like killed it with a grenade in it. Green barrel. It's like you're just like, I mean, on the outside, I probably look cool, but like on the inside, it's like hard as cups. Instead of cups, is what I did. I played everything brilliantly, right? But I staged my suicide on the wrong side of the fucking ground. Right? So my body didn't wash out to sea. Right? They dragged the river for 2 years. Because it was right side of the dam. So, yeah, they didn't find a body. So when they didn't find a body, they tried to prosecute it. There was no body in the parkland. Yeah, I thought I was smart.
Were you in touch with any of the people in your life after that? Did you let them know?
Was I stressful? Only my mom. The dude is waiting for this airport. It's actually my godmother. Oh man. Kids had a great chick. He was on a date with he was dating this Mexican chick and she was telling him how they kill the chickens in Mexico.
Yeah, one day they were interviewing Dave, she said when she found out that he was suicide, I saw the article.
Talking about eating Mexican chickens.
No way, wait a second.
He's like, oh, fuck, they're on the streets. It's like, was it?
That's my
How you feel about swinging?
Yeah, but yeah, so that was like the whole suicide thing, and then like the reason I even became top 15 is it's like fucked up too because there was this dude,
I think he's probably shacked up.
For my case, he was the assistant U.S. attorney. So I mean, I don't know. I wasn't privy to the U.S. attorney's office, but more in retrospect, kind of looking at everything and how it happened. This dude could have been like the driving factor.
He's thinking about giving a speech.
I guess I can't see that.
Gettysburg.
You know, I'm just like, you know, it's just something.
I think he's
So this dude could have been like, he could have been like the driving factor.
That's the only policy I care about. I'm probably going to speech down at Gettysburg. Who is this guy? Yeah, apparently there's he was like, God damn it, trying to make people pay fucking generic prices for the COVID thing. Really? Yeah,
Then, as soon as I disappeared, this dude transferred to the U.S. Marshals Office. He becomes the head of the U.S. Marshals Office. So he makes like this lateral transfer, like this in so he does all the paperwork to make me top 15 U.S. Marshals.
Russia says they got the vaccine. Russia has it.
Even when I got caught, like some of the Marshals, they're like, how are you talking? They're like, and they basically told me, like, straight up, they were like, who did you piss off? You know what I'm saying? Because that's how fucking you get pissed off. I pissed that fucking dude very hard. Yeah, that's who I fucking pissed off. You know, from everything I can see that I pieced together, he was a driving factor in my face. He was the one who pushed it. When I took off, put like a black mark on his record, took offense at that. You see the personal. The U.S. Marshals Office, they knew top 15 which would have never been top 15. There was no reason for me to be top 15, except that I took things off. Then when I got caught, he gets a feather in his hat, and you're not gonna believe when he's fucking circuit appears court in Richmond, Virginia. Right? So look, if you look at in this country, right? If you look at our judicial system and like, you know, how that, I think you guys know really well, right? He was the prosecutor from the Gotti case. So everything in this country, in the judicial branch, is based like on making people, you know, you advance by winning cases. You don't advance by doing the right thing. You don't advance by advocating justice. You know, you don't advance with no incentive. And you do that by having these big media cases. So basically, this dude, Jimmy Hudson, blew my case up into something of like, you know, that's something I go far. You know, I keep them coming. So they have them where you're like, hey, what the fuck is this shit? And he blew me up into this big fucking place. They like make them. Took it one step further, blew me up into this top 15 fucking feature. And then, you know, in his career, his judicial law enforcement career, he's capitalized off that shit. That's why, like sometimes I just tell people, like, okay, yeah, I'm not saying this stuff fucked up people, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll be the first to say that. I just don't violent people belong in prison. You know, you got a lot of people who don't belong in prison, but there's just so many cases, especially when you look at the war on drugs and retrospect, where these people like this supposedly do the right thing. They're the fucking most evil. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a fucking Fourth Circuit U.S. judge. So this dude is like one step down from the Supreme Court. That's how powerful this motherfucker, you know? Like I said, I should have got him on a lot of podcasts, so if you just ain't nobody else in the U.S., fuck him, you know? Whatever, you know, I'm just that type of dude, you know? I'm gonna see what I want to do in 2020. Used to take massive it really, my dream is eventually have like a, you know, big Hollywood movie, and I want to fucking like portray like motherfucking years, like they do really, yeah, protagonist, yeah, I just want to share, I don't want to do it, big sisters, like you'll go off to like Chinese school. Yeah, this dude should be exposed. Big brother, like Chinese big brother who's like sitting at the dinner table. Like this fucking law, what do you guys think of President Xi? Whatever. They're like, you have to be like, wow, he's very good. My blood. So you feel about the politics. you know, not
They
necessarily
literally, you have to sit there and
much
go to
love
the
and
party, and then you go to the Chinese food, Big Brother, they're saying
And-
it's our goal, sleep in bed.
I'm not the only one. I'm not
Sleep
saying
in bed
the
with
only
your wife.
one, but that's
So
what he
Big
does.
Brother,
These people, that's
your
what they
Big
do.
Bro
They
will stick around,
love
prima donna.
and the people
Yeah,
in
dude.
this country,
They'll just
they
be there,
step on other
dude, in your
people and make
house
them
all
out
the
worse
time,
than who
making
they
sure
are.
you're not fucking
You know,
around.
if anybody, any other country does it, they
Just
criticize
talking.
it.
But
They do
now
the same
what they're
thing to
saying is
us.
they're developing all this AI
And they prop
technology.
themselves up on
Or
our
they're
back.
trying to get it down. They're not there yet. It's actually kind of funny. It's like one of their
The future, dude. That's like the future of porn.
Evil
Incest,
fuck.
cuckold.
The
Big
DEA,
Brother.
evil
Like
as
the
fuck.
government fucks your wife.
You know what I'm saying? The CIA, they're just evil.
It's like woman stuff.
So like I say, I don't really want to talk about CIA. They just might come kill me.
What was it like when you finally got caught for the last time? Like what describe the scenario? Like your doors kicked in, like what, how did that
Yeah,
go
I was
down?
in this tunnel line. St. Louis,
They're playing, but they're
right by
selling
the
the
river.
ability.
And I was actually raiding, man. I had like 20 pounds of pot. And I had this dude, Colombia,
Here you go. Here's how you
distributor.
completely monitor your entire civilian base. Then it'll be, this is my
His name is
prediction.
Dave, so
I
I'm waiting
think
for
they're going
Dave
for it to be like North Korea,
to come down and give us 20 pounds.
China,
Because then as soon as he brings me the
Venezuela,
money,
any
he's
country
going to
that
love me.
will
And that's
dictator
what
get this technology, and then it'll just be up to the West.
Well,
Well, I guess we gotta fight this like theoretically, so like you can just demand all the data, the more data you have, the better you got. I guess I think the West is gonna be like, look, let's just give up everyone.
I'm writing the fuck out.
The most fast. So I think that's, I think it's almost
I'm gonna give you all this shit for like
just at least the way
$100 less a pound.
I don't know. I mean,
all cash.
they're talking like
So he's like, okay,
facial
we talk
recognition, looking to like,
He's
looking at what you
actually
read,
supposed
looking
to
at
come down.
yeah, then they said they're 2022 because they say all this stuff. They're like, yeah, but last year they had a thing where like we can recognize everyone's face in 2 seconds.
I didn't know everything
There's
was
a thing
going
where
on
like
behind the scenes.
an ad, some face, like a plus ticket for jail. Yeah, so I don't know. You're reading all these articles. It's like
It's fucking more than
so they facial recognition.
and I'm already, you know, I'm like,
That's what I'm telling you is facial
fuck
recognition.
out of
They're
here.
selling this shit like sub-Saharan.
You know what I'm saying? Because when you're in
And then
this
facial
that,
for
like, you can
blackface
feel that
is
shit.
really
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like the walls fucking closing on you, man. Like, you feel that shit. You know? Even though I didn't know, like, I didn't feel this time until everything was happening, but, you know, like, your body, your mind, so, yeah, they fucking bust in, dude.
Yeah, did you ever see that when like Facebook had trouble with it? They would
It's just
tag.
it's like fucking for real.
I think it was Chris Cotton, right? Every black person on Facebook is like, this Chris Cotton.
You know, a lot of things people don't know about these law enforcement guys, but these dudes are as much cowboys as a lot of the drug dealers.
Every black person, every photo was
You know, a
like,
lot
you're
of
with
people
Chris
don't
Cotton.
realize that. I mean, these motherfuckers are cowboys. They're fucking,
So yeah, the facial
they're
recognition.
basically taking you out. They don't have no local law enforcement. They don't have no backup. You know, it's just it's like
Also, the
real.
great Pico scandal.
You know, they fucking come in, you know, they do whatever they want. You know, so they fucking come in, they fucking get fight over you, you know, have a little bit of money. And, you know, actually, you know, to answer your question, I mean, it is in a lot of ways.
How much did he rip you off for?
You know, I was constantly, I had all these different ideas. It's like you gotta like screw yourself. It's like, okay, boom, I take out something. I gotta process in my mind.
How did that result? I mean, that was the beef. The guy was pretending to pay the electric bill, right? Yeah, it didn't result. He just disappeared. He fled the country.
Because you know, if somebody will pay you over, you're just by cops. You have to know that shit. So I would do that. And so every day I'm fucking, you know, I might do it for like a week. You know, I do this. You know, like, that shit wears on you. Also wears on you. You know, you people all the time.
Yeah, I'll work it off. Never like that. I'm so sick of the electric
You
bill.
can't be yourself. And
As
then
if
have
like
like this
keep that up
backstory.
Yeah, but what's the voice there? There had to have been some sort of,
You know,
was
you
it
got
just like
constant
sheer
like,
laziness or was there like
betting?
Because
How these backstories connect to how they used to be. You know, because you don't want to fucking, you know, this is a big thing. You know, that. So, just kind of floating and like all this stuff in my fucking life. That's a lot of fucking, that's intense shit.
I never really struck me as devastating before.
Whatever stress or whatever. So it's all like mental stress. I put on myself. So, yeah, when I got caught, you know, like I can't.
Security guard?
You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like but you know, at the same time, it feels like you know, I can handle this stuff, even if some motherfuckers I'm not sure that I'm find the money, find all the ideas. And then like they're asking me, like, you know, you're involved with stuff, like, ooh, you get a gun for anything like that. A gun is like $5 a year. Like, these motherfuckers live it. So
increase it up, pull it back, or like, I think it's on Mario.
So that's like their job.
Exactly.
You know, more time, the better. So they're like, no guns, no guns.
What's that?
So, like the one mark.
Anytime you talk about black hair, it just instantly turns into fucking Price is Right or whatever. Fucking what's that game? Family Feud. Like,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, he didn't put that gun on me. You know, we picked it back up. But I'm saying that's just like shows you like the mentality. Like, why would you do that? That's how we
Bags like joke with you? Or what?
But I'm saying, like, what type of person would do some shit like that? You think that shit is funny?
There was
You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm looking at, dude. I'm looking at fucking coming back. That's why I
write that character in my book since
you know
my
what I'm
story.
saying? This is fucking height of the war on drugs. The laws are fucked up.
Stories are white only.
You know, I know what the fuck I'm looking at. And even if fucking type of thing like that, and you're like a law enforcement, you know, you're supposed to be the good guy. Good guys don't do shit like that.
The lady was like,
You know what I'm saying? And especially like, look, I'm not resisting arrest. I'm telling you who I am. You know, I'm not fucking trying to go out like fucking and make shit like that or calling whatever. If you're a criminal, you're trying to go out like that, whatever, law enforcement, do what you gotta do, that's your job.
that's a weird thing.
But I'm saying that these other situations, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, right about his whole culture, man.
That's just probably for bad raps. Same with comics, so like, I'm an activist. That's pretty much it.
I think like
What?
this is
Yeah, that's the move.
Big time. I noticed a lot of the outrage.
the reason why our law enforcement
There was people who were like
first of all,
freaking out.
things
Maybe
called
that's not what
qualified.
it was, but you look at their
Basically,
profiles.
like
It's
top
always like, oh, by the way,
law
check out my
enforcement,
indie comic series
they
about
can
a black
do whatever they
superhero. It's
want
like a kick-ass
under
Muslim
the
lady.
guise of their job.
Okay, that's
You
weird.
get
That's
away
just fucking happening.
Right. Isn't that the law that says that they can't get sued for
Yeah, it's called, that's right. So as long as they do it
Like I just saw
under the color or the auspices of their job, they can do whatever. They can fuck in the fucking face. Beat the fuck out of you.
Is it changing now, though?
You know, there's more discussion.
There's
So I
some
mean,
states, I think some of these laws are changing. Speech
I mean,
challenge.
it needs to. I think it's more like a big challenge to talk about. I don't know how much it's going to. Yeah, stuff is slowly changing for the better, but I'm saying this is one of the worst things as me as white basically. Right? Second thing,
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we're gonna pay you. Here's your base. We're like, yeah.
right?
Yeah, true.
Forfeiture, like,
Shout
you
Bench Bureau, you seen Bench Bureau,
can
shout
literally.
out.
And
I'm
I'm not saying it happens to white people, but it doesn't happen to white people. It's people of color, like African American,
What I heard in you is exactly right.
Spanish,
Donald Trump would bury the other comedians. He would
they
bury you
bust
because
and
he's
pull them over
really
and find
funny.
his joint, and they take the fucking car.
Have you seen the one
And it
video?
happens all the fucking time. I mean, probably more in the 90s than it does now.
I kind of
But you know, I mean, dude, and look, think
I
about this.
think he was just going over the lyrics.
I know you guys have probably seen this, even down here, right?
Yeah, no, he didn't do
You
it
got a
that way.
big
Of course, he
bus.
did it in a very dorky way where he like would say proceed, called it.
And I'm not saying, I mean, some public clubs, they might put that money in their pocket.
Get
You
deep
know,
into
but
it.
more times than not, they're not putting the money in.
You just want to throw in some censored
More
N-words.
times
I think so.
So we're gonna read the
But all that
lyrics.
money
Yeah,
is going
I watched that music video.
And then you see like the head of the department, the fucking sheriff, is driving this big fucking GMC fucking Yukon fucking Denali all fucking loaded out, like $150,000 fucking car as his company car. Because they use the forfeiture proceeds, the drug money to do that. So I'm saying that that's not corrupt, dude. I mean, that's fucking corrupt on its face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because that dude is driving around that car. That's his car. Why does the sheriff have to drive around the fucking car? I'm sure you guys have seen it down here because it's kind of some fucking bullshit. I see like in Missouri, like up in Missouri, like some of the police departments or the sheriffs, they have like these big fucking four-wheel drive fucking police trucks, dude. Like outrageous, like some shit you would see on fucking monster trucks. And they drive and they got all their flags and it says fucking St. Charles County Police. Right. And I know you see that shit down in Florida because it's some country boy shit down here. Right? Dude, that is outrageous. Where do you think they get that money? Taxpayers didn't get that fucking money.
So you're saying that the money that they seize in these drug operations, whether they raid a house or something like that, they use that to buy trucks
For the department.
So the department keep that money.
Whatever the seizes, whoever seizes it, like even if the feds are involved, that money goes back to the local. You know, the feds don't seize it. So look, so all right, so those two things. So you got qualified immunity, and you got forfeit. And then the third thing, so you got basically law enforcement in this country. They can do whatever they want to do whatever they want. They fucking basically go after fucking drug dealers just to get money. You know what I'm saying? That's like, they don't care about what's right or wrong or the laws or, you know, what laws are being broken or who's getting fucked over. They're just going for the money. That's what it's turned into. They're just going for the money for the forfeiture laws. And the third thing that has turned our law enforcement in this country to this big, bloated, fucking entity that's fucking seized on itself and is evil as fuck. Right? The third thing is the fucking informants. Because look, these dudes are detectives. Like, you got detectives, like in law enforcement, right? Or agents or investigators. They don't investigate nothing, dude. All they do is threaten people with time, and people tell them whatever they want to do. They don't investigate. So they have no investigation. They're not fucking detectives. They figure fucking nothing out. The only type of bus they want is a bus that gives some money for their department. And they have no accountability because, you know, if they arrest you and you say, man, fuck you, kid, they can punch you in your fucking face and bust your fucking teeth out. Yeah. And whatever, and they don't have no communication, have nothing happens to them. A lot of times they don't even get suspended. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're at the point where we are right now. You know, with law enforcement, and look, I'm gonna break this down for you further. All right, see, look, we're all fucking white, right? So a lot of the cops are white. So, you know, sometimes, I mean, they could be assholes too, but like, sometimes they can look at us too and be like, oh, you know, so we might be a little bit more lax. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they still, I'm not saying they beat the shit out of fucking white people. You know, if you get whipped, you get fucking but think about like the black people. They don't give a fuck. Those motherfuckers are subhuman and get away with it every fucking day.
Well, I mean, you see it way more nowadays because of the internet and social media. And I'm sure you know, cops have got away with it way more in the 70s and 80s. But with like the way things are changing now, the tables are kind of turned. Now, if you're a cop and you're a piece of shit, it's easier for you to be exposed. And you know, I mean, think of like who would want to be a cop? Who would want to be a person who has to go into these places and have to be constantly worried about your own life? You know, just imagine like pulling over a car at night and ask them to
roll down the window. I mean, the amount of cops that you shot. You're worried about your own life. I don't see.
I mean, I can see that to a certain extent, but I don't think it. I mean, basically, man, people are treating somebody as a person and give them respect. You know, I've been around prison guards. If they treat you all right, you know, you treat them all right. You know, you just do your job. You know, I want to do my job. But, I mean, I could say some of it, maybe everything in life. There's both ways. And look, I'm going to throw something else at you. This is what law enforcement does. All right. Most people, when you do their job, they just want to do the easiest job possible. Right? So if you're in law enforcement, right? Who would you rather go across? You're like some phone call or something in the room. They're all those types. They're those types. Yeah, but you know, they're not. They're like, you know, but who would you rather go across? Meth addicts or cocaine, fucking cartel members with fucking machine guns and shit? Or would you go let us fucking marijuana or fucking non-violent marijuana? Look, you know, what are the most arrested fucking drugs in our country? It's still now, and it's legal. Half the state. Marijuana is still the number one. Marijuana has to be look, at one time, I don't know, marijuana number one in the U.S. We don't want to let it go, man. We don't want to let it go. It's changing, but we're in this process now. Like, it might take another 5, 10 years, dude. I mean, people are still pushing this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're not getting the same severe punishment. You know, but it's still fucking insane, especially, you know, if you're fucking black and brown.
The system, right? It's what they're incentivized to do. It starts at the top. It starts at the bottom. When you build a system that's based, that incentivizes people to meet a quota, to make more money and to raise more money for your department.
That's why. That's like my whole point. My whole point, like anything I brought up, and like it all stems from my kids. I see this all, I mean, whatever. I see this all from the color of youth. I see it all from the point of my kids. But as all that has happened to me, I see a lot of other stuff. That's been my whole point. It's evil. It's inherently evil, like the whole system. I'm saying there's a lot of people, individual people, they're just doing their job. You know, I didn't blame the individuals. You know, I mean, if you're a bad apple, you're a bad apple. I mean, the truth is going to come out of the water. You know, but the way the whole system, you know, from the war on drugs down to law enforcement, is fucking inherently evil. And I know a lot of people in law enforcement, shoot, like from my work, you know, back in I've interviewed fucking retired DEA, I've interviewed retired FBI, you know, HCF. I say, I was like, whatever, they did their job, you know, whatever, they thought they were doing the right thing, you know, I just want to know whatever circumstances in your life, right? But sometimes, like, even actually, you know, I think it might have been Toronto versus Columbus. Great stuff. Like, they cannot admit that the war on drugs is wrong. Really? Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, some of them have come out and said, but a lot of them, you know, they went to trial. You know, I mean, whatever, you spend 20, 30 years of your life doing something, dude, you're not just going to be like, you know, it takes a big ball. Oh, yeah, this fucks up. You know, so a lot of them, and like I said, to me, this whole thing, it goes back to like all of it. Like, we don't still in there. You know, they couldn't take 21 fucking years, you know, like, I'm like, you know, to me, it's like the nature. Like, I got out, I'm like, plug you back into nature. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's still fucking sucks. You know, shit's like, you never know what's in.
What kind of prison were you in?
I was in like, I did 12 years in medium highs, like 9 years in lows. And, you know, basically the feds and medium highs are called gladiator schools. You know, it's a lot of fights. You know, I was in the penitentiary. The penitentiary is just like the highest. It's a federal penitentiary. Oh, federal penitentiary. But what they say in the federal penitentiary is that they say boys fight. You know, like, you don't fight. Like, you gotta be like, you get stabbed. You know what I'm saying? And I said, boys fight.
which is very fun.
I was in what they call gladiator school for Union High. So like, basically you got to
So
fight.
fucking funny.
You know,
Yeah,
fight.
big mom, 10 straight hours. So you're just like,
Starting out.
pull you up. He's gonna sound blue. Jesus, they lost their mode in the UFC. Like, when it's just people, it's just
A lot of white collar. White collar crime is more like an effect of the enemy. I could never go to camps. I was always behind a fence.
Why couldn't you do that back and forth like
You know, so I can get
It's like
But you know, the lows you got like the people that fuck up at the camps.
golf, they'll just
So
cut
it's
to a
like
commercial.
minimum
There's still
security,
plenty, there'll be a
you
screen
know,
that's
fucked up. And you gotta, you know, a lot of you got dudes that started to pay attention to that.
just do it walking. Yeah, it sucks.
And then you got a lot of dudes,
It's crazy.
you know,
Yeah, put it on. It has to be. And it's always you get the same thing from everybody. Like, wait till you
a lot
play.
of
Then you
informants,
really
you
appreciate
know,
it.
they're, but you know, it's funny in prison. Even like when you're at a low and you know there's like informants.
So that game sucks.
Oh no,
That's how I couldn't do it. That's the argument to watch.
nobody wants to wear that anymore.
Do
You know,
professional talk to your girl.
You know, I found out like all the time that I
That's
did,
good. That's a good show.
it basically came down to like usually the person that was going trying to say he was suspicious, like usually we have like argument. Right. Like why is it like they're deflecting? Like why are you pointing out? You know, some of the dudes like that, they just raise it with you know, a lot of time. I mean, but that's gonna be like one
Golf is like the best thing you get is a working place too. An NBA, the bubble is kind of suck.
Yeah, it's a crazy subject that always gets brought up when you go to prison, you go to college, you know, with the big crimes. Like the first thing you think of, you know, you often preview or you snitch. Like, not that you snitch, and that's like the number one question people ask. They ask you about more about the story. Is he a snitch? Is he not a snitch?
When I came in, you gotta show paper. So when I came in 93,
Yeah, that's a big story.
I came in 93, I
Unfortunately, I saw and this guy stood and check it out. Yeah, like,
25 fucking years. This is like 93. When I came in, you know, a lot of people are still under the old laws from the 80s. I came in at 25, and I'm like this new shit. I'm like, I'm like fucking years old.
Cheap job.
And fucking clean cut, everything was like just so power. And the people like all the time, you know, looking at me, but still, you know, they just started those laws like in 89. So, you know, a lot of dudes aren't used to people. You know, like for my crime, what I did like in the 80s, it might have been like, you know, maybe 10 years maximum. It was parolable. You know, but then after 89, when they made the new law, you know, for millions of Simpson got out, you had to do 85% of your time. For 10 months, 500 hours therapeutic growth program. Yeah, dude, when I went back then, it's like, we call it people. You go in, wherever you're from, your homeboy's from,
His hands are huge.
everything's
Yeah, so the NFL combine's worse. The NFL combine's way worse. Yeah, there's a level of white guys, but there's still like thick, like jacked black dudes just standing in a line, like with their shirts off, just dragging just white guys with clipboards. Like, that's like your Special Olympic shit. It's like flat. He won't do. Yeah, it's pretty well. That's well. I wish I would have read my mind and tell me where I sit. Just tell me where. Let me go to the combine. You would look like in your prime. You would look like Tom Brady's combine picture.
What would happen if you're like, yeah, I was just fucking right out this guy, put all that votes, and I saved 25 years of my life. Now what?
I'm my athletic prime right now.
Beat the fuck out of you right there. Chest me in.
What have you done ethically?
Really?
I did yoga this morning. I ran 1.6
So look,
miles.
I've seen a few cases
I've never been able
where
to
there's been
run
like
this
some
long.
fucking
That's
tough
awesome.
switch
1.6
motherfuckers.
miles is my world record.
But you know, in the end, they always do things. I was in Bethany, West Virginia, right? medium high, second joint I was at, and it was too rough and tumble joint. It was like we all took the feces, like when I say we took the feces, that's like if there's a fight or a disturbance, like the cop hits the body of ours, and like all the cops are running, like the cow well, with disturbance. So that's what the feces do. So I mean, they were taking feces like all the fucking
That's not great. That's 2
there's just one dude I don't know his name, big dude, country boy. I like his post on his page. He's a country boy, right? And he's on the fucking compound. You know he's hot, right? So fucking some of the I think it's actually a newspaper article about him.
Track the elevation.
So we tried to check him out.
Around that, it's like race around that. It's just
What happens there? Like, let's say you fight, like, the fuck out of you, and you're all marked up. The cops, when they see you marked up, they're gonna lock you up.
they're like,
and if you don't say what happened, like,
you just like some of this color. Like they're all
if they put you in a hole, you're in the investigator. Supposedly like the shot callers for the West Virginia. So he keeps them up and go to the hole, and you don't see nothing. He's like still on the yard. So you know, the authorities are all the white boys. And then like some other white boys on the yard. The rest of the West Virginia dudes, so then like some more red dudes go or they can't eat or whatever. So then like this. So against the fucking California dude. Usually like in prison for the white boys, usually
I think it'll just be like,
usually the California
doesn't matter.
like
So the Mexicans, the toughest.
Rather than being certain, like blocking a black dude. Be crazy.
There's certain jokes I shouldn't think.
And it's not like that with any
It's
of the
like
other races.
segregating like left or right.
it can be, but you know, sometimes it's like, you know, supposed to be everything is like unified, like okay, we're white and stuff together. But a lot of times, you know, like I'll have you, and you'll be like, man, fuck it, I'll fuck it, man. Fuck it, you piece of shit. You know, you like a fucking joke and shit, or you fucking OG money for some heroin. You know, so it's like shit like that. So officially, with this fucking West Virginia fucking touchdown fucking snitch, fucking California dude, fucking cornered them out on the fucking yard with weapons.
It's we're going classic
And
times.
fucking beat the
But
fuck
they're
out
like,
of them.
it's a year from now.
It
They're
was
like,
like
that orange, I'll have this kid over there. It's just like, just weird, man. Just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It's like crazy.
Wasn't Whitey Bulger a snitch?
That's what I'm saying.
White
It wasn't
Bulger,
always like this.
He got killed. Didn't he get killed? Didn't they put it down on him? He got some sort of government.
like that. So what Whitey Bulger's story was, he was in a protection. There was a joint down in Florida.
And then everyone there would just go stand.
Coleman, that's where Matt Cox went.
Oh, so they got two Coleman. They got Coleman 1 and Coleman 2. But one of those yards, that's like any of the dudes. So any of the dudes that like can't walk mainline. That means like mainline is like
Someone has that
Crazy.
value.
It's like a million. So, you know, if you can't walk the line because, you know, maybe you're scared or you got beef or people try to kill you or you're a gang or something like that, and you can't walk the line. Like the prison authority won't let you.
Right.
They won't let you, even if you say you want to. You know, they usually don't let you. So this is what happened with Whitey Bulger. So Whitey Bulger, he's in Poland. It's a no protection. He's in where he's walking in Europe.
Separating church. I apologize.
And then he did something like, he has some various something that he pissed off the staff, pissed off the war, maybe. You know, or he got, whatever. He pissed off the staff. I don't know who or what.
Yeah, I think if my mom heard me talk about jizz, she
They were like, maybe you need to find it. You know, he's like, fuck, you whatever, I'm white. And so they were like, okay, we got something for you, Mr. Whitey Bulger. We're going to transfer you to a fucking prison where motherfuckers want to kill you. Because you're a fucking rat. I mean, and none of this is said. It's all unspoken. You know, maybe your prison staff, like in their, whatever meetings or something, they must do that shit. So we transferred them. And then Whitey Bulger being Whitey Bulger, even though that, because when you go to the yard, anytime you go to the yard, like they ask you, they ask you, just put you on the yard, like you can go and see. Nobody has to go on the yard. You request PC, you request custody of your pictures. That's your job. Especially when you're doing these pictures. That's where you got to do control. Especially when you got some like Whitey Bulger who just high profile fucking dude. He's a fucking informant. Everybody fucking knows. No, but Whitey Bulger was the type of dude. He was like, his whole thing was like, I'm not an informant. I pay for information. They work for me. But you know, anytime with law enforcement or criminal justice criminal like Whitey Bulger that has such a long range, anybody knows how intense information is like that. He's dealing with the information about his own needs because of the So Whitey Bulger goes to this prison. It's actually
hanging just about anywhere. You can be like, hey, we got a lot going on right now. Let's give it up.
So he goes to
I think it's probably just like a shove and bite to the chest, being like,
as they basically tell him, like,
stay vague. Yeah, true.
You think you're like, you got increased with these things, you get in the yard.
You believe that's horseshit?
Whitey Bulger's trying to pull it. He's old, but he's exactly what he's fucking on. And so the cops let him. But I mean, they never should have let him. They knew better, but it was like, that's why they say that the whole thing was like a vendetta by DOC, like it's some, high, not like the normal cop, but like somewhere like the regional office or the central office, they were like, man, so that's a conspiracy. I mean, you know, so they come up, but you know, I mean, but whatever, I don't know, you think sometimes like when dudes get old or in bad health, maybe they want it a lot. They want it a lot. Who knows what's going on with this one, Or maybe he really thought, or Whitey Bulger, so nobody would do nothing. That's crazy. You can too much LSD. So a lot of people say, it seems how it's and that was before he killed everybody, right? Yeah, when he was I used to like that. Did you really? That's how you do it. What?
Salt Lake is a question.
Did he ever respond to you?
Really?
Dude, he's writing. He's like fucking chicken scratch. Like, it's like the type of letters like you can barely fucking read. Like you got like it's work to read his letters. Yeah. Yeah, but I wrote him. I actually I did some articles where you some of his letters, some of his letters, psychology, and I had a dude on my site, website realtimes.com. He was in the West Virginia prison where he got whacked and he wrote it.
What did you and Whitey Bulger talk about? Did you ask him about the LSD stuff?
Yeah, he wrote some, told me about that, but I mean, basically, I was giving him, I was trying to say, like, dude, let me write your biography. So he was telling me, like, little things, like, he was telling me about the Institute of Ultra, and he was trying to tell me, he was trying to tell me, that was mostly what he's giving me some history. But mostly, how fucked up his face was. Because a lot of those dudes, if you don't know, especially the older dudes, they get life, and they just get obsessed with you, like, they got like these 3 or 4 kids, and they just can't let them go. I mean, I think that happens with a lot of like, but in there, it's like simplified, like when you do life sentence, and then there, it's like, I'm gonna show you like what prison is like. You gotta keep his mouth shut. You gotta keep his. It's about to keep yourself safe. You gotta keep people away. You gotta keep people think that you're crazy, or you're violent, or you're negative. So it's like almost like you make shit more than it is. Like, like shit don't happen to you. Like maybe the fucking. You know, do your transfers, or top push your tomatoes, execute your shot, so you fucking like really, like pronounce fucking bullshit. You know, just like you just like you fucking like negativity, like keep motherfuckers at bay, keep them always like all that shit is based on negativity. I mean, all prisoners, it's like good prisoners.
Yeah, that was his boy. That was like they don't have step up on somebody else's back. Exactly. Ryan Garcia is the hottest, but that guy was Ryan Garcia slightly less sidekick. Yeah. That guy is slightly less hot sidekick. Looks like Matthew Mr. Horn.
All of us, solid crime. We're better than you. Yeah. When you find out about it, you can shit out of it. Checking in the hole. Right. You know, so it's just like, it's the whole thing. I mean, it's prison is like fucking, like negativity.
What are prison guards like? Are there any prison guards who are happy with what they're doing? Are there any of them there to make a difference and enjoy their jobs, or are they just there?
No, I wouldn't say that. You got the majority of prison guards. I mean, they like crazy. So that's like 9 out of 10 are like that. And then you got like the 1 out of 10 is like a super. This all started from Logan Paul filming in Japanese. But a lot of them, like a lot of the blocks like this. Tattooing is illegal. You can't touch it. You can't touch it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, like even like in there they call it politics. So it's like drama or any type of situation, politics. So like if you're a white boy and you do something stupid, or especially if you do something stupid with some other races. 6 hours. Because in the other races, they took the white boy shot car or the white boy car. You know, the white boy car, that's like the white boy car. And they come to make some leader of the white boy car, and they're like, yeah, man, you got fucking, this is what we do, and you step out of line, this is this. You know, so then, and what they do, you do like a white student punch another white dude just to like avert gonna be like, okay, yeah, he's hungry. You know, he's stuck at home. Something stupid, you know,
once you fans on these houses,
stupid.
you play, it's all you can make real. I'll leave. That's how they get the Flyers fans. Like, wait, there's not gonna be any pussy left for us. And we already have the sort of Chinese communist party.
That's like the rules. Like, I don't know if the rules are kind of jail. The rules, like,
deserting.
one race won't take it to the next.
I'm done with these hot kids. I think the algorithm finally found you. I think you hit just like the lowest level of success that like the pedophile algorithm. Like we have it works. The other space I say, I understand. True, free. Was just kidding. Crap, someone brought a 16-year-old boy into an elevator. That's basically
a lot of times you just see stuff, you know. Like, I'll give you a situation like I told this story to a lot of people, like, maybe like one crazy, like, with myself, like, we're cool, like, we kick it, we talk shit, we play, whatever, we joke around, you know, in the stuff, and it's just being used. Right? But then, you know, we go out to the yard, you know, around this, make yourself like you got one up on me or something, you know, in front of these guys, and maybe like when we're in the cell, you're like, oh, you know what I'm saying? But you want to say that in front of other people, I mean, I gotta fuck with you, I don't even say it, I just fucking fuck with your fucking neck. You can't really look at it from these other people, that's really like keep my fucking respect to them. You know what I'm saying? And you gonna fucking tell me what later, you gonna say you did, you just want to do it. You just want to say that to yourself. That's yourself. You see it. You can't say that's the thing. These fucking dudes, because they're letting you shoot guys and shoot from my fucking armor, and then my words are gonna be shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's like politics. Right. So 21 years old, you said? How did that change you when you got out? I mean, sure, as a person. I mean, maybe who I am today, I mean, basically, yeah, I would say crazy. I mean, I would say, like, when I came in, I mean, I grew up in the suburbs, right? So, I mean, I've never been a violent person. I mean, I was never, like, a violent, malicious person. I never, like, to get in fights, but, I mean, now, I mean, like, I'm still not a violent person, but I can get violent. Like, I tell people all the time, look, I'm too old to fight, but I'm definitely too easy. You know what I'm saying? So, like, look, I don't have no problem with anybody. You know, I'm not trying to walk away, whatever, but if a motherfucker shows you can't walk away, you know, I'm just going to get tired as possible, as quick as possible, and I'm going to as much damage as I can, with no warning, and then I just don't leave it alone. I'm going to attack. You know what I'm saying? That's how you guys do this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm not a malicious person. So a malicious person, they might do that to keep you down and keep trying to fuck you up. You know, that's like a malicious person. Get off that shit. If you want me myself, I've known there's a situation like that. You just gotta inflict as much damage as you can. You don't let anybody know it's coming. You're not gonna say it, but you know, it's like a fight or flight. A lot of times if you do something real quick, you can like shock a person. And while they're shocked, you know, laying on the floor or they're facing through their nose is broken, you know, I'll hit yourself. Yeah, for sure. It's like, you know, but still, I went with the same person there. Like, when I wasn't there, if there was some type of beef, I would just handle it like that. I didn't care where, I didn't care what child. I didn't care staff well. If you disrespect me and you did something, I would handle it right when where I was at least like,
That's what I'm saying.
It's just better because then like it's something, because from there like stuff people like stuff that's weird. It'll be like a few people on there saying it's all these other people involved. And you might do it.
Are you in eighth grade?
Yeah, so I've always I learned the name.
These are nice people. These are hyper boy bands.
And go right there.
We're a psyop. Basically, they're like the get in and like. Boy bands would take your 13-year-old daughter, Marty, and then you'd have to pay $200 and bring her in on concert. Yes. It's kind of disgusting. It's a fucked up business model. Like you torture your 13-year-old, 12-year-old daughter into like going and we gotta go see like a Liquid Town. What's called Liquid Dream? O-Town. We're gonna see Orgasm Town, Dad. You're like, how much is this? $116. Jesus, funny. Your friends definitely masturbate during the sleepover. Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. I mean, dude, you're speaking.
So what are you doing now? So now that you're out,
that's what makes the
new project.
that was the one.
Yeah. So
and then you would take again. We got rid of
so
your
writing
homework
books
and
and
sacrifice, and then we started taking like, you know,
22
Britney
bucks
Spears,
while
who's
you're
15, 16 years old. You just play her body for the world, and then like slowly, she just gets completely excavated by just people just shitting on her, fucking her, and losing minds.
I wrote some prison stuff too. That's her journalism too. I mean, that's just like this plan. I do.
So they can't come, they have no control of they're basically like slaves. They all got lost.
But I like prison
and
documentary mafia stuff.
Every single one. Had to be the Beaver's got his dick. Beaver had his dick wrapped enough where he's like enough and became a Christian. Britney Spears couldn't take the day off. I think Britney Spears, they're like, that's gonna be into like a Beaver becomes a full like elite Christian and becomes like a saint. He's doing this already.
So I mean, I was actually like, that was a lot.
On the road to Damascus or whatever.
I was just like when I was in prison, right? I was like, I started taking college classes. And you take college classes there, I was taking correspondence. And you can go 2 routes. It's like business, administration, or kind of like writing. That's everything's offered. I was just trying to do something for my future, so I started taking college classes.
We grew up on boy bands, and like that kind of fizzled. That was a sick thing. I have a horrible confession. Our summer party one time, me and my boys
All my stuff's like robot.
discussed the possibility.
But like I said, I didn't.
Creating boy bands.
This for me, it was like a 17-year process.
And then we decided not to. Really, because you're so.
I got to know who was 17 years ago. So I was thinking like, I focused really heavily on the writing. I started writing stories. I was always here. I had a lot of sports, but I kind of like really like running balls. I thought black people that we were really white people.
You're supposed to be doing
Playing
practice of
soccer,
like lip sync dancing. Like, oh, let's watch
so that's kind of how I did my time. I took sports and college classes. I worked out. And then, so I was doing about 6 or 7 years. I started thinking, like, what can I do for my future? So I started writing. I started writing stories. I started writing books. I mean, literally, I was like the white dude in prison. He was writing books. Think about that, just on the face of it, after everything I've been describing. Just to tell you, I have relationships with people who actually support me, after I get in a while, they knew what type of dude I was. I started writing books. When you write books in there, it's like I always tell people, like, you hear people in the media all the time where they got books in the media. Oh, they missed books.
Backstreet Boys, but like back in 2001, and it was like if they had done that today, they
especially if you're a white
got canceled because they like very openly and without any sort of like this is a little bit weird. They were dressed like exactly like they like took mannequins.
But I walked that path. I navigated that path. I got that respect. And really, the books I wrote, the books that I wanted to read. You know what I'm saying? Because when I first got locked up, I was locked up on the East Coast for a lot of mafia groups. So I started to read all the mafia books. I locked up with a lot of family, cocaine cartel dudes. I read all the family cocaine cartel. And then like in the mid-90s, when like this or that. He's like jumping off, and then I'm playing ball with a lot of these dudes. You know, I'm hip hop kid too, you know, that's hip hop started. So, you know, when I first learned about it, but I watch, you know, I do really like watching, you know, and I was with the dudes, you know, they were like, that was dudes. And the guys like from New York and the guys from that area, and I was like the dudes, and you know, so I was like looking for books, you know, on the line, and like, yeah, and then, you know, I asked about these guys more, you know, from the hood, and they'd be like, you gotta do some bebop. And I'd be like, what? And that's how I first started writing. That's why so all this, it was, I wrote books that I wanted to read, but at the same time, I was looking for a future for myself. You know, in my end goal, I knew I was getting out. I mean, I was 25 years, but I knew I was young. I was 26. I knew I was getting out. I knew I had a future. You know, I wasn't like I was doing when I was 40, 50, like 30 years. You know, I knew I was getting out. I still, you know, had my health. I was, young enough to have a career. You know, so, my end game the whole time was still. You know, I wanted to make fun. I just didn't make fun. You know, person after person. You know what I'm saying? So I wrote books. You're a piece of shit. I went to look at I wrote books. You know, I always think my writing has always kind of been on the cutting edge, but I also think my writing too, it's changed because like when I first started writing, I was taking these African American voices and I was writing about them like the kids, Jesse James type figures. You know, and then as I got older and I matured more and I kind of saw how the system was, you know, kind of a lot of some of the stuff we talked about, you know, my views on the system and the war on drugs and law enforcement and the criminal system and whatnot. I started seeing things different. So my writing kind of changed more like advocacy type of stuff. You know, from the, romanticizing or glorifying gangsterism. So, you know, but I think everybody needs to get ready to 28 minutes, so you didn't make it. I was afraid that when I said you're rich, you act. You know, my writing kind of changed, but I still the whole time. I'm writing books in my head. So here's what happened. Yeah, really fun. Obviously, but you, I think your game is you try to get it all out. You try to pull it all out. So I started formulating all those in my head. I go, okay, I'm rational. That's like the ultimate evolution. You know, I go, no, I'm not jumping. I go, no, you're right. What are you talking about? You told me this before. You get people to a territorial thing. They just all of a sudden see you stuff is how such a much bigger impact. You know, most people are like music or documentary. I did this on my track. In my head, I was rational. I thought about the last 6 things in my life. I was also very rational. Yeah, I got out in 2015. I had all these books I started with the publishing house. Another time I was in prison. No, it wasn't bad at all. I became like in my head, it was back and forth. I'm not having a crash with us. In my head, I'm like, also, all my friends in my grade, I'm not going to fight or go back and forth. Dude, it's all I'm feeling. I like legitimately had no idea what you were going through. Yeah, just kind of built. And when I got out, and I had a job. So I actually went to this foray for almost like 5 years where I became like this national I think I was peeing in a private jet. I was like, all right, because I think this person was like, I'm checking the miles on Kentucky. Like, is it a big deal if you borrow someone's private jet? And like, rack up miles on it? I'm like, I don't know. Apple has like a big that was it. I was like, but that's how you're peeing this jet. I like, as soon as I was just because I was like a national analyst for life. You know, like I've covered like Sundance. You know, I've like covered all these fucking things. Sky Pay video. I haven't drink a lot where I'm like, in a dystopian state, like never had a bad all people in my life like fuck you, dude. I'm like back in 2000. Yeah, like having a podcast with Matt. Yeah, Oh, this was after you got out. When I went back when I was in prison, I was just doing like 350. Oh, okay. 350 so about that's like my time like 350. You know, I was getting like 350 a month for a month. You get $350 in prison. Yeah, but then I got out and I was I mean, before they say that. In the big scheme of things, I mean, you know, $350, $500 especially, you know, Vice is notorious for being low budgeted on film stuff. You know, like where something like Amy or History might have like a $250,000 budget for like, you know, like something like I Was a Teenage Felon. You know, the budget might be like on Amy or History, it might be like 10,000.
Well, their whole thing is they're cool company with back in the day. So they can pay.
Well, plus what they do, I think a lot of industry stuff like that. I mean, you get young kids when they come out of college and they can film like before they shoot themselves. Right. You know, so
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, paying $35,000 a year. You know, to work 10 hours a day. I mean, some of their exploitation. It's better in college, too, honestly. You do that, you don't so much more when you actually go to work for it. I mean, dude, I go stuff for free. I got a ton of stuff that's never even been published. I was really kind of right. That's my trade. You got to process it. Yeah. You know, but yeah, there needs to be a thing yeah, I got out. I had to go to make film. Actually, right when I got out, I did this short series called East Honey Assassin. It's on YouTube. You know, they're really sick off. I'll be able to I mean, that it's like a little fictional thing. I don't know if East Honey Assassin. Not sexually frustrated. Yeah, just like sexually violent, annoying. Yeah, so other holiday plans to do more sexual violence. Jesus Christ, documentary. So this really kind of thing and I got out. And that was kind of how I learned. That was like my first foray. I just got like some, you know, I took some local college students that were doing film skills. And I think that's the secret, you know, about the film about the equipment. That was kind of almost like my training, my first training. But then it's on YouTube now. That's what you can watch. Mr. Bunny Assassin. It's kind of like some low budget. I think like we made the whole thing for like $2,000. That was just like the food, the batteries, for the camera, which is crazy because they were like doing these home videos of him. But then you know I really got lucky. I got involved with Restream. He was a documentary on Netflix now that I really produced. I interviewed this director, Sean West. He did this film called Murder in the Park. And Sean West had actually cut his teeth. He did 200 crime stop and they slung just on the 16 the youngest one that like himself, the other one like I'm talking about like the son and the mummy, or is this the bag, or is the bag? He did this Murder in the Park, Frank Soka, his brother. Time magazine, you know, 2 crime documentaries for a year. So I interviewed him for Vice, and actually, for whatever reason, Vice ended up killing the piece, but I struck up a relationship with him, and he was just finished that film, and he was actually looking for his second film, so we started talking, and he found out about my background. You know, he was a true crime dude, so, you know, mostly, a lot of people with true crime didn't like my backstory, you know what I'm saying, so we started talking, and he was also, you know, he was amazed with all the work, all the writing I've done,
guy's son, and they
So,
started raping the daughters.
he threw me up
The guy
to
came out. Finally, the kid.
he basically was like, I told him, you know, I wasn't shy. I told him I wanted to.
For his family of all those fucking
You know, I told him I didn't want to
find the dad. Check
assassinate
this
for
by
what
why he did it.
But I
He
said,
had a
you
camp
know,
for back in like
I made dots. I saw myself as being too fun and pushing too
pretty
cool.
hard.
Just
They're
like,
filming
we
ice
up there and we started talking about
there.
ideas.
So fucking claim to fame, but it's like I
Also,
would feel like, oh, that's why I used to get off the little train and walk to
you
the
know, about
street.
like some prison and stuff. Or, you know, I think at this time I was like, oh, really good.
Everything going on, I guess. Like,
Exposing the prison thing, looked like it was just out. So that was like the thing I was pitching.
but then mom was like, dude,
And, you know, when I just have the mission, you know, that I did all these articles on this, that like the rich advice.
and his son was raped by he was filming like
And,
every single
that struck his interest because he knew that they had this Hollywood movie, this Matthew McConaughey, that was just going into production of White Boy Rick, you know, about the same story. So he found out I knew White Boy, you know, he found out, you know, I had the foundation of the story from these articles, you know, for like advice me. So,
makes me shut it off every time. It's serious. No, it's just one shot. It's a tough one to watch.
I kind of made a deal with him. I was like, look,
Insane. How fucked up this is.
I want you to
I thought it was like,
basically,
you know, it was like,
you know,
it's
mix
like,
on
you
me
know,
on
dark
this
and
thing.
twisted family.
I knew how to tell a story, I knew how to write books, but I didn't know how to make a film. I
They
didn't
brought down the
know
hours
how
here.
to
The
how
uncle
to do it.
immediately.
And when I walked into Steve's office too, I saw he had 9 Emmys, you know, in his office. Not national, but regional Emmys that he won for all his crime topics, or like the higher
Exactly.
And I was like, okay, this dude must be fucking serious. So, you know, we made a deal, and he said, you know, so all the shoots, like he was flying in, you know, he was all in all the process. And really, you know, he taught me,
There's a bunch of you. There's like this guy, numbers, statistics alone. This guy deserves fame. Dude, it was pretty fucking so
White boy.
kids. You go to the child, you guys are hang up your shop in your class. He has drawings of the child. They like, he goes through like the psychiatrist drawings. It's like him as like an 8-year-old
that actually
drawing.
came
Just
out,
like
man.
his
That
whole
actually came
step
out
with like a huge dog, dude. It's fucking crazy.
2018.
It was one of the most
Yeah,
fucked
it
up
was
things.
weird because I knew it was a real good movie. I knew it was
That was
crazy.
really
It was
when I watched
this
this,
crazy
and it was
story.
like,
But I don't know,
yeah,
it
the
never
fact that it
kind of
was
took
like,
off.
the dad
And I think maybe it was
he's
something
laying on the
that
couch, just
the White Boy Rick Hollywood movie came out.
your uncle
I think it was kind of
take my
bombed.
penis in his mouth, I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I'm saying?
Feel
So
kind of
maybe,
good. Like, dude, just
you know,
watch
just
it.
whatever the circumstances.
It's
Yeah, and our doc kind of came out at the same time, so maybe we got worried because that movie went on, so maybe we had an interest. So we were actually on Stars for like almost like 2 years, and you know, people knew it too. I had a documentary on Stars, but you know, I had other projects that you know I wanted to get off, but I wasn't getting it. You know, nobody was really funding me. And then, yeah, and then like,
Dude, the mom at one point went upstairs and the door was shut. He was up with Uncle, the master, total dude with the kid. Yeah, the guy, yeah, exactly. The Phantom, dude. The Phantom of the ass, right? He would chill upstairs and the door was shut. And she was like, hey, what are you guys doing in there? And he goes, and she was like, he just said it was such authority. And the kid was like, why did you open the door? He was like,
I don't think people were open and receptive to the story that was showing like they did because the level of corruptions are like so fucking crazy. I don't think people believed it. So they just dismissed it. But then, you know, after the pandemic and everything that happened, you know, that I just did through the pandemic and, you know, the last couple years of Trump, it was pretty chaotic. And like I said, I'm not pro-Trump, but you know, against Trump, you know, when I like Biden is more against Republican presidents. You know, when it's home, I try not to, you know, just politically involved, but I mean, I think everybody just said that thing is politically pretty chaotic in this country. What we see in the media. So I think all those things that happened that I just described kind of made people more receptive to what white men have and the level of police corruption that we're talking about. So then, you know, Netflix, you know, we get off Stars and we signed a new streaming deal with Netflix. We're on Netflix in April. And the writing that shit. And yeah, dude, it went on there, and it was like it was a brand new news. Dude, it blew up. It was like the first 2 weeks it was on, it was like top 10. Really? And it wasn't like top 10 documentaries. It was like top 10 on the whole site, like news series, everything, for 2 weeks straight, right? And then, as they said in April and May, like it had 20 million views. Exploded. So, I don't know, it's weird how things happen, because everything that's happening to me now, like film wise, I really thought it was going to happen in 2018.
Family sexual abuse.
Yeah, I mean, I know I've been battling it.
Where did he get from? Dude, it was just like,
You know,
dude,
now,
anything, like, okay, I want to build a married race. That's a kid that keeps getting. They're like, we're trying to figure out who got the older brother first. Dude,
I tell people I equate it to like, you know, like when the TV and the pictures were Super Bowl.
reminded me of that, but I think
Like, everybody knows Tom Brady's like the MVP, right? But then you see like all the support players signing big contracts with other teams, right? So it's like the same like white boy. I'm not the main person. I'm Sean Rucker. The editor, and he was the second. You don't say anything, and there's this other producer, Scott Bernstein, so maybe you and him might be like the third, fourth, third, whatever. So, I contributed to it, and I helped shape it, and the story, the origin came through, the access came through, but, I was just supporting for that. I'm not going to street anything up. You know what I'm saying? We deserve the credit for making a good film, but, I helped. I was a part of it, so now, like dads pulling their daughters out of strip clubs, and you actually want your son to get into a TikTok dance. I'm a part of that now, so maybe I have that magic. Yeah. You know, so it's weird, because I always tell people, like, I'm the same person, like, I haven't really changed, but it's like, the way people look at me, because of that film, doing 20 million views and 2 months on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? It was weird, because I started going Sundance about 4 years ago. And I started meeting people on Sundance. I met all these like amazing, talented filmmakers. They got their films in Sundance. They got their films in Cannes and Tribeca and SWSX. I was like, oh, this is what I want to do. And I grew up, and like none of these dudes had like a top 10 film on Netflix. And they're like calling me. They're asking me like, what's the secret? How did I do it? And I'm like, it's like this shit. So it's weird, man. I mean, I'm still doing it now. I'm YouTube, but so I was kind of funny for a lot of my friends. I got this film Nightlife. It's called Violence in Your City. It's about to come out, and I follow this dude around Your City, like worst parts of St. Louis, and follow him around. He's basically a violence interrupter. This is we follow them around from like 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, like with all the drug addicts, the prostitutes, the drug dealers, the homeless people, that's what he does. He for like an hour of your perspective, the times I never did, your dad snatched you off hanging cross earring out. They're not the same anymore. Like there's dads forcing their sons to have. That's who they want to be. That's who they all tell them. He's got Drake, I just took sales agent. They're so rich. See, I don't have. I always tell people like a lot of people say, unless you're Martin Scorsese and you have like some overall deal with Netflix, you can't say this. I do shit independently, and I work with private investors that give me money and stuff like that. And then I finish it and do the sales agent. So that's what I'm at right now. So I was describing the rest of TikTok. Autistic Billy is the only one of us. You might get A+ weight. Could be on TikTok. the psychedelic revolution right now. It's about the history of the LSD shows, the underpinnings, how they locked up and targeted all the people for LSD like myself and and how now we've almost gone 360 and we're talking about legalizing like some criminalizing it. So that's what that's my LSD doc I'm working on. I got a Humboldt County doc I'm working on. History of Humboldt County and the Emerald Triangle, and how these people up in the mountains of Northern California became known for doing the best marijuana in the world, and at one time the region 90 supplied 60% of the domestic product in the U.S. It tells how like they were terrorized and where they lived were basically militarized with like helicopters and military going in, arresting them and throwing them in jail and, cutting down their crops. And then, it's full circle. Like, I was locked up with some of these guys from Humboldt County. Now they're out now. They have these farms. So you think it's all good, these guys are legal now, but now, with big ads and big pharma coming in, marijuana being in California, a lot of these guys are small farmers, these guys are from the mountains, they're small farmers, they got, some spots in like California, Santa Rosa, they have these big greenhouses, these massive operations. And these guys are struggling, so that's what that film is about. It's about the history of Humboldt County, it's about the Emerald Triangle, it's about why they grow the best marijuana in the world, why they should be considered like the Napa Valley of cannabis, but it's also about the problems that we're facing right now in the market of California. A lot of these farmers, like the cops couldn't make them stop growing weed. The war on drugs couldn't make them stop growing weed. The drought and the fires couldn't make them stop growing weed. But now, a lot of them might have to grow weed. They might give up because big ads because they have much of their price tag. They can't make their money. So that's why Humboldt County doc. I got my LSD doc. I got my cannabis doc. I got an ecstasy doc. It is got a crew out of Atlanta called the Southside Boys. All the Southwest Florida, and the big hubs in Panama City. And one of the stomping grounds was Club Mojita. Which is famous club in it's like where they have like MTV film, like stuff like that.
Yeah, man, that was
So I'm doing that, and I listen to the Smash Hit #1 podcast in the world right now. Nice White Parents. What is that? It's called Dope. It's basically about America's first drug cartel, and it goes all the way back to the 20s, and it looks at like, when the mafia started the international global drug trade. From the pop culture, a lot of movies, there's this thing like the mafia. They were the first drug cartel. Heroin has been the biggest money maker. Full prohibition. So I got that story too. Every day. The whole podcast is just like, it's just
goddamn, Seth. That's a lot of projects. You're on it. You are a busy dude. I don't know if we're ever going to find an answer to this big industrial complex in this country, but just chime right on it. Probably will.
My biggest thing now is that all the non-violent youth people, they're still like, numbers out there, there's still like 40,000 people locked up, non-violent.
Families benefited directly from NAFTA, like probably had slaves, like they had slaves for like, oh, and then we got selling blame force. So yeah, you feel pretty bad.
Like I said, I've been in prison.
The whole thing's about what starts out about
Any reasonable person in prison, there's people in prison that belong in prison. Like I said,
that's the overall
I
message.
don't think all prison people actually don't lock up those violent people. They don't deserve
About this one
to be
school.
out here. Whatever. Sometimes you might do something violent and you might say, you're okay.
There's charges.
These people that are repeat violent offenders,
get to try to pick those guys who kind of. This one dude organized all the white parents from this middle school to go to this one, or this elementary school to go to this one middle school. He was like, if we all get together and demand that they have a French program, we can go here. It's empty. Nobody's going to school. It was like half capacity. So they
Locked up the serial killers, locked up
and
the
then this
criminals.
guy led like
Legalize all drugs.
30 white
We'll all be fine.
kids to this school all over grades. But he was also a professional
Cool,
fundraiser.
man. We'll let everybody know where they can find your projects, your work, whatever you're working on now online.
Now they got mad.
Yeah, check out my website, GuerrillaConvict.com. I also got SethFerrante.com. And I'm on social media, man. I'm on Instagram. And, Facebook, I'm on Twitter, so I post about a lot of my stuff. I do like to put shoots, I post like behind the scenes photos. That's really going to be a homeboy coming up on the 11th September. I'm doing
There was just certain parts where maybe like an area where they're good for prison gang, and it was just a lot of
I'll be posting a lot of stuff.
he was just like she was holding people accountable for shit.
Follow me on Instagram, Seth Ferrante. You will see all
She'd be
those.
like, the white people didn't
The
want to be,
images of the
they were
inner
afraid
triangle, like the
that their kids would be bullied if they were the only white kid in
also,
class.
I'll keep all my
Wait,
books.
so and then
I got some other
it would
books
have been
coming out. I got a new book coming out called Criminal Escapades,
great so far. When does it get
which is about a lot of
I don't know. I
articles I
haven't
wrote
really
about
gotten
mafia
that far
guys.
yet. It's
That I was
usually in
locked
like
up
parent
at
teacher meetings, which she goes to or records, and it's usually like
stuff like that. It has like criminal chapters. That's
arguing with
kind
a
of
guy named like Randy, who's like, we just raised this.
I'm
It's
doing
like,
this other book
you are not part of the parent teacher.
called Thug Life.
That money should be for all of us.
Hip
Well,
hop
actually,
organized crime.
it's
Some
personal,
cheap
private
publisher
money.
called
It's great.
Hammer
It's one to listen to. I mean, I
They
love
mostly
that.
they do a lot of boxing
Go to, like,
crime stuff. But
Philadelphia
I'm
School
more
District.
trying to search
Just
for
be like, all right,
hip hop.
champion.
So it's actually, to me, this book is really special.
That's why Philadelphia School District. Nobody's more through. Everyone has a house here. As soon as it's typically all the time. As soon as it's Philadelphia School time, they go like, let's get the fuck out. Yeah. Everybody does. It's like, dude,
So I travel a lot.
it's like a fucking nightmare. I'd rather send my sons and daughters on TikTok.
To me, as a writer, books, that's like this is fucking book.
It's our fucking daily thing. And it's. But also, again, she holds them.
Cool, man.
I did pretty cool.
Hey, but look, I appreciate you doing this.
This was
Yeah,
a
no,
meeting
thanks for having me, man.
parents.
Look,
It was voluntary.
I had some friends in St.
The
Louis
entire
that listen to you guys all the time.
This is for this.
Right? And then me, like with my media profile, rich white people, white boys. I find
Go through a black neighborhood and get like very nervous when they're driving. They play like that.
when my profile's taken up,
These are people who legitimately are nervous around black people.
they're like, you want to cross me podcast? I'm like, that's the fucking biggest true crime fucking podcast, man. They're like, you need to go on, and I had like several of my friends say, look, I didn't listen to you guys in Lakers Street. And then, so I already used Concrete, but I don't know how to get in touch with you guys. You did. And, your producer, Tyler, he heard me, I was doing something on Clubhouse, and he just happened to like, chime in and caught me. And then we started talking, and that's great.
Yeah, we got a problem with Clubhouse. They're hard.
No, but that's how he found me. But it was weird because it was like right before he reached out to me, just like 2 weeks before. Yeah, and I had some of my buddies.
Right.
They were like breaking down. I mean, they're like,
That's awesome.
it's like, no,
Shout out to you guys.
every fucking
Shout out to St. Louis.
Jeremy Salvatore. That's your number one friend in St. Louis.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Jeremy. Hit us up. We'll send you some merch, man. Hell yeah. Cool, man. Well, thank you again for coming down. I really appreciate it. Great stories. Absolutely. Anytime. Cheers. Goodbye, world.
We took the cat test, and it was just kind of like, hey guys, it would take like 3 weeks. It was like, hey, you're going to take these tests. It was kind of so like, what the fuck ever. We get down to these, nobody can give a fuck. Yeah, true. I went to Catholic school as well. Cat tests, I kind of filled those in. Cat tests, and my SATs. I took them once. I was one and done. Yeah. Didn't take any prep. I just had like, cat tests were my bro. Come on now. Powerful shit. That's what we do. What'd you do? You probably didn't take the SATs, you fucking blue-collar loser. I did take them. What'd you get? You smart. What'd you get? Let's show our dicks. I think it was like 1180. Fuck. I
Hello, world. Ralph was a reporter for the New York Times for 45 years, where he worked as an investigative journalist and crime reporter. He's also written 7 books based on investigative crime and reporting on cultural history. His latest book, The Believer, Alien Encounters, Hard Science, and the Passion of John Mack, is the first biography of the Pulitzer Prize-winning Harvard psychiatrist John E. Mack, who risked his esteemed career in psychology to investigate the stupefying accounts of human abductions by aliens. Nothing in Mack's 4 decades of psychiatry had prepared him for the otherworldly accounts of a cross-section of humanity, including young children who reported being taken against their wills by alien beings. Based on Ralph's exclusive access to John Mack's archives, journals, psychiatric notes, and interviews with his family and closest associates, he reveals the life and work of a man who explored the deepest of scientific conundrums and further leads us to the hidden dimensions and alternative realities that captivated Mack until the end of his life. This is a good one, folks. I hope you enjoyed as much as I did. Please welcome Ralph Blumenthal.
That's funny about cheating. I thought I was like, I can read patterns. I'm so good at getting patterns right.
Thank you for doing this, Ralph. I really appreciate it. I just finished watching the UFO documentary on Showtime, and you made a few appearances in there.
I did.
Really, really great documentary.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't responsible for it, but I like the part where they used me, and I don't subscribe to all of it. I think there were some sketchy things in there, but
Really?
which is true of the whole field. I mean, it's just pick and choose, but I try to keep it on a level comporting with reality. So.
Which part specifically about the documentary are you referring
Well,
to?
there were some references to U.S. government working with aliens in secret base, things like that. I think are kind of way off.
Right. Yeah, there's quite a bit of varying theories about what's going on when you sort of dive into that world. So briefly, why don't you, for the people listening who aren't familiar with you, if you wouldn't mind, give me sort of a brief background and what your background is.
Okay. Well, I spent my whole career at the New York Times, and I was very well grounded in reality, let's say. I covered those from the mafia, the World Trade Center bombings, including the first one, the truck bombing, which was a precursor of 9/11, although investigators never realized that till too late. And I covered political corruption and politics and investigative pieces. So my background was not in UFO reporting at all. And I got into the UFO story in John Mack through a series of circumstances I had to go into. But I really had very little interest in the field until very late in my career.
What originally made you want to become an investigative reporter?
Well, every reporter who goes into the field feels that he or she can, right wrongs, as they say, afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. I always felt I could, make a difference by reporting. I think you can change the world in different ways. One is by political activism, another is by exposing the wrongs. And I found early on in journalism that was the best route for me, and I got a lot of satisfaction from it.
And you did a lot of overseas work as well, right? Like in Vietnam and other places.
Yeah, I covered the Vietnam War from 69 to 71, and the Cambodian War, which was part of that. And I was overseas before that in West Germany, so I had some foreign experience.
Wow. How old were you at the time when you were doing that?
20s.
Wow.
Very, very young.
What was that like?
Well, in journalism, you get your best assignments when you know the leads.
Right.
When you're young and mobile, you don't have a family yet, you can move on. So that's when you get your best assignments. So later on, the more you learn, you are encumbered by your family life and other commitments, and you have a home and things like that you have to sell. So little by little, the world closes around you. But so I had wonderful assignments early on in my career. I continued to have very good assignments, but my foreign work was really early on.
Now, are you still with the New York Times, or?
No, I retired in 2009 after 45 years, but I still was able to contribute, including my most recent stories on UFOs, which we can talk about. I did those after I left the staff, continued to contribute.
Okay. Now, in 2000, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first legitimate article to ever be released by the New York Times on UFOs was 2017. Is that right? No.
The Times did a lot of reporting on UFOs over the years, so I definitely wouldn't call it the first legitimate article. The Times has a long history both covering this field and ignoring certain things in this field, both. But if you go back into the archives, the Times was reporting on UFO incidents, way back to Kenneth Arnold and Roswell, of course, and all the things that happened in the 40s and the 50s, 60s, throughout history. So I would definitely not call my article or our article, because I collaborated with two fellow reporters, the first. But it did open up some new avenues, let's say. It was a groundbreaking article in the sense that it exposed this unknown unit of the Pentagon, ATIP, Advanced Airspace Threat Identification Program, which no one knew existed. And with the release of the 3 Navy videos that came along, 2 and then 3, came along with that, I guess it kind of changed the tone of the paradigm to suggest that mainstream media was taking this field seriously.
Right, so the 2017 article, for people who aren't familiar, one where you talk, or the videos or the radar videos were released from the pilots who were operating the Super Hornet fighter jets, and they captured the Tic Tac craft that was going at 1,000 miles per hour, which is estimated almost colliding with one of the Super Hornets at one point. What was it about that article that made it so groundbreaking?
Well, first of all, we exposed the fact that the Pentagon had been tracking UFOs, even though the government said it was out of the UFO business with Project Blue Book in 1970. So the government obviously has not been straightforward with us throughout. It said that it closed the book, Blue Book, on UFOs 50 years ago, whereas this secret unit, ATIP, was operating in the Pentagon, tracking UFOs and collecting information. That started in 2007 under another name and continued. Today continues to the present under another name. But so we revealed the fact that the government was continued to be interested in UFOs. That was interesting. We revealed that Neil Elizondo, the head of the program, was resigning in protest against the lack of support he was getting within the Pentagon. And that was groundbreaking. And then to suggest that, to show in the videos that the Navy had actual physical evidence that these things existed, was groundbreaking. I mean, for a long time, people were dismissing UFOs as mental aberrations, fly specks on the windshield, marsh gas, the planet Venus, you name it. But all the thousands of accounts of people, throughout the years, I certainly gave the lie to that, but the government never admitted it. So now the government is saying, yes, we have a unit investigating UFOs, and here are Navy videos. There weren't the whole video. We only got parts of them, but what we got was very interesting.
So how did the article, like when you guys first began working on it, what were those conversations like?
Okay, this is how it came about. In October 2017, my colleague, Leslie Kane, who was not at the New York Times, but was a preeminent, probably the preeminent UFO reporter, investigative reporter who had written an excellent book in 2010 called UFOs, Generals and Pilots Go on the Record, which was a very, very meticulous and well-grounded account of how other governments, particularly in Europe and South America, were researching UFO phenomena. Anyway, she and I were in touch because she had been the companion of Bud Hopkins, who had gotten John Mack interested in UFOs, and we'll go into that story down the line. But anyway, so Leslie and I had been in touch for some years, and in October 2017, she told me she had just attended a meeting in Washington with Lou Elizondo, who was quitting as head of this AFIP, that this organization existed, AFIP, that we didn't know about, and we could probably get these, she saw, and we could probably get these Navy videos of some of the encounters. So I realized this was big news. We didn't know that this organization existed. Had been, Harry Reid, the then Senate Majority Leader, had gotten the funding for this. He told that story. And I sent the story to the New York Times. I still knew a lot of editors there. I had left, as I said, in 2009, but I still knew people there. And it was an easy sell. The story about a secret Pentagon, unit investing UFOs, and the director quits because he's not getting enough support. I mean, that's a no-brainer. And I should say, Danny, that we had all this on the record. We had no anonymous sources. We had the names of everybody we talked to. All the officials were speaking on the record. We had the documentation. We had Lou Elizondo's resignation letter. We had an official comment from the Pentagon, which another colleague worked with him in Cuba, Pentagon correspondent, had gotten from the Pentagon saying, yeah, this organization did exist. So we had this nailed down. So it was not a hard sell to the New York Times, and they put it on the front page on Sunday, December 17th. So the rest is history.
Wow. Were these pilots at all discouraged from talking about this kind of stuff for the first time? What was your feel from them?
I think they were wary. Now they're not, by the way, because of the reporting that has since come out. But at the time, there was a little reluctance to speak because traditionally, pilots who reported these encounters, both commercial pilots and military pilots, were referred to the psychiatrist. They knew that it was a career killer to report these incidents, which, by the way, were common. But it wasn't sanctioned, let's say, certainly not encouraged to report these encounters. But as time went on and we followed up with some other stories, the Navy and the Air Force a little bit later did encourage pilots to come forward, and now they say they want the pilots to come forward to report these encounters because they need them for the database.
Now, like for example, in the UFO docuseries on Showtime, Commander David Fravor talks about how after they told them about these things they wanted to go check out, and they come back after their flight, they go back downstairs in the ship, and there were some people there taking all the footage away. So obviously there's a lot more footage
Yeah, there was an incident which we were made aware of that personnel on the ship told us that unidentified military people came on board afterwards and confiscated the data records. Okay. And as far as I know, that still remains unexplained who those people were, why they took the database away. Did they know what was on it? Did they not want it to go further? It's just not known. I mean, I want to say, Dave, that in our reporting at the New York Times and in my book on John Mack, I've been very meticulous in not going beyond the information that I can verify. As you know, there's a lot of crazy stories out there about UFOs and aliens and encounters, and they're very interesting stories. But unless I can confirm them to the extent that at least I know who's telling them, and what the circumstances are, etc., I'm very wary of committing a print. So I'm very cautious, and I don't know what happened in that incident when they confiscated the data. Obviously, the data still came out. So we have the video, we have the radar shots. So they didn't conceal the actual encounters. It was just some record that somebody wanted to have.
Or just speculation, right? What you can get from somebody.
I would say, I'd say that there's a lot of speculation, but there's also a lot of factual information there. People are coming forward. People on the ships, radar operators and people who've been in touch with a number of them, other pilots who have spoken to us, on the record, and so there's a lot of information.
Do you give any merit to the idea that these crafts could be some part of some sort of secret defense program or secret military weapon program?
Well, that was an immediate thought and a possible explanation, but that has been increasingly ruled out for the following reasons. First of all, it was pretty much debunked in the latest UAP report. The Pentagon changed its terminology from UFO to UAP. UFO being unidentified flying object, which is a term that popularized in the late 40s. Along with flying saucers, which is totally out of use now, to what the Pentagon now calls unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. So in the UAP report that came out in June, this past June, they examined all the possibilities, what these objects could be. And one of the thoughts was, well, maybe it's our own secret technology. One hand of the Pentagon is trying to keep secret from the other hand, or it could be foreign technology, China, another earthly adversary. First of all, the U.S. explanation has really been ruled out, conclusively, I would say, because everyone we have talked to, on the record, off the record, says we, the U.S., do not possess this kind of technology. Hypersonic speeds, ability to operate underwater. In some cases, these things have been seen entering and emerging from the water, cloaking, turning invisible, all the things that go along with the reporting of this phenomena. These phenomena rules out the fact that it could be American technology, aside from the fact that it's very, very, very unlikely we would be operating our own secret technology in military airspace where it could collide with one of our jets and cause a terrific scandal, among other things. Same goes with foreign explanations. Nothing suggests, and everything suggests to the contrary, that Russia or China or any other country on Earth has this kind of technology. So the answer to your question, long roundabout, is no. Nobody seriously suggests that this is our own technology.
Do you? I mean, obviously, everyone who has any sort of familiarity with this space is familiar with the Bob Lazar story and his whole story about being invited to work at S4 and back engineer all these crafts, which he describes almost to the T to be what these Tic Tac reps are doing. Do you? What is your feeling, or do you have any sort of opinions on his story and idea on what he talks about? Do you give any credibility to that?
You know, I have not looked into the Bob Lazar story. I'm very familiar with it. It's a sensational story, to be sure. There's a lot of very provocative stories out there told by people who have good credentials. But I have to say I have not checked that out myself. There have been a lot of stories that we looked into at the times about retrieved craft that may have crashed or retrieved that the government has possession of. We made a little headway into that story, last story in the Times, suggesting that, or stating that congressional committees were briefed on shown briefing slides of some instances of retrieved crashed materials. Okay? We didn't go beyond that. We didn't say, what had been determined from that, just that Senate committee staff were briefed on crash retrievals. That in itself is rather sensational, I would say. But to go to the next step and say that we have from these materials, if they exist, engineers and scientists have reconstructed spacecraft, reverse engineered them, is a big leap. And to say that, you really need the evidence. And I'm not aware of that evidence, so it may yet come out. So to answer your question again, I just don't have an opinion on Bob Lazar. It's certainly provocative and worth looking into for sure.
It just seems that the media has been buzzing around this topic ever since the 2017 article. Do you think that article did anything to change this revolving the subject?
I think it did. We keep hearing that. The article showed the stigma is not permanent. The Times, faced up to the ridicule. There's still a giggle factor in this whole, subject, which people in Congress are afraid to, subject themselves to. But it showed that the serious newspaper can deal with the subject in a mature and well-sourced way and suffer no consequences. On the contrary, they were lionized for this groundbreaking story. So, I can't say, we didn't suffer any consequences. It can be done if it's properly sourced. And as I said, we always just stick to what we know. Don't speculate on what we... By the way, we've never said that these UFOs are alien spaceships. That is a conclusion that some people have drawn, and you might say it's the logical conclusion once you rule out all the other possibilities. Okay, as Sherlock Holmes said, once you rule out all the possibilities, what remains is the possible and the reality. But we never said that. All we said was that, and I think this is the big breakthrough, that things do physically exist. Okay, they have been caught on radar, and there's images of them in clear, with thermal technology from the gunship cameras. So, as I said, this dispenses with the idea that these things are figments of the imagination. They're archetypes. They are natural phenomenon mischaracterized. No, they are physically real objects with astounding, aerodynamics that we cannot explain, but they physically exist. So I think that's the biggest breakthrough since 2017.
Did you have any sort of colleagues reach out to you after that had their feathers ruffled, or did you get any sort of negative blowback about this from other colleagues or people in your field?
No, I would say no. I mean, we have a very serious science section at the New York Times that looks over the shoulders of anybody reporting on science, and make sure that science standards are adhered to. But I got to tell you, I got absolutely no feedback, negative, particularly negative. I got a lot of positive feedback, but no complaints from any member of the staff that we maligned the New York Times. On the contrary, people were very interested.
Okay, so when and how did you first become aware of John Mack?
Okay, so in 2004, I was still on the New York Times, and I was the Southwest correspondent based in Texas, in Houston, and somehow I picked up a copy of a book called Passport to the Cosmos, which is John Mack's second book. I'll tell you about John Mack in a minute, because just keeping the chronology, I didn't know who John Mack really was when I picked up his book. And I saw he was a Harvard psychiatrist who had been gotten interested in the subject of alien abductions, or the stories that people who consulted him told him about encounters they felt certain they had with alien beings. So he got interested in that field, and he wrote 2 books. And as I said, this was the second book that I picked up. And I was immediately, as a journalist, captivated by the idea of a Harvard psychiatrist, and he was a very eminent psychiatrist indeed. I mean, he had won a Pulitzer Prize for a biography of Lawrence of Arabia. He had founded the clinics for impoverished people, mental health clinics. He had worked on, protested against nuclear weapons, because as a physician he was concerned about the fate of the planet, all these things. So he was an interesting guy. And now he had written this book on alien abduction and the stories people told him. So I thought, as a journalist, he would make a good interview. And I thought I would give him a call at Harvard and see if I could interview him. Now, I didn't realize, I was naive, so that he didn't know he was as well known as he was. As I said, he won the Pulitzer Prize in 1976, 77 Pulitzer Prize for book written earlier. And he's been all over TV with his first book called Abduction. He's been on Oprah. He's been everywhere. He's been in the New York Times, but I had missed him. So anyway, I thought, gee, I'll write a story about this guy. And then I pick up the paper a few days later, and I see he's dead. I mean, he was run down in London by a drunk driver. He was there for a conference on Lawrence of Arabia, the T.D. Lawrence, 30 years after his book had come out. And he was looking the wrong way down the street, which Americans tend to do in London. And he was dead, so I couldn't interview him, obviously, but I did reach out to his family. And it was not a great time for them. Obviously, my timing was poor. They were grieving. But I let them know that I was very interested in his overall story. And I kept in touch with his family, particularly his 3 sons. And eventually, they granted me access to all his archives. his therapy sessions, which he taped, I mean, his own therapy sessions, which he, as a psychiatrist, he needed to be advised. And he kept up with his own analysis over the years, and his private journals, and his unpublished manuscripts, and his tapes of every lecture he ever gave. So I had a tremendous volume of material, plus interviews with the people close to him. I mean, his wife Sally was still alive. She died shortly after the cancer. Colleagues, family members. Anyway, I had access to a tremendous amount of material, and that's what got me going on the book.
From everything that you drew from talking to his family and reading his work and watching his interviews, what kind of guy is he? From what you could do?
Well, it was very charismatic. He was mesmerizing. He was tall, very good looking, with a ruddy complexion, very tightly stretched skin. He had a wonderful manner with people, which I guess was the mark of a good psychiatrist. He just got people to trust him and to talk to him. He was brilliant. I mean, his writing is quite apart from, the subject matter and what he was trying to convey. Just his literary abilities, his gifts as a communicator were extraordinary. He spoke beautifully in his lectures. He was very intelligent. So he was a very commanding figure. Was he perfect? Absolutely not. He had suffered a childhood trauma in that his mother died, his birth mother, when he was 8.5 months old. She died of appendicitis. And that affected him all his life. I mean, he was always searching for the missing woman in his life, the missing mother, and he had some affairs. He was searching for something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Found some outlet in his search for the missing intelligence in the cosmos, perhaps. He said that himself. So he had some girlfriends, and I interviewed them too, by the way. And he was a little naive. He didn't understand how revolutionary his claims were in the rather cloistered, precinct covered and got him into trouble at Harvard. He wasn't cautious enough in some of his assessments, et cetera, et cetera. But all in all, a very compelling figure and very well liked. Really, many friends. And yet, some enemies, people who thought he was a little too smart, a little too smart, and a little too sure of himself. But all in all, I found him a terrific subject and really worthy of the first biography. Nobody had ever written about him like this before.
Now, was his first book the book on child psychology and nightmares?
That was his first book, yes. He wrote a number of books. One about nightmares, which, by the way, really registered him as an expert on nightmares. Because later on, people said, once he took up the alien abduction phenomenon, people said, well, you don't understand, John. These people are just having nightmares. And he said, in effect, he said, look, I wrote the book on nightmares. First of all, these people, not all these encounters were at night. Some of them were in broad daylight. People were driving, in case on a snowmobile. People were encountering, having these experiences at all times of the day or night, not just at night. So his interests he ranged widely intellectually. It was only later in his life that he, came across the abduction. And like all of us who come across this subject, he was blown away. I mean, how is this even possible? People are encountering, alien beings. And, the difference is we'll encounter this subject and say, that's interesting, wow. But he decided he was going to make it his career to investigate it. So he was very courageous. I think that's one of his attributes. He didn't care what people were going to think. He didn't care if he was risking his professional reputation. He just thought it was a damn good story, and he was going to try to get to the bottom of it.
Right. Now, you spent all that time studying nightmares and child psychology. Did he ever find any overlap in his studies of abduction or his interactions with abductees? Did he find any overlaps with those people and with his current knowledge of child psychology or like night terrors with children?
Okay, that's a very good question. Well, first of all, I should say that he basically concluded that the people who came to him with these stories, many of them were troubled. Indeed, they were troubled, but they were troubled as the effect of the experiences that they believed they had. They weren't making up the experiences because they were troubled. And that's a big distinction. So he said that the experiences that they had, in effect, caused their distress. Not that they were distressed and therefore they made up these experiences. So, for example, some critics said later that, well, these people, some of them were sexual abuse sufferers, women, let's say, who had trauma in their background, and they therefore concocted a story of being examined by alien beings in sort of sexually intrusive ways, because some of these women seem to recall their pregnancies removed by the aliens for reproductive purposes, or a lot of these stories. And he debunked that. He found absolutely no connection. Certainly no reason to think that any woman who had a sexual trauma was covering it up or explaining it through these abduction stories. No connection whatsoever. Again, these people that came to him in these stories were normal people. Normal in the sense that they had every, troubling incident in their background that everybody has. Neglectful parents, alcoholism, drug abuse. These people lived in the world, and they were like everybody else. But nothing that they had experienced explained these stories. That's what Mac was trying to establish, and that they didn't explain these experiences at all.
And to add on to that, there was lots of young children, right?
Well, that was a big factor in the conclusion that he later adopted, that these experiences were somehow real, that there was no other way to explain them. Now, in what reality they occurred or dimension, Mac never could establish, and it remains mysterious. But the reason he believed that these things actually occurred somehow, as impossible as it is to imagine, rested on variants. But one of the more important ones was that little children, in some cases as young as 2 or 3, were reporting these abduction experiences, saying things like, "Little man, take me up in the sky, I fly in the sky." And so these kids could not be accused of picking this up from books they had read or movies they had seen. They were barely able to speak. So that was, Mac found that very compelling, that these children would not really have a motive or an ability to make up really these astounding experiences. But he had many reasons for coming to his conclusions. And another is that UFOs were cited by some of these people many of these people, around the time of their abduction experiences. It was often identified with or close to a UFO sighting. So they would remember later that they saw the UFO landing in their backyard or nearby, and then they had this experience, this abduction experience. Sometimes there was evidence that the foliage had actually been disturbed outside the house. Tree branches were broken off, grass was disturbed. And again, as I said, these people came from all walks of life. There was not any, there was no pattern that explained pattern at all. I would say that, oh yeah, these stories are coming from people like this. There was no pattern at all to profile to these people. They came from all walks of life. They were professionals, they were blue collar people, men, women, old, young. One of the distinct characteristics, by the way, was that abduction experiences seemed to run in the family. That often their parents and grandparents had reported experiences like these. And then the parents would say that, oh, my children are now coming to me telling me that they've had these experiences. So there seems to be, Mac found that there was some correlation, some family line running through these stories. Another thing that made a very powerful impression on him was that on occasion there were third parties who were witnesses to some of these encounters. For example, he told the story of two girls who had a sleepover. And during the night, the mother and the girls at the house came down to check on them and found them missing in their bed. So obviously she was terribly alarmed. She called the police, and they searched all over and couldn't find them. And the next morning, or hours later, the girls turned up back in their beds. And later, they remember seeing a spaceship land outside their window and having had some kind of an abduction experience. Now, here's a case where, they reported this experience later, but the mother confirmed a part of it by saying she found the girls missing. Now, it's really intriguing. Not in some cases, people weren't physically missing. There was another story that came up at a conference that Mac attended of a woman who fainted in her husband's arms, and while he was holding her, she had the experience of being transported up into the sky by some kind of alien intelligence, and flying around and seeing certain things, and then coming back to her body, and her husband was holding her the whole time. So she wasn't absent for that experience. So it's complicated. But anyway, for all the reasons I said, Mac believed that there was every reason to credit the stories of these people as real to them, certainly. And no other way to explain these stories. In all the accounts by skeptics and debunkers that have emerged since then, nobody has come up with a good explanation. It remains mysterious. So at least Max said, look, I can't explain it, but I can't credit any other explanation either. So that's where we are. And if this is a spoiler alert to my book, I'm happy to admit it, that I don't solve the mystery, but it is a mystery.
Right. Now, during this time, wasn't he around the point when he started to become interested in this? What was the catalyst, or what was the point when he first became like, aha, I need to look into this more? Was it one person that came to him? I know this was around the same time that he started to experiment with certain holotropic breathing exercises and meditation and psychedelic drugs, right?
Yeah. Well, I traced the process in my book. It's interesting because, as I said early in his career, he was very well grounded on the earth. protested nuclear weapons. He got after the Middle Eastern peace efforts because of his knowledge of the Middle East and Lawrence of Arabia. He actually met with Yasser Arafat to try to help advance peace efforts. And then a series of things happened that pushed him in a new direction. So one of them was he went off to Esalen, which is this think tank on the Pacific, where they were experimenting in the 60s with drugs and with alternate forms of consciousness. And it was very cutting edge and very, very 60s. And while there, he met a psychiatrist from Czechoslovakia named Stanislav Grof, who had pioneered form of breathing that changed your was able to move people into a new level of consciousness, like drugs, but without drugs. It was called holotropic breathing. It's rhythmic breathing to music. And it had the effect of inducing kind of almost like a trance that enabled people to transcend their normal consciousness. Okay, so John Mack tried this, and he found himself actually carried back to a childhood memory of being in the womb. And this is his mother was the woman who died 8.5 months after he was born of appendicitis. But he recalled her struggles to give him life. And it all came back to him, he said later. And he also had a memory, or he thought it was a memory, of being a Russian peasant in the 16th or 17th century and watching his son be decapitated by a Mongol warrior. Wherever that came from. So anyway, he came back from this holotropic breathing exercise, and he was amazed that, he was a psychiatrist, so he knew processes in the mind before he did, and here that was learning about where he could alter his consciousness and so catapult himself into other levels of consciousness and memories, realities, whatever. So that kind of set the stage. So then at one of these conferences he met a fellow psychiatrist, and her name was Blanche Chavusty, and she told him she had a patient who thought beings, and she had these experiences that the psychiatrist thought were a system of function. The woman didn't quite understand what these were. Anyway, she talked about this, and he was pretty skeptical. He wasn't there yet. And he said, it sounded kind of crazy. And she said, by the way, I have been in New York studying all this. His name is Bud Hopkins. He's an artist. And he has a lot of people he's realizing who have these experiences of abduction. Would you like to meet him? And John Mack said, no. Sounds crazy. But anyway, one of the strange things in life, the story is full of synchronicities, and me included. So he's in New York in 1990, visiting a friend of his, Bob Lifton, the famous psychiatrist who wrote about Nazi doctors, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki, very eminent colleagues. And John Mack is visiting Bob Lifton in New York, and he suddenly remembers, hey, Bud Hopkins is living nearby, and I had an introduction to him. Should I call him? So this is very strange. He says to Lifton and his wife, I might just call Bud Hopkins because he's interested in this alien abduction stuff. I might call. And by the way, Max said, I know Bob Lifton, that you know Bud Hopkins from Cape Cod because you guys both have houses there. And Bob Lifton, like many psychiatrists, had to get away in Cape Cod, Wellfleet, where psychiatrists go in the summer, which is why you can't get analyzed in August. And Bud Hopkins had a studio near Wellfleet. So he said, I know you know Bud Hopkins. Would you like to come with me? And this is the good part. Lifton's wife then, DJ, speaks up and says no, because Bob has a choice about getting involved in this, and you don't. Whoa! Now I heard this. I think I heard this from Lifton. Anyway, this is an amazing story because here's the wife who sees this whole thing already happen. She sees John Mack getting involved in abduction. Before John Mack even saw it, she had this flash of insight. And she was going to save her husband from getting involved in this. Turns out that Bob knew a lot about abduction, it turns out. But anyway, Lifton had done some of his own research, but that came out later. Anyway, John Mack goes alone to Bud Hopkins' house. Hopkins is an artist. He's got this great studio, townhouse in Chelsea on the west side, and it's hung with sculptures. Hopkins is a very good artist. Some of his work is in museums. Well recognized artist, and he did these flat sculptures, non-objective sculptures, very sort of lightly colored but ominous forms. He called his guardians, wherever that came from. So Mac visits Hopkins, and Hopkins already got tipped off from his friend Blanche that John Mack, a psychiatrist, is interested in talking to you. So Hopkins hands Mac a sheaf of letters that he got from the people he talked to about abduction. And I should say that Bud Hopkins had already written 2 books, at least 2 books, on abduction. The first one, Missing Time, long before John Mack got interested in the field, was about this very strange aspect of the abduction stories, which are people who remembered afterwards being abducted lost track of time. And they arrived at their destination much later than they expected, and they didn't know what happened in intervening time. And later, under hypnosis, let's say, they were able to recall things they forgot, or where their memories had been wiped clean, which seems to be another hallmark of this phenomenon, that the alien beings, to believe their stories of the people, wipe out the memory of what happened to the people. So Hopkins had written this book, and he'd heard from a lot of people afterwards. So he had these letters, and he said to John, "Hey, you look at these letters. You're the psychiatrist. You tell me." So Mac went away, read the letters. He actually was off on a trip to Czechoslovakia right after that, so he didn't get to it immediately. And I tell the story in my book. But he got to the letters not long afterwards, and he was amazed because these people were talking about these incredible experiences that couldn't be true, and yet they were so detailed. So that's what started him off. He then, collected his own circle of people. It wasn't hard to find, through Bud Hopkins and others, men, women, cross-section of people who reported these experiences, seeing a spacecraft, having encounters with these beings, being abducted on the spacecraft, having medical experiments performed on them, all kinds of things. So that's what got him started, and the stories he heard were just astounding. And so that was 1990, and in less than 2 years, he was lecturing to Harvard on the phenomenon, which was way too soon. But he hit the ground running.
How many people throughout his career did he interview?
that claim to be abductees. In your mind, which ones are the most?
Well, he interviewed 100. I'll tell you this: that John Mack's first book, Abduction: Human Encounters with Aliens, which came out in 1994, which got him into trouble at Harvard, and I can tell you that story. But that book is a compendium of 13 case studies. Okay, 13 people who had these stories of encounters with aliens. And they are fantastic. I mean, they are so amazing, more complicated, and more with more twists and turns than you could ever imagine. Very well recounted by John Mack, just like a psychiatrist would, whose business is, recounting case histories. He talks about their childhood background, all the events in their lives up to this. So in other words, he dissects their stories, and then he tells their stories, the stories that they told him, his insights. It's really a totally remarkable book because each of these stories is different. And this is what actually was so convincing to him. The stories are all different in myriad details, but they're basically consistent. That they see a spacecraft, that they remember seeing alien creatures of different kinds. They are then on the subject to various procedures, and then released. Sometimes they have a scar afterwards of some procedure that healed quickly. They don't remember how where the scar came from. Some people felt that they had implants put into their bodies so they could be tracked later. So in other words, the stories were basically consistent because they had a lot of common elements, but they were different in thousands of little details. So it's not like they all agreed on, all tell this one story. This is the story. It wasn't like that. Some people had minimal or no contact with spaceships. They just encountered beings. As I said, a lot of variation and details. You think to yourself, and John Mack certainly, but you couldn't make this stuff up. Besides which, the people who told him these stories, and this was another factor that influenced him into believing that on some level they were telling the truth. In recounting the stories, they went through all the trauma of the experience. They wept, they cried, they screamed, they cursed, thrashed about. And he said they couldn't be making this up. I mean, people fabricating a story are not that good actors that they can, convey this level of fear and disgust and all the emotions they had. Anyway, so these 13 in the book, each one is different. Each one is amazing. I mean, if I had to think of some of the stories, I interviewed quite a number of John Mack's people afterwards. The people in the book are given pseudonyms to protect their identity. All the 13, I believe, none of them identified by their real names at their request. But some of them came out afterwards, pretty quickly afterwards, because they appeared with John Mack under their real names. So quite a number of them identified themselves afterwards as the person in the story. And others I was able to identify and talk to them, and they confirmed their identities. I'm trying to think of, there was one guy, he's called Scott in the book, his real name is Randy, and he ended up later making a documentary of an encounter, of an incident at a school in Zimbabwe, Southern Africa, where a ship, the children reported a ship landing, the children interacting with these two beings. I'll tell you that story later. But so Randy Nickerson, who later made that documentary, was one of the first people that interviewed. His story is told in the book, and he remembered being out playing in the backyard and seeing these big ants, he called them, and then they put something in his head, in his brain, and he passed out. They had a kind of a alarm, which you hear in other stories, and and many details, but
This was in Zimbabwe?
no.
Oh, okay.
I made a documentary later about an incident in Zimbabwe. We'll talk about that. But this is when he was a child. He was talking to John Mack. He was one of John Mack's first subjects of patients. Nobody could ever figure out whether John Mack was talking to them as patients, because they weren't suffering from anything except their experiences. They weren't like they didn't have a real they didn't have a real reason to be a patient except for these stories. So they didn't want to call them patients. So subjects suggested they were research subjects for John Mack. Anyway, we could just call them people who came to John Mack. But Randy was one of them.
Okay. And Randy found a specific interest in this Zimbabwe. Well, the reason I ask is because some of these experiences, or some of these, abduction experiences that people talk to him about, have more concrete evidence than others. If it comes to physical scars, or if it comes to actual eyewitnesses, in your mind, which accounts are the most credible?
Okay, so here's a case that became very famous in its own right, and that Bud Hopkins investigated and told John Mack about, and then it was actually a book by Bud Hopkins called Witnessed, and this is the story. Two security guards, they call themselves police officers, but let's say security guards, were escorting a VIP in downtown Manhattan in November '89, I believe. And this car suddenly came to a stop, and security guards got out, and they saw a spacecraft approaching an 11-story building near the Brooklyn Bridge. They saw a woman, a figure of a woman, fly out of a window, surrounded by 3 alien creatures, all flying in the sky. They escorted her into the spaceship, and it flew off and plunged into the East River. Okay? So, telling this story, it's very difficult to tell a story without all the background and nuances. But this is a case that, as I say, became known as the Brooklyn Bridge abduction, and John Mack a lot of time on it, and because he was so intrigued by it. It wasn't his case; it was Bud Hopkins' case. Anyway, the woman later came forward herself and contacted Bud Hopkins, which was really how the story started. And Bud Hopkins found some witnesses who said they were stuck on the Brooklyn Bridge where air traffic came to a stop. The power went out. They saw this woman, flying out of the window of the spacecraft, and anyway, and I tell the story in my book. I go over the story, and the thing is, the story was told to Bud Hopkins by a woman who said she was the the target of the abduction. And it was also told by these two security guards who said they witnessed it, who were driving down in Lower Manhattan and whose car was stopped. And they sent Bud Hopkins a bunch of messages and letters and tapes. But the bottom line is that Bud Hopkins was never able to identify the two of them. He got their names, but he never could find them. And because he never could find them, and this is the problem so often in these stories, and this is why he's been so meticulous as the New York Times in sticking to things that we can confirm with named sources. This is a case, a perfect example, that without without knowing who these two witnesses were, or having them face to face, telling their stories, the story became impossible to verify. The woman said, "Yeah, I was the one that was abducted," and people said, or some people said, "Yeah, they saw this woman come out of a window." But the two security guards who were the best witness came from the closest witnesses, shall we say, to this could never be identified, and in fact took some effort to remain unidentified. So the story basically collapsed. It's intriguing, but like so many of the abduct stories, there's something missing. That is the hallmark of this phenomenon, then, is that none of them can produce the smoking gun that would convert skeptics, scientists. So that's not an accident. That is part of the phenomenon. Somehow, whatever this is, doesn't want to be found out, or can't be found out. There's a lot of intriguing signs pointing to these cases. And as I said, there's fragmentary evidence, all of which convinced John Mack that there's something to this. The infinity with UFOs outside the window, the broken tree branches, the third-party witnesses, the young children, the emotion that the people had when they recounted. All these things, the scars afterwards, all these little bits of evidence pointed to something, to the reality of these events. And yet there was something, of course, missing, which is the absolute confirmation that they occurred in reality. There's no photographs, there's no video, and you say, well, why isn't there? Well, that's a good question. Why isn't there? There is video, by the way, of UFOs, because they came out, we saw the Navy videos. There's definitely photographic and video evidence confirming the physical existence of these objects. But that's all you can say. There's no connection to aliens or abduction or anything else. We don't know. It doesn't exist. We don't have that. So all we can say is that, yeah, UFOs physically exist. We don't know where they come from. We don't know what intelligence is behind the wheel. As far as alien abduction, we know people have told stories. We have some fragmentary confirmation in different pieces, but nothing like the Navy videos. So that's the leak, and that's why at the New York Times we haven't reported on alien abductions. We've reported on UFOs.
Out of all of the people that criticized John Mack, including, I don't know if you would call it criticism, but, whatever he had to go through with Harvard, turning the screws on him for his research and what he was doing. What were his biggest critics' theories? Or, his biggest critics, what did they say to sort of dismiss what he was doing? Or what the people he was talking to were saying? I've heard about things like implanted memories in hypnosis. It's possible to implant false memories. I know that's part of it, but
yeah, that's a very good question. Well, first of all, what you also what critics said, including Susan Clancy, who wrote a book about it, put a lot of stock in sleep paralysis. That it's a very common ailment or phenomenon that people during the night feel paralyzed and can have hallucinations of various malign creatures, and it's physiologically, there's something interrupting the sleep patterns, and the brain operates differently and thinks that these events are real. So that was one theory. Another theory is that the hypnotist was implanting these suggestions in the people. Basically, and there was actually one interesting experiment that a skeptic did, where he collected a bunch of people and asked them to imagine an abduction experience. Just imagine in all its detail, and they did. And the imagined experiences seemed, in some cases, rather like the actual experience. In other words, they just made it up, and it turned out to be, sounded like some of the other things. And I'll talk about why these all fall short of a good explanation in a minute. But let's see, what are some of the other explanations? That people had suffered a trauma, like a rape or attempted rape, and afterwards they transferred this memory to an alien abduction memory. But it was based on some real trauma that they had, and it was just put in a different context, maybe to shield the accuser that the truth was too awful to believe. Let's say a parent was abusing a child, and the child couldn't deal with that, so maybe it into an alien. So that was another attempt to explain these experiences. The problem is, I have looked into these in great detail, and there were whole conferences that were held with experts. I can tell you about more in a minute, where people actually look for other explanations. So first of all, the sleep paralysis explanation, which is very common. And by the way, the so-called skeptics, debunkers, a lot of them have not done their homework. If you're going to get into this field and you want to expose the charlatanism or whatever you think is going on here, at least you've got to know the field well enough to know the claims so that you can expose them. A lot of the skeptics have not done that. They have not read the cases. They don't know enough about the actual phenomenon and the scope of it and the details of it in order to debunk it properly, because I would guess they can't. So they'll choose one thing and they'll ride it. So for example, sleep paralysis. So as I said, yes, it is a natural phenomenon that people experience helplessness. They can't move. They feel they are paralyzed. They are often in the course of a terrible nightmare. But some of these experiences, a good number of them, were done investigators and others, were not at night. There were people driving their cars, so they weren't sleeping in their cars, driving and having a nightmare.
Yeah, like the Travis Walton one, for example, is a great example of that.
Well, now somebody has come forward now and that's been, challenged, but he is sticking to the story. And that's an interesting case, but
Is he being challenged now? Is this new?
I saw, yeah. Somebody said that they faked it. One of the people, I guess, who was in one of the guys who was with him at the time who disappeared, said that he restaged it. I don't know. It didn't make a lot of sense. Because again, if somebody comes up with that claim, you have to then go back and see all the other things that supported the story in the first place. So, but let me just continue with the idea of the implanted memory. So, so that was one common theory was, yeah, the hypnotists implant these memories in the people, hiding them. Well, first of all, not all these stories emerged during hypnosis. John Mack used hypnosis and modified relaxation techniques to draw out memories that were hidden or concealed, because as I said, one hallmark of this phenomenon is that people's memories have been either wiped or clouded by whatever happened to them. So one way to get at that, and that's really the key to the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, is the first big abduction case in New Hampshire it happened in 1961. It only became public 30 years later. Anyway, psychiatrists have concluded, researchers, that the only way to get at these memories is through hypnosis. So, and by extension, critics were saying, yeah, the hypnotist then implants these memories that are then taken as the account of something real that happened. Well, first of all, a lot of these experiences were described without regard to hypnosis. People had enough memory of what happened to recall, or think they could recall at least the outlines of it. So they weren't implanted by the hypnotist. There were no hypnotists in various stages of this. The idea, once you read through the case studies, as in the 13 cases that John Mack wrote about in abduction, you would have a great difficulty in imagining that a hypnotist could provide this level of detail to these 13 very different stories. I mean, what kind of an imagination would you need to have to implant these stories in somebody? I ask you, read these 13 case studies and say, oh yeah, the psychiatrist knew all these details and implanted it in the person, and then the person sort of regurgitated it back. Not possible, remotely. Wherever these stories came from, you cannot imagine that they came from somebody who was implanting them in these people, because they are so bizarre and so one of a kind and so unimaginable that you could not, in fairness, conclude that they were given to the person to feedback. Okay.
Well, real quick, I want to interrupt you for a second. Yeah. The interesting thing to me about the sleep paralysis part of it is that, by and large, most of the sleep paralysis stories are people feeling paralyzed and dealing with some sort of terrifying being that has malintent, right? Like something that's choking them to death or trying to kill them. But in I don't know if it's all of them, but at least all of the abduction stories I've heard, the beings that they're having this interaction with do not have this malintent. They're simply just doing, taking samples or trying to communicate something to them. Like,
that's a very good point. That's a very good point. That there is a difference. One of the books I talk about early on in my book, The Believer, is a book called The Terror That Comes in the Night, by a psychiatrist who, psychologist who investigated what they call the old hag syndrome, particularly in Newfoundland. There are a lot of people who had stories of being paralyzed during the night, feeling a malign presence, stinking, horrible, evil presence climb up on their bed and strangle them. And it was so vivid and so clear. And many people had this, and told the author David Hoffman, And he investigated that, and he, the author, had it happen to him. He himself had experienced this as a student. He remembered the exact same thing. He was in his room, he was drifting off to sleep, his college room. He felt the door open. He thought it was one of his roommates calling him to dinner. Next thing he knew, this stinking, horrible thing climbed on his bed and was choking him, and he was paralyzed. He couldn't turn on the light. And then it somehow had left, and he turned on the light, and he ran outside to the dorm counselor, or somebody who was the landlord. He said, "Did you just see somebody running here?" I said, "No." So anyway, he himself had experienced this. But as you say, that's a rather different experience. These beings, whatever they are, in the abduction stories, were not strangling people. They were imparting information. They were seeking DNA, perhaps. They were one of the things we didn't talk about yet, but that it's very much a part of the John Mack story, is that a lot of people told John Mack that the being communicated with them telepathically, because that was another thing. You didn't speak English? No, they didn't speak English. I got the messages in writing. I just heard the words, I saw the words, and they were telling me that the planet is in danger, and humans have to, get their act together and stop polluting the planet. And in some cases, the message is, this is what happened to us, the aliens on our planet, and that's why, we are able to warn you. Anyway, but it's a very different experience from the strangulation stories of the terror that comes in the night, the egg syndrome and so on. So what are we to draw from this? Well, first of all, there's a whole kind of anomalous experiences that seem to operate in a world that we don't recognize, another reality that penetrates our world, as John Mack said, somehow, in ways we can't explain. We have a clear idea of reality. We think we do. Reality is what you can see, smell, taste, and touch. Knock on the table, feel it. But what about all these other things that may be out there, other dimensions that, we're a young species as human beings. We don't understand. Our science is young, a few thousand years old. We don't understand everything. So maybe there's other aspects to the universe that we don't understand. And this really came up in the Harvard investigation. When Harvard cracked down on John Mack and said, you're very bad, you're making us look bad, in effect. And they said, we have to investigate your methodology, and you're really proceeding scientifically. And John Mack said, well, what is that? I mean, what is scientists, there's no rules for science, you follow the scientific method, but all the great breakthroughs in science came in unconventional ways, unexpectedly.
Why is that? That so many so many of the academic types in places like Harvard are so quick to dismiss these types of topics. Like, I've had this conversation with Avi Loeb, the Harvard astrophysicist who discovered the Oumuamua, that he thinks was from another intelligent civilization. And some of his astrophysicist colleagues at Harvard would say to him, they hope to God they never witness anything like this, or never come across any sort of extraterrestrial thing in their entire career. And it's just like, it seems like such an interesting thing why these people are so easy to dismiss.
Well, listen, first of all, as I say in my book, Harvard is no stranger to unconventional science. William James, the father of psychology, who taught at Harvard 100 years before Mack, investigated seances and levitation and all that. And there was a lot of unconventional research going on at Harvard. There was, and there is. What turned Harvard, I think, was Mack was Well, first of all, he written a bestseller, and that didn't endear him to his car. He won the Pulitzer Prize on Lawrence of Arabia.
LSU.
Yeah, there was jealousy there. He was very sure of himself. I think he turned some people off the way he was so sure of himself. I think he talked to, he announced his research at Harvard before it was really well advanced. He had heard about the phenomenon from Bud Hopkins. He had collected his circle of experiencers, which is what he called them, rather than abductees, because it's less a judgmental term. And he'd begun his research. He learned about it from Bud Hopkins in January 1990. In December 91, he held a grand rounds, a lecture at Harvard, so less than 2 years later, where he introduced some of the experiencers on stage. He had a tape of a session where a woman was screaming that her pregnancy was removed. He outlined, everything he had found out. So again, he hadn't given it enough time. He didn't realize the opposition that was going to build at Harvard, because it was very unconventional research. He didn't lay the groundwork for that. He didn't peer publish. It wasn't entirely his fault. He tried, but his articles were rejected because they were too complicated. And one publisher in the Journal of Psychology wanted more information and shorter. He wrote a 100-page paper on what he had found. This is before his first book. And he wrote up his findings, 100 pages. He sent it to the journal, said, "We can't run this. It's much too long. But by the way, could you add some more detail?" So they had him. And he said, "I can't add more detail, and I need the space." Forget it. So he took it away. And the New England Journal of Medicine wasn't interested. They wouldn't even open up his envelope. Look, it was a difficult subject to address, period, and it probably needed a book. An article wouldn't do it. It needed a book. So anyway, we were talking about Harvard, and so you ask Abby Loeb why Harvard has been so antagonistic. I'm going to be on with him in the next couple of days on another program. I'm going to ask him, what his experience at Harvard has been like, because in Mac's case, they gave him, time to I guess you could say gave him the rope, and then they try to hang him with it. But they cracked down on him in 1994, about the time his book was published. So he had given that big lecture to Harvard in December of 91. So in December 91. So 3 years. 2 years later, they were on his case. But it's an interesting story about the Harvard investigation, because it was, as Mac himself wrote in an unpublished manuscript, it was a clash of worldviews. He was trying to explain, look, I came across this mystery. I don't know what the answer is to it, but it doesn't respond to the usual scientific the ability to get to the bottom of it. I mean, we don't have any scientific proof of it, but we can't contradict it either. We can't figure out what's going on here. And Harvard's answer basically was, well, if you can't prove it scientifically, it's there. And he was saying, well, there's something there, but I can't explain it. Exactly, you can't explain it, so it's not there. So that basically was the clash at Harvard. There were two different worldviews. One is scientific materialism of the Harvard Committee, led by a critic of John Mack, who had clashed with once before, Arnold Wellman, very eminent physician. And Mac, who was saying, well, I can't explain it, but this is what the people are telling me, and it's good evidence. It's good, compelling evidence, but it's anecdotal in most cases, almost every case. There's fragmentary bits of evidence that seem to back it up, but not conclusively. So I don't know, on and on. And the committee kept saying, well, if you can't prove it, it's not there. So anyway, that was the clash at Harvard. But in the end, Mac was exonerated. He had two wonderful lawyers that exposed Harvard's weak arguments, I would say. And he was reinstated. He was never uninstated. He was allowed to continue his research. No sanctions. They just said, please be a little more. Be less enthusiastic, they said. And he said, okay, you're right. I was a little too enthusiastic. I'll be less enthusiastic. Because he acknowledged it. He was, that was one of the hallmarks of his nature, was to be, he didn't hold back. What he thought you could see in his writings, he was not devious. Even in his love affairs, outside his marriage, he didn't, sneak around his wife. She knew what was going on. He was just attracted to other women, searching for this missing thing in his life, and remained devoted to her. They had a good relationship, difficult but good at the end of his life when he died. But he was not a sneaky guy. What he was thinking, you could see in his writings and his speeches, etc. So, and that had a downside too. He wasn't very careful in how he structured his approach. And he might have gone further at Harvard if he'd been, a little less enthusiastic, a little more cautious. But in a way, that was his nature.
Right. Well, it's fascinating, Ralph. I really appreciate your time. I know we're out of time now, but I thank you so much for doing this and sharing this story with me. And let the people listening and or watching where they can find more of your work if they're interested and your book.
Okay, so my book is called The Believer, Alien Encounters, Hard Science, and the Passion of John Mack. It's available everywhere. Amazon, independent bookstores, Barnes & Noble. It's available as an ebook. It's available as an audiobook. As I said, independent bookstores, if they don't have it in stock, we'll get it for you. I'd love to support independent bookstores because they've been very good to me, and they're great. All the information is on my website, ralphblumenthal, BLUMENTHAL.com, ralphblumenthal.com, and has a bio, worked at the New York Times, etc. So that's how they can find out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ralph. One more sort of personal, greedy question. I've always wanted to ask someone like you who's had, the amount of experience you have being in publishing and investigative journalism, especially working with a company like the New York Times for decades. What is the best strategy for coming up with headlines? Because I do so many of these talks and they're all published on the internet, and I can never figure out the right formula for a headline.
Wow, that's a good question. Well, you know what? When I teach journalism, I tell my students that poetry is a wonderful exercise, among other things. It's enjoyable, of course, in its own right, in compressing language. With a headline, you've got to compress the story and make every word count. And poetry, more than prose, obviously every word has to count multiple times in terms of impact and power. And in prose, you have a lot of leeway. You can throw in extra words. You can't do that in a headline. You can't do that in poetry. So you have to get at the essence of it. And it's almost a Zen thing. You've got to think, what is the core the core point that I'm trying to convey here. And even if and don't try to tell the whole story in the headline, because that's the formula for disaster. It's much too complicated. You have to zero in on the one point that is the essence of it. So it's almost like you have to wipe out everything you know about a subject, and think about the one thing that comes to mind when you first hear about it. What is the question in everybody's mind? Or what's the one word, the one phrase that will make that come alive? But what you're asking really is it's the hardest thing. You know, how do you come up with a good idea? Or, you know, how do you
sell it, right? You spend so much time into this thing.
Yeah.
You could just make something fall flat without the right headline.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And again, you still have to, you know, remain faithful to the truth. You can't take liberties and say, you know, sex. So, and then my real story is about UFOs. No, it's about UFOs.
Right.
So you can't play games with a reader or a viewer because they notice it right away that, you know, you're not, you know, you're up on games. So it's tricky. But and sometimes it helps to do it in a group. So you bounce headlines off each other and say, what about this? And someone else will have an idea. But it's difficult. I find that, I mean, I do that all the time when I work with journalism students. I come up with headlines for their newspapers. And as I say, it's almost like you have to not think about what you know and try to think about it fresh. Like, how would somebody come to this who doesn't know anything about the subject? What is the one thing that they want to know? Or what's the one thing that will come to mind when you bring up this subject? I'm doing a talk at my college, at the U College, next week on UFOs, and I'm calling it "Can You Believe It?" You know, UFO reporting, you know, the recent UFO stories. That just seemed to encapsulate, and you got two different ways. Can you believe it? Or can you believe it?
Right.
So, you know, and that just sort of came to me. As I said, experience helps. You know, but and also be a reader of the tabloids, because the tabloids have the greatest headlines.
They really do.
Yeah, I mean, headless body and topless bar. You know.
Wow, I haven't seen that one yet.
It was a New York Post headline, very famous. Headless body and topless bar.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was a brilliant one. Anyway, but that comes with experience, and it's trial and error. And sometimes you think you have it, and sometimes, you know, you think you have it, and then you say, "Oh, that was in bad taste," or "That didn't do it," or, you know. The important thing is not to err on the side of making a terrible mistake, because if you have an unintended double entendre where you know, malign somebody or introduce you know, a taboo subject or something, then you really hurt yourself. So you always have to remain within the bounds of good taste, you know, and that kind of thing. And don't shortcut just to be clever if it's going to subject you to criticism. So,
right.
Try to err on the side, you know, even if they're valid, try to err on the side of caution.
Right, and don't piss off anyone that was involved.
Yeah, don't you know, cross the line.
Right.
All right.
Well, that's very helpful information, Ralph. I very much appreciate your time. You're very kind, and hopefully we'll be in touch. We'll do this again in the future.
Okay, it was great being on with you, Danny. Thank you.
Surgery works. You're like, I'm gonna get into medicine. He shows up. He's like, hey, did you try to take my son? I mean, like, what? Yeah, well. Dude, literally, that's your ass. Yes. Gross. Did you try to take $100 of my stocks? I'm gonna feed my family with the company I designed? Yes. Should we go inside? Yes. I have your stars. I have your female stars.
Hello, world. Today's guest is Jake Fox. Jake is a friend of mine who is an artist and a musician. He is also an encyclopedia on conspiracy theories, and he's a music historian who we had a blast talking to and hanging out with. On this episode, Jake talks about the cryptic hidden messaging in music from bands like the Beatles, Jimi Hendrix, Nirvana, and Bob Dylan. We also talked about time-traveling nukes, JFK, and backwards matter, if any of that flush your curiosity. Towards the end of the show, Jake performed some of his new music from his band Catatonic Strips. Please enjoy this action-packed episode before YouTube takes it down. Is that an Egyptian pharaoh tattoo on your arm?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that.
What? Why shouldn't you have done it?
I don't know, man. I never thought about, like, if I ever go abroad and somebody was like, why do you have that?
Well, we answered it.
You're a white man from America.
Was that what you're worried about?
I don't know, sometimes, yeah. I don't even worry about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy that you worry about that.
I don't really worry about
What was
never going to India now. Well, I have to ask here.
What is that?
I like saying world religions, so like I have Mary back here. And then Talk was like the scribe of each.
Closer, a little bit closer. Talk a bit closer.
So Thoth was like a scribe. He kind of invented language in one way or another, and they attribute him to Hermes from the Greek period.
Yeah.
And I think Mercury. I don't know. I'm zoning out now, but
Yeah. Do you like Egyptian history? Egyptian,
well, I've kind of been using, like, I don't know, just the idea of symbols. Yeah, they use a lot of, all humans of every civilization starts off with, like, symbols. So it's almost like weird we got emojis going as hard as they do now. You know what I mean? They're kind of like,
That's like the modern day
yeah,
hieroglyphics.
symbolism and stuff. And I went to art school and studied art and all that kind of stuff.
You have an
So
arts degree?
not quite yet. Probably like this close and don't even realize it. Has that ever happened?
Your art's pretty sick, though.
Yeah, I'm too busy making more art to get like
To finish school.
finish school. Plus money. Like, yeah, money's fun.
how much time do you spend creating art and music and shit?
Oh, all day, every day. But even when I'm working, you can't tell my job.
You don't tell them. No one listens to it. They won't listen to this shit.
Yeah, man, I'm always constantly running through ideas. I have like multiple notebooks in my car. So I'll like stop the car and write something down or wait until I get a red light. Sometimes I miss whatever I have in my head.
Explain your sunglasses to people who don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. So this
What
is
is
my band.
catatonic scripts?
Yeah, this is my band. Now I have catatonic vision.
What does that mean? What is the meaning of catatonic scripts?
I don't know, when you're young and they try to put you on all those psych meds and stuff, and you start reading like the stuff that's on the back of those psych meds, and you're like, whoa, this can cause me to get catatonic.
So it's
catatonic
inscriptions.
Yeah, they're trying to help my health.
Did you have any
Side
kind of
effects could be catatonia. Catatonia is the disease.
Okay. Did you have an early experience with being prescribed medications when you were a kid?
Oh yeah. It all started when I dated a girl that's mom was a psychiatrist at church.
Really?
Yeah,
We know who she
kind
is.
of just instigated
Really?
that realm of
Yeah.
thinking
Who?
to my family.
Miller?
Yeah. Miller's mom.
Well, and just the medical industry completely is, I don't know. Yeah, I study a lot of weird stuff.
What were you prescribed? What medications were you prescribed?
This is almost
Like 15 years ago.
yeah, really. I don't know. At one point in time, I was upset about a lot of things that went down, and I said something that I thought I regretted. So I took myself to a hospital. I had no intention of like harming myself or anyone else, but they try to immediately assume that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like the medical industry. Even if you call the VA hospital, which I have to, because I work for a pizza shop and deliver there all the time. When I'm calling their phone number to call the extension,
they're there to remind you, like, if you're feeling suicidal, hang up and call on. And I'm like, well, I wasn't.
So you said something about it.
Yeah, and it's even more scary because the VA is on Highway 666. So not only am I terrified of ringing symbols that some people might think I don't understand on my own, I'm scared of that Highway 666.
You're scared of it. Isn't
I've
that
seen
ironic?
fatal
Yeah.
accidents on it,
It is so ironic that the VA is on Highway 666.
Yeah.
I never really thought of that. I love Highway
There's got to
666.
be hundreds of VAs all over the country, though, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, we have a song from my other band. So, this is the band I'm currently focusing on right now, Catatonic Strips. But then I had another side project with a homie named Jet. Jet, what up? Called No Room to Talk.
Hey, bump his levels up just a scotch because he's kind of quiet. Just, I don't want to have to fuck with it in post. All right, go ahead. He's two, yeah.
Another project called No Room, trying to aim for older garage punk rock sounds like Misfits, but almost like mixing elements of surf rock. Really sounding like surf rock,
Yeah.
but like pulling and like playing them differently. So we have a song called Highway 666.
Like, you ever heard of, I'm sure you have, Bad Brains?
Yeah.
Like that kind of surf rock. That shit that you see in like old Lost movies.
Yeah, because we actually recorded that on a reel-to-reel system with a recording company local in St. Pete. I think their studios in town, but they're called Yoko Sono.
Oh, cool. What kind of
So it gives you more of that analog tone. Just it feels like you're etching into the tape when you're recording, whereas digitally it feels different to me.
what do you mean etching? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's like the only way I can explain reel-to-reel to digital recording is like when you listen to it later, it sounds like it was carved into stone. You know what I mean? Like there's an actual substance that
It feels more analog.
Like kind of like when they kind of carve it into vinyl records and stuff, right?
Yeah, there's something, I don't even know. It's almost like a movie that puts you in a place. Right, but you can't explain it until somebody else like sees it for themselves. Like Fight Club or The Matrix, you know what I mean? And kids nowadays aren't even interested in those thought-provoking films. It's all like short attention span.
Yeah, kids are all they're too busy being hopped up on Adderall and ADHD meds.
Yeah, dude, and my friend is like struggling with getting his life together. A lot of that has to do with just all kinds of different things going on in his life. But he's like debating whether he has ADHD or autism. And I'm looking at the symptoms that they like associate with that. All the symptoms are natural, normal human
Basically
behavior.
anything now, right?
Yeah,
Anybody could fall into the spectrum.
and the medication they're giving him is pretty much methamphetamine, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that Adderall?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh
And then the meth addiction that I've been hearing about and stuff in different cities, not around here, but like
Have you been paying attention to the Olympics at all?
a little bit.
There's that girl who's the gold medalist, the Simone. Your last name?
Simone Biles.
Simone Biles. She just quit, and everyone's like shitting on her online. Everyone's hating on her.
Why
Super
she
hard.
quit?
Well, she's had this mental health disorder, but what happened was there's actually a story that snuck through on the Insider, I think it was. Forget the article. You can probably find it awesome. But she had a prescription to an ADHD medication. Yeah, there it is. She had a prescription to Ritalin or Adderall, and she's been on it for who knows how long? Probably at least 6 years. And for Tokyo, they banned any kind of ADHD medicine, so she wasn't allowed to take it. So apparently, right before they went to the Tokyo Olympics, she had to get off it completely. So
when was ADHD like really starting to be used as a popular diagnosis, or like when was it really coined as even a phrase or a term? Because I started looking at terms like schizophrenia just to see like where did this come from, where was its origin?
yeah,
And that one turned out being this guy that happened to be a Freemason from 1901, and I was like, red flag. Like, yeah,
he coined the term.
yeah, basically, he was the first doctor that started using that diagnosis.
That's fucking weird, huh?
Yeah. It's always the Freemasons.
Well,
Yeah.
in the beginning of the century, the 1900s, it's kind of insane if you really like reanalyze it. I started looking at a lot of occult images and videos and just well, even Hollywood itself. Like the term Hollywood is literally referring to like what witches at the time used to make their wands out of Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Hollywood.
Maybe they just, I thought it might have been Hollywood. Maybe they named it Hollywood.
Witches did Hollywood shit.
Well, they do, but it could be.
It is.
It's an association.
The
with
devil at one point was created odd. He was an angel.
Allegedly.
And he got sent to hell. It's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible. It's written in stone.
Actually, I'm not that is written in stone,
But yeah, so anyways, imagine being this girl who, you know, you've been on this ADHD, speed, meth, and amphetamine medication for the last 5 years, and all of a sudden,
all these meds too.
and then all of a sudden they take it away from you, and then you have to fucking figure out life without it. Like, you gotta, if you're that hooked on something, and then
well, yeah,
it's
you
taken
don't
away.
have
The best way to fix problems is to make bigger problems.
Yeah.
Maybe it could have been just like she was so good, they had to figure out a way to like take away everything that she has.
Well, no, I guess basically they were using meth.
Find a way to find someone else to make win. You know what I mean?
It's like a military.
Well, I'm sure it dials her in, right? I mean, that's what it does. I mean, it
The
fucking
Nazis in Germany
dials
were
you up.
using meth.
Yeah.
Wasn't it also was
It's
it
how they march from country to country.
All sicked up.
oh god,
A mess.
that's insane. It was also
Yeah, they ran out of Adderall in France. That's why the flag fell down. I'm just freaking.
I was gonna go with that.
isn't that also what they gave the Japanese during the Pearl Harbor? The Japanese fucking pilots were flying their planes into the ships and shit.
I'm sure
They were on methamphetamine.
Well, I'm sure they were, but at the same time, I also found out that like we were always taught to believe that those Japanese like flew straight over, like knowing they'd run out of gas and just eventually crash and murder or kill or whatever, right? But like I found out they actually took over like a base that wasn't from Hawaii first, so they probably had a lot more opportunity to fuel up and stuff. It's like the narrative I grew up learning turned out to be slightly different.
Sure.
Because yeah, the Johnson Atoll was like a man-made barge that they put in the middle of the ocean. So there's like no way that Pearl Harbor wasn't like warned by their barge.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, what is the narrative that some they knew about, our government knew about that and could have been avoided, right?
That, I think some people knew
I
about it.
personally believe that our government made like a trade-off with the Japanese government. The elites of our government were working with the elites of their government. This is all money, man. Everything is about money. By them attacking Pearl Harbor, what did that do? We got to test out nuclear weapons, yeah. It's like, hooray.
Yeah,
And then you
it's
know
a
what?
great excuse, convenient excuse, right?
Yeah, and you know what the first nuclear bomb testing was, or where it was done, was like
Arizona, right?
it was a McDonald's farm ranch, like a McDonald's family. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure it was a McDonald's family, but I can only assume. You know what I mean? Like,
It would make sense.
who else would it be?
What about one of the Koch brothers? Just one of their farms.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Hamburglar.
Either way, it's like, wait, one of these Fortune 500 companies was involved in nuclear weapons. And then I just started looking at a McDonald's, and we were talking about symbolism earlier and stuff, right? The McDonald's logo almost looks like a bomb with a trajectory.
Can you find out where the first nuclear bomb test was in the U.S.?
Or a McDonald's logo conspiracy.
Either one will work.
I'm gonna make it like a song eventually where it's like the giant arches, but it's really I think I've already got it in a sketchbook somewhere. It's just not like done properly.
The world's first nuclear explosion occurred in New Mexico.
South of it.
Who owned it? Did Ronald McDonald own it?
Oh yeah, it's called the Trinity site. Ronald McDonald.
The Trinity site.
Is that what it's called?
Bro, I saw a video on Instagram the other day that like Kelly Slater reposted, and it was an underwater nuclear bomb test. They showed a nuclear bomb going off underwater, and it was fucking insane. The water went like miles into the air. That's crazy. It must have killed so many fish.
They exploded a microwave out back.
Your friends did?
When did they do this?
They've done it a couple times, but this was the last time, I'm pretty sure.
How?
Steve's not working there anymore because he got a different job. And then I guess the police got involved.
Where?
Somebody at the bus stop was worried about shrapnel. And because everybody went to denial mode, they thought,
How would they go about blowing up a microwave? How fast?
well, it was just a broken microwave, and they had like
Just stick some tinfoil in it, some metal in it.
no, it wasn't functioning. It wasn't plugged in. It was just like something to put quarter sticks of dynamite.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Put dynamite in there?
Allegedly.
I'm already terrified of like anything.
You're schizophrenic?
No. Well, I don't know. They could probably diagnose me with that if they wanted to.
Yeah. What do you diagnose yourself with? That's the most
Happy. I'm just joking. I'm miserable.
You're miserable?
Yeah, no. I don't know. I'm doing all right now. Figuring some stuff out. Everybody's confused this day and age. Are we going on lockdown again now?
Yeah, I think we are going on lockdown. Where Florida, I think, took the prize again for number one. I don't know what the stat is.
Every other
That's
member of
Australia.
every other state.
Yeah, everybody's here.
Yeah,
What do you think about the COVID-19?
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by NordVPN. Think about all the fun things that you do online. Watching Netflix shows, shopping, enjoying your morning coffee with free Wi-Fi. You may not know that your internet provider knows every single website you visit. What's even worse than that is that in the U.S., they are legally allowed to sell this information to ad companies and tech giants. What's worse in places like the UK and Australia, internet providers are required by law to store your metadata 2 years, and government agencies can look into it whenever they want. Well, with just one click, NordVPN puts a stop to all of this by encrypting 100% of your internet data and rerouting it through over 5,200 of their secure servers so that all of your online activity is private. NordVPN also lets you choose which server location you want to reroute your connection through so you can browse the internet as if you're from another country. It takes just one click. Just open the map, click the location, and you'll be connected in seconds. It's that easy. I love using NordVPN for Netflix because Netflix only shows you a small fraction of their entire content library, and it gives you different shows depending on which location you're in. With NordVPN, you can access thousands of new shows in just seconds. Additionally, it's been confirmed by their speed test that NordVPN is the fastest VPN on the map. So protect your online privacy and have access to thousands of extra shows with the VPN that I trust. Go to nordvpn.com/concrete to get a 2-year plan plus 4 months with a huge discount. That's nordvpn.com/conkrete to learn more.
Did you get it?
Contagion? Contagion? What was that movie called?
Contagion. Yeah.
Of course, I haven't had television in my home for like 10 years.
That's probably good.
And I'm staying with my father temporarily, and I was like flipping through channels, and the only thing there is to watch is like, this terrifying, horrifying news or Contagion. Contagion. That was the only thing on the other night in South Park, which is really the best news.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. There can be a lot of misguidance, and a lot of our society likes to follow platforms, and I think we have to be able to move within and without the platform, or like, yeah, our society just has like a process they like to run with, and I feel like they're
Stick to the story.
They're eliminating any other possibilities. Like even that condominium in Miami.
How crazy is that shit?
What happened? Yeah, and nobody's worried about like, was there slumlords like running the place? You know what I mean? Like, why isn't that a topic at all that I've noticed?
Yeah, it got blown over pretty quick, it seems like.
Well, it was more about recovering bodies and identifying them.
Not about the problem.
Yeah, no.
Well, they did. I think they did. I saw something that they were going to try to change some sort of rule when it comes to the like maintaining the infrastructure of hotels and like high rises along this, like the ocean, the coastline.
But at the same
Because
time,
I think the mandate or the rules are that you have to have some sort of like structural inspection. I think it's like every 20 years, maybe 40 years. Yeah, it's every 40 years they have to have some sort of
structural inspection.
A structural inspection, just like your elevator has to be inspected every 3 years or whatever. So I think they did something about that. I'm not 100% sure, but there's got to be so many more buildings that are like that, that are structurally compromised,
Also,
especially
the way
next to
that
the
it fell down, like watching it, it didn't look like
They look like Building 7.
ding, ding,
It
ding.
kind of looked like, I don't know, it all fell down at once. It didn't make sense as far as my brain about things falling apart.
What are the other potential possibilities of why it collapsed?
Like a controlled demolition of some sort. Like,
What was in there? What were they hiding in there?
Yeah, why would they
get rid of?
Why would they do a controlled
oh,
demolition?
actually, a friend of mine at work told me that I should look into this, but I never got around to it. And it is a lot of speculation. But
A friend, who's this guy?
just a coworker that doesn't co-work with me.
Okay, he got fired
No, he actually moved on.
for stealing money out of the register.
No. No, but he brought it up to my attention. He was like, oh, there's some idea that a lot of the people that were living in the buildings were related to people that knew information about
They were
certain
QAnon.
things. Oh, yeah.
There was a QAnon convention center there.
I forget what I heard too, but I heard something like there was certain people in there of interest, or
Yeah,
some
family
people with
members
some documentation. Or
that could
something. I
know
can't
some
remember.
stuff that they wouldn't know in other people.
That seems so crazy. They would demolish a whole building full of people.
Yeah,
Or
with the
something like
condition of the building. Well, there could be a different reason too, I guess. Like, there could be money.
But does everything have
What
to
if
be
the
a
owner?
conspiracy? Does every fucking weird thing that happens have to be a government conspiracy? I think that's a problem in everything.
Oh yeah, they said John McAfee and something.
Oh, I don't know. We talked about this.
Yeah.
There was a QAnon conspiracy theory that where QAnon believed that John McAfee owned the condo, and he had a bunch of files. He had a bunch of dirt on people that he was storing there or something, and that's why they demolished it. So this debunks it because he didn't own it. What does that say? Claim the late John McAfee, the creator of McAfee antivirus software, owned a unit in the condo building that partially collapsed on Thursday. That was the claim that he owned a unit.
31 terabytes of files.
So what is the conclusion? What does he say? The facts. Keep going. There was a fake tweet. There was a fake tweet from it said he owned a unit there. That's the problem with the internet. That's the problem with the internet. There's always some assholes on there who's going to try to make some fucking bogus claim that all the QAnon people will just grab onto and ride into the sunset.
Well, how do you know these people are telling the truth?
That's the problem. You don't.
What's this QAnon thing? I don't really know much about it.
You don't know what QAnon is?
No.
It's this group of, it's basically a group of super hardcore right-wing Trump supporters. I think mostly.
Well, there's a problem right there. Like, why are we associating conspiracy theories to those people?
Because it's true. If you ask them all, they were all the QAnon people are. I think this is pretty well known. They're all Trump supporters. There's no left-wing QAnon people. They all believe that there is a deep human trafficking ring that's tied, I guess, to the Clintons and Epstein, where it's like human child trafficking, and they believe that Donald Trump is like God's chosen Messiah to save, to basically expose the human trafficking from the corrupt deep state. That's what they. If you even look up what their beliefs are.
So he was accosted by a gay security guard. That's first of all.
Yeah, running a.
Satanic, cannibalistic pedophiles.
Yeah, what if it's all true except for the part about Donald Trump being like the prophet of it?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem with it. Okay, if Donald Trump was some guy who was gonna expose and save the world from cannibal child pedophiles, wouldn't he have bragged about it by now? I mean, he literally toots his own horn about everything he does. Well, I mean, who knows? Who knows if this should even exist? But the fact that you think Donald Trump's gonna be the one that, like, the superhero that saves everybody from it, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, definitely not.
But I don't know. It just seems like the QAnon group, they're more like angry people, angry people who the world is kind of like shut out. They live in their mom's basement. They really know how. They have really no other happiness in their lives. There's no shining light, and they just use the internet to.
So they're basically being psychologically abused by a source that funds QAnon.
Possibly. Have you heard?
So it's almost like a
Yeah, a lot of people that storm the Capitol with QAnon people.
it's like this double switch. Or yeah, what if they're all hired guns?
That's possible. They see their video when they storm the Capitol. There's actual video of police letting people through the gates.
So I'm starting to realize, like, the Beatles, I think they were their fans were like hired guns to like stir up the mania. You know what I mean? If I pay 200 girls and scream their heads off in the auditorium,
Why not?
and film it, and then tell the rest of the world with media that this is the best thing that there ever has been.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's all it takes, right?
Yeah.
Where did you hear this? I've never heard of it.
Well, I found out that the Beatles were actually introduced on CBS exactly 2 hours before JFK was assassinated.
What?
Yeah, so the theory is that JFK was assassinated and they were using his band to drive the young youth of America stir crazy. And then when the Beatles kind of started to figure it out, and they weren't going to play ball quite as well as they were, and that's when they started putting like codes in their lyrics and stuff.
To distract people
Well, at
from.
that point, they were trying to whistleblow through symbolism and like other methods.
Whistleblow to who, though?
An audience, you know what I mean? Like, if I write a song but I want to tell you something, but I don't want to directly tell you, I can just like lead you into it.
What sort of messages were they trying to convey through their music?
Well, at the beginning, they were trying to. They had a song called Taxman, and it was basically like they took the Batman theme song because it was popular on TV at the time, and they made it Taxman. And yeah, can we put that song on, Taxman?
We'll probably get copyright.
Oh, yeah. So, or even just pull up the lyrics, maybe.
Lyrics of Taxman?
Yeah.
Beatles Bump? Fab Four were supposed to be as news the night of the JFK assassination.
They were in the morning.
Wow, 55. But they are 50 years ago, Friday.
See, within 3 months after the assassination, all the British invasion was going down.
Wow. So do you think the Beatles being put on CBS was just like distract people from the JFK shit?
Well, I think that's why the Mania was created. You know what I mean?
Just to spice it up a little more.
Yeah,
Get everybody all riled up.
Yeah, who's the most popular artist right now? Eminem still.
Right now?
Yeah. Who's the bee's knees?
That's a good question. I guess it depends what fucking is it, Taylor Swift still? I don't know.
Kanye.
Kanye.
Lollapalooza had Foo Fighters and Miley Cyrus headlining.
Really?
Yeah,
Miley's popping. Miley's still popping. Oh. Well, that's crazy, bro. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, it is fucking hot as
well,
shit.
okay, so like Bob Dylan was like singing songs and messages to get everybody stirred up, sort of. And there's a theory that Bob Dylan was, there was a conspiracy theory about Bob Dylan that kind of went overlooked.
What was that conspiracy?
Yeah, he died in 1966 in a motorcycle accident outside of Woodstock. So I've kind of developed my own little theory that maybe Woodstock was actually like a celebration that public had recognized that Bob Dylan was
killed in this motorcycle accident, and that's why they have a concert there. And the flowers didn't really represent like what everybody thinks it is, like hippie love, like maybe it was a funeral
for Bob Dylan.
Yeah,
But how it was after he died after?
he went into a huge hiatus from. I was looking this up the other day. There's
I sound like an idiot right now, but I don't even know if Bob Dylan's still alive.
He is. That's what's creepy. There's all these artists that are like possibly killed and replaced. Yeah, dude.
They do say
It's
that.
weird. Like, if you watch the first performance of Bob Dylan after his accident, which didn't come out until like 1971 or something, so he went into hiding from like 1966 to 1971. And I really think that that's why Jimi Hendrix covered All Along the Watchtower.
Yeah.
He thought the dude died, and he shredded it.
Oh yeah. Wow.
So like, what if that's the case? What if that's why they had to get rid of Jimmy? Because nobody could fake being Jimmy.
No.
Bob Dylan was kind of the end of that little era at that point. So him going on a hiatus and coming back with record label money, you could easily like disguise somebody in there. I'm gonna start a new band called X. We're just gonna like look at other people.
What kind of people?
I don't even know. We'll switch it up. The Blue Man Group.
How many bands do you have?
None that matter.
How many?
I don't know. We're gonna do this thing. We can come up with a new band every hour.
That's a lot of
really?
bands. Was it gonna be the same members?
Or, I don't know. Yeah, we could always put a different name on it, no matter what.
Yeah, like, what's the problem with changing it? The problem is it's harder to market it.
Yeah, we're not worried about money.
They're not on that level. You probably should be. Well, at least you're having
Maybe
fun.
one day.
Yeah, it's about just doing your thing, right? Do you guys make any money with that, Tom? Do you guys like get paid to do shows?
Oh yeah, we make money at shows. Not like an outstanding amount or anything, but that's probably on our own marketing fault.
Yeah. It sounds like you need a manager.
Music is just in a weird place too. We need money to have a manager.
True.
So if there's a manager out there that wants to work for
Pro bono.
holler at us.
We'll find it. They're out there somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Now we're actually working on a new album. We have a new lineup. I've been working on these songs for a really long time, so I'm stoked that me and the other two guys, Tyler and Joe. What up, Joe? What up, Tyler?
Where's Steve at? Is he around anymore?
He was playing bass for us for a while.
Steve is sick. What's Steve? So this dude Steve knows if he's sick bass
Oh,
player.
yeah.
He plays all sorts of instruments, but
He actually recorded
he's super
or
sick.
helped us mix and master this album.
Yeah.
And recorded
Wow,
the
the
songs
artwork
on it.
is super dope. You do all those artwork? Do you draw all that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, hold it up.
I'm
Hold
too
it next to
busy
your
like
face.
making artwork and shit.
Hold
to,
it back.
Be marketing.
Hold it up. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
So what is that on the cover? What is that?
I was trying to find a good place with a tree that just like is growing out of control. And went from park to park, came across this one, and we were, oh, that's it.
Is that an accident?
Yeah, me and my drummer are on the cover because we were kind of the only two persistent members at the time. We actually took all these photos to where we're actually in the image 3 times a piece, and then this astronaut character is in there 3 times. So it's definitely like a photo. So we're kind of like tucked. I'm up here in the tree. He's over here in the tree. I'm over there in the tree again. He's there again. And then me and him are going to the bottom. And then the astronauts are in there.
Wow, and an astronaut in the woods.
Yeah, it's like he's rediscovering Earth or something.
Did the astronaut take some psychedelic mushrooms?
Yeah, but he's just lost in the Earth.
He doesn't know what planet he's on.
Where am I?
They just played tight, bro.
Yeah.
And what's the inside?
represents self-discovery and stuff. So
What's
they're
that?
just like, it almost looks like architecture, just like dinosaur bones. Who knows what really killed him? Maybe it was a nuke sent from the future.
Ooh, a nuke sent from the time traveling aliens.
Yeah, what if that's what Pompeii was?
From
We
tall
never
whites?
know, dude. Like,
Yeah.
what if the Nazis
Have you thought a lot about that?
a little bit, especially after watching that movie Tenet.
I know what you mean.
No, it's like the newest Christopher Nolan movie.
Tenet?
Sounds familiar.
Is that the director's name? Christopher Nolan?
Christopher Nolan, yeah, he did
Batman.
Batman.
Yeah,
He also did
during the middle of
Inception.
COVID.
What's it about?
Tenet. Oh, I've heard of that. Can you find the trailer for Tenet?
Yeah, there's all this symbolism, and he, a lot of the whole movie is like half of it goes backwards. On this page.
So, if you spell out Sator Square. Oh, I'm sorry. If you spell out the word Tenet.
Yeah, like across and down, like in a cross. Right? The N is the only being bar, really.
Right.
And then if you spell Sator at the top, and then Rotos at the bottom, and you really got to see it. It's hard for me to kind of explain.
He's looking it up. Sator Square.
Yeah, after watching the movie the first and second time, or the first time, like started like looking like anybody finding Easter eggs in this movie. Yeah, that's what I like to do. I like movies that have Easter eggs.
Google image it.
Little hidden messages that only the director knows is there, and hopefully somebody catches it. That was really good.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Okay, yeah, so this symbol, I guess the Christians at the time of Pompeii would have this Sator square. It's called a magic square.
Click on the one on the second row all the way to the left. To the left. That one, yeah. Alright, Sator, Arepo, Tenet, Opera, Rotos.
Yeah, so if you look at the letters backwards, it works.
Wow.
Yeah, and what's even creepier is that it works in reverse speech too. It's not just spelling. Like if you say those words, Arepo, Tenet, Opera,
Like opera is Rotos backwards.
what the
Rotos
fuck?
is Sator backwards.
So what is the significance of this thing?
Well, anytime that the
Go to that black one. It says, "Did you know?" It tells you about it. Yeah, right there.
Okay, did you know the Sator Square is the world's oldest 2D palindrome, exactly word, found in the ruins of Pompeii. It was believed to have magic powers because it contains 5 connected, I forget the word again, palindromes. Each of the Latin words, Sator, Arepo, Tenet, and Opera, and Rotos, can be read bottom to top, top to bottom, left to right, and right to left. That's weird. So they found this in Pompeii, in the remains of Pompeii?
yeah. And since this movie is about time travel and things going backwards, it made me think, like, whoa, what if Pompeii's volcano eruption wasn't a volcano eruption? What if it's even in a science fiction movie?
Do they reference this thing at all in the movie?
The
Sator Square.
The main antagonist's name was Sator.
The
The opening scene of the movie is an opera. The company's names in the background is like one of the other phrases. I'd have to watch it again. I saw it twice for last year.
What if Oprah was part of it? What if Oprah time traveled and she was
She's
the one
time
who
traveling. She's been with Doc and Marty.
Rick and Morty.
Yeah, see, they went in the time.
That's true, bro. Oh, what if Rick and Morty fucking sent Oprah back in time to New Pompeii?
Yeah, I don't really necessarily believe in time travel, but because the movie was about backwards matter and onto I was like, whoa, that would be
I think it's possible aliens are time travelers. You know, like people see like aliens, they think they see aliens and they get abducted by aliens. Don't you think those could be time travelers?
I thought, yeah, the guy that put the ketamine in your drink. Or GHB.
No, bro. Like, there's people that actually like have like video accounts of being abducted by aliens. Like Travis Walton, you ever heard of him?
No, I haven't.
This guy is this logger who's out in Arizona with like 8 other loggers, and they were all in like their 20s or whatever, and they saw this glowing light in the woods after like a long day of cutting trees, and
they all saw this kid. He ran out. Travis was one of them. He saw this bright light, got out of the truck, ran towards it, and they fucking all saw him get sucked up into the ship. And then he disappeared for like 5 days. And no one knew where the fuck he was. They arrested all the other kids. They thought that they murdered him or something. They were all like, no, they all had the same exact story. These were early 20s. And then 5 days later, he shows up. Fucking, he finds a phone booth and calls his parents. And he just tells the story. And then as soon as he gets back, before he even got to see his friends, he told the story of what happened. It was identical to what his friend said.
Yeah.
And there's been literally, and anyways, it's fucking insane if you actually listen to the story. There's a whole documentary about it too. It's called Fire in the Sky.
Okay.
But anyways, oh yeah, time traveling aliens.
Oh, that's what it was.
But I mean, how else would they get here? How else would they get here? You think they travel fucking quadrillions of light years? You just cut a little hole in time and come right through and come see us. Fucking drooling baboons with nuclear weapons trying to kill each other and see what we're doing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I also think, what if it was like the Russians?
It's always the Russians. That could be too.
What if it was my band and we just had to dress up as aliens?
Are you on that level?
Catatonic scripts. We're known for abducting people, bringing them back.
Kind of look like it's all white.
No, I don't want to be in charge of abducting anyone.
Yeah, it seems
Seems like a hard job. Aliens got it rough.
It's a tough job. They don't get paid enough.
Even if those aliens did abduct somebody, like for what purpose?
To study us, just like we abduct sharks out of the ocean, stick probes in them, and follow where they've been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do the same shit. Why? Why do we have to?
But like, I don't know. Even landing on the moon, was it really that important?
Did we really land on the moon?
Even if we did, I wouldn't know.
It looks kind of phony.
Well, there's like theories that Stanley Kubrick was hired.
Yeah.
He was the hired gun.
By NASA, right?
I'm sure it was
NASA was on
involved. I mean, he was already making films that had space.
Right. They wanted to figure out how he made it so real.
2001 Space Odyssey would have been 100% the reason. Yep. And then, I don't know, there's a lot of things about that movie, The Shining, he directed. And he put all these
There's a lot of weird
references.
Shit.
There's actually a documentary called Room 237. And it's about all this extensive, elaborate, intentional, subliminal messaging through that movie.
Really? Through The Shining?
Yeah.
What is the documentary called?
And he intentionally,
Room 237?
he intentionally changed a lot of the way the book was written. Almost like he didn't want to work on Stephen King's movie. It's like it was contracted. So he made the movie his own.
Fuck.
Yeah, Room 237. It was something you could watch on YouTube.
Did they ever ask?
It was all monetized and stuff.
Did they interview Stanley Kubrick in that video, in that movie, in that documentary? Did they ask him any of this stuff, like to his
He
face?
was already dead.
Oh yeah.
He died during the production. Or he died after the production of
Shining?
No, it was the last one we did. Eyes Wide Shut.
That's another
Which is
one
weird
too.
because it's all about secret societies.
Yeah.
And like, if you want to make it in this world, you have to join this.
How did he die? That's gotta be a conspiracy.
Well, that's what was weird too. Is like the day that that movie was released was almost like he picked that date for a reason. And I've noticed a lot of authors and writers and filmmakers and artists will release albums on specific days.
Right.
Yeah.
Meaningful days.
Yeah. Like even I found out John Lennon was interviewed on 9/11, the same year that the World Trade Center was finished construction.
That when they finished building it?
Yeah.
The same day.
Yeah, it was like not. No,
Yeah,
no,
that's gotta be.
no, he was on the news, or he was. Fuck, I forgot what it is.
Well, what was John Lennon? I mean,
I don't know. I have a
you
theory.
could say anybody. You could find you could find a fucking million celebrities who were interviewed on 9/11.
Yeah, I'm sure of that, but not one.
Not the date the towers were dropped, but I'm saying like
No,
any 9/11 before that.
No, John Lennon's been dead since '81. So, like, I think he was trying to whistleblow a lot of stuff, and I think he knew that they were building the World Trade Center to tear them down.
What?
Yeah, to manipulate our society to do something called manufacturing consent. So, yeah, we were talking about the Beatles earlier, and how the Beatles may or may not have been used by our press and our media to kind of tone down the feelings about JFK being assassinated. And then it's the reason they needed to get rid of JFK was because they needed to build these buildings, and he was already trying to spill the beans about secret society. If you listen to JFK's last speech before he was assassinated, he brings up that there's a secret society and they're getting away with like the most atrocious things you've ever imagined. Yeah, he's saying that saying the term conspiracy.
Is he really?
Yeah, basically without speech. If there's a conspiracy that is so beyond any human's comprehension, like that's what he sounds like when he says it. He's like literally addressing the people. Like,
could you imagine all this shit that he knew?
Well, he was the CIA wanted to get rid of him because of the Bay of Pigs,
Right.
because he didn't want anything to do with that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
He was trying to like get rid of all that. So like I think that they couldn't even get away, or they already had the plans on building the World Trade Center. And like, do you know when it was built? It was built in 1968 was when they first started breaking ground for the first tower. But like they had to have already been kind of organizing the city to build something that big since like probably 66. So I almost feel like the funding of the moon landing might have been to fund other things involved with those towers.
Set up the money over there.
Of the moon landing. Yeah, just the money that they pulled in. And then I also think the moon landing, like, sure, great, we landed there, right? What was the real objective? To put televisions in every home. You know what I mean? The television is used as a tool to make people move this way and move that way and look at this and look at that. Were there TVs already during the moon landing? There were, but they're not. So where's the ideal house?
Is the idea that if something so so groundbreaking is happening that if you don't have a TV, you felt left out of
it. Would have been like Facebook 10 years after Facebook.
Yeah.
Because some people didn't care the whole time.
Right. We were also racing. We were also like at the space race, which we were trying to do before Russia, right? Or,
that would have been, maybe they were working together just to put televisions in our homes. Get your TV, get it fixed. Nowadays, we got like 50 televisions in every room.
I know. I was just talking about
televisions in our pockets.
I was just trying to like read
televisions while we're driving.
Every room in your house, base the
toilet bowl.
You base the layout of you base the layout of the room, every room in your house based on where the TV's going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I have this idea for a film I'd really like to make, but I don't have time or money, so maybe
what's it about? Maybe I'll help you make it.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that'd be cool, dude. So it'd be about this character that has a disease called hypergraphia. It's this addiction to writing, right? Like keeps me up all night, writing. Yeah. So this character would have a house that has all this writing written all over the household, like the furniture, walls and shit. Yeah. So the idea is that, I don't know, I think he'd start the movie out, like the pan and the words and everybody involved, and you're just painting across all this furniture, all this manic writing on it. And that would intrigue like somebody like, whoa, what's going on? This is not normal. And then like maybe somebody's knocking on the door, invites themselves in, and then they find the dude that's writing and he's still writing. They can put it on some other furniture.
But then I was thinking, like, so he's writing about stuff, and this stuff is going to be related to these little facts and these little connections and these little dots. So it'd be basically like the way a detective's room works when they're using those strings and stuff, you know what I mean? It just connects to that and that connects to this. So I was thinking having the television in the middle of the room and then having all the information coming off of the television. It's like each room has like different information that kind of goes along with the room. It's like the living room might have information about the moon landing and like other things that are hugely televised. What were the two biggest televised things? 9/11 and the moon landing. And maybe not COVID because it's been on the news for 2 years. They win.
Yeah, they win.
Wow. They beat the moon landing, damn, with money and like marketing and basically media. Yeah. So it's like, what if the moon landing was really just for television every time? And then the World Trade Center was really just to like put people under the spell. You're under control. Like there's nothing you can do about it.
You got to rely on the government.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a fear tactic. You know what I mean? Yeah. What's crazy is my grandfather was. I never knew my grandfather on my mother's side. So I've only met my mom's father one time. And he was the foreman of the Ironworkers Union that built the World Trade Center. So I grew up with my mom telling me about going to the World Trade Center, why it was being built. That's really the only reason I even looked up when it was being built. Because who thinks about that?
When was the construction complete? What year, you know?
1971. See, and that's why I think John Lennon went on to national television knowing that they finished and knowing that they might have planned on doing this thing on 9/11.
What year were you born?
I think about it. When was 911 created as an emergency phone call? Like, nobody even thinks about those details. Like, when?
Hold on a second. You said you grew up with your mom trying to get you to go watch her.
No, my mom grew up in New York while the World Trade Center was being built.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and your mom
so
went
she was a
to
little
see
girl.
her dad.
Yeah, probably went to the ceremonies when it was done. I think, yeah, and I looked up like who built the buildings, like the architects, because it was the company that built it was called Koch. My mom told me that, and I looked it up, and it's kind of misleading some of the stuff about the World Trade Center. It's like you can't really. I couldn't find my grandfather's name involved anywhere.
Yeah,
but I know that
hard.
it's not made up that he was part of this. My mom even showed me like that card that they gave them for the holidays, like the year they finished it. So like I have like proof no one else would ever have.
Mm-hmm. What is this? What is this, Austin?
Manufacturing consent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's basically like if I tell you that you need security on your home, and then you're like, oh, I'll be all right, and then I rob your house next day, and don't tell you that I did it, and then I convince you, sure you don't need a security?
It sounds like you need it though.
Yeah. I was even thinking that maybe the Manson murders, what if they were staged in LA, and what if they were used to popularize security? Because what was security like in LA before then?
Probably low.
You know what I mean?
If I were to see that's when
Same year. Booyah! Connecting dots all day.
So 911,
I told you I'd have to
emergency hotline was created the same year
the
that
World Trade Center was built. And guess the guy that, the architect that built it, guess what else he built?
Danny's mind blown right now.
He built the Federal Reserve.
It just
What?
Yeah, bro.
what's his name?
I don't know, because it's...
Hey, by the way, this episode is
he's
100% getting shadow banned on YouTube.
He's Japanese.
Yeah,
What's
you
the
really
what?
good.
The Federal Reserve? I was already saying, I think that our governments, when we're talking about Pearl Harbor and the bomb being dropped, right? I thought our governments were like, hey, you let us do this, we'll let you do this. We both win. We know what these bombs will do. We terrify every other country in the world. Right. Look, we win together. Because there's like a massive connection between Japan and Hawaii. There always has been. LBJ got ended up in office after JFK. He's actually directly related to Obama. How so? Like the bloodline. Oh, really? It's like his uncle or something. Obama's from Hawaii. And that's where LBJ looks from. That's where Pearl Harbor was. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then what was the last quarter that came out? With the bat symbol on? Yeah, right when COVID hit. That's weird. That was pretty weird. Bro. What the fuck? How weird is that? Why did they do that? Contagion. But it's that. What did they bring it to the back? I've never seen it. Really? I didn't either until it was on TV. I've seen it before, but I don't know. See, they're broadcasting what they want us to believe. Like, television has been used to broadcast. Well, I don't know. It's about It kind of like ties. It makes sense why you want television. Why they would want television in all the homes to control people through fear, to control people through propaganda, and to make people believe certain narratives, or to make people, to be able to control them through through politics, like right and left, and everyone fighting against each other. Yeah, divide conquer. Yamasaki was the architect. World Trade Center in New York City, which is briefly the tallest building in the world, was designed by Yamasaki. Wow. He also built another twin towers, Minoru Yamasaki, in California, called like the Twin Century Towers. Yeah. And I guess like when you watch Fight Club at the end, when all those are in Santa Monica. Those are the Twin Century Towers, which kind of look like the Twin Towers, and he actually built them too, look like the Twin Towers. Probably same material, same structural design, just different. Those didn't collapse, did they? No, not yet. Fight Club. In Fight Club, they did. See, that's what's crazy. Fight Club came out like 1999, right? And it was about taking down the stock market, basically. Right, the plot, basically, And then at the end, what was crazy is when I was younger and we were watching that movie, we rented it from Blockbuster. Let's watch this. Me and my brother, we got home and watching it. My mom walks in at the end of the movie when the kids are falling down. And like I said, her father built the Twin Towers, so when she saw those towers going down, just walking in the room for 2 seconds, she was like, turn that movie off. I don't like it. Like all this. And that was before 9/11. She didn't even make the association. They're like, wow, that happened 2 years later, or 3 years later. And then what I didn't realize is that the buildings that fell in that movie were a different 2 towers that this guy happened to build. So it's like different from the towers. He built both Century Towers and the Twin Towers. Right. So if it was a reference to the Twin Towers falling, they used a reference to the other Twin Towers the same time. That is really weird. It's a strange coincidence. It's hard to avoid. It's hard to avoid this kind of coincidence. Yeah. And I don't know. My perspective on it was, I was a little kid watching this movie in 1999. My mom's walking in the room, and she saw those buildings going down. My grandmother took us to the World Trade Center 1 year before it went down. It was almost like she might have known, because her husband at the time was constructing it. Like, I feel like that could have been a huge part of why she got divorced and took the kids down here to Florida. Get away. There's no way the fucking construction companies knew about that shit. Well, he was the foreman. Even the foreman, bro. I don't know, dude. They're not gonna tell. He might be working hand in hand with that guy with like full weapons. He'd have to be. No, bro. The foreman. There's no way. The foremen are so far down the ladder from the people that are funding the shit, and they would never let those. The foremen are they're building it. The architect. He had to have at least met that architect.
Yeah, but do you really even think the architect knew this kind of stuff? Is like deep state conspiracy?
Designed the Federal Reserve.
We definitely do.
So if there's any secret entrances in and out of this building, this guy knew, and probably the foreman.
Yeah.
Because like when it went down, it
Is
was
this guy still alive, Yamasaki?
no.
He was born in 1912, so doubt it.
See that same time period where things were getting rough. 1912, that's like the same time period. So one of the first Hollywood blockbuster films was A Birth of a Nation. Are you familiar with that film at all? Birth of a Nation was like this radical propaganda film, black and white, silent, promoting the KKK. It was the first movie shown in the White House.
What?
Yeah. The KKK was booming in 1919. Like, that was the lead grossing film until Gone with the Wind came out. So it had like a 30-year pedestal.
How does a Birth of a Nation revive the Ku Klux Klan? Wait, what does that top part say? The very top part. D.W. Griffith's controversial epic 1915 film about the Civil War and the Reconstruction depicted the Ku Klux Klan as valiant saviors of the post-war South, ravaged by northern carpetbaggers and freed black people. Wow.
But they even got the KKK horse.
Fucking dudes with a knight on a horse. Wow, that's fucking
Horse has no idea what he's doing, bro.
So that's like the first big blockbuster film.
Yeah, if anybody wants to say anybody's racist, say it's Hollywood, because Hollywood was funded by this.
off
Like,
this movie.
yeah, it was like the lead grossing film for like 30 years until Gone with the Wind came out.
What motivates you to research all this stuff?
I just see real things and red flags, dude. Just like Paul was killed. Just like who? Paul from the Beatles. You guys have heard that conspiracy, right?
No.
I guess there's statistics that when that conspiracy was rolling, like,
What is that?
61%. So, like I was saying, Bob Dylan could have been killed and replaced, but he actually had time between when the new guy came out. There was like a hiatus. Well, when the rumor of Paul being dead was because, like I said, the government was helping us out over here. And there's all kinds of rumors that the Beatles were being put on LSD with and without them knowing it. So, like, George Harrison from the Beatles was on the Dick Cavett show, and he was interviewed. And Dick Cavett, he was gaslighting George Harrison. And he was like, George, like, why are you guys admitting on national television, international television, that you guys do drugs? Like, isn't that irresponsible to your young viewers? And George Harrison just responded like so professionally. He was like, well, is it my responsibility to lie about what you asked me? Don't ask the question.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to know the answer. And then he was talking about LSD, and he was like, yeah, the first time we did LSD, we didn't even know we were on it. We were at our doctor's house, and he had given us some coffee.
Sidney Gottlieb?
What's that?
Oh, never mind.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, I'll explain after you finish your story. Sorry to interrupt.
So, no, but that was pretty amazing. So,
Oh, was it?
at the perfect time.
Sidney Gottlieb was a guy, chemist, who was hired by the CIA's lead chemist. They called him the poisoner in chief, and he developed a program called MK Ultra.
Yeah, this is all about MK Ultra.
Yeah. And that's it goes back to like the whole Charles Manson. I just had a guy on here who spent the last 20 years of his life writing a book about Charles Manson. It's called Chaos, and it basically debunks all of the known narratives about the Manson murders, a lot of the Tate murders, and it basically explains how Manson kept getting let out of prison when he shouldn't have been, and kept violating parole, not getting let out, and how him and they were visiting this free clinic in San Francisco, and him and all of his hippie followers were going to this free clinic, and they were getting LSD.
Yeah.
And it's basically all.
Well, if you listen to the Hotel California backwards, there's references almost like that was the spot to get the LSD from the operatives to Hotel California. Yeah.
If you play Hotel California backwards,
Yeah.
what does it do?
Well, first of all, the guitarist sounds identical both ways, so that was pretty impressive.
Can you try to find that like on YouTube? That won't get copyrighted if you play it backwards.
That's all I do. I cover songs backwards now. I'm the first ever. Hey, just leave it up. Well, maybe I might not be the first ever, but I've been covering songs backwards.
Really? What makes you want to do that?
Yeah, last time I saw you, you were actually. I saw you a couple times, your band play, and then like the last time I saw you, you were doing like some of the same music but playing it in reverse, or
Yeah,
even live as well. I mean, you were recording music in reverse and playing it live in reverse or something. So.
Well, yeah, I found this method. So we were talking about phonetic palindrome, or we were talking about palindromes.
Yeah.
A palindrome is
Hold on,
like,
here's Hotel California backwards.
okay, yeah, this is really fun. Hopefully that doesn't sound the same.
It is definitely like your regular song.
Yeah, it does. Almost identical. So this was supposed to direct people to do what?
To buy LSD from the Hotel California, or at least I think they're telling the story of what might have really been going on at the Hotel California.
What is the actual Hotel California?
No, but I heard that the fake Paul McCartney was like staying there a lot, and there's like rumors that he might have been directly influencing the Manson family.
What?
Yeah, because there's like the Beatles were connected to the Manson murders.
Yeah, well, one of the guys.
Shelter.
Yeah, but the whole Helter Skelter thing, he copied that from somebody. Manson, they copied that whole. You can turn it off now. He wanted to. He wanted to put a record deal.
It was directly related, but it wasn't directly related as far as at least Paul says it wasn't.
Right. The prosecutor.
Okay, put that on backwards.
The prosecutor for the fucking Manson trial, he wrote the book. He literally is during the whole entire trial. He hired a writer to be sitting in on the trial so he could write a book about it.
Yeah.
The guy was absolutely fucking nuts. The guy, the head prosecutor, I forget his name. Bugliosi, Vincent Bugliosi. And
so Manson was basically raised by the prison system. He was
right,
a product of
he
the
was.
prison system.
Right, he was.
So what's more terrifying, all the shit he did, or that?
Right, but he was a two-bit criminal his whole entire life, just like stealing cars, robbing grocery stores, and just doing like
wasn't
right,
right.
But I mean, going from that to fucking brainwashing people with LSD.
Credibility. It's easy to destroy credibility. You know what I mean? Like any musician at any point in time can be like pointing the finger at them and everyone else.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like, yeah, I don't know if it's always true. It's like anytime some rock star dies, suicide or this or that.
Like Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I like to think that Kurt faked his death. And it's high Elvis. Yeah. And if you listen to Heart Shaped Box backwards, he pretty much tells you that he faked his death.
Do you listen to a lot of music backwards?
I write music backwards, so
How do you write music backwards? Like, oh, you mean you take existing and you rewrite it backwards?
no, I just make small phrases. I have an app on my phone called iReverse Speech.
Oh.
Right. And then I can record
So you
small
make it-
phrases like
Yeah, show me something.
blood in the water, hurdle when they go. So backwards, it should sound vaguely similar.
Whoa.
Yeah, sometimes it's really clear, sometimes it can be a little shaky.
So you record a whole song that's like this, played in reverse?
Yeah, I've been doing this thing where I've been trying to expose phonetic reversal as a real thing. by making it so obvious, by repeating what I'm saying backwards and forwards. Because see, it was Aleister Crowley that started doing reverse speech and popularized it. And that's why it's associated with like heavy metal and Satanism, because he was a Satanist, or at least he was like the
People listening, who is Aleister Crowley?
Aleister Crowley was, let's say Hitler was envious of Crowley for being more,
He's like a ton of black magic.
Yeah,
It's like really weird fucking shit.
yeah. It's like, who knows? They said he was like the most influential man of the world.
There's Aleister Crowley?
At one point in time, yeah.
There's a lot of musicians that look like great estate and record
Oh
albums.
yeah, that's
They're
where
actually
Led Zeppelin recorded their album. Jimmy Page,
Jimmy Page.
Aleister Crowley's.
Yeah, this guy was super cool.
Huh.
But here's how I kind of figured out about
Who's the guy?
Freemasonry and secret society and how relevant it really is.
Who's the guy who was in California who had like a Church of Satan?
Anton
LaVey. Was he anywhere, any way related?
probably knew this guy's books.
Yeah.
Forwards and backwards.
Yeah.
See, and that's what's creepy is reverse speech was kind of created in a way to affect people's minds without them being aware of it. Right? But I'm trying to expose it. So I feel like
reverse speech was created to how so?
well, our brains interpret speech. Our brains interpret speech both forwards and backwards, according to some of the stuff I've been reading.
Without us being conscious of it.
Well, we are kind of conscious. It's our subconscious, so we're not consciously aware of it. But at the same time, like we were talking about palindromes earlier. Mom is a palindrome. It's identical backwards and forwards. Dad is phonetically backwards and forwards.
Right.
So, yeah, they're spelled backwards and forwards. But mom and dad actually work in speech too. So mom, dad, mom, dad, mom.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. And like you can kind of like manipulate it by listening. And
So you're saying popular cultural American songs have hidden messages in there that are intended to brainwash people somehow?
Or maybe just send a
it
message.
could just be a secret message. Like if you listen to Nirvana stuff backwards, heart-shaped box.
Yeah, but
Well,
nobody
a few
listens
years
to it
ago-
backwards.
A few years ago, you could find all this reverse stuff online,
Yeah, people used to
and
play
it's been monetized now. Like people actually made lyric videos, so you could follow the lyrics. Like one of the best songs backwards, Thriller.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Because the message he was trying to portray, like he's like, okay, basically, like I got a new song I'm working on called Pop Music, and this is the first time I'm gonna try to use reverse speech while I'm not repeating what I'm saying both ways, and it's gonna go like, this is not for singing for gasoline pop on say sip.
Wow, that sounds creepy as hell.
Did you hear what it said?
This is not pop music?
Yeah. So I'm gonna call the song pop music. It's gonna sound like this for us.
So it's gonna play normally, but backwards. So the way to hear it the correct way is to reverse it.
Yeah.
That's some
It
next level
sounds like
shit right
nonsense forwards.
It sounds like nonsense forwards, right?
It sounds like.
Are there any popular songs like that Nirvana or anyone has done that sounds complete bullshit, like nothing forward, and you have to play in reverse? Like, is there any proof that they were intentionally doing that?
That's what I noticed was a lot of Nirvana's lyrics were always hard for me to interpret. I could barely hear what he's saying half the words.
Well, that's because he was fucked up, right?
No, it's because he's singing backwards, dude.
Really?
Here, put on Nirvana backwards, and you'll see how.
Which song? What's the best song? What's the best
that heart shaped
In
box.
Bloom.
In Bloom?
Here, and this is why it's the best one. Okay. He says something in the lyrics backwards about the system being messed up or like screw up the system, and half the video is them playing in like this white collar kind of atmosphere, and then half the video is them wearing dresses, throwing and stuff on the stage around, and it happens to be a solar system. So while he's singing backwards, screw up the system.
Find the music video.
They're actually throwing the solar system.
Oh, then yeah, yeah, yeah.
They should have it with the video somewhere. But even the guitar, it sounds attainable.
Hit the steps, and then you discover my friend of the podcast sitting there. She was like, laughing, sir. Like, dude, are you okay? And you were like, I don't feel well.
Well, basically, even if no one else is saying that they're doing it, I'm saying I'm doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And these are also that person's interpretation of the lyric.
Right. It doesn't sound identical to what he's typing in.
No, and sometimes people will make videos and they'll just write gibberish underneath it to like kind of avoid even looking into it.
Yeah.
Because there were videos that were like, that's good. But doesn't he almost sound like he's clear? Yeah, some of his stuff forward isn't clear.
I'm sure drugs make it sound more clear, depending on what you're like. You can take some mushrooms or smoke a lot of pot.
No, that's when I stopped doing that. Like once, yeah. What? Yeah. I don't know. Once I figured out all this secret stuff, it's like I don't need any of those drugs to figure it out anymore. I already figured it out.
So then it's like the vessel that got you there.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I like messing around with mushrooms a little bit, but I only like really microdosing at any point. Whenever I take more than that, because I like to be in control of my body. I like to be able to go running if I feel like it or something like that.
When was the first time you took mushrooms?
I don't know, when I was like 18 or 19.
Really?
And with some friends, were you there?
I might have been. I've never taken them.
Oh, no?
Never.
Oh, yeah, I think you were asking about that.
Yeah,
I don't know where to get them.
I did,
Oh, okay.
but I've never taken them. Did you take them a lot, like through your teenage years and through your 20s?
No, man, really seldom when I was younger. I didn't start really, like, kind of messing around with it until I was an adult, at home on my own. Like, yeah, and I don't really like doing it around a lot of other people.
No, nobody does, though, right?
I don't know, it all depends. And there's just certain movies that, like, you're going to be sitting there for 4 hours anyway.
Why not?
Yeah, go watch The Matrix with a microdose. You're going to be like, whoa.
Really?
You're going to be like, whoa, if you haven't seen it.
Right.
It's a mind bender for sure. Yeah. We're supposed to get another one of those soon.
Yeah, there's another one.
Are they going to use Keanu Reeves again?
I heard he's coming back, but
They
I
have
think
to.
they're creating a new cast. They're going to bring them back as like recycled
Yeah, you got it.
Jesus. Yeah. Resurrected Jesus.
Yeah, it's like what they did with Terminator. Like they recreated.
I don't know if Morpheus is coming back. Have them make
Why? He's still a fucking FBI detective in every true crime show on TV.
He was in Contagion.
Was he really?
Yeah. Actually, the Contagion cast was stacked.
I want to rewatch that movie.
What is that not even worth watching?
No.
You're living it right now.
Yeah, right.
For real. It's so boring, really. It was groundbreaking at the time because we weren't living through it.
Remember during all the fucking the civil rights riots in the streets a year ago when COVID was like the fourth thing on the news. It was like number 4. It was like the 4th most popular story.
I like how
Number
you
1.
called it civil rights riots, but that's not the message anybody got across.
It was the George Floyd riots. All the cop cars burning, people pouring kerosene on abandoned cop cars and throwing bricks through windows.
Yeah.
That was the pandemic. Racism is the pandemic.
Is it really?
No, that's what the headlines were saying.
Oh, yeah.
You know that was happening.
Yeah, the headlines sharing a title like that just stirs up that kind of angst. Yeah. The media's got us fooled. Actually, the term media is like supposedly like an old spirit. Yeah, it's like associated with like a spirit.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What kind of a spirit?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. Maybe I'm mixing up television shows with reality now.
Do you ever find it hard to distinguish the difference between reality and television?
Not one little flames in the room.
Did you really live in a simulation?
I hope so. Because this shit's boring. Maybe that's better outside the simulation.
You think?
Trying to find out.
What are you going to do on Target?
Yeah. I'm ready to pull the fucking plug.
Pull the plug.
Yeah.
You brought your guitar?
Yeah, I got some.
You got any new jams?
Maybe.
Open your eyes.
Remember that one?
That's a classic.
You don't?
I remember it, but I don't remember it. I can't perform it.
What can you perform for us, man? Got any new hits?
Yeah, let's see what we got.
What's trending on the billboard right now? Catatonic Scripts.
Nothing's trending on the billboard. What's trending on the billboards right now is Mars Volta.
Really?
Yeah, dude, they finally released the last in the Crematorium on vinyl. And it's like number 1 or number 2 on the vinyl billboard charts. Like,
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of Mark Volta in 10 years, I feel like.
Probably more.
Yeah, I listen to a lot of that band's offshoots. They have like 20 other bands. That's where I got my idea of like making a new band every week.
Isn't fuck that guy's name? It's in Marvel. The guy who made the documentary about suing the record label. What's the fucking guy's name?
They were
The guy who played the Joker and he's also in the band. 30 Seconds to Mars.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking of 30 Seconds.
Jared Leto?
Jared Leto, yeah. I was getting 30 Seconds to Mars and Mars Volta mixed up.
Yeah, he's the joke.
That was the worst Joker of all time, for sure.
Well, did you see him in the Snyder's cut? That one wasn't too bad.
No. Angle that mic towards your guitar. There you go.
Alright, man.
Where's this song?
I don't know, I gotta figure out which one.
You do adjust focus?
I can give you a sample of that one we did, or that song. One of the phrases that I showed you on the reverse thing.
Okay.
The song's called Blood in the Water. It's trying to use like color symbolism.
Yeah, it's kind of the curse of having like a pleasantly drunk Irish dad. It's like, he's actually pretty awesome.
That's not it.
Take a sip. Move up the vocal cords. This one's called Blood in the Water.
Yeah.
My grandfather drank every day until he was like 85. Never to mention. I was there for a little bit towards the end, but you know. Oh man, I can't believe I'm gonna look where we at now. We got
Black ass crow, another pulling blood all over your homes. What ass now, black ass crow, another pulling blood all over your homes. So hard your blood clots on your old crap one. What's that, pal? What's that, yo? Small your blood clots on your old crap one. What's that, pal? What's that, yo?
Blood in the water. Turtle in the Gulf. Blood in the water. Turtle in the Gulf. 5 lit pools. 5 minutes. Smell. Love. Soul. Hell. Love. 5 lit pools. 5 minutes. Smell. Love. Soul. Hell. Love. 5 lit pools. 5 minutes. Blood in the water. Turtle in the Gulf. Blood in the water. Turtle in the Gulf. 5 lit pools. 5 minutes. Smell. Love. Soul. Heat. Hell. Love. 5 lit pools. 5 minutes. Smell. Love. Soul. Heat. Hell. Love. 5 lit pools. 5 minutes. Blood in the water. Turtle in the Gulf. Blood in the water. Turtle in the Gulf. White ice smell. Black ass trail. California blood all over your lungs. White ass smell. Black ass trail. California blood all over your lungs. Woo!
What's that song called?
Blood in the water.
Blood in the water. That's dope, bro. What is that about? What's up, world? You just watched a clip from one of our exclusive Patreon episodes. That's right, you can get weekly, pure, uncut content straight from the jungles of Colombia. If you want to watch a full episode, make sure you go to patreon.com/concretevideos. Peace.
It's not a lot, but it's also like if somebody slips, there's inherent. It's just scary because, like, I remember I used to like handle like decent amounts of acid. It's scary, holding like fucking big thing of it. So it's like, you know, I think Jay was on the same page as me, where it's just like, is this what we're doing now? Yeah, like, or it's just a moment of like, are we more outrageous than comedy at this point? It's junk. It's junk. That was crap and junk. Just one hit though.
Today's guest on the podcast is Jamie Kennedy. Jamie is a hilarious comedian and actor who's had a marathon of a career in Hollywood. He's been in films and TV shows such as Romeo and Juliet, Malibu's Most Wanted, Boiler Room, Restream, The Jamie Kennedy Experiment, and I'll be here all day if I have to keep going. On this episode, we talk about Florida, the evolution of media in Hollywood, what it's like balancing a Hollywood career with comedy and social media, and much, much more. This one is short, but it's packed with gems. Please welcome Jamie Kennedy. Dude, I don't even open up with your feet.
Shared it with everybody, and
You're safe.
it was bad. It was
Bro, coming down the crack lane. Yeah, this is crack lane. But we're not far from the beach. This doesn't remind you of where you're from at all? Malabuzi. Malabuzi. What does this town remind you of? It's cool, but it's like you gotta like drive through the crack to get to the water. So you like got this dope setup that people are looking at. They don't know they're outside. Looks like it could be potentially war zone. You know what I'm saying? Drug stuff. But it's dope. You know, I never met you. And you're coming in this room. And then I'm like, so I got a got my pen. The other homie was in. Tesla. How many can I take out? Joke. You know what I mean? But it's nice once I got in here. And I know you got a good following. So you'll go anywhere because the numbers. You got good numbers. So I was like, I got to come in. The numbers that were brought you here? Dude, my assistant was setting this up and they were like, well, we can try to do this. And you guys were a little hard sitting down. You guys hit me up. I hate it when people hit me up. And then they want me to come down. I got to fire the guy that handles all that stuff.
Oh, he fucked up. Well, no, he was. I mean, no diss to him, but he was like, he can't do it. And I know that you have a good following, so I was like, go over the bridge. I apologize, but no, he's okay. Appreciate that. No diss to him. All right, fuck him. But it was.
It's not like it's about a Skid Row. I mean, some people have Skid Row.
Yeah, a lot of parts are hell.
And hell.
This is right. I got a nice setup. 70s, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I was actually originally going for it real quick. You know, The Sopranos, when the assistant talking to the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Have you seen Sopranos?
Like, honestly, too, you know what's crazy, bro? I don't know anything about you, but I know concrete and I know you're a big following. I didn't know that. Because I see your clips get recommended.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you have like 450,000. Yeah. And I don't know who you are. And yet, you are now a destination that you got me, whatever I am. I'm like you're a Hollywood superstar. Well, I'm a mainstream name, but this is what the beautiful thing is of our world right now. Guys like you can have this hub. It's little, but it's not. It's becoming very big. I did this in Austin. There's another group over there called the Drinking Bros. They're blowing up. And it's like every city. So it's like media is completely different.
Yeah, it's super weird, right? Like I would have never, some little kid in crackheads, and I would never have a chance to talk to a guy with this power.
Stop.
And you came here.
I came to you. I got my Duncan and listened to drive. You saw my driver. She was fine, man.
Shout out to her. Driving the Malibu. The black house.
Came in the Malabeezy. But honestly, it was the numbers. And then ET at the club was like, ET blew me up. Like, in fact, 2 other people.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Your name rang bell.
You would be up right now. You're making me feel good.
Juicy.
Loving it. How? So you're here on like are you on tour right now doing comedy or what?
Yeah. I mean, we fucking doing around the park, parking lots, and bars in LA. Every time I see on that
Hey, real quick, keep an eye out for him because he might come in later.
And then the world slowly opened up and people started making offers. Side. The club here is side splitting is incredible. It's like ET so it's like for real, dude. But they do. He's got mad air conditioning. People spread out and still and these lights. So it's like everyone's getting a wash of black light. It's like a UVA light. So he's like so on. So we're gonna do a meeting outside around 6 feet. Buys a pack smooth as silk. So yeah, man. So I got I'm booked until the middle of October. Let's see the world show. I just started to.
Yeah, we're not shutting down Florida. The rest of the world will shut down.
The world will be shut down. Florida will still be slamming. Tacos. Shout out Taco Bus. Yo, it's closed at midnight. I usually go there at 3 a.m. and get my taco. Yeah, bro. It's weird. Like the next thing you know, Mons Venus. Like what's going on?
Who was the last guy I had?
Mons Venus?
We got one Mons Venus.
Wow. I bet he's sitting on some cake.
Crazy old man. Crazy old guy.
Got the spaceship.
Holy child. No.
No, that spaceship room.
Mons Venus. That's not Mons. That's 2001.
2001.
Mons is right across the street. Mons is like this little tiny hole in the wall. But none of the women. All the women that go to the strip clubs, they all come from all over the world.
It's
they drive like 3 hours to the
yeah, it's the strip club is here. This is kind of how can I say this? His typo blood is half out. You can't take it. I'm talking to a doctor all this shit and COVID and basically the strippers here are very high. This is like the capital. I love how you keep wiping that thing down. It's PTSD. And everybody that comes from Los Angeles is very paranoid about it. It's dumb. It's a funny thing. I know. It's not me. No, it's PTSD coming to me. Yeah, for real. It's like not, and then it's like come to Florida and everyone's like chilling, eating a taco, riding a beach cruiser, no drama. I've had no drama so far. Really? I've had pack shows, no drama, no fights, and I see a lot of people wearing masks. Yeah, a lot of people wear masks. A lot of people don't like all the masks. But I don't see like any people out there with signs doing shit. None of that. So it's like, it's what I'm saying is a little bit of, and then your numbers were bumped up 3 times more than what they were. Did that? The CDC lied and said 20,000 people. Half of that was shot 16,000. When we got happened 2 days ago. So it was like people like trying to make Florida. Yeah. I feel like I'm interviewing you. This is how it always is. That's why you don't know who I am. I know. That's why you don't know me. Because I'm shitty. I just do this. I get people like you on here. You know, we talk, we open up. Yeah, exactly. You know, I just watched your podcast, your 4-hour podcast with Bert. Oh, really? Yeah. How? What? Just now to prepare for this? I just watched it in the last, like, 48 hours. On and off, I just watched it. It was great. It wasn't even like a podcast. But you guys were just sitting there on the couch getting drunk and talking shit. It was hilarious. Dude, Bert is the man. He's Florida royalty. I learned on that podcast. He's from Tampa. I had no idea. He's actually from Tampa. Wow. That's what he showed me. Yeah, Bert is like one of the greatest. Yeah, I did like a 4-hour podcast. He had so much fun. It's like he just forgot he was doing a podcast. 100%. That's what he does. And then is he in LA also? I think, yeah, he's not far. I think he's over. He's like. So all of night, I'm just kind of like, actually, I don't want to get my friend in trouble here. That's the guy over there. And you have a podcast. Yeah. When did you start? I kind of started it in 2017, and it was like, it's called Hate to Break It to You. It was a way for me to start talking to my fans from another version. You know what I mean? Because it's like people know me from movies and stuff. But like people know me, you know what I mean? But it's like pod, it's like you keep it real. And then I was doing it a little bit, and it was a lot of work, and then I was getting so busy and everything. And it was hard to do, you know? And then I didn't have the right producers, and then when the pandemic hit, I was like, I'm doing it. So then I buckled down and tried to put out. But I do solos. So I feel like that's part of it. No, I have a lot to say, and I have takes on stuff, and sometimes you get a guest and you just don't. It's like, you know, people really want to. I have a lot of opinions, so people like it. But a good guest, like I have a guest on today. He just somehow champ. Dude, if I hit the amount I'd be high for like 2 days. So it was definitely interesting. I mean, again, there was a whole thing to do, but in terms of the, you had a good social. You know, I'm saying. So that's what's crazy. You can't talk about shit. So he's, yeah, think about that. You know, there's round. So you know what I mean. I'm trying not to be. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's telling all the stuff because I put all types of information on it. He's funny, so not keep it all beautiful. So I got a nurse, my buddy, who's a young kid like you, who's like on the front lines. And so it's pretty. So I like people like that who are like expert. Yeah, that's pretty much the only type of podcast I don't really have.
There's not really much going on.
You're being humble,
My
bro.
my brain is just kind of like always been soft. You know what I mean? I'm not very tough. So like I need people like you to
You're being humble. Are you a surfer?
yeah, I can tell that. You got kind of like the bill, but you're like being super humble, but you're like totally second. Getting your first out. I like it. I like it. What so you say that you have like a team and you're able to like talk by yourself and you get a lot of your ideas out solo. It's kind of like Bill Burr. He's like the best at that, right? He's the best. Did that come from a lot of writing? Was that something that you developed, or was that something that you
No, I think that we're just, that's why I'm in comedy, because it's like you have all these takes on it, and they're like doing inside of you, and you're nuts. And you're like, I gotta sponge this. So that's when you go on stage, you know, and so you start doing it. I've had success in a lot of other areas in life, but I'm still drawn to the stage. And it's like, it's a way to like feel heard and share your opinions and get like like-minded individuals. Like, yo, you feeling what I'm feeling? So it's just, it's something that it's like you look at something, it gives you, it leaves an impression on you, and you talk about it, you regurgitate it.
I feel like being that kind of person is not good for politics, right? Because if you have an opinion on everything, it's not really good. So you don't want to piss off the establishment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think establishment is people like establishment, see all the crap, see all the bullshit. You being like, do you want this? You know what I mean? It's like people are making this shit behind this wall and this mountain. And it's like, yeah, it's cool, but like I want to hear like the realness. I want to hear a voice from somebody. So you're definitely right, but I think that's all crap.
Has it made an impact at all on that part of your career? Because obviously that's you started acting, or did you start?
I started both, you know, in 1990, but I really got more successful as an actor. But like I was making inroads into comedy in LA, but I wasn't really getting known for it. And then, but by getting with the comedy skills, but definitely more than acting.
Because you started doing like podcasts and broadcasting, just kind of like raw and open shit and getting your opinion on shit. Has that affected your acting career at all? Or has it, you have agents that you're talking to, like, don't say this, don't say that. Is that real?
It's so fucking real. I don't think it hasn't affected me yet. There's definitely, I definitely have a representative of mine calling out who definitely told me, yo, go easy on saying certain stuff, and you just might want to let it go. I just kind of let it slide, and you know who you represent, you know what I mean? And this is what we do. We don't like curtail like artists. We tell like fucking Johnny Rotten, go easy on just, you know, slicing yourself with a razor blade. No, Johnny Rotten, you know, I'm not saying I'm doing that, but it's like, yeah, so that was a great example of this typical, like, make money, don't rock the boat, always try to get the bag, to, like, have an opinion, to rocking the boat. But there's a new bag out there. That's what I'm saying. All of this disruptive media is making a new bag. The audience really want the new bag. They're sick of the bullshit. I hate to say it, but they're waking up. The real wokeness is the people waking up to all the
Do you think that there's people out there, like, because you were just in a movie with, what was the latest movie, the Brad Pitt one? The BP?
That one, I did that one, but then I
What do you mean you got? Oh, they cut you out when they were editing.
but they're really good. But hopefully, I heard that the Ghost of Criterion Collection. You know that. So that would be good. But no, they're gonna make you. Daddy. But I did another movie that you talk about. Which you don't know, but I did this movie called Rosie, and I pissed a lot of people off. And that was just a movie
Always banging like a Thailand sex slave too. Twice a Thai sex slave. It's like, oh, hang out with a Thai and shit.
So that came out over the pandemic.
I give it up for that, dude. Those dudes always fuck up from the bottom. I would have been any
Sort of
champion.
like right wing.
Yeah, if you're gonna fuck up from the bottom,
I'm just an actor. I'm not right wing. I'm not left wing. But they were people. But so far, well, the take was a little bit more like, hey, abortion is more dicey than people say. There's money being made, there's an agenda there, and a lot of people don't like that. They thought they were messing with rights. Got a lot of people upset. And, some people have my opinions, and I'm like, I'm just an actor. And, you're responsible for my opinion. Oh, so that's a long conversation. But basically, in a nutshell, that's what you should do. You should make movies about things that cause conversation, and that's what it was uncomfortable. I mean, I like escapism. We're Facebook about it. Like what you're talking about. I'm mad at you. We stop from getting out of here. Whatever it may be, but it's like coming full circle with YouTube too, because now everyone can be right now talking about they make conversations that they don't think it could be like an credit, like you were talking about, like your buddies even in they'll probably demonetize it if it talks about COVID or has any kind of opinions on it. Unprofitable to talk about that.
That's strictly for dudes wearing sneakers.
It's like coming full circle right now on YouTube. I know. So what did I tell you? Because you got to join. What's his name? Glenn's involved Rumble website. I just saw that. I just saw it. Kind of dope. Let's be real. But then they're gonna call you like a right winger, right?
I guess probably. He was on. I saw he tweeted
Who
about
is
it.
Glenn Greenwald?
He's a gay political guy. He started some media platform a long time ago, and then he just so there's a backlash.
Oh, there you go. That was a way to describe that. You're gonna get shit. He's a gay political guy.
He's a gay political guy, but he's got a lot of really good takes. Like he's
Why
obviously,
wouldn't he?
he's obviously he's a left wing guy, but he just like shits on like hypocrisy of the left wing politics and all the corrupt people in there, and how like he talks a lot about like the deplatformization of people and the freedom of the press and how they're like trying to put Julian Assange, how he's in prison for life, he's overseas, and like turning journalists, into trying to incarcerate journalists and talking about everything they're talking about.
Yeah.
And he just, lately,
It's pretty.
he's actually pretty cool. He's just this like gay left-wing guy. He's going on all of these right-wing shows like Tucker Carlson and the Democratic hate him.
Oh wow.
Why would you go and talk about on this guy's show?
Because he's keeping an open mind.
He is keeping an open mind. That's why I like the guy. He's very smart.
And he started Rumble.
I don't know if he started. I learned about him through the guy Tim Dillon.
Yeah.
I learned he was on his show.
Okay.
So that's how I found out who he was. And then he was pushing this Rumble thing. And maybe how is it?
I gotta go, dude. But think about this. Look how insane this is. Like you can't talk about certain stuff. Like I get, like it's like that you're being monitored. What does that tell you? Like YouTube used to be like the freest, craziest shit. The fact that they are like, that just shows you that's like
if something is, if there was no, I call fuckery charcuterie. You know, if there was no charcuterie there, you would be fine. It's not like you're saying, if you're just saying something against what a bigger message is being pushed at, that's weird. And that's what I'm saying. And then when you comment on it, people are like, no. It's like you're being controlled. Like, if you can't have an opposing opinion with facing some type of reality, then we're in trouble. And I just feel like that's what's weird. Like, big tech is now. I don't. Yeah, but they're like, and they're pushing the same narrative as like, let's just say CNN. And I'm not saying CNN all has bad stuff; it has some good stuff. Yeah, but it's definitely a biased thing. Just like obviously Fox is biased, but Fox is like the dark star, and CNN is considered weak. You know what I mean? But are they?
Yeah, and it's everyone it's all everyone talks about now. It's like everybody knows that Fox and CNN is two completely polar opposite things that push headlines for views.
Yeah.
And I think those shows aren't very successful. They get those daytime or nighttime segments they have on their shows get way less viewership than your average podcast does.
Yeah, totally.
Like then your episode with Bert probably got twice as many views as any episode of Tucker Carlson.
That's crazy.
You know,
That is crazy. That's nuts. But yeah, but pods are super.
Have a seat, Mike. Oh, what's up, dude? This is my friend and client, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Join us.
How you doing? You jumped in late.
We're talking about
What happened, Mike? Where were you at?
Yeah, where were you at?
You were in the car, dude.
He was in the Tesla.
Yeah. All right, you're not coughing.
He's worried about no cough. He's worried about. He's got his card. Can you show it to him?
Card. That's all right. You can buy those in 2 rounds. That's all right. I don't need to see it. I got you. Shedding.
No, even if you have your card, you can still spread it, Mike.
Spreader. No, it's fine. It's fine, Mike.
I have a hockey mask. I won't protect them, but if you throw something at me, we're good.
He was worried about coming here because he called this town crack town, and then he felt better once he got his feet.
Nice. It was like I was walking around.
Really?
He pulled up in the car with the door open. He was driving down the street with the back. He was driving down the street with the back door open.
Ghost ride the whip.
What was he ready to do? Jump out?
I was ready to just, you never know when to jam out. I was about to run out, and I'm like, all right, just go to the Walgreens. I'll just run out. And then she's like, oh, he's over here.
Remember,
You liked it, though.
I did. Buckman is down with the bitches in the house.
The bitches in the house, right?
My daughter and I watched that movie. Probably considerably 20 times.
Nah.
You tell me any part of that movie, and if you can stump me, I'll give you.
You're watch. All right, ready, Mike?
Okay.
Shrink, blinkety blink.
Right. Shrink. Wait, shrink.
Shrink, blinkety blink.
Yeah, but it's like, you want to
Try to make me think. Can you finish the rhyme?
Yeah. Try to make me think.
Gotta go to the sink and vomit. Clean it up with comment. Yo, Earth is my planet.
It's my planet.
Planet. I had to make a rhyme.
Stumbled through that one.
Mike, appreciate it.
Mike's a huge fan.
Huge fan.
Keep going about me. Keep going. It's the funniest movie ever.
Appreciate it. I think it's aging well too, right, Mike?
Yeah, it is. And you ever is that your most well-known?
That Scream, Jimmy Ken Experiment for the Super Comedy Heads, and Ghost Whisperer for the Midwest Comedy.
Those are like the four. I mean, then there's like movies like Enemy of the State and different movies that like. Yeah, I would say Malibu.
And that one, you were second question. So I mean, it's huge.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was my favorite. Yeah, that was you got a part of it. He was. The other people had fractional parts.
Yeah.
The movie was.
It was B-Rad.
Yeah,
That's what I was trying to do, trying to be
up in the booth.
Up in the business.
What was the deal with what was the deal with that movie? How did it come about? Like, what was like?
Oh my God!
Did they
It was
approach
so
you with it? Was it your?
No, so it was like at that time, a lot of late '90s, white boy wanted to be gangsters. That was like a big affliction that now is just accepted, but at the time it was a new strain of an affliction. People were like, "What is this?" And there's a couple movies that like I went in for and I didn't get, but I always had that character. I did stand up. My stand up was basically just trying characters, get it going. And then I did the show, Jimmy King Experiment, the whole other ball ass, and then the character got very popular. So I had to stick for it, kind of like Mike Myers. My show was at Warner Brothers. So, we developed it and it was a low budget. Cast off the races.
Do new skills that like to this day?
People look at me now and they say, "You can do that."
Well, the reason I ask,
but they do. They'll roll up on me.
Yeah.
Trying to make sense.
Yeah. Sometimes with us, I didn't think Mario Lopez and one time out in Vegas, he's probably.
Oh shit! You're gonna drop a jewel.
I don't know.
You're gonna drop a jewel, Mike.
How about that? But just by chance with the Hard Rock, because I knew he was and playing blackjack, and I was with Jerry Instructor on one side, and Mario on the other side, and everybody was calling him and from Mario Slater, and both of them just annoyed the shit out of both of them.
Wait, why was you guys not playing at a public table?
Well,
on the floor?
I never said that.
But who would you now? It had to be public because they had a private table. So they were getting annoyed. Yeah. It happens. I mean, sometimes it's like, it just depends. If you're like, Darius and Mario are just normal people. You know what I mean? They just happen to be famous. Like myself, I'm very fortunate. But there are days when you just want to play blackjack. You don't want somebody to come up to you going, "What's up, Slater?"
Right. So I know.
Yeah. But you kind of got to be ready for it if you're at a public table. 100%. Like, you have to go in with your best foot forward. And the problem is that we can't make mistakes. If we do, then we're, POS. And it's like, I might have gas. I might have had a bad bowl of oatmeal. My girlfriend might have, hollered at me. I might have just lost money in the stock market. You don't know what's going on. And it's like, and it's like, so that's what.
But as an artist, you did something that put me on the map.
100%. I'm very fortunate.
And you've done so many things that are so much better. You've grown as an artist.
Yeah.
And that everyone still wants to bring you back to that.
Well, no, that to me is very high art. Malibu's is very high art. It's pop art. It doesn't take itself seriously, but there's a lot of messages in it. It's aging very nicely.
The biggest booties in the state.
Yeah, because the biggest booties. But it really has to do with cultural appropriation, which is a big topic now, but also cultural appropriation and appreciation. That's what the movie's about. Where is appropriation? What's appreciation? And for me, it was based on just a white dude. Doesn't mean I love it. I can't rap to it, but that's what I love. I grew up with Led Zeppelin, and then somebody gave me hip hop. So I love Led Zeppelin, but I also really love hip hop.
Well, you need to be diverse.
Yeah. But it wasn't like that, as you know, in the early '80s. It was like hip hop was like, more like in the city. Led Zeppelin was more like suburban kids,
Right.
and I was always like kept my foot really in both.
But when it comes to those mixing of cultures and different music, that sort of thing, I don't think anything is more just validated than Kurt Cobain and Nirvana with the big band. I mean, when that grunge music came out of Seattle,
I'm trying to have a normal life or like trying to like be an artist. Here's my new song, by the way. And they have to like listen like their causes. It's like, well, how do you make anything?
Well, because grunge was so intense.
Yeah, but it was
Kurt was so.
like a light switch.
Well, yeah, Sounds different. I think they're a much deeper band, and they're so interesting. But I think some of the hair bands that were more fluffy realized how deep Kurt was. Kurt's like a super, generational artist. He's like John Lennon.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's just completely. I remember that. You're right. It shut down that whole like fluffy and became like as raw as it can be. Yeah, I love Molly.
And other bands like that,
You're just saying he was so deep.
Like,
There's so much pathos.
Well, the unfortunate thing really is that that's great music. And my personal opinion, it was so great because he's a really troubled soul.
Yeah.
He wrote some great stuff.
Did you ever see the
I would
HBO?
never want to be in his place.
Did you ever see the HBO documentary now?
I've seen there's multiple ones.
There was one with the drawing. They took his book, his writings and stuff, and they put language to it. It's insane. He's incredible. Yeah, he seemed like a very, very troubled.
It seems like some of the most successful artists in the
I think so. Yeah, I think he's. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean look. It doesn't mean you can't grow up in a nice life and not create something great. But usually, troubled people channel that pain, and it's usually something really amazing.
Right.
So,
it's
yeah, I know. It's intense, but like, yeah,
it's unfortunate.
it's so unfortunate. It's like, yeah, she's still here.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. And even the artists that's going around and they say they write their best music, but they're not doing it unless depressed.
The way to cope.
Yeah, it's the music, the lyrics, it's poured out of them.
Yeah.
And they're everyone has good days and bad days.
Yeah.
They're not. They'll say best writing or it usually doesn't tell them it's a good day.
Yeah.
It comes on the depressed day, curtains closed, kind of like that.
Yeah.
And then when they emerge,
Yeah. You know what I love talking about podcasts about people. I hate that. I'm still in Hollywood. So let's avoid all that. Jesus Christ. Talking about me.
Yeah, we just popped all your tires.
Mike came in. We started talking about.
Did you go back to whatever you were doing?
Oh, I got one I want to talk about.
Hey, he brought up the Marilyn Manson. I'm just saying, most great music.
They're pain,
a lot of
they're
great
pain.
music, and they'll tell you it's whenever my darkest hour, these words just flow out of you. Yeah.
Mike, what do you do?
I actually own a chain of hearing centers.
Oh, a hearing center.
Fits people who do audiometric testing.
Oh, okay. You're like helping society.
It's audible hearing aids. It's literally the only thing I've ever done.
Wow.
I started in this industry when I was 21. I'm still doing it.
Awesome.
So he goes to like Africa. A lot of people give it $1 if they work an hour.
Yeah.
some of the places you don't want to be in.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. But prior to this pandemic, I was probably doing 5 missions a year between 1 week and 3 weeks.
So you're a missionary.
Well, I'm an entrepreneur, but
Go to like Botswana and stuff like that.
I've been to Africa twice, all over
Congo?
the place. Yep. Honduras, Mexico. I have no idea how many times. Peru. Just any place where it's just impoverished and people are getting help otherwise. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. So, but this isn't about me. But
That's beautiful. That's a good story. My hearing is okay now. I
hear that every day.
That's the hearing. Oh yeah.
Nick Swartz,
That's one of the funniest things. He's like one of my first
A Day in the Life was the first time I saw it. Oh my god, The Day in the Life, and this is probably 50 years ago. Yeah. I think it's just funny.
It's great. He helped, he was like the guy that really helped push knowledge.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of it. He would, I would like rip the characters and he'd go, and he was like 10 pages. Absolute brilliance in the back. He really helped that movie become like a huge genesis. So, he's my boy, I love him. I think he's down here right now.
Is he really?
I think he's somewhere in Florida right now.
Well,
I gotta get his house on then.
Yeah,
hit him up.
You gotta hit him up.
Holy shit. Yeah. Well, he doesn't know I hit him up.
Yeah,
I'm sure he wants to
He
take
is
his number.
brilliant. There's no doubt about it.
The best.
No doubt about it.
Like one of the funniest people you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
Like you'll just sit with him and you think you know him. I've sat with him 50 times. Every time I'll find something new. I just cry. Like he'll always just make you laugh. I used to fucking just love going through he loves football.
Oh yeah.
So much shit about football. So fucking funny.
Does he have a podcast?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No?
No, I don't think he does. You gotta hit him up, bro. He'd be perfect.
Yeah, it was like him, like you, Nick, and Dirt Nasty were always kind of like Simon. Yeah, you guys were always kind of like owned that niche. You know what I mean? That comedy acting niche, like comedy rapper /
Yeah.
In LA.
Yeah, there's a few of us. You know what I mean? That have that kind of I don't know.
From the same mold.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like like hip hop,
whatever.
Hip hop inspired,
Yeah,
comedy. You know, Simon's also hilarious. His raps are dope. You know what I mean? It's funny because his raps are funny, but they're really dope. Like they got great beats and their hooks and his style, Dirt Nasty. Like as soon as he comes on, you know his hit. So he's got a signature sound. And I think that sometimes I think it's really good. He got a lot more music.
that's another thing that we talking about. You guys are like comedic rappers, but you guys aren't teetering on the edge of being like legitimate, like successful hip hop artists.
Well, it's like, it's my buddy Stu, who's also Stu's a really good rapper. So it's like you got people, right? So it's like kind of like the white dudes, the way in the hip hop was fun. You know, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, to say what you want, like, one of the best ever to do it, Eminem, his first rhymes were so insanely amazing, but they're funny. Like, he's a
sick lyricists, but there's a lot of comedy there. Eminem is hilarious, you know, and he's also very deep, very dark, you know, like intense. But his foray into hip hop was, you know, Hi, My Name Is, which is like dope, sick, but hilarious. And I think that's what like the Beastie Boys initially were funny. Me and Stu, like my buddy Stu, is dope rapper, really good. You know, a ton of stuff. He's a Care Bear. He's John Darko. He's in a lot of stuff. He just rapped on the side in GarageBand. And one day I heard him. He rapped so good about a porn star. The porn star heard him. And he started dating him. Like that was like, yeah, because he started dating him because she loved his. Do you have a pistol? He started rapping so much, and so like so I was a fan of his rap, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna produce your rap. So I gave him like 20 grand to like do his album. Couldn't get it going. You know, this was before like SoundCloud, and I'm like, yo, I'm doing this movie. Like, you gotta help me. So he wrote my rhymes, and not really for Malibu, and he started writing all these other ones. So I wanted to put out a comedy rap album called Crack. But like that's what comedy and rap. But like before, like The Lonely Island is also really funny. But The Lonely Island is dope too. Like they're good rappers. So I think that that's what we do: is go in with a funny way, and then but no one can accept it. Now there's artists that can. And then they're acting, next minute they're cooking, the next minute they're writing a book, and they're like accepted. But for a while, people were in, like, they couldn't take you outside of your hole. And so I think now it's easier to be cross-platform artists. Yeah, like, the key to it is a good beat. And then, like, keeping the shit hard. But for me, you couldn't be hard right away. And if you listen to my album, there's some bangers in there. Hell yeah, low-key bangers, you know what I mean?
Mike, you're a low-key bangers.
You know low-key bangers, Mike? No. Low-key on the high note.
Maybe you missed the part where I said it.
No. Low-key on the high note means that is like, yo, it's like, how can I say it? Like, yo, it's top on low-key fire. So how would you say with that? Turn it on. Marilyn Manson, low-key means just like, a lot of people don't know about it, like, underrated. It's like, Taco Bus has got a low-key fire. So you don't know. Right, so not the most popular thing. But not mainstream. It could be the best. Yeah,
it's not mainstream.
Like
a lot of Florida rappers came up.
Yeah, like that. Like
you ever heard of Rod Wave?
Yeah.
He's like one of the top 5 Billboard hip hop artists. He's got he's in like top 5 Billboard for the past year and a half, 2 years. He's literally born and raised 10 years in the ghetto.
Wow. Yeah. Really, since he has a ghetto.
Oh, dude, like Southside shootings. Not like
stabbings and stuff.
Oh yeah, stabbings and shootings every week probably. I mean, it's not as bad as like some other towns. It's not like Chicago, but it's still pretty bad.
Yo, like low key, like Chick-fil-A.
Yo, Popeyes?
Like
you got the Popeye chicken sandwich.
medium key fire, meaning kind of it's about it, and then it'll just go high key. You just like, yo, this is high key on the high note.
Yeah, that's when you're sold out.
It's done. You've already like, I'm not gonna lie, like if you come off stage, right? You didn't expect it to be that good because it was like I played at like a tree house in LA. I'm not kidding. I was telling them we were playing all these places outside, and some dude has got this dope setup. You would love it. With like tables and bushes, but like high up. He built straight up during the pandemic. He built like tree house. Not crazy extravagant, but dope. So there's a table up there. This dude's crib in Los Feliz, not far from me, by Central Park. And you have, and so you go there and you'll do a show, and there'll be like 60 people. And there's like little booths and shit, and it's now it's hiking. Meaning it's like, yeah, because it's in the back of the dude's house, and it was like one of the hottest.
It's in the back of his house.
He built it into the back of his house. You just park in the street. You park in the street.
That's hilarious.
And it's high-key fire. Yeah, so it's like, that's one of the greatest things about the pandemic is sparking entrepreneurship. So many cool, interesting things, people, shows, you know, podcast blew up. Okay, so there's always moves to be made.
Well,
Whether something's good or bad, always move, right?
Yeah, like Churchill said, that one of the, you know, problems go away. Never let you know. Can you find the Churchill quote he's talking about? Yeah, it's never let a crisis go to waste.
Is that
Never
what you
let
said?
a crisis go to waste. I think it took me longer to say that than Churchill lived.
Low key, I was waiting for somebody to mention that.
Never let a crisis go to waste.
Speaking of low-key fire, bro, some of the best podcasts that I've done have been low-key fire. Like, the most fire podcasts, they're always low-key.
Yeah.
They're not, like, the most popular ones with the most views.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like the shit that pops up on YouTube more than anything else. It's not always the best stuff. Like, the best content that I've done, it's not always been, like, I'm sure you feel that way with, like, movies and different shows that you've done or specials that you've done.
I did a movie called Body Touch. Ever seen the movie Falling Down? So it's basically kind of it's like the original.
Just give it up.
Get off my lawn type of dude. And Michael Douglas. Brilliant movie. And it's basically just like a guy that's having a bad day.
It turns into a bad week.
Yeah.
A bad month.
So I did like a low budget version of that called Body Touch. Describes everything. Horrible things, but they're justifiable throughout the story. And it was kind of over the top. At one point I have a chainsaw. It's crazy. But people have hit me up about it, like, yo, Buddy Hutchins is low-key fire. Like, so but it played a niche, you know, so that's what I'm saying, like, things have niches. So your podcast, people will have niches. It's like when you go to a convention, I do a lot of horror convention signings, and there's just people that are just straight up, the dude who was the fifth death guy killed in Chucky will have such a line because people connect with that character. So super specific things now. That's why this media is blowing up, because people will just with the hearing aids, you know, there's a lot of people out there that need a hearing aid. They'll take that clip and they look at it. And there might be a lot of traffic to Mike because of that. So it's like, I think it's just all of us being able to go.
Well, no, I can't form sentences.
Well, that was the Churchill one. That was happens, Mike.
Do you
Think of a little bit.
how many parts of the Malibu's Most Wanted were kind of just bad riffs, like off the cuff, like improv? Yeah.
Well, Nick would write, like, Nick had a really good scene, and he'd write it, you know, and then it was pretty much, I'm from the Keenan Library School of, like, comedy, so Keenan was what happened. Your scene, and then it'll have 5 other jokes. So I didn't have that luxury, but I would get like 3. So I would say, you know, it was a good amount of it improvised. Tay and Anthony are hilarious, and it's funny. The parts were written, they were way funny. So much. So they were a huge part. And all the rest of us had moments of it, but I was writing all the time, so I would add another joke in, say, try this joke, try this joke, try this joke. So I tried a lot, so that was kind of like, but there's definitely stuff in the scene.
Yeah, except with Jim Carrey and Liz Movies, they're telling never such a thing. People on it.
Yeah,
Some of the funniest stuff is like the minute after the shooting.
That's why you hire somebody.
What was that? Well,
Matthew McConaughey said something where he's like, whatever his movie is, Interstellar, he was just like, forget Interstellar, some stuff I saw in the trailer, does the scenes.
Come on, Danny, spit out. Come on.
I'm trying. I'm better than Churchill, at least. He said when he does his scenes, he practices them to make sure they're rolling. Because he's like, the first time he says it, it's always like that. And after that, it's always acting. The first time he says it, it's always weird.
Yeah. Everybody's got their own process.
That's so true.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you seen his movie that he did with down in the Creek or something?
What was it?
Well, can you find out what the name of the latest Harmony Korine movie was? It was called Beach Bomb.
Oh, I heard it's good.
Dude, so good. It wasn't even like watching a movie. It was just like watching some dudes hang out for 2 hours. No script. It was just like he has Matthew McConaughey, Jonah Hill, and some other guy like sitting there behind some $10 million mansion in the Keys, and they're drinking and they're cooking. Like, action, go ahead and just start talking.
Yeah.
Such a cool
$10 million mansion, drinking and hookers.
drinking and hooking.
Well, I tell you, I met Matthew
See,
McConaughey and talked to him, and you know, he is the most family-oriented person. His kids, his wife, that guy is
Yeah, he's from Texas.
that guy is straight up.
I wanted to ask you, I want to respect your time.
Oh, yeah, I got another problem.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Can we talk a little bit about the heckler?
Yeah, go for it. Wrote your notes. Did you even get to your notes?
No, I didn't get to my notes.
You
I
didn't
want to talk about heckler. I never do
Oh,
notes.
the stutter and fuck to my right won't shut up.
What?
I said the stutter and fuck to my right won't shut up.
We had. You're not a stutterer. You just had what we call biting words.
Oh, no. Now that hurts, man.
Man,
Now that hurts.
man. I do a whole joke about it. Hey, man.
No, I'm serious.
Hey, man.
I'm serious.
Mike,
Come on, man.
Mike's doing a
Biden
being
brain.
biting.
I love that.
Hey, listen, we're on track. We're going to do over 300 COVID shots this month. 300.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wait.
I do a whole joke about it.
Do you?
Are you performing tonight?
Yeah.
Size big.
Yeah.
We should go watch him.
We should.
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
Hang out. Do you sell merch after the show?
I do.
Fuck yeah.
30, 10:30. Probably the 8:30.
Yeah, but we got you, so it doesn't matter. Some people just don't get that chance.
After this podcast over, he's gonna delete my number. He's gonna forget we even exist. He's gonna show up.
No, but Biden, they say he's got a stutter, which is unfortunate. But it's like at some point, when he's not stuttering, I said it's not a speech impediment, it's a brain impediment.
Look, you can watch old video of him.
Yeah.
His whole life. He doesn't have a stutter.
He's a get red.
Did you know hearing loss is when you can talk?
Is that true?
One of the lead causes that. Yeah, let's not talk about it.
But what inspired Heckler? How did Heckler come about? That's the name of it, right?
Yeah, Heckler is all about just really happened with like online, just I started
Online.
becoming a name and then I started seeing like all the comments and, I never had that. You go to a movie and then the movie would be done. You wouldn't like go write the actor in the movie and go, the guy who played the postman sucked. Yeah,
You're under such scrutiny
You
now
can't,
from
like,
everybody.
go into his DM and be like, you suck dick, sir. You suck in the postman. That never happened, bro. I don't know what you know in terms of his life as a generation. That was just, you went and saw something and it was done.
Right.
And then we reviewed the movie.
Unless he's on the side of the road, they're like,
Yeah, it was like reviewed in a in a paper in a respectful way. So heckler was kind of like my comment on society of how it's changed, how everything became heckling. So that's what we live in now. We live in a troll society. It was way before all this shit's happening now, but like reviewers used to review a movie. They review you now. They review your career, your face, your body. Comedy club hecklers we consider the worst. They're not now the bravest because they're there. They're cool. Online is the worst. They hide, they hide behind a meme or something, and it's like, yeah. So a whole thing is the exploration of like accountability. Like, who are these people? And then, so I got all these like crazy ass comments, and so I went and explored them. And I went and literally did the thing where you consider the source, and I found out what the source was. And then people would look, I'm pointing the uses, and I put them on stage. Google, they would bomb, you know. And so that was, that's what the whole movie was about. Exploring who these people are and what is our society. What do you think the main differences between internet outgoing and comments? 90% of my comments. What's the difference between those kind of people and people who are like a lot of people who do Facebook call or both together? Yeah, I think some of those guys swipe it. They're just like, they don't think anything of it. They see you and they're like, you just fucking surfing Poindexter or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, but it's like, so they'll just say shit. No, they don't think of it. You know, you got a big goal thing, caffeine's running. Some of it's just harmless. Some of it is like, they really pissed them off because maybe you live in the life they want or something, and they're insecure. And some of it is just actual trolling of like, there's an art to that too. So it's different. There's 3 or 4 levels to it. But, I think we should have something on social media where no one can comment without accountability. So you have to see who the person is. No, I don't want to censor them. I think all comments, I want to know exactly who they are. I want to know exactly where they are. No anonymity anymore. No anonymity. Yeah. And it's just like,
if you write it, sign your name.
Yeah, because you just see a lot different happening. I mean, like people say so much shit to me, and then they have private accounts. It's like, you.
Somebody in a bar, you put your ass there.
You pussy. Like, they're such.
They push it out, but can't take it.
No, yeah, they can't even. They won't allow you to comment, and I'll leave the comment. And then at some point, I just won't even comment. I just let my community forget about police. But it's just, it's all good. I'm not beyond reproach. We all should be, have looked upon as, criticized. But it's like, yo, let's have a discussion. Don't do a drive-by and dumb me down and then hide behind your fucking private wall. Yeah. Bitch.
The people that do it in the shows, they are brave.
Way braver. That's the whole
the liquor, right?
That's the ironicness of it. I don't know. Some of them are just most hecklers are harmless. They're just having a good time. They're laughing. You say something, you do so much. They're part of the show. They don't understand. But mostly white women, and they born. We call them the triples up, the white wine warriors. Yeah, they get a box of friends. Karens and Sharons. That's the scariest gang. But what I'm saying is they get this. They're brave because they're there. I can see their face. Right. That's just brave. And those used to be not brave. Those are what I'm saying. I respect them more than any of them. If someone threw a tomato at me, I wouldn't really enjoy it. At least soft. But I would respect them more than somebody unless somebody's even commenting on the country.
Does it affect how you handle hecklers? Because, historically, to me, the last one would be heckler.
What-
You apart.
What do you mean?
Now-
Does
now-
it does it
Well,
affect?
well, now somebody heckles and you do what stand-up comedians do, which is, make a joke of them, embarrass them. Well, there's other ones like that.
I mean, yeah, you deal with them in the moment, and communities usually win. I mean, sometimes that's just win, it goes out, but yeah, I mean, they'll definitely. Some people take their licks, and other people just go on them board.
Yeah, but if you're funny, if
It's funny. The crowd sees
you
it.
destroy them in a good way and you really did a good job.
Yeah,
But
everybody
it doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop them from going. The next morning or that night, whether it's still whatever the W's from
White wine warrior.
White wine warrior.
White wine.
I fucking love
Mike's giving me Biden brain now. With.
That's awesome. That's fucking great.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
I would love to hang, but I got
Tell
a
my listeners.
product.
Tell my listeners, promote your product.
My
What is
product is hand sanitizer.
it? Shut up. That's
You're
not
helping the world, but I'm helping the world jizz it off. It's called Jizz Off. You can go on jizzoffproducts.com. It's basically just hand sanitizer, but it's like, the world is covered in germs, but another term for it is jizz. It doesn't have to be that word. It's like, everything's got looks on it. It's nice, it's soft. And it's $5 for the Jizz Off product.
Yeah, take it.
Man.
My daughter, when I tell her,
Give it to your daughter.
well, no, but she's 28.
Oh, okay. All right.
But she and I watched all the football.
Say it. It's B-Rads. Yo, B-Rad. But then you got to promote the shit, Mike. When you're in Honduras, pay people for hearing aids. Like, yo, what's up? Just it off. So like, what's up? Use that shit off. Ladies walking to the bus. Go a little bit. What are you guys doing together, by the way?
We meet up all the time.
What are you guys? What is he your client?
He's my friend and my client. Yeah, I do his advertising for his business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I do that.
There's a market.
Making the commercial. Let people find your podcast.
Go to my podcast. You can just go to my website. Has everything. JamieKennedy.com. I have my Instagram, Twitter, my Facebook. That's my hub. Jamie Kennedy. Appreciate you. Love you guys.
Awesome to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you, Mike. We're rolling.
So anyway, this dude just watched his 10-year-old sail off out of his life. Yeah, true. So that's what my wife said. I was like, can you put the dad out on the water? She was like, yeah, I would make you get back in. Right? We drive back and I would watch you get back in. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. So, be kind to your ancestors, man. Who knows what the river was looking like that day? Maybe it rained. Yeah, maybe skewed. Well, I mean, there's no, that is a little current, but there's no raft. I mean, also the water is basically like half water, half like oil. So it's true. It was probably sitting on it. Do you remember, there's this one game I played, I went to a summer camp one time, and they covered a watermelon in Vaseline, and you had to fight over the watermelon. You notice how slippery that baby is? You got the baby a couple times, it was just like,
Howdy, Sean. How you doing? Good. How are you? Great. Thanks for coming all the way from San Francisco. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to come provide some value to the listener. Yeah. I love stories like yours. What is your shirt? Nowhere to go but up. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so this is a nonprofit that I started. It's actually Nowhere to Go But Up Incorporated. That's what it's, the umbrella it's under. And then Nowhere to Go But Up Project is basically what it's going to be building out the board of directors right now for. There's going to be a living facility for males specifically 18 to 24 years old that are coming out of incarceration and re-entering into the youth. And so basically it's like a one-stop shop. It's maybe a year to a year and a half with programming, also everything that you would need to integrate back into society, from skills to counseling to job placement, job assistance, resume building, all the stuff that you would need to kind of seamlessly get into society, figure out how to become a man again, and get your dignity back, and be able to move on. Either the successful ones could either come back and be teachers and work for the nonprofit itself, or just move on and continue on with that.
So what made you want to do all this? It's like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but the podcast, No Go But Up, and also like my journey, it all started with I'm part of that population. I did time in federal and state prison, not long periods of time, but enough to let me know that I don't want to go back there, right? And so what I ended up doing was, let's go back to the beginning. My story is not one of those prison stories where I'm going to tell you about all the people that I saw stabbed, all the bad things that happened while I was there. I mean, to be honest with you, I did 18 months in stuff. And so that's literally, by the time you get there, you get comfortable, it's time to go. So I didn't get a chance to do any programming and all the stuff that you should be able to do when you go to the military. So to say, right? None of that stuff. It may be for some guys that are there doing 10, 15, 20 years, but a lot of that, they do on their own. They figure, okay, well, I've got enough time here. I don't like the person that I was, so let me figure it out. But the guy that usually has about 5 years and under, none of that stuff happens. So the behaviors that actually get you into prison never get dealt with. Yeah, I got my body nice, and I was able to do 100 burpees with no problem, and all the other stuff. But the toxic person that was inside there that got me to prison to begin with, none of those behaviors ever were able to change. And so when I got out, it was just a continuation of what got me to begin with. Yeah, I did a couple of, stints of clean time and stuff like that. But let's go back a little bit further to what got me. And a lot of that was, I grew up in an abusive household. My parents divorced when I was about 5, and they used me as like a pawn in their game, right? To get back at each other. So I was the tug of war piece. And so for me, that was kind of like the trauma that I suffered when I was a kid. Made me angry. I couldn't control the situation. I couldn't control what was happening. I'd go to my dad's every other weekend. When I was there, my grandparents and him, they would just talk horrible about my mom. And so when I go out to my mom's, I think she's this terrible person. And so I just take it out on her, and she's the reason why I'm not able to see my dad as much as I want to. And so that just led to me being a super angry kid. Couldn't control my situation, so later on in life I became a control freak. But I also got in so much trouble up until literally, like, I got kicked out of preschool, like daycare. Like, what kind of kid gets kicked out of daycare, right?
Why did you get kicked out of daycare?
There were some kids walking behind the daycare that I was at. I go to the elementary school that's over probably about half a mile away. There's a big field. There were some kids walking by. They were running their mouth. I'm in the 3rd grade. I pick up a dirt clod, and I thought it was a dirt clod, but there was a rock in the middle of it. And I throw it, and it misses the person that I was trying to hit and hits a little girl right in the face. And she starts bleeding, and nothing that I was trying to do, but that's just kind of a lot of the things that happen. I would do stupid stuff and get in trouble because the thing, like, something would happen that wasn't planned on happening, but just out of circumstance, I ended up being in some trouble. First time I ever got in trouble with the law, same thing. I was, I'd say I was a freshman in high school, and over that summer, I had slept with this chick, and she was dating some guy that I guess was a gang member. He calls up my house, leaves a message on the answering machine on the tape. And so I took that, went to school, and I was the kind of kid that, like, I was a chameleon. I could hang out with the drama nerds, I could hang out with the mods, I could hang out with the stoners, the gangbangers. I can hang out with all. And I would just bounce around.
When you were a freshman in high school?
Yeah.
You were gang banging freshman.
Well,
It's like, how old are you to be a freshman in high school? 15 years old?
yeah, like 14, 16.
No. Where were you?
In North California, which is near, in between Richmond and Rodeo and Hercules. So it's not really so all of so they would bus kids in from like the poorer neighborhoods to that high school. And so they weren't like gangbangers in the way that you think of, like, say, Bloods and Crips and stuff like that. Any kind of, it's just kids being a gang, right? And so what I did was I had a couple of friends that were involved in that. So at lunchtime, or not lunchtime, first break, I went down. I let them listen to the tape, and then, oh man, we're gonna go get them, right? And so I was like, okay, cool, let's go. Lunchtime came, and sure enough, we got in the car, went to the next high school over, and by the time we got there, it was 3 carloads of guys. And we get out, we start walking down toward the convenience store. I see her and him walking this way. She bolts. He keeps walking. Everybody surrounds him. He starts to put his hand in his pocket. Somebody comes from behind me and hits him. And then he just pinballs and then makes his way to the convenience store. 2 guys catch him at the store front. Start hitting him. They come up and they throw him onto the counter and drag him across, knocking all the caster and everything else out. He ends up getting the knife out of his pocket, which he was originally going for to begin with, and flashes one of my friends across the face, and it's all over him. And I never touched him. And I ended up getting charged with inciting violence. So that was my first sort of like inkling of getting into trouble. My first trouble. Not to mention, if we go back to junior high, I got expelled from my junior high for having a butterfly knife and playing with it and missing the pocket when the teacher came in and hit the floor. And I ended up getting expelled from that school. Went to my dad's, flunked out of 7th grade, had to go to summer school, got kicked out of that school. Went to my uncle's, got kicked out of that school. Went back to the school that kicked me out to begin with, and was ended up being like suspended 5 times. Got sent to the office like 37 times within half of the school year. 3 weeks before my freshman year, so summer break, they called me in and said, "You know what, Mr. Clark, just go home. We're not suspending you. We're not doing anything. We're just go. We don't want you to. We're socially promoted to the 9th grade because you have straight ass." And basically, it's like, dude, that's how my life was, right? Like, I was constantly in trouble, and I was constantly doing things to reinforce me being a bad kid. And it just went and went and went. And the meth started when I was, it wasn't called meth, it was called crank.
This is escalating quickly.
Yeah. It was called crank. It was a dirty biker joke. Really stinky, nasty stuff. But
how old were you now?
15, 16.
Okay.
And so I start doing that. Start getting in a lot of trouble, running away, not coming home. My mom ends up, I think I go to juvenile hall once. Did 151 days at the boys' ranch. But my mom ended up giving me up as a ward of the court to the state because she couldn't control me. I'm running away all the time. I'm not coming home, not sleeping. Being
your mom has like custody of you.
Well, she has physical custody of me, but she gives like control over me, over you. So now,
where's your dad during all this? So see him?
Nah, not really. Like once I started getting in trouble, and after I left, after I moved out from him, he just kind of like, and we were, we talked every now and again, but it wasn't. What ended up happening there is I'd taken the bus up to Sacramento when he wasn't there. I didn't know he wasn't there. I was going up there to see some chick, and I go to his house. He's not there. I jump over the fence because I know how to get in because I was with him. The neighbor sees me, calls him up. Unbeknownst to me, my grandmother is in the hospital dying in the Bay Area. He has to drive all the way up to get me because for whatever reason. On our way back down, and so that was a sore spot of contention with him because he blamed me for him not being there. So, there's all these little things that, like, because of my decisions, they weren't like directly things I was trying to do, but things that indirectly happened because of what I did.
Yeah, totally.
And so the meth starts, the crank starts, getting in a bunch of trouble, incorrigible, all of that stuff. With the 151, ended up 151 days of diversion. And so when I was there, my mom had got me out on a temporary release thing to do with Thanksgiving. So to go hang out with my family and be with them on Thanksgiving, I was allowed to leave. When I was there, I got on the phone and called the girl that I was dating before. And I was like, hey, do you want to hang out? And let's meet up. And I'll take the BART and I'll meet you. So basically, I was going to run. And I did. And hung out with her for 4 days. Ended up catching an escape charge. So I added another year onto what I was facing, and ended up getting out of that. I turned myself in, ended up getting out of that. And one more time, I got in trouble. I think I had 30 got in trouble. They gave me an option to go to 9 months in juvenile hall or 6 months in rehab. So obviously, 6 months in the girls' rehab, right? It's co-ed, and so I chose that. And little did I know that in a rehab or a therapeutic community, it doesn't go by time, it goes by progress. So that 6 months turned into 16 months. And so this whole time, all the way up to here, I've been learning how to manipulate really well. And getting the people to beat somebody up for me, that was my first inkling of power. I know how to move pieces and manipulate people and getting them to do the things that I need. Women, same thing. I was learning how to manipulate women at a very young age as well. I was raised by them. But, switching schools and going from being the new kid at school all the time, I always got tons of attention from the females. And so I would learn how to kind of use them to get what I need.
Why were you giving so much attention to females? Oh, really? Okay.
That's just, that's what I noticed when I was young. Okay. And so it just continued. And I felt like I had this. Just this thing. And I was using it to my advantage. So that went on for a long time, including into got out of that rehab after 16 months. Went to my brother's, which I didn't really know was a sister. So he was trans. And that was kind of strange. I went to move with him.
So maybe spend a couple of years learning how to weld first. Like a guy
dressing like a woman every day and he was singing part of the movie. He was acting. She's an actress.
With a girlfriend?
Just so a girl? Yeah, so it was a strange situation all the way around.
No, I've met people like that.
Yeah. It was different for me because this was somebody that I looked up to. I played ball with, and go out on trips and do things. And so it
it was just different. Like it was. I just didn't know how to do it. So at one point, we ended up getting in a fight. I got in some trouble previously to that. Got in trouble as an adult. Got a car. My mom co-signed for it. I was able to go hang out and do a bunch of stuff. I picked up some guys that I was hanging out with. We stop somewhere. I stay in the car. They go and beat somebody up with steel-toe boots and kicking somebody. We get pulled over as we're leaving. I'm the adult. I'm 18 and they're 17, and I catch the charge.
Why would they beat these people up?
I have no idea. To this day, I have no. I was just like, I didn't have anybody else.
You were smoking meth every day?
So the meth, it was like 18 years of addiction, but on and off. So sometimes I would be doing that, sometimes I wouldn't. This was a period where I'd gotten out of that rehab. And so for about 2.5 years, I'd stopped using everything. So when I got in trouble with the law, when I was 18, I was
Catch me on Mad Shane Secret Podcast.
so I started drinking. And so that kind of like was, I was making good decisions. I guess you could say. So yeah, anyways, ended up leaving there, going back to my mom's. And I went moved to Sacramento with my buddy. And our neighbors downstairs did. So after 2.5 years of not doing it, bam.
What was it like the first time you tried meth? What made you want to try it?
All of my friends that I knew growing up, they were all older than me, and they were doing it. And they wouldn't let me. And so every time we would go and hang out, they would disappear into a room, lock the door, and they'd be either smoking it or in line. They would never let me in because I was the youngest. And so I don't know if they didn't want me to be responsible for letting me try it, whatever. But from that point on, it's like when somebody tells you you can't have something, then you want it. So I knew that a lady down the street from me, my dad ended up marrying her sister when she was watching me out. And I knew that she was like a stone, right? So I knew that I might be able to find it there. And she's about 15 years older. So I'm 15. She's got to be at least 30, 33. And I go and I start hanging out down there. Sure enough, she goes to try it for the first time. Wow. And what it was like was, it was like nothing that I'd ever done before. What I didn't realize about it is that, and looking back on it after I got out of prison and all the other things that I did, is that I was undiagnosed ADHD. And so it really allowed me, when I would get high, it would allow me to super focus on projects, anything that I was trying to do. It was almost like when Bradley Cooper and Limitless would take that pill. Remember that? Yeah. It was almost like that, except without all that. It was just really focused. And so, at 15, maybe focusing on 15, just doing anything that I could to get out of doing what I was supposed to be doing, like going to school, doing other stuff. Every little project that I had when I was a kid, it's just like I was super focused. It's just, I mean, it wasn't as prevalent as when I got older. Because the things that I got focused on started escalating. So, let's say, 19, and I'm on the run again, doing drugs, meet up with somebody, I stopped doing the crank, but then I start selling coke. I meet this guy. I meet him in a club, and I got him out of some trouble because I had an entourage of people with me. We're hanging out, and got him some fun to somebody, and got my people to kind of assist him. And from that point on, me and this dude became friends. Like, you know, you ever have one, I guess you would call it a romance? Yeah, like one of those guys that you just click with and
you meet them, you guys just are inseparable. You're on the phone all the time, you're talking all the time, you're just hanging out.
Yeah, sure.
So that was what it was like with this guy. And he was a coke dealer, so PhD, some ecstasy, some all that stuff. So I mean, that's what I started doing. Okay. So I started selling drugs for this guy. And that's kind of where I got my start into selling more quantities and doing bigger things. And everything that I was selling at the time, I would be addicted to. So, like, I was
high on your own spot.
basically, that was a horrible place. To be honest with you, the only thing that
You make a lot of money at least?
no, I made enough money to get by and to pay the bills and to party all the time. And it was really just a facade. You know? The only thing that kept me from getting beat up is my biggest clientele was in strip clubs. And so I had a lot of strippers that were hanging out at the house and friends. And I wasn't bringing all of them.
What do strippers do?
They like coke, they like GHB, and they like and that's why I wouldn't get beat up, because if I owed a drug dealer money or one of my friends money or him money, he was like, well, all right, they'd all come out and hang out. Because the girls would be around and they didn't want to go back, right? So I had a little bit of an edge, but I was a good drug dealer. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, just the whole story just continues and continues and continues and continues. You know, if you want to fast forward a little bit to when I had my first daughter, I get a stripper pregnant, which is my first daughter's mother.
How old? How old were you when that happened?
I was 22. Okay. So I think it was about, she was born in 2000. I'm 47. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's probably mid-20s. And so I get in some funk with somebody, and it was going to be one of these things where the next time we see each other, one of us was going to walk away, and probably was going to be me. Because up to this point, like, I'm a bigger dude, but nobody ever has really challenged me. And so I usually get away with kind of flashing a little bit, and people wouldn't mess with me. Well, this dude was completely different. And it was like, all right, well, I know that if I don't leave town, I'll probably So I didn't want to stick.
Did you know he'd murdered people before?
Well, I knew that he was crazy enough to try, and I had, like, we got into it, and he came up to me driving.
Why did you guys initially get into it?
He's another method, right? And we were working on a job together. We got into it. We were working on a job together as painters. Right? I got him a job because of the painting company that I was keeping.
Love painters.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they're always smoking crack. Doing that. They're all about the uppers.
They're all about something. Every one of them that I've ever met has either been on some sort of drug, an alcoholic, or something. And so this dude was like really bothering the bill, and he had almost killed somebody before. And we got into it on the job site, and when he was driving away, he said something to me, and I hit him as he was going through the car, as he was going, driving by, and he didn't stop. But I had left, and he came to my house maybe an hour and a half later, had a gun on him, and was trying to get into the house. So basically, he like scared the shit out of me. And I was like, well, look, you're pregnant. I don't have a job anymore. Let's move to Vegas because there's tons of strip clubs and you can get a job anywhere, which means I don't have to get a job anywhere. I don't have to get a job, you can. And so we moved there, and yeah, just kind of, that was just my pattern. Like, I would use people. People weren't, they were assets. They were things that I would see as, what can I get out of it? You know what I mean?
You know, you just thought it was a reaction. You just wanted to get out of where you were. You didn't have any kind of plan when you got to Vegas. You know what you wanted to do.
I just wanted to get out of town. Well, no, I wasn't really getting high when I left there. So I mean, there's like I said, there's periods of time when I would get high, and then there's periods I would stop. And so usually when things were getting bad, or I was doing stuff, partying too much, not coming home, doing all this stuff, and kind of putting my own situation in jeopardy. Like, oh, well, my girlfriend will kick me out if I keep doing this. So I would toe the line just enough to get her to, well, I'll believe you now. I see what you're trying, and then at some point I would fall back around. Yeah. So it's just a long line. And when I went to Vegas, I was doing well. Had our daughter, but I let my friend move up from Sacramento. Well, actually, I found out that he was living in the Vegas. He was with another ended up moving him into my house. He wanted to get away from her. Me and him started hanging out, and it just didn't really work out there. Me and him were partying all the time. And she's pregnant, about to have a kid, and I'm nowhere to be found most of the time, off doing whatever. And even to the point when I had my daughter, remember Johnny Depp in Bro, and how he was in the delivery room and he wasn't really there? Well, I was like that on GHB with my daughter.
Didn't he overdose on coke?
Well, I was on GHB when I was there. And so nodding out, just could barely stand up. Luckily, the neighbor that took her to the hospital was there because he ended up being the one that cut the bill. Yeah, because I couldn't. So, I mean, I'm surprised he even let me in the room, to be honest. And so, I mean, just another example. All I care about is what I want, and not really the things that matter in my life. Just because look, I was a latchkey kid from in the third grade. I mean, I never really had any supervision. Never had consequences. Kind of, live my life the way that I wanted to, all the way up to this point. Using people along the way, having,
yeah. How did after your daughter was born? Change?
Not really. I think I was starting to get more aggressive in the relationship, like being more abusive, verbally, mentally, emotionally, and like I was never really a physically abusive guy, but I would do everything short of hitting because I knew I didn't want to hit you. But if I wanted you to bend to my will, bend you to the way that I need you to be, then I would start becoming more aggressive, and until you submit. And I got more like that. She had had enough of it. Basically, all right, well, that's it. We're done. And the friend had already moved out. He had a 2-bedroom apartment because he knew that this was going to happen at some point. Right? He's like, I know you're going to need a place to stay, so I'm just going to get a 2-bedroom apartment. And so I ended up moving there. And while me and my ex were trying to, my first daughter's mom was trying to work things out.
Well, she was paying all the bills, right? She was shipping.
I was working on and off, but I mean, my whole thing, I've always tried to do is get out of work, right? And I think Boziak said it best. Anything to get out of having a regular job, right? Didn't matter what was doing. If I could finagle a way to not have to go to work and get by and be able to do whatever I wanted, that worked for me. And so she had, they were going to go back to California for Christmas. She had a Pathfinder, and she asked me if I could take her to and drop her off at Weapon. She didn't want to pay for parking. She probably should have done it. But anyways, I drop her off. I end up going to the Rum Jungle on Christmas Eve by myself. So I went there, was doing some more GHB, when I left, the last thing I remember is turning off Flamingo going south towards Boulder Highway. And the next thing that happened was I hit a light. So I was driving blacked out. I hit this light pole. And any further to the left, I would have went straight into, like, if I went any further to the left or the right, I would have went straight into a liquor store.
Wow. What is GHB like? I've never tried it.
It's hard to explain. It's almost like when you first do it, it's sort of like drinking. Like maybe you drank 2 beers, you take one capsule. What I believe it was for to begin with was for guys that were taking steroids and bodybuilders. They would take that as a supplement as well for the body mass. And it burns fat actually.
Really? So what can you compare it to? It's not like any other drug?
No,
Is it an up or downer? How do you feel?
So it starts out as a downer, and like the more you do it, so I built up a tolerance to it because I would do it all the time. And so for me, it turned into an upper to a certain degree. So I would take a cap in the morning on an empty stomach, and an hour and a half later, I'd vacuuming floors and doing whatever. So it gives you a little bit of energy, but then when you go past a certain point, it knocks you out. And so that's why it was one of the day-to-day drugs, because when you get to someone, you give them more than, say, a cap, it's either 2 caps or you 3 in the picture. So that would knock them out. I do it around me, so people talk to me. Like a weird house. Those people gave it a bad because I mean it's not, to me it wasn't that bad. You know, if you just use it in the right way. I never used it. I have used everything that from people to drugs to anything that felt good. I agreed with it. So what ended up happening from there is, and this is just kind of how bad I was, and I did this more than this. When I was in California before I moved here, there was a point in time when I remember blacking out driving and missed my exit, woke up 10 exits down the road. I had no idea. So, I mean, I'm having like risky behavior all the time. And what I came to find out later, through just thinking about things and connecting dots and everything else, like to my past and why am I doing things that I'm doing, I really believed that I was trying to kill myself. I mentioned to you before, I'd had 3 overdoses up to this point. So I OD'd on ecstasy and a bunch of other stuff once, overdosed on some meth by taking too much of it. So in this particular instance, which is the one that I can actually remember the most, we were all partying on Halloween. I started out doing some coke and drinking. The night progressed, did some more coke, did some GHB. Then I did an ecstasy. And then when we got to the I got to the party, or to the after party, a bottle of tequila went around. I took a couple slugs of that, and then went to the bathroom, and somebody gave me a gel pill, like a pill with powdered ecstasy, something called black liquor. Anyways, the girl that I was hanging out with said, well, you know what, you should do it as a suppository because it hits you harder. So if you
Stick it up your ass? Jesus Christ.
Man, that's the last
Whoa.
About 5 minutes later, lights were out, and from what I heard from everybody that was left there when I woke up the next morning, is that I was foaming at the mouth and probably should have been, taken to the hospital at that point. But they just stuck me in a room and put me to sleep. And luckily, I woke up.
What was the drug again?
It was called black liquor.
Black liquor. And it was like...
It was powdered ecstasy.
Powdered ecstasy. Okay.
So MDMA, powdered, you would cap it up. And immediately when I woke up, I should have been pissed, right? When they told me the story.
Yeah.
Instead, I'm like, all right, well, he's got a cap.
GHB.
Yeah, let's do some more. Let's keep going. So, I mean, just crazy.
How old were you then?
I was probably like early to mid. So, the story when I wrecked that car, right?
Your girlfriend, your baby mom was Pathfinder.
So, immediately, nothing. I pop out of it. I don't know how. There's 7 across the street. I get out of the car. I walk across the street to the 7-Eleven. I go buy a gate. The clerk is looking at me like she's seen a ghost. She's just like, I just saw you wreck that car. Yeah, like, dude, you're walking like nothing happened. I get the Gatorade. I go back to the car. Another cat. Blackout again. When I wake up, I'm standing down the street in front of a menu for a drive-thru. It's not open. Just nodding back and forth like this. Come to. Look around the corner. They're loading up the Pathfinder on the platform. I run over there really quick. I'm like, hey, that's my car. Go in, grab the GHB, take another cat, blackout again, and the next time I wake up, I'm in front of the porno rack at the liquor store almost ran. They called me for this one because I'm standing there nodding back and forth. They come in, I come to, and they lead me into the ambulance that's waiting for me. And they think that what's happening is I'm having I have a brain trauma because of the accident. So this is just like the effects of being, right. They can't smell anything because GHB is undetectable. So and I just go along with it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Go in. They take me to the emergency room, check in, and walk in. Get a $90 ticket. Oh, but where'd you do the GHB? It was in the car. You didn't want to take it with you? I'm going to take it with me. Blacked out. It was already gone.
Yeah, you went back in there to get another cap right before you put the flat back, right?
Yeah, but I took the cap. It must have went. It stayed in the car.
Okay, so you left it in the car.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were going to take it. That's a good question.
You would think that you're like, oh wow, my car's going away. I'm gonna want more GHB in a couple minutes. Maybe I should just take the whole bottle.
So yeah, what ended up happening from there is she had my rights terminated. That's cost me $18,000. It wasn't paid for. She let the insurance out.
Oh wow.
So that was the end of that. So any kind of reconciliation or any sort of like we're working shit out. So she had my rights. She had me petition to the courts to take my rights. It took about 6 months for that process to happen for me to be served. And when I got served, I was in jail for a DUI. I was hanging out with another I was drinking a whole bunch and thought I was okay to drive, and left, backed out again. From the police report that I read, they said that they rolled up on the side of me, that I was literally and still driving. So they hit the sirens, and they said I looked over and waved at it, and I pulled over because when they pulled me out, I could barely stand up. And so what happened next was, I guess they said that I tried to head up the officer, but I couldn't stand up. So my head kept going back and forth. And so they beat me down inside of the road. And when I got, they knocked me out, and when I came back to, I was in front of the booking, were getting ready to pull me out.
You should say you came back too. Does that mean like coming?
Like I got knocked. They knocked me out. They literally knocked me out. They beat me up so bad.
Okay. So came back to means like became conscious again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No.
And so I was pissed. I knew something had happened, right? Like, I felt like I was violated. I knew that I didn't wreck my vehicle because I saw it perfectly there, is what I remember. And when they brought me into the booking, I was taking off my shoes, throwing it at the booking people, and I think I had my hand right here, handcuffed. No, actually, they didn't have me. So I was pulling off my stuff, and I was throwing my stuff. An officer went by and I tried to leave. And four of them jumped on me. We were in like a portable unit, so it wasn't like a concrete floor, it had some dirt to it. But they slammed me and landed on my head. And the next time I woke up again, I was in the emergency room, making sure that they didn't do any serious damage to my skull. Still talking shit.
A lot of brain damage you had at that point.
Yeah. Well,
Head
that's
trauma.
yeah. That's what I didn't realize too. After talking to a bunch of people about my story, and some other people that had some TBIs and traumatic brain injuries, and I had one when I was a kid too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So when I was a kid, I lived on a steep hill, and I made it. I like to jump, and the bike that I had was. One of the ones that didn't have freewheel, so the pedals kept going no matter what.
Yeah.
And so I jumped this thing, and the pedals keep going. And boom! I picked it and hit my head in the emergency room. So that was the first one.
How old were you?
I was probably 7 or 8. So yeah, there's a lot of brain trauma. I got knocked out a couple of times boxing as a kid. I had some Samoan friends.
No, you.
Yeah, they're huge. And so I was, play boxing and got knocked out a couple of times.
Isn't the Rock Samoan? I think he is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah, he's one of those. He's an islander of some sort. Yeah, we used to say it prison when we see him.
He's from Hawaii.
All they got to do is stand next to the lake pile. Yeah, it's just huge. So,
brain trauma. Yeah, smashed his head.
Oh,
on
yeah,
the floor of
yeah.
that portable cop station.
Yeah. And so when I wake up, talking shit, still pissed, all this stuff is happening. I'm still kind of drunk. And the cop is sitting there, which I don't blame him because I was just being fun. He walks up to me and this and that. Takes his hand. Hits me hella hard.
Right in the throat?
Right in the throat as I'm talking.
That's amazing. That's fucked up.
So, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of like, man, that's what I was doing. And, I'm still not in prison yet. Still haven't been raided. I do a geographical and I move down to Florida after I get out of jail for that. And I go do the DUI stuff that I need to do. Take a job. I got served the papers to get my rights terminated. And I kind of abandoned my dog. I was like, she's better off without me. I'm going to get out of paying child support. So, all right, later. See ya. Tried to act like it didn't bother me. When I moved to Phoenix, to job down there, I stayed drunk the whole time I was there. Threw that opportunity off. Came back to Vegas. I moved in with some friends. They were getting ready to move back to California. So, I knew that I was running out of money, didn't have a job, needed to make a move. And where can I go? I'm going to be a dancer at a strip club. I used to do it before. So that's exactly what I did. I got hired at a strip club. Got a girl to want to hang out. And went to hang out with her one time. And when I showed up to the door, she opened it. She said, "Come in." I came in, and she's smoking a bowl of nights. And I hadn't been doing it for about a year and a half to 2 years. Right? I started, I was drinking and doing all the other things, but I hadn't touched nothing. When I knew I shouldn't have, like, it was crazy. And I was like, really surreal. But I knew that I saw her doing it, and in my head I'm thinking, walk away, don't go. You know what's gonna happen. And as I'm saying that to myself, I'm walking that too. I take it. From that point on, I started really selling drugs. I started getting guys that slam dope to steal shit for me. So basically, I'm getting them to. I'm moving a lot more drugs now. I hooked up with some person that's giving me about an ounce or two at a time to get rid of.
Ounce of what?
Okay. Crystal. Okay. And so that's going all right. I'm doing it for about a year. In that process, I'm figuring out how to do all kinds of stuff. I'm not sleeping very much. Maybe staying away for 3 days, figuring things out.
You never took it, right?
If I would have known somebody to teach me how,
Have you ever watched Breaking Bad?
I watched the whole series, or at least the first six seasons, on a 4-day weekend.
Oh, really?
The whole thing.
Were you on meth when you were watching it?
No.
Oh, okay. That would have been a fucking trip if you were.
I felt like it after I finished watching it because I literally had to stay up damn near 24 hours, 48 hours to watch all of it.
It was pretty accurate, would you say?
I would.
The lifestyle,
Kind of. Yeah.
the business part of it.
Well, I can't tell you about the business part of it as being a successful drug dealer because I was never a successful drug dealer. Yeah. Not even when I was doing the stuff that I was doing, even as I had the enterprise. You know,
You would have been two of Jesse's degenerate friends.
Probably.
That was like where you were.
Yeah, I would have been Jesse.
Oh, you would have been Jesse,
but not cooking stuff, not doing any of the other things. So what I always referred to myself as a king of addiction, because I was the one that always had. Like I would hang out with the guys that were slamming me. So I'm not that. Right? As long as I'm not slamming dope, I'm better than that. Even though I'm an addict too, right? And
slamming it is mainlining it.
And so that's what I would always think. I'm better than you. I'm just smoking. I'm just doing a line. I'm not slamming.
What's the best way to take that?
To not take it?
No, but if you are, what's the most effective way? Like, what's the optimal?
It's different. There was like the one time that I OD'd on it. It was probably it felt the best, but it probably was the closest that you can get to slamming it without slamming it. So what I would do is I would smoke it out of this thing they call a flag, right? So it's like a bong for meth, and it would run through the water. And I'd run ounces through there and take it and dump the water out and put it in the freezer for maybe a rainy day or if I ran out or something. And so one day,
like meth bomb water.
Yeah. And so one day,
pop out of it.
Oh. It was just in there, so I took a couple scoops of ice slush, whatever.
Yeah.
It was like maybe about this much, and I drank it. And it was way too much.
Like a meth slurpee.
Yeah. Wow. It felt really great until it didn't. Literally, like my all my pores started coming out. And I started beating with sweat, and I'm just sitting there, and all of a sudden I'm just like shaking like this from the inside out. And I literally thought I was going to die. And it lasted for about 30 minutes like that. I couldn't move, just profusely sweating out. And
you were afraid?
Fuck yeah, I was afraid. but I was the only one there, so there was nobody there with me. And so I just had to ride it out. And luckily, I did.
What was the guy doing in Breaking Bad? I think his name was Tucker. He was like out front in the front yard, digging hole with a shovel the whole time. Remember? He was at his dad's house in Breaking Bad. One of the characters, one of Jesse's friends. He was always out front digging holes with a shovel. Tucker!
I don't
remember that. I want to say that was Netflix. Maybe he was locked in for like weeks.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. He had two of his friends that always were trying to get him to
do bad shit,
or make dumb decisions. But I don't remember that part. But it doesn't. And that was the thing. So
if you wanted the best way besides mainlining it is to straight up drink water from a box.
I would say if you're going to do it, it's completely different. The best way, obviously, is mainlining. Because that hits you straight up. And a lot of the guys that I was selling to that would do it, they would do it right in front of me. It's really hard to watch, especially when they're sitting there digging. They can't get a vein. Yeah, it's pretty gross. And finally, they get it. And look on their face once they get it. Looks like it feels really good. Except for that part, right? Yeah, that part, I could never do it. And that's probably why I never did slam dunk, is because I just couldn't get past the needle. That's
I'll be down to try to slow these up. I'm down to try anything once.
That's not a good one to try. But, teach their own. Yeah, so,
oh yeah, you met the girl, and then the stripper, and she was smoking it, and you started smoking it, and you started selling it by the ounce.
And how I got her to let me move in is because I'd met her doing that, right? And we worked at the same club. I went and moved to the shittiest roach-infested flea bag weekly rental. And I invited her in. Because my goal was to get her to see how bad I had it. And that way she'd say, hey, come move with me. That way I'm not manipulating you.
You wanted to make her feel sorry for you?
Yeah, so she would say, come live with me. And it wasn't my idea, it was your idea, so you can't say that I'm trying to use it. Part of that manipulation. That's exactly what happened. She went over there, she saw the roaches running around, and she was like, geez, you gotta get out of here. Come move and live with me. And I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? Knowing that was exactly what the plan was.
Wow.
So I did a lot of it.
So you were dating this chick?
I was with her for a long time. I was with her until I went to prison. Or at least until I got arrested.
How'd you end up going to prison?
So, like I said, I was doing all of this stuff. Had these guys going, stealing these things from me, providing them with the truck and all of the money and all the gas and everything to go to smash and grabs of businesses and also burglaries. And they would come back, they would bring me everything. I fenced it off and paid them. And this went on for a little while. The guy that I was dealing with, that I didn't know at the time, he got busted and turned this confidential informant onto me. And I sold to that guy 5 times. And I was
sold a meth?
Sold 5 ounces, 5 different times to an undercover guy. That the guy that I was dealing with for a year. So what ends up happening there is that I didn't realize that I was under surveillance for them. They're watching me, they're seeing me getting in and out of cars, and they're going to make a run and doing whatever. I always carried a gun with me, so I would take it out of my back and put it in the seat, do the same thing when I get out. So they know that I'm home, right? when they were breaking into houses for me, they were pulling, firearms out. I had about 5 or 6 of them. About, the serial numbers were going. At one point, I just felt like it was over. Trouble was around the corner, like my run was up. I just had this feeling that something wasn't right. Got rid of all the guns. I don't know why I did that, but I felt like I needed to. So I got rid of all of them except for one. About a week later, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had tons of all the stuff that they were stealing that I wasn't able to defend. Like I've got stacks of decks and amps and all kinds of stuff. I have in the living room, there's a 36 speakers in the surround sound, Bose system, all kinds of stuff. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning.
This is all in that stripper's house?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like a town.
Okay.
So 2 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms I have put a deadbolt on.
It's a pretty nice house. Strippers make pretty good money. In Vegas?
Some of them do. Depends on how broken they are. Because the broken ones usually have drug problems. Not always, but a good portion of them. There are some that are
strippers that make $100,000 a year.
Ones that put themselves through college. There's hustlers that I know that my daughter's mom sometimes she's making $1,000 a night.
Really? Do you still talk to her? Not at all.
So,
electronics stacked out your living Radio Shack.
That's a good way to put it, man. So yeah, there's all kinds of electronics and stuff in there. There's a huge loud stereo. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's on. It's pretty loud. My girlfriend and her roommate are asleep in the room. I'm in the next room working on $100 bills. Washing $1 bills. So they basically taking $1 bills, stripping all the ink off of them, and printing old 100. The old 100 on top.
How do you do that?
Very meticulously. Okay. So basically, you would strip all of the ink off of the original dollar bill.
How do you strip the ink off the dollar bill?
There's a certain degreaser that you use. I can't remember. I remember that's what we were doing.
Degreaser.
And then just wash all the ink off of it, dry it, flat on a piece of, so basically I'd squeegee it to a flat piece of glass and dry in there, so it's very flat. Tape it to really piece of paper, run it through a printer, and you print the old 100. So the old 100 didn't have the barcode, didn't have a stripe, a little strip that it didn't have the hull
before that.
And so that's what I was doing. And they were passing.
And you were just printing them out on a regular printer? So regular everyday printer.
So it didn't have the ridges. It didn't have the ridges like you can scratch on them, like in the lapel. You know what I'm talking about? There's those ridges that you can feel. It didn't have that, but I mean, most people didn't know that because when they would go and they would mark it. It's 100.
What did these things look like after you degreased all the ink off of them? They just look like blank white.
They look like the blank sort of. With the under, it wasn't green, it was just that and all of the red and blue fibers.
How many of these $1 bills were you turning into $100?
I think probably, close to about 5 or 6 because it was a meticulous process. I mean, it wasn't fast, it wasn't, and I would never be one of the ones to go and bust them. I would have the guys that were working for me go and try and pass them.
What? Oh, okay. So the guys that working for you would
no, they would just go and buy like. You didn't want to do it to the
No, why not?
Well,
they'd fuck you up.
So what I would do is I'd send them out to like liquor stores or other places, and they would split into like maybe $30, like 60. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. You would look for places that had teenagers as cashiers because they're not going to write, they're not going to pay attention. So I mean, it was a meticulous process. And I would do other stuff like all of the computer towers that were stolen. I would swap those guys out, and I would go and buy with cash at Walmart the Seagate 80 gigs. Those were just started to come out. I'd buy those, take those out, clean the other hard drive, strip the hard drive, and basically wipe it, and replace that used one in the new one. Use a blow dryer to peel the label off of it. Shrink wrap it, put the label back on. Wow. And then return it. So it's a lot of work, for little return, right? But that's that. Like, what else am I doing? I can't sleep.
Right. Jesus Christ, man. He was burning the candle at both ends.
So I mean, that's just the kind of stuff that's going on at that point in time. Like I said, now we get to the point where
this is what you got arrested for.
Well, I got arrested for the 5 controlled buys. Okay. That's what caused him.
He got clipped on you.
Right. So that's what caused him to do the initial. And so on that raid that day, that evening, or that morning, I hear a bunch of like, boom, 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 boom. And my door is shut. I got a friend over here. I'm working on a $100 door, and I'm just like, the TV's on hella loud, so I'm not sure what it is. I don't hear any like get on the ground or anything because they hear. I think they focused all of the force into the living room because they sort of thought it was right. There was double pane glass windows that were living next to Ellis Air Force Base. I tinted the inside of these windows, so one of the flashbangs that they shot in made it through the first pane and then bounced back and blew up on me.
Oh fuck!
Which then in turn caused the police dog that they had, the drug sniffing dog, to bite the officer because he got scared and he bit the officer. Oh, yeah. So they're pissed when they get into the gym. They're like, I know that's I tell my friend to get out there. I open the door to the hallway at the end of it to the right. The door is over that way, and in the front of this door is a huge big screen projection TV, which is like a 6 feet tall and about 3,000 pounds. The door doesn't open up all the way; it catches on the edge of the big screen. So literally, they got their SWAT shields up, and when I come around the corner, I have those bearings in my hand. I look and I see that there's a SWAT team, and I get to them behind the TV. And I dive on the ground from the hands. If they would have seen me, they would have killed me with that gun. So the reason why I didn't get caught with that gun is when they hogtied me on the ground, they zip tied me, I'm mouthing off to them, and they picked me up and they ram my head into the TV. And the pushes are like, so they missed me.
Oh my god.
That would have been an extra 5 minutes because they had the serial. They never found the drugs. I kept everything in a TV VCR combo in the corner that was hanging off the ceiling. And so in where the VCR slot was loaded with cash. And never found any of that. Drug sniffing dog can't sniff it, boy. So we missed it.
Smart. You did it on purpose?
I wish I was I did it on purpose, but
lucky right.
So I ended up going. I took the fall for everybody. I could prove that. Now this was. I could prove that they didn't have anything to do with it because I kept deadbolt on this door right here where I was doing all of my computer stuff and 14 grams of network that they found. And then I had another back room where I had another computer room where I was washing my clothes. So I had all the counterfeit money in there.
Maybe you can explain this to me. I bought a house a couple years ago and I renovated it, and I know there was a bunch of drug addicts living there. Because when I'm in the sink in the garage, there was just a bunch of needles. There's syringes there. There's syringes up in the attic we found, and they were in some of the cabinets. They were everywhere. And on one of the bedrooms, there was deadbolts on the outside. On the outside of the bedroom, as they were locking somebody in the bedroom.
Well, the reason why I did it was because I was the only one that had keys. So I knew that if I ever got raided, that if I'm the only one that had keys and access to these rooms, everybody else would claim ignorance. I didn't know what you were doing.
Okay.
I didn't have any access to that. I don't have keys to that.
Right.
And they literally went and checked everybody's keys to make sure that nobody had access to that. And so I took the fall for it. It was all mine anyway. What's my girlfriend?
Right.
I'm going to do what I want. So I ended up going, getting booked into part-time detention center. And they released me 3 days later on my own account. So they went through all of that to just turn around and let me out 3 days later because I didn't have a criminal history. At that point, I was like, you know what, fuck this. Catch me if you can. I did. And so left that spot, had enough money, and liquidated, sold all the drugs I needed to get the money to move to a new spot. Reinforced that whole place with I put one of those front doors with the metal that you attach to in front of your front door so you can open it up.
Yeah.
So I put one of those at the entrance to the. So it's kind of weird. It was just another layer that they'd have to get through before they get to the next door.
But some people put like burglar bars over their doors, like actual bars, and you can lock them.
I just put that was the cheapest way. Put cameras up everywhere. The place where I was living at, I was on the top floor, and I could see up this way, and I can see down that way. So anybody that was coming, I could see it. You could only get in 2 ways. And so that way I would have time the next time something was going to happen to either get rid of the drugs or maybe jump out a window or whatever. That lasted for about, I'd say, 3 months. I was in this process. I was starting to figure out how to use credit card numbers and I was selling to this one girl who worked at a tour agency and was getting me stacks of information on papers that had customers' information, their names, their address, their credit card numbers, their CCV, their date of birth, everything except for the social security. But that wasn't hard to find once I had all this other information. And I could just do a background check on it, cross-reference some things, and I was able to find the social security. I had so much information that I was trying to figure out how to do Western Union mileage. You can do $999. That was around 2003, 2004. Figured it out, earned a bunch of information, decided to go on the road, and I rented a car. Was able to do identity theft and shoot a person's. I stole someone's identity, got a credit card issued in their name to me, got around all of the different stuff that they ask you. You know how they do. Sometimes you have to give them information, they ask you questions about their family members or this or that, which is all information that you can find in the background check. Because that's what they use. The credit card companies to find the questions to answer to ask me. So I was able to get that. I rented a Durango. I put the whole operation in the back of the Durango. My girlfriend was driving at the time, and I had 6 different cell phones that I was using. I was switching prefixes of the phone numbers to the prefixes of the people that I was using the credit card. So what Western Union was doing is, so when I would online, I would do all this stuff to do wire transfer. I give them that phone number so they can contact me, and I would act as if it was, as we were on the road, they would call to verify that I did this. And my girlfriend would answer and say, "Oh, this is so-and-so business, how can I help you?" And they say, "Can I speak to so-and-so?" "Yeah, hold on, one second." Give the phone to me, or if it was a woman who I was using, I would answer the business and hand her the phone if she was driving, and say, "Yes, I approved this." And there's $991 waiting for me. I would print out the ID that I needed, whoever it was that I was having the money sent to, in the phone. And I did this all the way from Vegas to Amarillo, and I planned out all the stops. Got to Amarillo, ran out of meth, and couldn't find any more, and crashed for 3 days. Even went to the strip clubs with my chick, couldn't find any more. So we were both forced to have to crash for 3 days. Went back, did the same thing at different places on the way back. So by the time we got there, it was about 40 grand in cash. Our roommate at the time, which is the same girl that was with us when we got raped, she was one of the sleeping girlfriend. She kept calling, and she was this chick who never really cared about anything that was going on. But all of a sudden, she kept calling wanting to know when we were going to be back. And so I was like, "Dude, there's something." And she never does. I'm going to stash the money. So I stashed the cash, went to the house. We get there. Her friend Steve is there, and this other dude. And what ended up happening is Steve was a hangaround for the Hells Angels. He's like one of these dudes that's trying to he's trying to get into the club. So he tells them that they're coming back with a bunch of drugs and all kinds of stuff, trying to make this strike. So we get there. I don't think anything of it. We start getting high because I hadn't been high in 3 days now, 3-4 days. Start getting high. He pulls out a gun, puts it on his lap, and I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing? Put that away." He's like, "You don't understand. You're on gun. You're being taxed." And I'm like, "What?" Right. He separates me and my girlfriend. Our stories match, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, "Hey, you know what, dude? You're kind of stupid for what you're doing." I'm like, "Come over here. Come look at what I'm really doing." And I started showing him some of the stuff that I was working on. And I said, "If you really want to make some money, you'll not do what you're doing right now. And join me, and we can partner up, and I'll show you how to make some real money." And we bought it. So I sent him off with a Cannon Hill fucking mountain bike and some fireworks I got in New Mexico on the way back. And once I got rid of him, the only thing that was on my mind was to kill people. And I went and bought a shotgun. And 2 days later, I worked and made the ID and everything else I needed to. Bought the shotgun, a big fire, waited the time. What I screwed up was I was cheating on my girlfriend. There was this girl that I wanted to sleep with, and we went and rented a hotel room. And I think she knew what I was doing, but since I was supplying all the drugs and I was, the money and everything else, she was just kind of putting up with it. Plus, she was sleeping with the girl, the girl at the time too, and really wasn't sweating it. So she ends up, she pays for, I give her the cash for the hotel room. She put the hotel room in the girl that I'm trying to sleep with. And that first night, everything was good. The next day, I didn't get enough. I want more. And I put it in my name, well, not my name, but the identity that I'm using in the credit card. So what I didn't realize is that when you try to rent a weekly, they send you information to Metro to make sure you're not a fugitive. Right? Well, the person's identity that I stole was black. So when it came to him, it was my picture, but when it popped up, it was a black man. And so I go and pick up the shotgun. And I get the room. They say it's not going to be ready for like 3 hours. And even put 2 and 2 together to realize that it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, right? So come back in 3 hours. So I go pick up the gun, have it in the car, I'm enjoying it, and when I get there. So divine intervention? I don't know. You tell me. That saved me from a murder.
And how long did you get sentenced to?
I did. They were trying to hem me up for 2 to 15 years to begin with. I caught the public defender working with the prosecutor because I knew that from
your public defender working with the prosecutor.
So this is what I did. I knew that there was a backlog for them to test the drugs. And so in order for them to convict you in a trial, the drugs have to be tested, the purity and all that other stuff. I didn't waive my right to a speedy trial. I said no, I want to have a trial against you. Because I was banking on the fact that I would beat the and right when, about a week before I was supposed to go to trial, my person was, oh, well, we're going to have to push this off for 2 weeks. I'm going on vacation and all this other stuff. And I protested it in the middle of the courtroom. I'm like, dude, I don't agree to this. I said 60 days. It's supposed to be 60 days. And so right there, it was kind of like, something. When he was supposed to be on vacation, he called me from his office. And I'm like, dude, I thought you were supposed to be on vacation. Why did you push off my day? And he's like, oh, well, and I'm like, yeah. And so that's at the point where I called my mom. They're trying to give me, I didn't mention the 2 years. I said, they're trying to give me 15 years. And so I could get her to come down and get an attorney for me. And that's what happened. She got an attorney for me. And I ended up doing 15 to 60 months in state prison. But when I got busted,
how close were you with your mom at that point?
Not really. I mean, it got to a point where she had actually sent the cops to report me as a missing person because I was dropped off in prison there. I was just off my own world. So when I would be using, I would never like want to be around anybody. Didn't want to be around family. My dad's really kind of out of the picture. And my dad's a cop too. So my whole dad's side of the family are law enforcement. So I mean, that's even good.
Yeah, like during this whole time, like throughout your 20s when you're running through your videos and all this stuff, like were you calling your mom every month, every week?
Sometimes. Yeah, we were talking. I mean, we've always been close. Yeah. But she's always been the person that's bailed me out. Like up to this point, I mean, I ran the truck through the house. Her truck through the house. I grew up in. Caused a bunch of damage there. She sent me through an out-down program that was 15 grand. Lawyer. I mean, I've cost this woman probably 50 to 60.
So she came, where was she living when she came down to help you out?
She was living in California. So that they gave me 15 to 60 months. So I rolled out in 18 months. But what happened and how I got the federal charges was that the guy that processed my place when I got raided showed up at the when I got arrested at the hotel. And so, because it was a fraud and forgery, right? So he showed up and he was like, "Wait to see you." So you went on the run and thought you were going to get away with this, huh? From somebody else or whatever. He was like, "So I'm going to tell you what, I'll make it good. If you take me to your house, because I remember processing the last place, and you had a shitload of stuff. I know you probably have that much, or not even more, actually, or wherever it is that you do the business. Yeah. So if you take me there and you give me everything, I won't charge you anything." And I'm like, that's a big deal. Let's go, right? Because all I want to do is go to sleep. I've been up for a couple days now, and I was falling asleep in a 120-degree back top. When he got there, I was like, "Yeah, that's a deal. Let's just get this it's over with. I know I'm not going to leave. And so I didn't realize he had a Secret Service guy doing a ride along with him. The Secret Service guy picked up the gun charges, and there was a box in the back of that SUV that had 30 credit card numbers in it. So I got charged with false information for a firearm acquisition and also 30 counts of access to license, which is having access to credit cards. So I ended up getting indicted for that, fighting my case there. They released me back. Once I got indicted there, 2 charges, 18 months running concurrent. They released me back to state custody, went to my time in High Desert, in Springs, Nevada. Then I ended up going to paroling out to do my federal time. In 2006, I got out, and that was really good.
How much time were you in total?
About 3 years. Okay. But I mean, if you want to count all the times, like,
Was it like low security, medium security, high security?
I've never been to. I mean, I started out in the high desert, and the worst thing that I'd ever seen in prison, like, I don't have any of those crazy stories where you hear people getting raped and stabbed and stuff. The worst thing I saw was a guy get doused in the face with a hot pot full of booze. But none of it. I was lucky. I didn't have to. I didn't have any co-defendants and any of that stuff. I mean, it was all me. You really had me dead the right to me. Right. So I get out in 2006, moved back to my mom's, go to halfway house, I'm doing okay. I stayed drunk probably for the first 6 months that I get out, just decompressing from being in. I mean, it's pretty traumatic when you get in prison. I've been jumped a couple of times while I was there. Got into it with some Southsiders. Ended up getting jumped there. Was gonna run my whole bid by myself, but then once that happened, I realized that you can't really just. There's no way that you can't put up with people because you need protection or whatever. Maybe there is a way to do it. I didn't do it that way. And so yeah, it was kind of. It was sort of a shock when I got out because everything's segregated.
Yeah.
I mean, even when you're in a meeting, it's not as bad as the politics aren't as bad as when you're in a USB, but it's still there. Like, you can't eat after a black person, you can't eat after a different race, you can't grab somebody and take a drink off of somebody's drink. They don't really like you playing, games and stuff with them as well. They like you to be segregated. And you start taking on.
You say they.
You're I was running with the whites, so the whites didn't want you doing that. And like, I'm not that kind of person. I was a chameleon in high school. I hung out with everybody. But I had to start taking on that sort of mentality while I was there. So, not liking black people, not liking racism, not liking anything that was ever going on. I started falling into it. And when I got out, it was hard to decompress from it. That kind of attitude and kind of change that mindset. And so I struggled with it for a little while. And I started doing okay. I got into my union. I did some other jobs. I was an apprentice in my union in 2008. Financial crisis, which everybody got laid off of work, especially in construction. And the time on my hands, and ended up. I got married in the process in between this for all the wrong reasons. Another stripper. She was somebody that was in recovery. And so I went to AA because I was doing drinking daily up to a fifth of alcohol a day. And I had stopped, and one day I was just like, dude, you gotta quit. And I just quit cold turkey, went through the whole, lost myself in my room, went through the DTs, the shakes, the sweats, all that stuff. Got it out of my system, went to AA, ended up meeting her, and thinking to myself, like, dude, I went to prison, I didn't do anything. It was the chick that I took the case for, stole all my shit, my trucks, all my stuff, sold it all, and I didn't do anything. My mom even went to the door to try to get some of my shit. It was unsuccessful. So the last thing I was going to have to do, if I ever went back to jail, then I'm not going to do stuff with nobody to write to me. So that sucks. When the one thing that guys like or count on is being married. And I never had any. And so I remember that feeling. We were sitting there waiting at, need something? No. And so I'm like, well, if I get married to somebody, if I go away, then somebody that can write to me. Which is a stupid reason to get married, right?
Yeah, the attitude's usually the opposite from everyone else I've talked to. They say when you go to prison, the last thing you want to do is have to deal with not being around your loved one, or not being around your girlfriend or your spouse, whatever. Like being separated from them is like the most difficult part. Because you go the depression, the jealousy, like what are they doing out there? Are they getting with anybody else?
Yeah. I didn't experience it. Mine was the opposite. Right. So the person who I thought was supposed to be there wasn't. And the thing that I didn't like to do was be on the phone. So the phone, they call it stress box. Because you're talking to people, you're hearing what's going on, you got people in the background. Like I told my mom, that's a person who had my back. And I would tell her, I'm like, look, I'll call you once a week, but don't bother coming to visit me. Don't do any of that stuff because you're just going to make it harder for me. So that's kind of hard. Maybe I thought about it the wrong way, but that's kind of what I tied it to. Being married to this person.
And so, wait, you said you got married to her so you would have someone to be able to connect to if you ever went back to prison. But when you were in prison before that, you didn't want to have any communication with your mom at all because you didn't want any communication with anybody outside of prison. So you're basically saying you didn't want those letters, you didn't want those phone calls.
If I went back, my mom wasn't going to be the one that was going to take care of me, right? She's not going to do it again. You failed again. This is the last time I'm helping. So I'm securing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm securing
somebody that could actually take care of you and bail you out next time you got fucked up.
So like I said, all the wrong reasons and more of that manipulation.
So it wasn't so much the emotional part of it.
The financial, making sure that I got money. And so when the financial crisis hit, and I lost my job, I had tons of time on my hands. She was working, and I started making my way back to the people that I knew that were doing that. And so I started again. AWOL from my name, because I knew that I had a bunch of money. I was getting unemployment, and I was going back to work periodically. So you get laid off, you're on the list, your name comes up, and you take a job. So there were some jobs that were going on, every once in a while, 1, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week projects. And so I was taking them, but I was also getting unemployment. I was double dipping. So I had a bunch of money. What I did was, I knew that there was some stuff out there that I knew that I knew that was possible. And I wanted to do it. But I knew how to do the credit card stuff, not credit card, but the check. And so I started buying with the money that I was getting from unemployment. I was buying printers, I was buying check stocks, or check stock paper that you use to write big checks, doing all this stuff, preparing. And when I got everything I needed, AWOL from America went to a place called Martinez. I was hanging out with a bunch of seasoned underlife people, hanging paper, which is making checks, IDs, having them hooked up with my buddy from Sacramento from before, and I asked him, hey man, this is kind of what I want to do. I know that you can buy credit card information online. I don't know what you can do with that, but I know it's possible. I know that there's things out there that I want to do, but I don't know how to do it. So you know somebody that's doing it, because you knew found me somebody. This was the second dude that clicked me. Another promo. So this dude taught me everything. He taught me how to get their cards from Russia using dark web. Taught me how to make your own. So we started out with Link plastic back. We had all these different things we would buy. Different bank logos, just bank notes, like some of them went for Brazil, Bank of Brazil, all these different places.
Yeah.
Just put them on.
What were you doing with them?
Pressing cards out.
Were you selling somebody? Were you spending money buying shit?
So around that time is when Best Buy started doing the purchase online and pick up in store. And so what we were doing is, and the only thing that they were requiring that you give them to see if you were who you were was the last 4 digits of the credit card. So basically, you just press out the card, not having any intact information on there, just show them the card, and you walk away. So we were buying MacBook Pros. So at that time, they were $2,400, and they never go on sale. So when we would put them on Craigslist, we could sell them for cheap, and they were going up. So we made a bunch of money that way. We were getting some cards that had PIN numbers on them to bank accounts. So we go and hit our Hate Street had about 25 different ATMs on the street. And so I just would literally go down from ATM to ATM until I ran my card out, hit another card, and just got a shitload of cash. And that's what we were doing for a while. We had 2 different offices. We had one office where we were getting all the information. We had all of our stuff to get information and everything stored there. We had another location where we were pressing out. So basically using the embosser, the tipper, finishing. And we did it that way just in case one place went down, we still had the other place. And so, I mean, it was pretty organized. Most of it wasn't me. It was the guy that taught me how to do it. And we disbanded that probably after 3 months. And I had gotten, up to this point, I mean, I'm a federal supervisor release while I'm doing things. Still towing the line there. I haven't had to do too many UAs yet. I ended up getting 30. I got sentenced to a 90-day like a pistol.
Oh, okay.
For my probation.
Oh, okay.
I end up getting a
Smoking meth?
I get a violation. They make me do a 90-day drug treatment center. My PO was a winner. And I went in there and started crying. And he was like, oh, sure, I got a problem. I need help. And so she's like, all right, well, we'll send you to a treatment center. I went to that treatment center. It was a 90-day men's treatment center. And probably within a month of being there, my buddy, I contacted him and said, hey, man, I need you to do me a favor. I'm going to say I'm going to come work for you because he had a business from so I can get out of here and they'll allow me to have a truck. So they bought it, and every day I was leaving and I was going to doing the second crime. Staying high the whole time. Carried synthetic urine in case I had to come back and they asked me to drop the UA. I screwed up though. 9 days before I was supposed to graduate, so I almost did it. Right? 9 days before I was supposed to graduate from this thing, I end up did some GHD and nodded out. And blacked out again, driving. Didn't wreck anything, but just I was supposed to be back at like 6 or 7, and it was like midnight. I had to call in and say, hey man, I made up some stupid ass story. They tested me as soon as I got there. They knew I was dirty, but I used the synthetic urine, piss clean. The very next day, they said they kicked me out. You know, I had to call her up and I'm like, dude, I didn't piss dirty. Like they can't prove that. And she's like, dude, you didn't successfully complete it, so you're gonna go back. I'm gonna send you to another place. violate you again, and you're going to go to 90 days contract facility. Okay. So basically like a county jail. Okay. And so when that was going to happen, it was like all these things, man, just started came piling down on me. And my buddy took off. He went to go live with his girlfriend. I had to come running back to my wife. It's like, oh, you know, I messed up again. You know, things are going to be different. I promise. You know, all this stuff. And, you know, I'm kind of being sort of, you know, physically, mentally, emotionally, and abusive in that relationship as well. She doesn't buy it. And the point when I decided where I'm going to change everything was on the side of the highway. I was on a high-speed chase with her, running the traffic. I'm chasing her down because she's not buying my bullshit. And I'm trying to convince her that, you know, or bend her to my will like I did everybody else.
She's in her car and you're in another car chasing her?
Yeah, chasing her down. We hit traffic, she pulls over, I pull over. And I'm like trying to convince her on the side of the road. There's a bunch of cars going by. All of a sudden, it was a mess.
Were you on meth?
Well, yeah. Jesus Christ. So what ends up happening, man, is I fucking fall apart. I'm bawling on my knees, just fucking crying uncontrollably. And there's people honking, going by, and like the most surreal shit happening. I'm like, I feel like I'm floating above myself, looking at myself, going, dude, you just fuck. And look at you, you're sitting here crying like a little bitch. Because your life is the way that it is. And what are you going to do? And from that point on, like I said, I knew I was going to a county jail that I'd never been to. I didn't want to be picking drugs while I went there, and so I stopped doing it before I went in for about a month, 6 weeks before. Stopped doing the meth, stopped smoking cigarettes, went there, got out after the 90 days. My ex-wife now, well, still, she takes her in, but she knows that she just does it out of patience. But I don't go back to that. So I start playing adult softball. Get away from the group that I was in. Managed to not fuck up my chances. Still have my apprenticeship that I can go back to. Start working. Not doing drugs, not doing any of that stuff. Playing softball was kind of I didn't like the league I was playing, so I decided to start. And I did everything to start it. Did all the stuff that the insurances, teams, all the stuff that I did together. It took a lot of planning. It took a lot of thinking about how to execute it, had a goal, and I achieved it. And what happened was, I realized that was the way that you're supposed to build self-esteem. Is by achieving it, getting that good feeling from leveling up and going, if I can do that, then let me try this. And if I can do this, let me try that. And I just kept leveling up, got into the rowing team of my union, did that for like 5 years, became a sergeant at arms, so I really got involved in other things that kept me away from, you know, the people and the places and all that. Became a trustee for my union for 2 years, and I was on the executive board for 2 years. In 2019, I ran for business agent position. The thing that I didn't realize, and what I do now, and this is really what I advocate for, is I'm still toxic. None of the things that I've done, all of the inline things subconsciously that I've learned, all the habits and bad behaviors, and everything that I've learned up to this point, those are all still there. They don't. They're just because I'm not on the drugs doesn't mean that those things are in there. Have you ever heard of the dry jump?
That was the dry jump.
So it's the guy that stops drinking, but still an asshole. Still an abusive person. Still, the same guy that has the problem, but it's just not using the substances to subdue it. And so I start. What I start doing is when I'm at work, I start listening. This is the part I told you about. I started listening to Joe Rogan. I'm listening to him for like 10 to 14 hours a day. I'm following him. I'm following people like Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, Matt, Restream, like all of these people that have great ideas, their philosophies and perspectives are pretty spot on. I'm buying into it. And little did I know that my mindset started changing as I'm listening to this content. I start taking on their ideas and their sort of philosophies, their thought process. I decide Joe Rogan's always going, hey, you should start a podcast. And everybody that he talks to on his podcast, right? I really thought he was talking to me because I thought we were friends, right? I was listening to this dude for so long that, like, he's like my buddy. And so I'm like, yeah, I should start a podcast too. And so I did. And what happened to that was pretty amazing. The podcast I started, I called it Nobody Go But Out. And I wanted to tell stories of other people like me that have been through things like myself, bottoms and life struggles, and kind of how they got here. Yeah. And as I'm listening to their stories and I'm relating to where they're at and I'm talking about it, I'm feeling it at the same time. So it's sort of like therapeutic. And I'm using the podcast to leverage guests to help me go through some of the things that I'm struggling with, right? Self-sabotage, to anger, to all the things that are still prevalent in my life. But one thing that I missed on this is that while I was playing softball, I ended up in an opiate addiction. So I got hooked on painkillers for 7 years. But I got an injury playing softball. Right? Yeah. And so in my medical record, it says I'm an addict. And for them to get around giving me pain pills, they made me sign something to say that I won't come back to sue for giving me these pills. Right? So I take those.
They're going to keep giving it to you.
And so I'm taking these, dude, and I'm like, I'm turning into an addict. Buying $500 a month in extra pills. Everything's revolving around these pills, but it's not to the point where it's affecting a whole lot of my life. I'm still able to level up and do the things I'm doing versus meth. Every time I try to do it,
you're functioning, you're playing softball, you started a podcast, and your path doesn't take Vicodin.
And when I finally ended it was purpose. So I was doing like 120 an extra 100. So sometimes it wasn't like full blown like some people I've talked to who have done like they were doing 20 or 30 pills a day. I was at 10. And so, but I mean, it was just my whole, like everything revolved around it. Like even from the point where I would sort of start running out, take too much, couldn't find any more, and would start to withdraw. And, all of that stuff that goes along with it, I'm trying to wean myself down. And so that's going on. I'm still doing that, the podcast. I wanted to start that.
I started the podcast.
Well, I skipped it. Okay. So before I started the podcast, I knew that if I was going to do, because part of what I wanted to talk about, I wanted to be clear about what I was and what I was struggling with, and I wanted to be as authentic as I couldn't do that if I was still taking pills. Right? And so I stopped. And how I stopped was I weaned myself off, so I was taking 10 a day, I went up to 5 a day, to half of that, to half of that. So I got to about a quarter pill, and then I started using edible marijuana. kind of lessen the effects of the sauce. So that worked.
Did it?
Yeah. I still do it today. I use it as a microdose THC.
Really? Microdose THC. How much is a microdose?
5 milligrams.
Okay.
So
You take it in the morning?
it's not enough to get you high, but it's enough to
5 milligrams with me high as fuck. Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a lightweight.
So I mean, I built up a tolerance. So 5 milligrams.
10 milligrams on meat devil. That's
On edibles?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Super lightweight.
Well, then you know that's no fun.
No, it's not.
So I mean, that's what I had to learn too.
Yeah.
And like I'd make all my own. And so there'd be sometimes when I would make chocolate and this piece had a little more than it should, and I'd get to that point where I felt I was going to die. Yeah. I'm dying, right? That's not fun.
It's the worst.
But if you can get it to the point where you don't get to that, you're not high, but you're just before that. To me, it's almost like taking people would take Zola. It helps me to focus a little bit because I am ADHD, and so it calms me down. It makes me focus a little bit. I still go off. It's not 100%, but it's a lot better than that. Good? Yeah. So yeah, what ended up happening, and then I had a daughter too. My daughter that I had
a daughter.
She's almost 4, and that's where the change really happened from me wanting to stop being this abusive person, and it was all because of that. And my ex, me and her were super toxic together, and what ended up happening to change that was I was in a rage and we were fighting about something. My daughter was behind me. I noticed her still yelling and she's gone. I stop what I'm doing. It just like snaps me out of it. And I go and I look for her. And she's in the furthest part of the house, curled up in a ball. Scared. And
how old is she at the time?
And so the only thing that could go through my head at the time was, I wonder if well, my parents were fighting. And when I was going through that, I wonder if that was me doing that was an eye a lot because I didn't want her growing up thinking that this was normal. Right? That, oh, well, if she ever ends up in this situation 20 years down the road where she's got somebody who's being abusive to her, she just goes, well, it's normal. My parents used to do that all the time. It's not normal. People shouldn't be treated like people, especially somebody who you kind of know. And so it happened one more time, and we already split up, but we were trying to take her to see Santa together to just kind of and we were going at it in the front, and she's in the back seat, and out of nowhere she just goes, stop. And so that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I started coming out in my podcast and talking about being an abusive person. Kind of like, I don't know, I wasn't hiding something. And what I noticed that was happening was the more that I talked about it, the less it tolerated me. And the more transparent I was being about it, the more people were reaching out to me, going, dude, I deal with that too. And so I was reaching all kinds of different people, from women that was happening to them, and had happened to them, to that were struggling with that themselves. Yeah. And so at that point, it was just like, well, this isn't your mission.
Have you ever heard of soft white underbelly?
I have.
You watch his video?
I've watched a couple of them.
Yeah, that guy is making some pretty amazing.
Yeah.
All those people he interviews, all the hookers, the pimps, the drug addicts, the homeless people. The one common denominator with all those crazy fucked up people is fucked up parents. Like really bad parents.
Well, I mean, the number one, the gateway drug is common, right? And not necessarily for everybody, but at least for my population, the people who have been incarcerated and gone through something in the childhood, it's trauma. And the number one public safety issue should be untreated trauma. Because look at the people that he deals with, right? That's untreated trauma. And it rears its head in all kinds of different ways, from unwanted pregnancies to drug addiction to domestic abuses to all of these different things. If that got dealt with what it should be dealt with is a mental health issue, which is what it is, we would have a whole lot better of a situation instead of using this punitive model. And I've heard you talk in some of these shows about how everything kind of is as far as society right now and systemic stuff. We actually shared a guest that was on my show and it's been on your show. Patrick Lavelle from the Con.
Oh yeah.
He's a great documentary.
Yeah, that's
He sure does. I think he would be good to talk to Matt Cox. I think that would be a good introduction for you.
Yeah, they're both definitely in the same world. They're both I spent a lot of time studying that financial crisis and all the things. What's that movie? What's that famous movie about the 2008 financial crisis?
About the
Big Short. Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good movie, but the Con covered everything that it left out.
Yeah, but the Con, I mean, how long is that thing? How long is the Con? It's like a 3-hour documentary. And it was multiple episodes, right? Yeah.
I watched all 6, no, it's 5 episodes. I watched all 5 episodes back to back in 6 hours. It's either 5 or 6.
Because you lived through that time. You really relate to all that stuff.
Yeah, and then I watched it 2 more times. You got to screen it, you got 3 viewers. So I watched 18 hours of it.
God damn.
Well, because I was going to have him on the show, right? And that was the whole reason why I went to screen it, so I could bring him on the show. And I was looking for inconsistencies. I was looking for something that I could, pick apart on. And I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't. There was nothing, man. I mean, he put it in such layman terms where, you should be the dumbest person and still understand what was going on. And it was an amazing documentary. I started plugging that dude's shit, man, just because I was super stoked. And then I had his other producer on, and then another one of the producers on. Oh, cool. So it was pretty cool. And I've hooked him up with Patrick, with another woman that I had on my show who was so she got put in prison for 3 years, and she has a PhD, she's a black woman, and she was calling out the corruptions in Baltimore, Maryland, where they were doing illegal foreclosures in 2000. And they were trying to get, she was on the NAACP Baltimore chapter, and this person was a legit community member in the black community. Right. Somebody prominent in Maryland asked her to stop saying that there were illegal foreclosures, kind of like, hey, shut up, stop saying that. Prominent? Somebody prominent? It's in there. She wouldn't tell me. She didn't tell me because she didn't want to spoil it. So what ended up happening was that she got wrapped up in an indictment with some people that she had done business with, but I mean, she was doing credit restoration. So somebody, you know, right? No. Okay, so credit restoration. Let's say you need a 700 credit score. You've only got 600.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
So in order to get that loan, you need to satisfy some of these debts. And so she would just kind of figure all that stuff out and work it out for you to really be able to do that. She had her own business. And so I guess the feds found somebody that she had worked with, what her name was in, and they wrapped her up in this indictment. And she ended up having to do 3 years in federal prison. So basically, they shut her up. And she's been to the Supreme Court. She's going back again for the second time. She just started a nonprofit. I talked to her yesterday. She started a nonprofit. She's got Judge Joe Brown advocating for her nonprofit. So, I mean, she's not some bullshit person, right? And so what happened to her was sort of the backside of what Patrick Lavelle was called, right? So the Big Short tells you about the short. He covers, you know, the mechanisms by which they were using the appraisal news and all these other different things that they own themselves, and how Wall Street was incentivizing by packaging up all these mortgage-backed securities to bad loans. And so that's what he was covering, and she was the fall guy that they were trying to blame this on. And so I hooked her up with him, and I think that he's doing a sequel to that. Okay. And so she's probably going to have a part.
Oh, cool. Did the con have a good response? They had a positive response. Well, where did they release that? Maybe that was like right in the middle of that.
I think you had him on in November. I had him on. I mean, did you get reached out to somebody?
I don't remember. So long ago. There was so many things.
I know. But do you feel bad though when somebody asks you about something?
Yeah, no, I just feel stupid. It's hard to retain all this stuff I'm talking about.
How many episodes?
On audio, there's probably 120.
Okay. I just released one.
Wow.
50 minutes.
It's a lot of work, huh? Is this all you do?
Well, yeah, because I was on temporary disability, but some repetitive motion stuff, and I was able to get on right before the market. So I've been on for a year. I got released back to work on the 29th. Went jet skiing on my skis on the 19th. Broke my fucking 2 toes. And I'm supposed to go back to work on May 3rd. Yeah, but the whole time I was doing that, I was trying to do everything I could to pivot out of it. I learned everything on my own for about 2 years, and produce, and do all of this stuff. So I'm trying to move myself into that direction, right? To get out of doing construction, because it's not really. One thing that I realized was I was willing to sacrifice the time as a kid to chase this career, being a business agent, and all this other stuff. Right? When the pandemic hit, and I was able to co-parent with my daughter and have her more time, I realized that I need to be there. If I'm going to raise her the right way, I need to sacrifice it. So now that put me in a different direction. Now I'll do this over here if I have to, but I need to try desperately to get out of it. Whether it's speaking, whether it's a book, all the different things that I have to do. I'm just about ready to turn that corner. I could see it. It's just right over there, right? But it's just not there.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary thing. I'm saying, if I'm not doing this, I'm with my son all the time. I'm not that or this. That's my life. My life changed so much as I had a kid. But,
like it. Well, how old is your son?
Yeah.
These ones right here.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's definitely fun. You can definitely see how you mold them and shape their personalities and their values and all that stuff, like right around this age. So fucking fascinating. So
That was a stupid man. That was Drake.
Yeah, well, what happened? Oh, so one thing that I forgot to mention. So remember the daughter that I gave up on?
Yeah.
So about 2 months ago, she reached out to me, wanted to start a relationship, start to get to know me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And,
How old is she now?
She's 20. She lives in Vegas. Funny. So the story of that one is when she turned 18, my grandparents had died. I left her about 20 grand. She came up.
Which is why they come with it.
But there's some different, I don't know, now I'm not sure about stuff. I don't know enough about it. And people try to talk to me about it. I'm just I don't want to know what I'm missing. So, anyways, her mom, I guess, or her dad her stepdad stole that money. So she called me up and was like, "Hey, man, I don't talk to my mom anymore. I need some help financially." I was like, it's kind of weird, right? Because I'm always suspect that her mom's pretty shady too. At least she was. But yeah, she worked it out. You know, I've loaned her some money and she paid it back. So we're feeling each other out. We haven't met each other yet. We're texting right now. We're not talking on the phone or anything. I'm just kind of letting her do her thing. Like, when you're ready, I'm here. Don't worry about it. So it's kind of strange. It's kind of cool. But having my daughter really showed me how important that relationship between father and son. Like going through it and then realizing what she must have missed by not having it. It's almost like I'm trying to, poor kid, like she's having to deal with me overcompensating for the mistakes I made with this one and trying not to make mistakes.
Well, they always say the daughters are the ones who take care of their dads, not the sons. At least what I've heard. Well, dude, thanks for coming down and doing this. I appreciate you being here, man. You traveled a long way. You had a fascinating fucking story.
Well, thank you for letting me tell it. And, it's a privilege and an honor to be on the show. I love watching it. Fan.
Where can everyone find your podcast?
The best way to find it right now is I have a website in the works. It's all getting taken care of. But the best way to get a hold of my podcast and anything I'm doing, support the show, social media, all that stuff is on my link, which is linktree.com/. Otherwise, just go nowhere to open up podcast or Sean Dustin. Google and I'm the first one.
Sweet, man. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
You just sit there and just walk through the mask. Yeah, that was like the only. I only got into it because I wasn't getting booked at all. And Margaret was like, just fucking come sign up. And then you're good. Yeah, it was an opportunity to just like wear a suit and be a fucking dickhead. So yeah, it was awesome. I think didn't someone take you under their tutelage? Famous roaster. Pat Barker very much. I mean, I was hanging out with Jeff Walsh. That's shit. That was you saying you were studying under the roastmaster. Yeah. You became stabilized. Yeah, exactly. Don't let go. Oh my god. Also, can I just?
Thanks for coming on, AJ Westerson. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you doing this.
What's up?
Can I just say when I found out the day that story
The band is super good. Love it.
But I love it. It's my shit box.
I don't think so.
So, what's your story? People who aren't familiar with you, what is your story and your background?
Yeah, so I'm a stand-up comedian.
I can't wait to have this. It's a valid question. I'm also really excited to do it. I'm really excited for Mark Ruffalo to probably play again.
It's the anxiety.
It's a valid question. I know. It's the roastmaster. It's a tough thing I have while going through an ordeal.
And then I got diagnosed and I got nothing.
Depressing.
something.
Wrestling week.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
My Instagram story saw you.
So it was a big help.
That all
Yeah,
our friends had
it's a
fun.
little easy and
I was
sauce
at a
and
hotel room just looking at
get
it.
a shot, you know.
How old were you?
I was like jealous. So
Thirty.
what'd you guys do? So I was, it's funny actually, I rarely ever go on Facebook.
Not kind of, but not really. So a lot more people are getting diagnosed later in life now. Because it just people just didn't know a lot about it when they were growing up. Like, there's like this generation gap, like with autism. So like, I was born in '88, and Asperger's wasn't even a diagnosable condition until like months after I was born. You know, so by the time they start testing for that, I was like 4 or 5. There still was so little known about it. You know what I mean? But and I was smart enough that I could pass most of my testing and education stuff, and so I was intelligent enough that I like learn my own like coping mechanisms and camouflage techniques and masking techniques that blend in with everyone. It's like you knew how to fit in, but it was just so much mental energy. Basically, constantly acting to fight. Yeah.
Well, autism doesn't necessarily mean not intelligent, right?
Right.
Elon
Exactly.
Musk just said that you have
Asperger's. Yeah. If I had been diagnosed earlier in life, I would have technically what would be Asperger's. They just don't diagnose it. All falls under autism.
Really? Since when?
Since like 2007, 2000.
So was it him versus one other person?
I didn't either. I didn't know until I was getting diagnosed, like when I was doing my initial like observation and everything. 15 minutes into like a 4-hour appointment. Like, so that was exactly what it was. But we definitely.
So what are the key signs to tell that you're
So it's not that there's really key signs of autism. It's literally a spectrum of so many different processes, like facets to it. So like, the best way to explain it is like think about like a color, like throw darts at a color wheel, and wherever those darts are, like they create something. But everyone gets to throw it. Everyone like throws it.
You guys like sit out with each other and
So
give each
like
other.
for me, like my autism was I have issues with communicating sometimes. So like I didn't realize until after I was older and like oh, not everybody does this. Like, I'm great words at communicating. So I know where I'm going in a conversation. And, like, but then that means I'm not listening as much to the other half of the conversation because I'm thinking like, what do I say next to keep this conversation going and not seem like a weirdo, you know? Yeah. So things like that. I struggle a lot with like executive function. So like that voice you have in your head, like when your alarm clock goes off, you know, you hit the snooze button twice. That voice in your head like an alarm goes off.
Like Restream.
I don't have that whatever that thing is that keeps you on. Or at least not in like the traditional. It's more like we have terrible radio signal. We're just communicating through walkie-talkie. You know what I mean? So when I'm up on a hill, you know, I can hear it. You know, I've got that reception and I've got that. But then when I'm down, in a valley, I'm not getting reception. You know, so I can't really communicate with the warden. You know, I call him the warden because recently I did acid for the second time, and I did like a guided meditation that my friend had sent me, and so yeah, the whole pink Floyd triangle thing, like talk to your inner self, and literally like, hey, look, warden, the inmates can't be running inside of you. All right, like. Yeah, that's my own little psychedelic come to Jesus.
Yeah, you can see that like, when you watch one on. I always thought that it was just like he was so smart. That's why I talked
Well, and that's kind of the other part of it for me is like information processing. Like if you think about like your brain is like a highway, right? Like most people have so many lanes, and so it's easier for them to direct traffic. Well, I've got like an 18-lane fucking highway, you know, like so I'm just trying to frogger across and just grab hold of something. You know what I mean? So there's just so many ideas flying by at one time that it's hard to stay on track and focus. But then the other aspect of that is, if I do grab on something, I can fall into that hole. You know, like during COVID, I was working on a tour and we were trying to put together like some video stuff. And so I was doing video editing, and I literally fell into it. I was editing videos for 42 hours. Sleep, like bathroom breaks, and food, and that was it. And I just yeah, it was that, and it was like, I can't let this go until it's done, because I knew I had that thing in my brain, so I know once I let it go, it's going to be really hard to get back here, you know?
Yeah, they say a lot of people who are like really good at a lot of people who are, I always thought that pro video games, some of them, because they're so anti-safe and they're so really good, laser focused on one thing. There's another guy who played Mars on Professional Circuit, and he was a very anti-social guy. He never talked to anyone. That's wildest, most serious. I always pretend to associate aspects of people. Yeah, laser focused on one thing all the time.
Well, and that's you're spot on, because that's the deal. But for me, for a long time, like, because I wasn't sure what that thing was for me that I was going to be really good at, so I didn't realize it. But I'd have these really intense hobbies that I would only have them for really good. Like, I've learned to do all sorts of crazy shit. Like, I grew up in construction. So I got into like woodworking and crafting and stuff, and like, making things from wood, and doing a lot of woodworking. From woodworking, then like I got burnt out on woodworking. Maybe it is something with my so when I went to like leather, molded tops of like upholstery and stuff like that. And then from there I went into like hair care. Like how people make like the bracelets and the lanyards and like, yeah. So we're making like these braided, like, 12-foot dog pieces, making these weird jigs so I could like, make all these weird patterns and designs and stuff. And so I would have these weird intense focuses, and then I would just burn out on it. So like, yeah, 7-8 months, and you'd be like, no, this isn't it. What's next? And I was in one of those when I was getting diagnosed. I wanted to make like my own cartoon. This is the next thing. I want to do something creative, fun, And so I was trying to make my own cartoon. Trying to teach myself how to draw and animate and storyboard and like all this stuff. And while we were doing the observation at the University of Florida, and going through all of that. So you definitely like you need like a creative outlet of some kind. But like what you're trying to do now isn't releasing the pressure. Like there's too many obstacles between you and releasing that pressure. Why don't you just try like you want to make people laugh? Like you have like humor seems to be like the element you're best at communicating with. So why don't you try like doing like an open mic or something? And I'm like, all right, sure, let's and then I fucking did it, and then ever since then, it's like, this is the thing, like, that first time, like I got to laugh on stage, like,
they're stretched so far away to identify the character.
Yeah, because like I said, like, during that observation, it's not like 4 hours, and literally, it's almost like if someone were interviewing you for, like, to write your biography. You know what I mean? Like, everything about your life, like, what do you remember from your childhood? What about this? What about this? Like, all of these questions, as you start building this up, like, you're basically building a profile of, like, these are some of your traits, like, these are some of the things you struggle with, like, going through all of that. And that was just something that you highlighted. Like, you need some so the highway earlier, because basically your highway is backed up. You can't get this traffic off of the highway. So you have to find a way to get this traffic off the highway. And so that's what it's like, you have all of these hurdles, like trying to teach yourself how to draw, trying to learn like 5 different skills at one time, and you have to do all that before you can make that creative one. So you're basically making yourself like
Yeah. So when you reach the career, like so, like do you like when you see public creative or the creative process? Creative process obviously is a lot of
Right. And so I would call that production versus like the creative process of actually like sitting down and like writing out the ideas, but then also getting that feedback and presenting it to them. You know what I mean? Like, and getting that feedback and the response. Because like, you can write it, but if you write it and it just hits something, like have you actually like it's almost like you haven't finished. You know what I mean? Like it's not done, like it's out, but you still need that feedback before, like you know, like you need to make sure that traffic is safe to exit before you take it out completely. You know what I mean? Like is this something I need to bring back and keep in my head because I need to rework on it and make it better, or is this the final version? So I have to do that before I can clear that traffic. Like that's where your hold is. Get out in front of people. Get to like that's immediate feedback. You know?
So have you done any creative writing prior to that?
When I was kids, you know, so that was the thing. Like, looking back now, I was like, wow, I should have been on this track with like creative writing the whole time. Second, third, and fourth grade, like I won awards for like children's writing. So I won like a young author for like a children's book about a princess and a dragon. Like it was, you know, just stuff kids write, you know. Yeah, but part of talking about like that executive function and like task management and things like that. Once I got to a certain point in school, what we were learning was boring. Like I learned this on my own. Like I'm gonna read my own books. I'm gonna do my own books. You know, so kind of lose track of what you're doing. And like if you're intelligent and you get free time and there's no structure to it, you know, just goes off somewhere. So it never made it to creative writing because that was given as an assignment, so it felt like work. Like I never reached that point where it was like, oh no, this is a fun thing for me because it was somebody telling me to do it as opposed to me. You know, and like if you force someone to do something, even if it's something they enjoy, there's gonna be that. Yeah, exactly. So it took me like rediscovering it later in life to realize like, oh, you know, I was just in my friends group because I have a small circle of people that I got so comfortable with and things like that. You know what I mean? And like some people like I can meet and things just click. Like, there's no awkward anything. It's like, oh no, I get this person, and then we're good, you know. But it's that doesn't happen. So I had like a small group of friends, and I was a friend. And then, you know, like, one of my friends then, like, used to encourage me, like, you should try opening. And I was like I said, like, I tried it. I went to try it one time. I went to open mic when I was like 23. And I was shaking so bad I went to the bathroom and threw up. It was just, yeah, it was just so super bad at that. And then I was going to try again when I was married, I was like 26. I was going to try again. I was not in a relationship. No. She talked me out of it. It was like, oh, you really think you're funny enough that other people are going to want to sit and listen to you. Yeah. You know, because who's full of themselves enough to be like, yeah, this full of people is definitely going to want to hear what I have to say.
They tried to trash, like they were like, they never got to it. They never made fun of it. While they're leaving to just people that were like viscerally the whole.
And here's the thing, like at the time, I wasn't like I'm still not good. Like I said, I've always been a fan of comedy. And so like I know what like the grade level is. You know, in my brain, I know what that marker is. I know I'm nowhere near that mark. You know what I mean? Like I am on the footpath outside of the parking lot. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm heading in. You know, we're getting a little. But at the time, it was my first time ever doing that. So I had like one 3 minutes story. Like I had like 3 lines. And I got the first one. And then I had like some giggles and stuff like
Literally
that.
face to face with six, just like,
But those 3 laughs, that's all I needed. I got 3.
so we get home.
And from there, it was all in. Like, I found like a comedy, like a writer's group, like a writer's workshop, and that was every Sunday. And so I started going to that, and like working with like coming in and material and workshopping material and stuff. The guy that led that workshop.
I mean, maybe too mean, maybe bring up, but there was a female comic that was headlining the show, and he was like, she's going to go back to New York and tell everybody.
Like 3 months in, so we had this show like a road
was tarnished from it.
small
From the national, so
and it was in one of those like mini shopping centers that was right outside of like
you know, living back in the house and saving private
so
Ryan.
everyone from that
It's like the opening scene, and I was like,
right. So my first time doing that show, and after the show, it's like, hey, you did a really good job. And I was like, but I know that all the material you have right now. Right? Yeah. But in my head, I was like, yeah, challenge accepted. And that was like a Thursday show, and I showed up Sunday for the workshop with a whole new commitment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so it went through that, and like after that workshop, he pulled me aside. He's like, I don't know if like anyone said this to you yet or anything. It's like the fact that you could do that quickly and come back and have that capacity for it. He's like, you could do this for me. And as soon as somebody said that, like, oh, you can do this for me, and I'm like, that's what we're doing. You know, and so I just dove all the way in and I started treating it like my
spasms he tried to pull over there, which is when you mash up the field
which is insane. It's like for me to do
so don't keep like
so right before COVID, I've been doing comedy like 11 months, and I got booked for my first series. Yeah. So we're all in this Airbnb house. And we stayed for a couple more weeks and rehearsing and did a couple streaming shows. It's not open. And so from there, it's like, okay, so I have until this date to be out of that Airbnb. And so I was like, this is what I want to do. Like, I got this tour to get something, you know what I mean? And I just bought a van and turned it into like a shitty camper. It's a real redneck van now. Yeah. So it's a 1987 GMC 6 car. Yeah, it was a wheelchair conversion that had like the fiberglass like hot top on it. There's an extra room and it had a wheelchair lift in it. He was on the wheelchair lift out. Real speedy. You know, I didn't run the base. You leave it running all night. No, so I have a generator on like one of those like exteriors on the tailgate. And I've got like a window AC that's like in the back of the roof. So yeah, so I can run the generator and run that air conditioner. But more often what I do is I've got like a little solar battery pack, like one of those ones that's like REI, like 500 watts. And so I've got one of those little desktop portable air conditioners filled with like ice water and like switches out when it's still there. And so I set that up in the back. Insulation, like the tin foil with the air bubbles in it. Yeah. So I've got those, and I've got them there set up like with little pads, Velcro. So I put those over the windows and stuff, and the windows hang up. Versus
Cardini versus this guy from New York. The guy came out. Ilya Laskin comes out and he
So it's set up. You can
came out and was like, I can't play.
almost 2 years.
So
Yeah. Where were you living before you had the
yeah, for real.
Um,
He came out and was like, oh man, I left like a restaurant on a dinner or whatever for this. And immediately the host was like, oh, don't tell anyone that. He's like, oh, you're Jewish too. And I was like, yeah, but I gotta keep it to myself.
Oh yeah, I'm a
So then
real
he
like
goes, so all
from
my feedback was just like, I just really like seeing a strong Gentile. And,
I'm asking, bro. Like I don't
But he legitimately did like it. But he was like, I think he was just kind of fucking around with this part of it.
Yeah, well, there's not many parts of the
He
NASA
made a
that are
good
like
joke.
that.
So I keep living through all the way down here.
Yeah, there's just
That's
that.
like Tallahassee.
He was a good sport.
Yep, just that little strip in the middle.
Oh, the best part, in my opinion,
Yeah, little
was
strip,
like,
weird strip. Every time I go to Tallahassee,
There's like that weird triangular section.
yeah, that little section.
I mean,
Yeah,
unless they're good at sports. It's like they're good at sports.
Yeah. Yeah, I was riding through over by like the lake and it's very like in the middle of the state, like farmland area and stuff.
So I'm like, all right, that's nice. I feel it.
Yeah, I didn't know Ray Lewis was from there. No, I didn't. I've heard that before. I didn't know whatever that's for.
So my body's going to change.
You watch football?
Yeah. So I'm like a massive supercomputer that was programmed by Linux. So yeah, so like my big hobby is fantasy football because it's like there's nothing more autistic than fantasy football. Because like any fantasy sports, like my buddy Brian, like one of my but a couple of them are all in the hockey league. So a couple of years ago, he's like, hockey. But I did it. Like I joined like $50 to basically lose it. And I came in, I made it to the championship game. Yeah, just based on numbers. Just from like watching the numbers. And I was like, oh, this is like my Rain Man skill. You know? Yeah. But here's the thing, I'm bad at math. But like fantasy stats, like just stats for some reason.
So are you winning in fantasy?
Yeah, I went first. Like I'm out of hockey now. I played like two seasons. But the first year, I didn't have anything else really going on at the time. So I was just all in on fantasy hockey.
Yeah, because you can like use stuff.
I mean, you can't if you don't know anything about stuff. Like it's harder if you don't know, like if you don't know what sites to trust. Like it's a whole new sport. So like, who do I trust in this sport? You know what I mean? Like with fantasy football, like I'm a big Matthew Berry guy. So like I trust him, and there's a couple other people who's like I like to combine their opinions. Be like, okay, so this is what they all think. But I don't know who to do that with. So I was literally just going on stats and like little updates. That kind of shit. And yeah, I made it to the championship. That's exactly. It's such a big time suck.
Yes.
But like I said, at the time, I didn't have anything else going on. Especially like years and years ago. I'm diagnosed. Many years other mental health. I don't really. I started like kind of distancing myself more and more from society. So what else? It's not like I was doing anything, So, and then now, like I'm slacking off on fantasy because I'm fucking always in comedy shit. Oh yeah, I'm still in like that.
How much money do you guys
dead air.
I think this year we're doing like, but yeah, it's not even. Yeah, football is not fun, but it's like a.
I just chill and get myself like a 12.
Oh, you
Yeah.
still players from previous years?
Well, except like you keep like sports, or no, I'm sorry,
Did you just seriously fart?
we drop it down to yeah. So we can, every year we keep two guys, but you can only keep them up until like so every year they cost you 1 round higher. So like if you keep a guy from the rookie season and he's like undrafted the following year, but then the year after that he's the the year after that he's the first. So you can only keep guys up until they reach fourth round. They go back to the draft. So like, so I've had Patrick Mahomes since his rookie season. Yeah.
So she was taping
That was his sophomore season. It was his first year he started. His rookie season he sat behind Alex Smith for like the last yeah, the first season he started and then fucking won the Super Bowl. Yeah.
He's dropping like 40.
How about that as a storytelling too? I think it was for what's that?
How about this?
So she
Came back and played a couple games.
He played a couple games and then hurt again.
she was filming this set for Comedy Central.
He's older,
There was like a 15-minute story, so I gave her a 15-minute spot to tell the story at the Raven.
It was the Joe Theismann, and like that was the same exact injury that ended Joe Theismann. So Lawrence Taylor, when he snapped his leg when he played for the Rams.
Probably 10 of the 15.
Oh yeah, Joe Theismann, like Lawrence Taylor hit Joe Theismann. Shattered his like the same way.
Very hard for like a very aggressive.
They have the hot cases of Alex Smith.
Yeah, it ended his career. He never played another down football.
Alex almost lost his leg,
Reached the stage.
Yeah, he had like infections and stuff too. But so not only did he get over like infections and injuries, but like modern medicine and
I mean, that part was so loud that she stopped. The place goes
Yeah, they
nuts.
said he's like
yeah.
The hardest
And
life
then
is
the UFC fighter took out like last week. The guy shin snapped in half and tried to stand back down.
Well, like think about like Ryan Shazier. He was like spinal cord injury.
They thought he
Yeah.
never walked.
Yeah, and now he's like fucking walking out for fucking to the 50-yard line.
that's so funny.
I love
Just farting on stage. I've never seen anybody do it.
I watched him
I know, that's what I was saying. That's
Yeah,
what I
I
said.
was absolutely sure that was how Brett
Never
was.
once on stage. I'm like,
I was like the only because remember he kept like I'm gonna retire. No, I'm coming back. I'm gonna retire. No, I'm coming back. And then like he was like, look, we've had enough. Aaron Rodgers is dying, so he didn't play for like and then when he went to the Jets, I was like, he's gonna play until he dies, and this is where it's gonna happen. Like he literally just walked into a dumpster fire and was like, this is how I'm going out. Like, so I was sure he was gonna die.
No, the tight end, Jaguars.
I mean, you know, there's
They really did. No fucking way.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's Urban Meyer reunited Tim Tebow in his hometown of Jacksonville. At the very least, they're going to sell tickets. You know, they're going to sell at least double his salary in tickets. So it's paid for.
They got that long hair dude, right?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's gonna be fun to watch.
Okay, so here's the thing. So like, I'm not just I love like seeing audition receivers succeed at things like Dan Aykroyd. Anthony Hopkins is on an Oscar.
It's good to have you back. Yeah, that's back in the game. True.
Yeah.
We're talking.
Sir Anthony Hopkins. Nobody did. That's the thing. Like, that's what I was talking earlier about. Like, nasty moves, like typical stories, like grabbing stuff and most autistic people, like, oh, I didn't know you're autistic. Like, yeah, because I've developed next level coping mechanisms that are fucking Oscar worthy. All right. So, but that's the thing. Like, he's literally a comedian because he's been that way his whole life. And learn those skills at a young age, and he just figured out a way to chip. He's like, I already have these skills. Use them as free. You know, like he found ways to fit that in until he realized what he loved. Yeah, how fucking awesome! Like he made it to fucking 89 years old before he found that. Really? Yeah. Yeah, he's just diagnosed like this week. Yeah.
Why were you sitting filmed with my hair people? Everyone's leaving, dude. I think one of the better roasters.
Probably just news the whole time, kind of, right?
Well, I think as you get older, like you do more and more like self-reflection and more stuff like that. You know what I mean? And especially like his career had slowed down. You know, he's kind of stepped away from the spotlight. He's just doing like limited projects. So a lot more time to himself to think and like spend time with his own thoughts. Because think about how long his career was playing other people.
Autism could just be
to the one place in the whole
No, not at all.
You think autism could just be like a personality
so it's just
trait?
like, and then they have the fucking balls to look back on their hometown and be like, oh, everyone in my hometown is
So I think
it's like, no, dude, you're a fucking zero.
I feel like so many people could
Anytime I
have,
see someone like,
dash here, dash there, a little bit more.
well, that's I guess the way I would describe it. I think autism is like I think
Introvert, extrovert.
yeah, I think autism is specific human traits amplified. So like because like a typical neurological person is basically we're talking about color wheel earlier, like a typical neurological person basically dead center of the color. You know, so we are basically all those darts thrown around it, and those are just like those parts of like a typical human experience. Like you may be a completely neurological person, but you might have like one special talent, right? And that's how they, you know, when they're like, oh, everyone's a little autistic. You might have one dart if you have a throw. I got 18. You know what I mean? Like, so there, it's though all of those human traits, like whatever traits are not typical personality. It's that. It's a human trait, but it's just magnified so many times.
Speaking of, the other thing that was so funny in the roast
So,
battle was there was
Sniff out people who
somebody, I
may
think it was Dave Temple.
all the time now. It's like when you buy like a yellow car and then now you see all the yellow cars. Yeah, it's a very similar thing.
Yeah.
People who don't even know it.
Yeah, well, so do you guys remember it was like a Disney Plus documentary about the dude that climbed like El Capitan, that rock climbing documentary?
Like, are you sure it was
Yeah, Free Climb. That was a documentary.
The guy with
Free
the big
solo.
giant hands?
Free solo.
That
Yes.
was
Okay.
insane.
When that documentary came out, I was watching it with a couple of friends, and literally 3 minutes into the documentary, I was like, this dude's like person. And then it got to the point where it was talking about his dad, and his dad had passed away. And he was talking about his dad. He's like, my dad had what would have now been known as like Asperger's syndrome. Fucking knew it. He's autistic.
Oh yeah.
And there was like a line in the documentary when he's like talking to his fiance, right? Because she's all nervous about him climbing in their safety and stuff like that. She's like, whenever you leave and whenever you like untether climbing, you have this moment when you ever think about what I would do.
That's also kind of the shitty thing though about it's like young.
You know, and that was the thing. I was like, I know exactly what that feels. Like, I know that exact thing. Because, like, you know that's like you have that option. You know you should consider that other person if you're so singularly focused on achieving something.
In Boston, some comedy festival in Boston, and I gave him a ride to New York, and I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when I talk about like this, that magnification of the human experience. Like, especially for me, like I talk to my therapist about this a lot. Once I got diagnosed and I started like seeing a therapist regularly, like I come in and like, okay, I want to work on this. That's incredible that you're that self-aware that you know like these are the things that I'm struggling with. And so, but that's one of my I'm constantly, and it's not self-aware like
2 or 3 weeks on the road, just
standpoint. It's like I'm always
I watched enough right wing stuff.
just like thinking inwardly is like, you know,
Actually, you know what?
what's wrong with like what can I do better here? Like why can't I do this? Like I'm constantly like trying to rearrange the grip in some ways. Like how can I like switch?
Oh, this party trick I did.
You know. So and it was more of that. It's like, oh, you've already identified your weaknesses. Like, yeah, because I know what I'm not good at. I think about it a lot. You know? So since I got diagnosed.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the army. I joined the army.
Inside job or what?
No, dude, I think she's 87, and I think it was her time to go. You're waiting now because
So once I got
I was like,
recommendation from college, because she had to stay alive.
They recommend
I can only
there's some intern at the DNC whose whole job is
So
just
they were
slap
hoping
her across the face every time she starts slowing down.
They were for sure keeping her alive for 6 months. She was just like, but she did die at the perfect time to help get
So they set me up with it.
True. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you think
I was
Hillary's just
very
gonna put a
lucky
little
to
pill on it?
have. Like, that's what it finally took
Yeah, we
for
got
me
Apollo
to
2
be
stuff
able
right
to
now. Just
because I had to find the person to be able to
work out.
So you're worried about the state of the Supreme Court?
you know, like, yeah, it wasn't something I'd ever looked into. Like, I've been diagnosed previously with anxiety disorder. So I was like, it's just those things that messing with me, you know, because those, like, mental health issues will stack up on me, you know, and convince and create pressure. So I just thought it was all that, you know, just jumbled together. And then a nurse at the VA down in Florida, I was in for like an appointment for something else. And she just casually, like, talking to me, like, doing my blood pressure and stuff, was like, have you ever looked into this, like, finding out if you, like, if you're on, like, a doctor's inspection? That's just kind of coming to you know, like, but she was like, no, she's like, my nephew has Autism spectrum disorder, and he has some of the same, like,
That doesn't count.
you just remind me of that, like, guys, like, walking on the table and stuff.
You don't even know if a certain ones are alive.
What hellish forces? Why the first
Like, you just had some similar, like,
now we're just
crazy,
going
like,
to
some of the nerves and stuff.
parents died, we're none of them to have abortion.
That was, like,
We're never gonna be allowed.
how old were you then?
Which, by the way, we better be allowed to have abortions.
Yeah.
You're at the
I
army.
can't get
No, I was out. I was living in Fort Myers.
I'm not gonna wait just pregnant.
I'll get embarrassed. I'll start crying if I think about it.
But just like hearing that, like I went off on a tangent and started like researching autism. The more I read, the more
We can't
you
be
know.
sluts.
Did you ever think
She
about
was
it
the guardian of the
before
sluts.
then?
She was. Go ahead.
Go ahead, get rolled on.
No, because like the way autism had always been portrayed in movies, like I could be more personable than Forrest Gump, you know, like I didn't seem slow when people were talking to me, you know, like I couldn't like count cards and memorize phone books like fucking Rain Man, you know, so it's like, so I'm not autistic, because that's how they portrayed autistic, because that was the only idea I had of what autism was, you know, and then like the extreme side of that, like Leonardo DiCaprio and like what's eating Gilbert Grape, like yeah, you know, so I was like, those are the only examples, you know, so you don't think of it outside of those terms. Like, you know, what person watches Rain Man and goes and like what is autism, and then learns everything about it, you know? So yeah, it was just never something that I ever even considered, and then that stuff off my life. And what's weird is I went to high school with two autistic brothers, like on two different ends of the spectrum. One was borderline nonverbal, and he very limited like words and phrases and things like that. And then the other was he was like overly not vocal, overly precise in like his enunciation and like sentence structure, and like every word he said sounded like every sentence sounded like this. You know what I mean? It was like, this is a talking dictionary. And so again, just never considered that I was either one of those things, because exactly my dark skin mine were more in that like internalized thought pattern, executive function. I was always like speaking in and like, you know, words for stuff, you know, that kind of thing. He was always early, like, you know, 20 minutes before anything, like he's already there stretching whatever the activity is, like he was fully prepared 20 minutes beforehand, you know. And so again, like you just don't think of those things until someone finds a way, like finds a way to frame your point of reference, you know. Because like I have a nephew, and he does this, and this, and I did this, and this, and it reminded me of it, and I was like,
kind of
For sure, that'd be a great quote.
I don't see other people doing those things.
So then you make like his
Well, then I start researching autism, finding websites, finding online tests, things like that. And then from there, I start looking at okay, so based on all the stuff I have now, I think how do I find out? And so then I found I got to research for next stuff to diagnose adults. Most stuff online is about kids, yeah. So it's what if adults, how to eventually found hard for University of Florida, and my family happened to be in that area. I got in touch with the senator, they sent me all the stuff.
That's actually good.
And look good in that, bro. Scheduled, and then I called them and told my parents everything.
I mean, also, it's like Donald Trump is the president. Is it insane to happen right in the Supreme Court? I nominate Judge Judy. Like, it's not. Also, I think it's Kanye running.
Now, since you got diagnosed, what did they do? Obviously, you now
The time is not there. Guys, that moms, they don't want to struggle life. So back to what determines whether you go right or left?
So the therapy has been so helpful because, basically, I was able to take all of that, that internalized thought process, and unhealthy self-awareness, and basically figure out ways to
That's a true battle. It's not Republican, Democrat. It's gay versus retarded. That's what we're fighting right now. We're fighting gay versus retarded.
special alarms and stuff.
Bring back, get dinosaurs out of school. Like, kill kids.
It's something I'm excited really want to do. It's never happened. But it's
Just gay enough and retarded. Just bring balance to the force. Watch it so
like I have a special alarm on my phone.
You think you have the form, but I'm imagine me saying,
kind of autistic, so math problems are hard for me. So, I have to do math problems to get the alarm. And then 90 seconds later, it checks in and I have to hold down a screen that I'm still awake and I didn't go back to sleep. I have to actually turn the alarm off. Is this also an app? Yeah, it's an app. It's called Alarm. So I have that app, and then I also have a wrist device that I set a backup alarm on it, and that alarm just got a thing here. So it zaps me so I can get up, get out of the van, and do jumping jacks to help me wake up, to help me the Pavlov device. It sounds like something like discipline. Kind of, yeah. Well, that's what Pavlov, that's what it's like that. Yeah. So you literally it's literally like a positive habit. It's whether it's quitting smoking or exercising, like that. Whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, you can set your goals and different things. It's a super cool. When I again, my therapist was telling me about finding different apps and alarms and things like that. And having to find that device. And I was hey, what about this? And she's like, I'm not going to recommend something that's zappy, but if you think it's going to work for you, I'm not basically I'm not suggesting electroshock therapy or anything, but I came up with a solution I found, and I just was hey, would this work for me? I'm interested in trying. So basically, therapy helped me find healthier workarounds and healthier trays. Basically, up until then, I basically engineered my own devices. They were rudimentary devices. So, if you're trying to move water with an aquifer system versus trying to move water with bamboo shoots, one's going to work better.
At 7 a.m. It's like I named Ace, who's trying to pitch me. It's half idea. It really was. Everybody's like, everybody's falling all the time. Like, not in a fun way. It's like on code, everyone's on code. And it's also, I've never seen it like permeate every like level of society. Like, I've done coke with dishwashers, and I've done coke with like famous people. You know what I mean? Like, it's like it's across the board. Like, everybody is on cocaine. What famous people do cocaine? You know, like this is like this famous. This is my favorite person. Is I always try to coke with beans from even Steve.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm getting to now. Like I said, after that, experiment. But that's basically what I try to do because there's been so much research. There's really tons of research about and so the best way I can explain it is it gave me like just to be able to sort, organize, and focus in my brain, and basically like reset some things in the control, like reset some parameters, increasing my ability on the
Most for you is like I'm celebrating 3 years of sobriety with a new set of teeth. I'm like, good for you.
all these kind of things. And so I'm getting better at that. What are the things that I need to do?
Goddamn other side of the hill out there.
Basically,
The goddamn Chinese flu comes along and it's
Sounds like you're doing things everybody should do.
back here.
yeah, it literally took me like sitting down and strapping myself into a chair and taking psychedelics.